Chapter 24 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 24, We Behold Grandeur. It was just at dusk that our carriage stood before the door of a respectable mansion at the north end of Boston. I remember our alighting and passing through a wide hall with a dark oaken staircase into a low-studded parlor lighted by the blaze of a fire of hickory logs, which threw out tongues of yellow flame and winked at itself with 1,000 fanciful flashes in the crinkles and angles of a singularly high and mighty pair of brass andirons. A lovely, peaceful old lady, whose silvery white hair and black dress were the most striking features of the picture, kissed Lady Lothrop, and then came to us with a perfect outgush of motherly kindness. "Why, the poor little dears, the little darlings," she said, as she began with her trembling fingers to undo Tina's bonnet strings. "Did they want to come to Boston and see the great city? Well, they should. They must be cold. There, put them close by the fire, and Grandma will get them a nice cake pretty soon. Here, I'll hold the little lady," she said, as she put Tina on her knee. The child nestled her head down on her bosom as lovingly and confidingly as if she had known her all her days. "Poor babe," said the old lady to Lady Lothrop, "who would have had a heart to desert such a child? And this is the boy?" she said, drawing Harry to her and looking tenderly at him. "Well, a father of the fatherless is God in his holy habitation." There was something even grand about the fervor of this sentence as she uttered it, and Tina put up her hand with a caressing gesture around the withered old neck. "Debbie, get these poor children a cake," said the lady to a brisk, energetic, rather high-stepping individual who now entered the apartment. "Come now, mother, do let it rest until supper-time. If we let you alone, you would murder all the children in the neighborhood with cakes and sugar-plums. You'd be as bad as King Herod." Miss Debbie was a well-preserved, up-and-down, positive, cheery, sprightly maiden lady of an age lying somewhere in the indeterminate region of between 40 and 60. There was a positive, brusque way about all her movements, and she advanced to the fire, rearranged the wood, picked up stray brands, and whisked up the coals with a brush, and then, seating herself bolt upright, took up the business of making our acquaintance in the most precise and systematic manner. "So this is Master Horace Holyoke? How do you do, sir?" As previously directed, I made my best bow with anxious politeness. "And this is Master Harry Percival, is it?" Harry did the same. "And this," she added, turning to Tina, "is Miss Tina Percival, I understand. Well, we are very happy to see good little children in this house always." There was a rather severe emphasis on the good, which, together with the somewhat martial and disciplinary air which invested all Miss Deborah's words and actions, was calculated to strike children with a wholesome awe. Our resolution to be very good indeed received an immediate accession of strength. At this moment a serving-maid appeared at the door, and with eyes cast down and a stiff, respectful courtesy, conveyed the information, "If you please, ma'am, tea is ready." This humble, self-abased figure, the utter air of self-abnegation with which the domestic seemed to intimate that unless her mistress pleased, tea was not ready, and that everything in creation was to be either ready or not ready, according to her sovereign will and good pleasure, was to us children a new lesson in decorum. "Go tell Miss Widgery that tea is served," said Miss Deborah in a loud, resounding voice. "Tell her that we will wait her ladyship's convenience." The humble serving-maid curtsied and closed the door softly with reverential awe. On the whole, the impression upon our minds was deeply solemn. We were about to see her ladyship. Lady Widgery was the last rose of summer of the departed aristocracy. Lady Lothrop's title was only by courtesy, but Sir Thomas Widgery was a live baronet, and as there were to be no more of these splendid dispensations in America, one may fancy the tenderness with which old Tory families cherished the last lingering remnants. The door was soon opened again, and a bundle of black silk appeared, with a pale, thin face looking out of it. There was to be seen the glitter of a pair of sharp black eyes, and the shimmer of a thin white hand with a diamond ring upon it. These were the items that made up Lady Widgery, as she dawned upon our childish vision. Lest the reader should conceive any false hopes or impressions, I may as well say that it turned out, on further acquaintance, that these items were about all there was of Lady Widgery. It was one of the cases where nature had picked up a very indifferent and commonplace soul and shut it up in a very intelligent-looking body. From her youth up, Lady Widgery's principal attraction consisted in looking as if there was a great deal more in her than there really was. Her eyes were sparkling and bright, and had a habit of looking at things in this world with keen, shrewd glances, as if she were thinking about them to some purpose, which she never was. Sometimes they were tender and beseeching, and led her distracted admirers to feel as if she were melting with emotions that she never dreamed of. Thus Lady Widgery had always been rushed for and contended for by the other sex, and one husband had hardly time to be cold in his grave before the air was filled with the rivalry of candidates to her hand. And after all, the beautiful little hoax had nothing for it but her attractive soul-case. In her old age she still looked elegant, shrewd, and keen, and undeniably high-bred, and carried about her the prestige of rank and beauty. Otherwise she was a little dry bundle of old prejudices, of faded recollections of past conquests and gaieties, and weakly concerned about her own health, which in her view, and that of everybody about her, appeared a most sacred subject. She had a somewhat entertaining manner of rehearsing the gossip and scandals of the last 40 years, and was, so far as such a person could be, religious. That is to say, she kept all the feasts and fasts of the Church scrupulously. She had, in a weakly way, a sense of some responsibility in this matter, because she was Lady Widgery, and because infidelity was prevailing in the land, and it became Lady Widgery to cast her influence against it. Therefore it was that even at the risk of her precious life, as she thought, she had felt it imperative to come to Boston to celebrate Easter Sunday. When she entered the room, there was an immediate bustle of welcome. Lady Lothrop ran up to her, saluting her with an appearance of great fondness, mingled, I thought, with a sort of extreme deference. Miss Deborah was pressing in her attentions. "Will you sit a moment before tea to get your feet warm, or will you go out at once? The dining-room is quite warm." Lady Widgery's feet were quite warm, and everybody was so glad to hear it that we were filled with wonder. Then she turned and fixed her keen, dark eyes on us, as if she were reading our very destiny, and asked who we were. We were all presented circumstantially, and the brilliant eyes seemed to look through us shrewdly as we made our bows and courtesies. One would have thought that she was studying us with deep interest, which was not the case. We were now marshalled out to the tea-table, where we children had our plates put in a row together, and were waited on with obsequious civility by Mrs. Margery and another equally starched and decorous female, who was the attendant of Lady Widgery. We stood at our places a moment, while the lovely old lady, raising her trembling hand, pronounced the words of the customary grace. "For what we are about to receive, the Lord make us truly thankful." Her voice trembled as she spoke, and somehow the impression of fragility and sanctity that she made on me awoke in me a sort of tender awe. When the blessing was over, the maids seated us, and I had leisure to notice the entirely new scene about me. It was all conducted with an inexpressible stateliness of propriety, and in an undefined way the impression was produced upon my mind that the frail, shivery, rather thin and withered little being, enveloped in a tangle of black silk wraps, was something inexpressibly sacred and sublime. Miss Deborah waited on her constantly, pressingly, energetically, and the dear, sweet old white-haired lady tended her with obsequiousness which, like everything else that she did, was lost in lovingness, and Lady Lothrop, to me the most awe-inspiring of the female race, paled her ineffectual fires, and bowed her sacred head to the rustling little black silk bundle in a way that made me inwardly wonder. The whole scene was so different from the wide, rough, noisy, free-and-easy democracy of my grandmother's kitchen that I felt crusted all over with an indefinite stiffness of embarrassment, as if I had been dipped in an alum bath. At the head of the table there was an old silver tea-urn, looking heavy enough to have the weight of whole generations in it, into which, at the moment of sitting down, a serious-visaged waiting-maid dropped a red-hot weight, and forthwith the noise of a violent boiling arose. We little folks looked at each other inquiringly, but said nothing. All was to us like an enchanted palace. The great mysterious tea-urn, the chaste silver tea-caddy, the precise and well-considered movements of Miss Deborah as she rinsed the old embossed silver teapots in the boiling water, the India china cups and plates, painted with the family initials and family crest, all were to us solemn signs and symbols of that upper table-land of gentility in which we were forewarned by Aunt Lois we were to enter. "There," said Miss Deborah with emphasis as she poured and handed to Lady Widgery a cup of tea, "there's some of the tea that my brother saved at the time of that disgraceful Boston riot, when Boston harbor was floating with tea-chests. His cargo was rifled in the most scandalous manner, but he went out in a boat and saved some at the risk of his life." Now my most sacred and enthusiastic remembrance was of the glow of patriotic fervor with which, seated on my grandfather's knee, I had heard the particulars of that event, at a time when names and dates and dress and time, place, and circumstance had all the life and vividness of a recent transaction. I cannot describe the clarion tones in which Miss Deborah rung out the word disgraceful in connection with an event which had always set my blood boiling with pride and patriotism. Now, as if convicted of sheep-stealing, I felt myself getting red to the very tips of my ears. "It was a shameful proceeding," sighed Lady Widgery, in her pretty, high-bred tones, as she pensively stirred the amber fluid in her teacup. "I never saw Sir Thomas so indignant at anything in all my life, and I'm sure it gave me a sick headache for 3 days, so that I had to stay shut up in a dark room, and couldn't keep the least thing on my stomach. What a mysterious providence that such conduct should be suffered to lead to success!" "Well," said Lady Lothrop, sipping her tea on the other side, "clouds and darkness are about the divine dispensations, but let us hope it will be all finally overruled for the best." "Oh, come," said Miss Debbie, giving a cheerful, victorious crow of defiance from behind her teapots. "Dorothy will be down on us with the tip-end of one of her husband's sermons, of course. Having married a Continental Congress parson, she has to say the best she can, but I, Deborah Kittery, who was never yet in bondage to any man, shall be free to have my say to the end of my days, and I do say that the Continental Congress is an abomination in the land, and the leaders of it, if justice had been done, they would all have been hanged high as Haman, and that there is one house in old Boston, at the north end, and not far from the spot where we have the honor to be, where King George now reigns as much as ever he did, and where law and order prevail in spite of General Washington and Mrs. Martha with her court and train. It puts me out of all manner of patience to read the papers, receptions to 'em here, there, and everywhere. I should like to give 'em a reception." "Come, come, Deborah, my child, you must be patient," said the old lady. "The Lord's ways are not as our ways. He knows what is best." "I dare say he does, mother, but we know he does let wickedness triumph to an awful extent. I think myself he's given this country up." "Let us hope not," said the mother fervently. "Just look at it," said Miss Deborah. "Has not this miserable rebellion broken up the true church in this country, just as it was getting a foothold? Has it not shaken hands with French infidelity? Thomas Jefferson is a scoffing infidel, and he drafted their old Declaration of Independence, which, I will say, is the most abominable and blasphemous document that ever sinners dared to sign." "But General Washington was a churchman," said Lady Widgery, "and they were always very careful about keeping the feasts and fasts. Why, I remember in the old times I have been there to Easter holidays, and we had a splendid ball." "Well, then, if he was in the true church, so much the worse for him," said Miss Deborah. "There is some excuse for men of Puritan families, because their ancestors were schismatics and disorganizers to begin with, and came over here because they didn't like to submit to lawful government. For my part, I have always been ashamed of having been born here. If I'd been consulted, I should have given my voice against it." "Debbie, child, how you do talk," said the old lady. "Well, mother, what can I do but talk? And it's a pity if I shouldn't be allowed to do that. If I had been a man, I'd have fought, and if I could have my way now, I'd go back to England and live where there's some religion and some government." "I don't see," said the old lady, "but people are doing pretty well under the new government." "Indeed, mother, how can you know anything about it? There's a perfect reign of infidelity and immorality begun. Why, look here, in Boston and Cambridge things are going just as you might think they would. The college fellows call themselves D'Alembert, Rousseau, Voltaire, and other French heathen names, and there's Ellery Davenport. Just look at him. Came straight down from generations of Puritan ministers, and hadn't half as much religion as my cat there, for Tom does know how to lower himself lowly and reverently to all his betters." Here there was such a burst of pleading feminine eloquence on all hands as showed that general interest which often pervades the female breast for some bright, naughty, wicked, prodigal son. Lady Widgery and old Mrs. Kittery and Lady Lothrop all spoke at once. "Indeed, Miss Deborah, come, come, Debbie, you are too bad. He goes to church with us sometimes." "To church, does he?" said Miss Debbie with a toss. "And what does he go for? Simply to ogle the girls." "We should be charitable in our judgments," said Lady Widgery. "Especially of handsome young men," said Miss Debbie with strong irony. "You all know he doesn't believe as much as a heathen. They say he reads and speaks French like a native, and that's all I want to know of anybody. I've no opinion of such people. A good honest Christian has no occasion to go out of his own language, and when he does you may be pretty sure it's for no good." "Oh, come now, Deborah, you are too sweeping altogether," said Lady Lothrop. "French is, of course, an elegant accomplishment." "I never saw any good of the French language for my part, I must confess," said Miss Debbie, "nor, for that matter, of the French nation either. They eat frogs, and break the Sabbath, and are as immoral as the old Canaanites. It's just exactly like them to aid and abet this unrighteous rebellion. They always hated England, and they take delight in massacres and rebellions and every kind of mischief, ever since the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Well, well, we shall see what'll come of these ungodly leveling principles in them. All men created free and equal, forsooth. Just think of that, clearly against the church catechism." "Of course that is all infidelity," said Lady Widgery confidently. "Sir Thomas used to say it was the effect on the lower classes he dreaded. You see, these lower classes are something dreadful, and what's to keep them down if it isn't religion? As Sir Thomas used to say when he always would go to church Sundays. He felt such a responsibility." "Well," said Miss Deborah, "you'll see. I predict we shall see a time when your butcher and your baker and your candlestick maker will come into your parlor and take a chair as easy as if they were your equals. And every servant maid will be thinking she must have a silk gown like her mistress. That's what we shall get by our revolution." "But let us hope it will be all overruled for good," said Lady Lothrop. "Oh, overruled, overruled," said Miss Deborah. "Of course it will be overruled. Sodom and Gomorrah were overruled for good, but 'twas a great deal better not to be living there about those times." Miss Debbie's voice had got upon so high a key, and her denunciations began to be so terrifying, that the dear old lady interposed. "Well, children, let's do love one another, whatever we do," she said. "And, Debbie, you mustn't talk so hard about Ellery. He's your cousin, you know." "Besides, my dear," said Lady Widgery, "great allowances should be made for his domestic misfortunes." "I don't see why a man need turn infidel and rebel because his wife has turned out a mad woman," said Miss Debbie. "What did he marry her for?" "Oh, my dear, it was a family arrangement to unite the two properties," said Lady Widgery. "You see, all the great Pierpont estates came in through her. But then she was quite shocking, very peculiar always. But after her marriage her temper was dreadful. It made poor Ellery miserable, and drove him from home. It really was a mercy when it broke out into real insanity, so that they could shut her up. I've always had great tenderness for Ellery on that account." "Of course you have, because you're a lady. Did I ever know a lady yet that didn't like Ellery Davenport and wasn't ready to go to the stake for him? For my part, I hate him, because, after all, he humbugs me, and will make me like him in spite of myself. I have to watch and pray against him all the time." And as if by the odd law of attraction which has given birth to the proverb that somebody is always nearest when you are talking about him, at this moment the dining-room door was thrown open, and the old man-servant announced, "Colonel Ellery Davenport." "Colonel," said Miss Debbie, with a frown and an accent of contempt, "how often must I tell Hawkins not to use those titles of the old rebel mob army? Insubordination is beginning to creep in, I can see." These words were lost in the bustle of the entrance of one on whom, after listening to all the past conversation, we children looked with very round eyes of attention. What we saw was a tall, graceful young man, whose air and movements gave a singular impression of both lightness and strength. He carried his head on his shoulders with a jaunty, slightly haughty air, like that of a thoroughbred young horse, and there was quality and breeding in every movement of his body. He was dressed in the imposing and picturesque fashion of those times, with a slight military suggestion in its arrangements. His hair was powdered to a dazzling whiteness, and brushed off his low Greek forehead, and the powder gave that peculiar effect to the eye and complexion which was one of the most distinctive traits of that style of costume. His eyes were of a deep violet blue, and of that lively, flashing brilliancy which a painter could only represent by double lights. They seemed to throw out light like diamonds. He entered the room bowing and smiling with the gay good humour of one sure of pleasing. An inspiring sort of cheerfulness came in with him that seemed to illuminate the room like a whole stream of sunshine. In short, he fully justified all Miss Deborah's fears. In a moment he had taken a rapid survey of the party. He had kissed the hand of the dear old lady. He had complimented Lady Widgery. He had inquired with effusion after the health of Parson Lothrop, and ended all by an adroit attempt to kiss Miss Deborah's hand, which earned him a smart little cuff from that wary belligerent. "No rebels allowed on these premises," she said sententiously. "Oh, my soul, cousin, you forget that peace has been declared," he said, throwing himself into a chair with a nonchalant freedom. "Peace? Not in our house. I haven't surrendered, if Lord Cornwallis has," said Miss Debbie, "and I consider you as the enemy." "Well, Debbie, we must love our enemies," said the old lady in a pleading tone. "Certainly you must," he replied quickly, "and here I've come to Boston on purpose to go to church with you tomorrow." "That's right, my boy," said the old lady. I always knew you'd come into right ways at last." "Oh, there are hopes of me, certainly," he said. "If the gentler sex will only remember their mission and be guardian angels, I think I shall be saved in the end." "You mean that you are going to wait on pretty Lizzie Cabot to church tomorrow," said Miss Debbie. "That's about all the religion there is in it." "Mine is the religion of beauty, fair cousin," said he. "If I had had the honor of being one of the apostles, I should have put at least one article to that effect into our highly respectable creed." "Ellery Davenport, you are a scoffer." "What, I? Because I believe in the beautiful? What is goodness but beauty? And what is sin but bad taste? I could prove it to you out of my grandfather Edward's works, Passim, and I think nobody in New England would dispute him." "I don't know anything about him," said Miss Debbie with a toss. "He wasn't in the church." "Mere matter of position, cousin. Couldn't very well be when the church was 1,000 miles across the water, but he lived and died a staunch loyalist, an aristocrat in the very marrow of his bones, as anybody may see. The whole of his system rests on the undisputed right of big folks to eat up little folks in proportion to their bigness, and the Creator, being biggest of all, is dispensed from the obligation to seek anything but his own glory. Here you have the root doctrine of the divine right of kings and nobles, who have only to follow their Maker's example in their several spheres, as his blessed Majesty King George has of late been doing with his American colonies. If he had got the treatise on true virtue by heart, he could not have carried out its principles better." "Well, now, I never knew there was so much good in President Edwards before," said Lady Widgery with simplicity. "I must get my maid to read me that treatise some time." "Do, madam," said Ellery. "I think you will find it exactly adapted to your habits of thought, and extremely soothing." "It will be a nice thing for her to read me to sleep with," said Lady Widgery innocently. "By all means," said Ellery with an indescribable mocking light in his great blue eyes. For my own part, having that strange, vibrating susceptibility of constitution which I have described as making me peculiarly impressible by the moral sphere of others, I felt in the presence of this man a singular and painful contest of attraction and repulsion, such as one might imagine to be produced by the near approach of some beautiful but dangerous animal. His singular grace and brilliancy awoke in me an undefined antagonism akin to antipathy, and yet, as if under some enchantment, I could not keep my eyes off from him, and eagerly listened to everything that he had to say, with that quick insight into human nature which enabled him, as by a sort of instinct, to catch the reflex of every impression which he made on any human being. He surveyed the row of wide-open, wondering, admiring eyes which followed him at our end of the table. "Ah, what have we here?" he said, as he advanced and laid his hand on my head. I shuddered and shook it off with a feeling of pain and dislike amounting to hatred. "How now, my little man?" he said. "What's the matter here?" And then he turned to Tina. "Here's a little lady will be more gracious, I know," and he stooped and attempted to kiss her. The little lady drew her head back and repulsed him with the dignity of a young princess. "Upon my word," he said, "we learn the tricks of our trade early, don't we? Pardon me, petite mademoiselle," he said as he retreated, laughing. "So you don't like to be kissed?" "Only by proper persons," said Tina, with that demure gravity which she could at times so whimsically assume, but sending with the words a long mischievous flash from under her downcast eyelashes. "Upon my word, if there isn't one that's perfect in Mother Eve's catechism at an early age," said Ellery Davenport. "Young lady, I hope for a better acquaintance with you one of these days." "Come, Ellery, let the child alone," said Miss Debbie. "Why should you be teaching all the girls to be forward? If you notice her so much, she will be vain." That's past praying for, anyhow," said he, looking with admiration at the dimpling, sparkling face of Tina, who evidently was dying to answer him back. "Don't you see the monkey has her quiver full of arrows?" he said. "Don't let her try her infant hand on me." But Miss Debbie, eminently proper, rose immediately and broke up the tea-table session by proposing adjournment to the parlor. After this we had family prayers, the maid-servants and manservant being called in and ranged in decorous order on a bench that stood prepared for exactly that occasion in a corner of the room. Miss Deborah placed a stand with a great quarto edition of the Bible and prayer book before her mother, and the old lady read in a trembling voice the psalm, the epistle, and the gospel for Easter evening, and then, all kneeling, the evening prayers. The sound of her tremulous voice, and the beauty of the prayers themselves, which I vaguely felt, impressed me so much that I wept without knowing why, as one sometimes does at plaintive music. One thing in particular filled me with a solemn surprise, and that was the prayers, for which I had never heard before, for the royal family of England. The trembling voice rose to fervent clearness on the words, "We beseech thee with thy favour to behold our most sovereign Lord, King George, and so replenish him with the grace of thy Holy Spirit, that he may always incline to thy will and walk in thy way. Endue him plenteously with heavenly gifts, grant him in health and wealth long to live, strengthen him that he may vanquish and overcome all his enemies, and finally after this life may attain everlasting joy and felicity, through Jesus Christ our Lord." The loud Amen from Miss Debbie, which followed this, heartily chorused as it was by the well-taught manservant and maidservants, might have done any king's heart good. For my part, I was lost in astonishment, and when the prayer followed for the gracious Queen Charlotte, their Royal Highnesses, George, Prince of Wales, the Princess Dowager of Wales, and all the royal family, my confusion of mind was at its height. All these unknown personages were to be endued with the Holy Spirit, enriched with heavenly grace, and brought to an everlasting kingdom through Jesus Christ our Lord. I must confess that all I had heard of them previously in my education had not prepared me to see the propriety of any peculiar celestial arrangements in their favor. But the sweet and solemn awe inspired by the trembling voice which pleaded went a long way towards making me feel as if there must have been a great mistake in my bringing up hitherto. When the circle rose from their knees, Ellery Davenport said to Miss Debbie, "It's a pity the King of England couldn't know what staunch supporters he has in Boston." "I don't see," said the old lady, "why they won't let us have that prayer read in churches now. It can't do any harm." "I don't either," said Ellery. "For my part, I don't know anyone who needs praying for more than the King of England, but the prayers of the Church don't appear to have been answered in his case. If he had been in the slightest degree endowed with heavenly gifts, he needn't have lost these American colonies." "Come, Ellery, none of your profane talk," said Miss Debbie. "You don't believe in anything good." "On the contrary, I always insist on seeing the good before I believe. I should believe in prayer if I saw any good comes from it." "For shame, Ellery, when children are listening to you," said Miss Debbie. "But come, my little folks," she added, rising briskly, "it's time for these little eyes to be shut." The dear old lady called us all to her and kissed us good night, laying her hand gently on our heads as she did so. I felt the peaceful influence of that hand go through me like music, and its benediction even in my dreams. End of Chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 25. Easter Sunday. For a marvel, even in the stormy clime of Boston, our Easter Sunday was one of those celestial days which seem, like the New Jerusalem of the Revelations, to come straight down from God out of heaven, to show us mortals what the upper world may be like. Our poor old Mother Boston has now and then such a day given to her, even in the uncertain springtime, and when all her bells ring together, and the old North Church chimes her solemn psalm tunes, and all the people in their holiday garments come streaming out towards the churches of every name which line her streets, it seems as if the venerable dead on Copp's Hill must dream pleasantly, for blessed art the dead that die in the Lord. And even to this day, in dear old Boston, their works do follow them. At an early hour we were roused, and dressed ourselves with the most anxious and exemplary care. For the first time in my life I looked anxiously in the looking-glass, and scanned with some solicitude, as if it had been a third person, the little being who called himself I. I saw a pair of great brown eyes, a face rather thin and pale, a high forehead, and a great profusion of dark curls, the combing out of which, by the by, was one of the morning trials of my life. In vain Aunt Lois had cut them off repeatedly, in the laudable hope that my hair would grow out straight. It seemed a more inextricable mat at each shearing, but as Harry's flaxen poll had the same peculiarity, we consoled each other while we labored at our morning toilet. Down in the sunny parlor, a little before breakfast was on the table, we walked about softly with our hands behind us, lest Satan, who we were assured had always some mischief still for idle hands to do, should entice us into touching some of the many curious articles which we gazed upon now for the first time. There was the picture of a very handsome young man over the mantelpiece, and beneath it hung a soldier's sword in a large loop of black crape, a significant symbol of the last great sorrow which had overshadowed the household. On one side of the door, framed and glazed, was a large coat of arms of the Kittery family, worked in chenille and embroidery, the labor of Miss Deborah's hands during the course of her early education. In other places on the walls hung oil paintings of the deceased master of the mansion, and of the present venerable mistress, as she was in the early glow of youth. They were evidently painted by a not unskilful hand, and their eyes always following us as we moved about the room gave us the impression of being overlooked, even while as yet there was nobody else in the apartment. Conspicuously hung on one side of the room was a copy of one of the Van Dyck portraits of Charles I, with his lace ruff and peaked beard. Underneath this was a printed document, framed and glazed, and I, who was always drawn to read anything that could be read, stationed myself opposite to it and began reading aloud. The 12 Good Rules of the Most Blessed Martyr, King Charles I, of blessed memory. I was reading these in a loud, clear voice when Miss Debbie entered the room. She stopped and listened to me with a countenance beaming with approbation. "Go on, sonny," she said, coming up behind me with an approving nod, when I blushed and stopped on seeing her. "Read them through. Those are good rules for a man to form his life by." I wish I could remember now what these so highly praised rules were. The few that I can recall are not especially in accordance with the genius of our modern times. They began, first, profane no divine ordinances. Second, touch no state matter. Third, pick no quarrels. Fourth, maintain no ill opinions. Here my memory fails me, but I remember that, stimulated by Miss Deborah's approbation, I did commit the whole of them to memory at the time, and repeated them with a readiness and fluency which drew upon me warm commendations from the dear old lady, and in fact from all in the house, though Ellery Davenport did shrug his shoulders contumaciously and give a sort of repressed whistle of dissent. "If we had minded those rules," he said, "we shouldn't be where we are now." "No, indeed you wouldn't. The more's the pity you didn't," said Miss Debbie. "If I'd had the bringing of you up, you should have learned things like that, instead of trumpery French and democratic nonsense." "Speaking of French," said Ellery, "I declare I forgot a package of gloves that I brought over especially for you and Auntie here, the very best of Paris kid." "You may spare yourself the trouble of bringing them, cousin," said Miss Deborah coldly. "Whatever others may do, I trust I shall never be left to put a French glove on my hands. They may all be very fine, no doubt, but English gloves, made under Her Majesty's sanction, will always be good enough for me." "Oh, well, in that case I shall have the honor of presenting them to Lady Lothrop, unless her principles should be equally rigid." "I dare say Dorothy will take them," said Miss Deborah. "When a woman has married a continental person, what can you expect of her? But for my part, I should feel that I dishonored the house of the Lord to enter it with gloves on made by those atheistical French people. The fact is, we must put a stop to worldly conformities somewhere." "And you draw the line at French gloves?" said Ellery. "No, indeed," said Miss Deborah, "and by no means French gloves. French novels, French philosophy, and above all French morals, or rather want of morals, these are what I go against, cousin Ellery." So saying, Miss Debbie led the way to the breakfast table with an air of the most martial and determined moral principle. I remember only one other incident of that morning before we went to church. The dear old lady had seemed sensibly affected by the levity with which Ellery Davenport generally spoke upon sacred subjects, and disturbed by her daughter's confident assertions of his infidel sentiments. So she administered to him an admonition in her own way. A little before church time she was sitting on the sofa, reading in her great Bible spread out on the table before her. "Ellery," she said, "come here and sit down by me. I want you to read me this text." "Certainly, Auntie, by all means," he said as he seated himself by her, bent his handsome head over the book, and following the lead of her trembling finger, read, "And thou, Solomon, my son, know thou the God of thy fathers, and serve him with a perfect heart and a willing mind. If thou seek him, he will be found of thee, but if thou forsake him, he will cast thee off for ever." "Ellery," she said with trembling earnestness, "think of that, my boy. Oh, Ellery, remember." He turned and kissed her hand, and there certainly were tears in his eyes. "Auntie," he said, "you must pray for me. I may be a good boy one of these days, you know." There was no more preaching and no more said. She only held his hand, looked lovingly at him, and stroked his forehead. "There have been a great many good people among your fathers, Ellery." "I know that," he said. At this moment Miss Debbie came in with the summons to church. The family carriage came round for the old lady, but we were better pleased to walk up the street under convoy of Ellery Davenport, who made himself quite delightful to us. Tina obstinately refused to take his hand, and insisted upon walking only with Harry, though from time to time she cast glances at him over her shoulder, and he called her a little chip of Mother Eve's block, at which she professed to feel great indignation. The reader may remember my description of our meeting-house at Oldtown, and therefore will not wonder that the architecture of the Old North and its solemn-sounding chimes, though by no means remarkable compared with European churches, appeared to us a vision of wonder. We gazed with delighted awe at the chancel and the altar, with their massive draperies of crimson, looped back with heavy gold cord and tassels, and revealing a cloud of little winged cherubs, whereat Tina's eyes grew large with awe, as if she had seen a vision. Above this there was a mystical Hebrew word, emblazoned in a golden halo, while around the galleries of the house were marvelous little colored statuettes of angels blowing long golden trumpets. These figures had been taken from a privateer and presented to the church by a British man-of-war, and no child that saw them would ever forget them. Then there was the organ, whose wonderful sounds were heard by me for the first time in my life. There was also an indefinable impression of stately people that worshipped there. They all seemed to me like Lady Lothrop, rustling in silks and brocades, with gentlemen like Captain Brown in scarlet cloaks and powdered hair. Not a crowded house by any means, but a well-ordered and select few, who performed all the responses and evolutions of the service with immaculate propriety. I was struck with everyone's kneeling and bowing the head on taking a seat in the church. Even gay Ellery Davenport knelt down and hid his face in his hat, though what he did it for was a matter of some speculation with us afterwards. Miss Debbie took me under her special supervision. She gave me a prayer book, found the places for me, and took me up and down with her through the whole service, giving her responses in such loud, clear, and energetic tones as entirely to acquit herself of her share of responsibility in the matter. The true church received no detriment so far as she was concerned. I was most especially edified and astonished by the deep courtesies which she and several distinguished-looking ladies made at the name of the Saviour in the creed, so much so that she was obliged to tap me on the head to indicate to me my own part in that portion of the church service. I was surprised that Harry appeared perfectly familiar with the ceremony, and Lady Lothrop, who had him under her particular surveillance, looked on with wonder and approbation as he quietly opened his prayer book and went through the service with perfect regularity. Tina, who stood between Ellery Davenport and the old lady, seemed, to tell the truth, much too conscious of the amused attention with which he was regarding her little movements, notwithstanding the kindly efforts of her venerable guardian to guide her through the service. She resolutely refused to allow him to assist her, half turning her back upon him, but slyly watching him from under her long eyelashes in a way that afforded him great amusement. The sermon which followed the prayers was of the most droning and sleepy kind, but as it was dispensed by the regularly ordained successor of the apostles, Miss Deborah, though ordinarily the shrewdest and sharpest of womankind, and certainly capable of preaching a sermon far more to the point herself, sat bolt upright and listened to all those slumberous platitudes with the most reverential attention. It yet remains a mystery to my mind how a church which retains such a stimulating and inspiring liturgy could have such drowsy preaching, how men could go through with the Te Deum and the Gloria in Excelsis without one thrill of inspiration or one lift above the dust of earth, and after uttering words which one would think might warm the frozen heart of the very dead, settle sleepily down into the quietest commonplace. Such, however, has been the sin of ritualism in all days, principally because human nature is, above all things, lazy, and needs to be thorned and goaded up those heights where it ought to fly. Harry and I both had a very nice little nap during sermon time, while Ellery Davenport made a rabbit of his pocket-handkerchief by way of paying his court to Tina, who sat shyly giggling and looking at him. After the services came the Easter dinner, to which, as a great privilege, we were admitted from first to last, although children in those days were held to belong strictly to the dessert, and only came in with the nuts and raisins. I remember Ellery Davenport seemed to be the life of the table, and kept everybody laughing. He seemed particularly fond of rousing up Miss Debbie to those rigorous and energetic statements concerning church and king which she delivered with such freedom. "I don't know how we any of us are going to get to heaven now," he said to Miss Debbie, "supposing I want to be confirmed. There isn't a bishop in America." "Well, don't you think they will send someone over?" said Lady Widgery, with a face of great solicitude. 2, madam. It would take 2 in order to start the succession in America. The apostolic electricity cannot come down through 1. I heard that Dr. Franklin was negotiating with the Archbishop of Canterbury, said Lady Lothrop. Yes, but they are not in the best humor towards us over there, said Ellery. You know what Franklin wrote back, don't you? No, said Lady Widgery. What was it? Well, you see, he found Canterbury and Company rather huffy and somewhat on the high and mighty order with him, and being a democratic American, he didn't like it. So he wrote over that he didn't see, for his part, why anybody that wanted to preach the gospel couldn't preach it without sending 1,000 miles across the water to ask leave of a cross old gentleman at Canterbury. A shocked expression went round the table, and Miss Debbie drew herself up. "That's what I call a profane remark, Ellery Davenport," she said. "I didn't make it, you understand." "No, dear, you didn't," said the old lady. "Of course you wouldn't say such a thing." "Of course I shouldn't, auntie. Oh, no, I'm only concerned to know how I shall be confirmed, if ever I want to be. Do you think there really is no other way to heaven, Miss Debbie? Now, if the Archbishop of Canterbury won't repent, and I do, if he won't send a bishop, and I become a good Christian, don't you think now the church might open the door a little crack for me?" "Why, of course, Ellery," said Lady Lothrop. "We believe that many good people will be saved out of the church." "My dear madam, that's because you married a congregational parson. You are getting illogical." "Ellery, you know better," said Miss Debbie vigorously. "You know we hold that many good persons out of the church are saved, though they are saved by uncovenanted mercies. There are no direct promises to any but those in the church. They have no authorized ministry or sacraments." "What a dreadful condition these American colonies are in," said Ellery. "It's a result of our revolution, which never struck me before." "You can sneer as much as you please. It's a solemn fact, Ellery. It's the chief mischief of this dreadful rebellion." "Come, come, children," said the old lady. "Let's talk about something else. We've been to the communion and heard about peace on earth and goodwill to men. I always think of our blessed King George every time I take the communion wine out of those cups that he gave to our church." "Yes, indeed," said Miss Debbie. "It will be a long time before you get the American Congress to giving communion services like our good pious King George." "It's a pity pious folks are so apt to be pig-headed," said Ellery in a tone just loud enough to stir up Miss Debbie, but not to catch the ear of the old lady. "I suppose there never was such a pious family as our royal family," said Miss Widgery. "I have been told that Queen Charlotte reads prayers with her maids regularly every night, and we all know how our blessed king reads prayers beside a dying cottager." "I do not know what the reason is," said Ellery Davenport reflectively, "but political tyrants, as a general thing, are very pious men. The worse their political actions are, the more they pray. Perhaps it is on the principle of compensation, just as animals that are incapacitated from helping themselves in one way have some corresponding organ in another direction." "I agree with you that kings are generally religious," said Lady Widgery, "and you must admit that if monarchy makes men religious, it is an argument in its favor, because there is nothing so important as religion, you know." "The argument, madam, is a profound one, and does credit to your discernment. But the question now is, since it has pleased Providence to prosper rebellion and allow a community to be founded without any true church, or any means of getting at true ordinances and sacraments, what young fellows like us are to do about it?" "I'll tell you, Ellery," said the old lady, laying hold of his arm. "Know the God of thy fathers, and serve him with a perfect heart and willing mind, and everything will come right." "But even then I couldn't belong to the true church," said Ellery. "You'd belong to the church of all good people," said the old lady, "and that's the main thing." "Auntie, you are always right," he said. Now I listened with the sharpest attention to all this conversation, which was as bewildering to me as all the rest of the scenery and surroundings of this extraordinary visit had been. Miss Debbie's martial and declaratory air, the vigorous faith of her statements which she appeared to have, were quite a match, it seemed to me, for similar statements of a contrary nature which I had heard from my respected grandmother, and I couldn't help wondering in my own mind what strange concussions of the elementary powers would result if ever these two should be brought together. To use a modern figure, it would be like the meeting of two full-charged railroad engines from opposite directions on the same track. After dinner, in the evening, instead of the usual service of family prayers, Miss Debbie catechized her family in a vigorous and determined manner. We children went and stood up with the row of men and maid-servants, and Harry proved to have a very good knowledge of the catechism, but Tina and I only compassed our answers by repeating them after Miss Debbie, and she applied herself to teaching us as if this were the only opportunity of getting the truth we were ever to have in our lives. In fact, Miss Debbie made a current of electricity that, for the time being, carried me completely away, and I exerted myself to the utmost to appear well before her, especially as I had gathered from Aunt Lois and Aunt Keziah's conversations that whatever went on in this mansion belonged strictly to upper circles of society, dimly known and revered. American democracy had not in those days become a practical thing, so as to outgrow the result of generations of reverence for the upper classes. And the manservant and the maidservants seemed so humble, and Miss Debbie so victorious and dominant, that I couldn't help feeling what a grand thing the true church must be, and find growing in myself the desires of a submissive catechumen. As to the catechism itself, I don't recollect that I thought one moment what a word of it meant. I was so absorbed and busy in the mere effort of repeating it after Miss Debbie's rapid dictation. The only comparison I remember to have made with that which I had been accustomed to recite in school every Saturday respected the superior case of answering the first question, which required me, instead of relating in metaphysical terms what man's chief end was in time and eternity, to give a plain statement of what my own name was on this mortal earth. The first question, as being easiest, was put to Tina, who dimpled and colored and flashed out of her eyes, as she usually did when addressed, looked shyly across at Ellery Davenport, who sat with an air of negligent amusement contemplating the scene, and then answered with sufficient precision and distinctness. "Eglantine Percival." He gave a little start, as if some sudden train or recollection had been awakened, and looked at her with intense attention, and when Ellery Davenport fixed his attention upon anybody, there was so much fire and electricity in his eyes that they seemed to be felt, even at a distance, and I saw that Tina constantly colored and giggled, and seemed so excited that she scarcely knew what she was saying, till at last Miss Debbie, perceiving this, turned sharp round upon him and said, "Ellery Davenport, if you haven't any religion yourself, I wish you wouldn't interrupt my instructions." "Bless my soul, cousin, what was I doing? I have been sitting here still as a mouse, but I'll turn my back and read a good book." And round he turned accordingly till the catechizing was finished. When it was all over and the servants had gone out, we grouped ourselves around the fire, and Ellery Davenport began. "Cousin Debbie, I'm going to come down handsomely to you. I admit that your catechism is much better for children than the one I was brought up on. I was well drilled in the formulas of the celebrated Assembly of Dry Vines of Westminster, and dry enough I found it. Now, it's a true proverb, call a man a thief and he'll steal, give a dog a bad name and he'll bite you, Tell a child that he is a member of Christ, a child of God, and an inheritor of the kingdom of heaven, and he feels, to say the least, civilly disposed towards religion. Tell him he is under God's wrath and curse, and so made liable to all the miseries of this life, to death itself and the pains of hell forever, because somebody ate an apple 5,000 years ago, and his religious associations are not so agreeable, especially if he has the answers whipped into him, or has to go to bed without his supper for not learning them. "You poor dear," said the old lady. "Did they send you to bed without your supper? They ought to have been whipped themselves, every one of them." "Well, you see, I was a little fellow when my parents died, and brought up under Brother Jonathan, who was the bluest kind of blue, and he was so afraid that I should mistake my naturally sweet temper for religion that he instructed me daily that I was a child of wrath, and couldn't and didn't and never should do one right thing till I was regenerated, and when that would happen no mortal knew. So I thought, as my account was going to be scored off at that time, it was no matter if I did run up a pretty long one, so I lied and stole whenever it came handy." "Oh, Ellery, I hope not," said the old lady. "Certainly you never stole anything." "Have, though, my blessed aunt, robbed orchards and watermelon patches, but then St. Augustine did that very thing himself, and he didn't turn about till he was 30 years old, and I'm a good deal short of that yet, so you see there is a great chance for me." "Ellery, why don't you come into the true church?" said Miss Debbie. "That's what you need." "Well," said Ellery, "I must confess that I like the idea of a nice old motherly church that sings to us and talks to us and prays with us and takes us in her lap and coddles us when we are sick and says, 'Hush, my dear, lie still and slumber.' Nothing would suit me better if I could get my reason to sleep. But the mischief of a Calvinistic education is, it wakes up your reason, and it never will go to sleep again, and you can't take a pleasant humbug if you would. Now, in this life, where nobody knows anything about anything, a capacity for humbugs would be a splendid thing to have. I wish to my heart I'd been brought up a Roman Catholic, but I have not. I've been brought up a Calvinist, and so here I am." "But if you try to come into the church and believe," said Miss Debbie energetically, "grace would be given you. You've been baptized, and the church admits your baptism. Now, just assume your position." Miss Debbie spoke with such zeal and earnestness that I, whom she was holding in her lap, looked straight across with the expectation of hearing Ellery Davenport declare his immediate conversion then and there. I shall never forget the expression of his face. There was first a flash of amusement as he looked at Miss Debbie's strong, sincere face, and then it faded into something between admiration and pity, and then he said to himself in a musing tone, "I, a member of Christ, a child of God, and an inheritor of the kingdom of heaven." And then a strange sarcastic expression broke over his face, and he added, "Couldn't do it, cousin, not exactly my style. Besides, I shouldn't be much of a credit to any church, and whichever catches me would be apt to find a shark in the net. You see," he added, jumping up and walking about rapidly, "I have the misfortune to have an extremely exacting nature, and if I set out to be religious at all, it would oblige me to carry the thing to as great lengths as did my grandfather Jonathan Edwards. I should have to take up the cross and all that, and I don't want to, and don't mean to. And as to all these pleasant, comfortable churches where a fellow can get to heaven without it, I have the misfortune of not being able to believe in them. So there you see precisely my situation." "These horrid old Calvinistic doctrines," said Miss Debbie, "are the ruin of children." "My dear, they are all in the 39 Articles as strong as in the Cambridge platform and all the other platforms, for the good reason that John Calvin himself had the overlooking of them. and what is worse, there is an abominable sight of truth in them. Nature herself is a high Calvinist old jade, and there never was a man of energy enough to feel the force of the world he deals with that wasn't a predestinarian, from the time of the Greek tragedians down to the time of Oliver Cromwell, and ever since. The hardest doctrines are the things that a fellow sees with his own eyes going on in the world around him. If you had been in England, as I have, where the true church prevails, you'd see that pretty much the whole of the lower classes there are predestined to be conceived and born in sin, and shapen in iniquity, and come into the world in such circumstances that to expect even decent morality of them is expecting what is contrary to all reason. This is your Christian country, after 1800 years' experiment of Christianity. The elect, by whom I mean the bishops and clergy and upper classes, have attained to a position in which a decent and religious life is practicable, and where there is leisure from the chains of the body to attend to those of the soul. These, however, to a large extent, are smothering in their own fat, or, as your service today had it, their heart is fat as brawn, and so they don't, to any great extent, make their calling and election sure. Then, as for heathen countries, they are a peg below those of Christianity. Taking the mass of human beings in the world at this hour, they are in such circumstances that, so far from its being reasonable to expect the morals of Christianity of them, they are not within sight of ordinary human decencies. Talk of purity of heart to a Malay or a Hottentot? Why, the doctrine of a clean shirt is an uncomprehended mystery to more than half the human race at this moment. That's what I call visible election and reprobation, get rid of it as we may or can. Positively, Ellery, I am not going to have you talk so before these children, said Miss Debbie, getting up and ringing the bell energetically. This all comes of the vile democratic idea that people are to have opinions on all subjects instead of believing what the church tells them, and, as you say, it's Calvinism that starts people out to be always reasoning and discussing and having opinions. I hate folks who are always speculating and thinking and having new doctrines. All I want to know is my duty, and to do it. I want to know what my part is, and it's none of my business whether the bishops and the kings and the nobility do theirs or not, if I only do mine. To do my duty in that state of life in which it has pleased God to call me is all I want, and I think it is all anybody need want. Amen, said Ellery Davenport, and so be it. Here Mrs. Marjorie appeared with the candles to take us to bed. In bidding our adieus for the night, it was customary for good children to kiss all round, but Tina, in performing this ceremony both this night and the night before, resolutely ignored Ellery Davenport, notwithstanding his earnest petitions, and while she would kiss with ostentatious affection those on each side of him, she hung her head and drew back whenever he attempted the familiarity, yet, by way of reparation, turned back at the door as she was going out, and made him a parting salute with the air of a princess, and I heard him say, "Upon my word, how she does it!" After we left the room, this being a particular which, like tellers of stories in general, I learned from other sources, he turned to Lady Lothrop and said, "Did I understand that she said her name was Eglantine Percival, and that she is a sort of foundling?" "Certainly," said Lady Lothrop. "Both these children are orphans, left on the parish by a poor woman who died in a neighboring town. They appear to be of good blood and breeding, but we have no means of knowing who they are." "Well," said Ellery Davenport, "I knew a young English officer by the name of Percival, who was a rather graceless fellow. He once visited me at my country seat, with several others. When he went away, being, as he often was, not very fit to take care of himself, he dropped and left a pocket-book, so some of the servants told me, which was thrown into one of the drawers, and for aught I know may be there now. It's just barely possible that it may be, and that there may be some papers in it which will shed light on these children's parentage. If I recollect rightly, he was said to be connected with a good English family, and it might be possible, if we were properly informed, to shame him or frighten him into doing something for these children. I will look into the matter myself when I am in England next winter, where I shall have some business. That is to say, if we can get any clue. The probability is that the children are illegitimate. "Oh, I hope not," said Lady Lothrop. "They appear to have been so beautifully educated." "Well," said Ellery Davenport, "he may have seduced his curate's daughter. That's a very simple supposition. At any rate, he never produced her in society, never spoke of her, kept her in cheap, poor lodgings in the country, and the general supposition was that she was his mistress, not his wife." "No," said a little voice near his elbow, which startled everyone in the room. "No, Mr. Davenport, my mother was my father's wife." The fire had burnt low, and the candles had not been brought in, and Harry, who had been sent back by Mrs. Marjorie to give message as to the night arrangements, had entered the room softly, and stood waiting to get a chance to deliver it. He now came forward, and stood trembling with agitation, pale yet bold. Of course all were very much shocked as he went on. "They took my mother's wedding ring, and sold it to pay for her coffin, but she always wore it, and often told me when it was put on. But," he added, "she told me the night she died that I had no father but God." And he is father enough," said the old lady, who, entirely broken down and overcome, clasped the little boy in her arms. "Never you mind it, dear. God certainly will take care of you." "I know he will," said the boy with solemn simplicity, "but I want you all to believe the truth about my mother." It was characteristic of that intense inwardness and delicacy which were so peculiar in Harry's character that when he came back from this agitating scene he did not tell me a word of what had occurred, nor did I learn it till years afterwards. I was very much in the habit of lying awake nights long after he had sunk into untroubled slumbers, and this night I remember that he lay long but silently awake, so very still and quiet that it was some time before I discovered that he was not sleeping. The next day Ellery Davenport left us, but we remained to see the wonders of Boston. I remembered my grandmother's orders, and went on to Copp's Hill and to the old granary burying ground to see the graves of the saints, and read the inscriptions. I had a curious passion for this sort of mortuary literature, even as a child, a sort of nameless, weird, strange delight, so that I accomplished this part of my grandmother's wishes con amour. Boston in those days had not even arrived at being a city, but, as the reader may learn from contemporary magazines, was known as the town of Boston. In some respects, however, it was even more attractive in those days for private residences than it is at present. As is the case now in some of our large rural towns, it had many stately old houses, which stood surrounded by gardens and grounds where fruits and flowers were tended with scrupulous care. It was sometimes called the Garden Town. The house of Madame Kittery stood on a high eminence overlooking the sea, and had connected with it a stately garden, which, just at the time of year I speak of, was gay with the first crocuses and snowdrops. In the eyes of the New England people it was always a sort of mother town, a sacred city, the shrine of that religious enthusiasm which founded the states of New England. There were the graves of her prophets and her martyrs, those who had given their lives through the hardships of that enterprise in so ungenial a climate. On Easter Monday, Lady Lothrop proposed to take us all to see the shops and sights of Boston, with the bountiful intention of purchasing some few additions to the children's wardrobes. I was invited to accompany the expedition, and all parties appeared not a little surprised and somewhat amused that I preferred, instead of this lively tour among the living, to spend my time in a lonely ramble in the Copse Hill burying ground. I returned home after an hour or two spent in this way, and found the parlor deserted by all except dear old Madame Kittery. I remember even now the aspect of that sunny room, with the perfect picture of peace and love that she seemed to me, as she sat on the sofa with a table full of books drawn up to her, placidly reading. She called me to her as soon as I came in, and would have me get on the sofa by her. She stroked my head and looked lovingly at me, and called me Sonny, till my whole heart opened toward her, as a flower opens toward the sunshine. Among all the loves that man has to woman, there is none so sacred and saint-like as that toward these dear white-haired angels, who seem to form the connecting link between heaven and earth, who have lived to get the victory over every sin and every sorrow, and live perpetually on the banks of the dark river, in that bright calm land of Beulah, where angels daily walk to and fro, and sounds of celestial music are heard across the water. Such have no longer personal cares, or griefs, or sorrows. The tears of life have all been shed, and therefore they have hearts at leisure to attend to everyone else. Even the sweet, guileless childishness that comes on in this period has a sacred dignity, and a seal of fitness for that heavenly kingdom, which whosoever shall not receive as a little child shall not enter therein. Madame Kittery, with all her apparent simplicity, had a sort of simple shrewdness. She delighted in reading, and some of the best classical literature was always lying on her table. She began questioning me about my reading, and asking me to read to her, and seemed quite surprised at the intelligence and expression with which I did it. I remember, in the course of the reading, coming across a very simple Latin quotation, at which she stopped me. "There," said she, "is one of those Latin streaks that always trouble me in books, because I can't tell what they mean. When George was alive, he used to read them to me." Now, as this was very simple, I felt myself quite adequate to its interpretation, and gave it with a readiness which pleased her. "Why, how came you to know Latin?" she said. Then my heart opened, and I told her all my story, and how my poor father had always longed to go to college and died without the sight, and how he had begun to teach me Latin, but how he was dead, and my mother was poor, and Grandpapa could only afford to keep Uncle Bill in college, and there was no way for me to go, and Aunt Lois wanted to bind me out to a shoemaker. And then I began to cry, as I always did when I thought of this. I shall never forget the overflowing motherly sympathy which had made it easy for me to tell all this to one who, but a few hours before, had been a stranger, nor how she comforted me and cheered me, and insisted upon it that I should immediately eat a piece of cake, and begged me not to trouble myself about it, and she would talk to Debbie, and something should be done. Now, I had not the slightest idea of what Madame Kittery could do in the situation, but I was exceedingly strengthened and consoled, and felt sure that there had come a favorable turn in my fortunes, and the dear old lady and myself forthwith entered into a league of friendship. I was thus emboldened, now that we were all alone, and Miss Debbie far away, to propound to her indulgent ear certain political doubts raised by the conflict of my past education with the things I had been hearing for the last day or two. "If King George was such a good man, what made him oppress the colonies so?" said I. "Why, dear, he didn't," she said earnestly. "That's all a great mistake. Our king is a dear, pious, good man, and wished us all well, and was doing just the best for us he knew how." "Then was it because he didn't know how to govern us?" said I. "My dear, you know the king can do no wrong. It was his ministers, if anybody. I don't know exactly how it was, but they got into a brangle, and everything went wrong, and then there was so much evil feeling and fighting and killing, and there was confusion and every evil work. There's my poor boy, she said, pointing to the picture with a trembling hand, and to the sword hanging in its crape loop. He died for his king, doing his duty in that state of life in which it pleased God to call him. I mustn't be sorry for that, but, oh, I wish there hadn't been any war, and we could have had it all peaceful, and George could have stayed with us. I don't see, either, the use of all these newfangled notions, but then I try to love everybody and hope for the best. So spoke my dear old friend, and has there ever been a step in human progress that has not been taken against the prayers of some good soul, and been washed by tears sincerely and despondently shed? But for all this, is there not a true unity of the faith in all good hearts? And when they have risen a little above the mists of earth, may not both sides, the conqueror and the conquered, agree that God hath given them the victory in advancing the cause of truth and goodness? Only one other conversation that I heard during this memorable visit fixed itself very strongly in my mind. On the evening of this same day, we 3 children were stationed at a table to look at a volume of engravings of beautiful birds, while Miss Debbie, Lady Widgery, and Madame Kittery sat by the fire. I heard them talking of Ellery Davenport, and though I had been instructed that it was not proper for children to listen when their elders were talking among themselves, yet it really was not possible to avoid hearing what Miss Debbie said, because all of her words were delivered with such a sharp and determinate emphasis. As it appeared, Lady Widgery had been relating to them some of the trials and sorrows of Ellery Davenport's domestic life. And then there followed a buzz of some kind of story, which Lady Widgery seemed relating with great minuteness. At last I heard Miss Deborah exclaim earnestly, "If I had a daughter, catch me letting her be intimate with Ellery Davenport. I tell you, that man hasn't read French for nothing." "I do assure you his conduct has been marked with perfect decorum," said Lady Widgery. "So are your French novels," said Miss Deborah. "They are always talking about decorum. They are full of decorum and piety. Why, the kingdom of heaven is nothing to them, but somehow they all end in adultery." "Debbie," said the old lady, "I can't bear to hear you talk so. I think your cousin's heart is in the right place, after all, and he's a good, kind boy as ever was." "But, mother, he's a liar. That's just what he is." Debbie, how can you talk so?" "Well, mother, people have different names for different things. I hear a great deal about Ellery Davenport's tact and knowledge of the world and all that, but he does a great deal of what I call lying, so there. Now, there are some folks who lie blunderingly and unskilfully, but I'll say for Ellery Davenport that he can lie as innocently and sweetly and prettily as a Frenchwoman, and I can't say any more. And if a woman doesn't want to believe him, she just mustn't listen to him, that's all. I always believe him when he is around, but when he's away and I think him over, I know just what he is, and can see just what an old fool he has made of me." These words dropped into my childish mind as if you should accidentally drop a ring into a deep well. I did not think of them much at the time, but there came a day in my life when the ring was fished up out of the well, good as new. Chapter 26 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 26. What Our Folks Said at Oldtown. What our folks said at Oldtown. We children returned to Oldtown, crowned with victory, as it were. Then, as now, even in the simple and severe puritanical village, there was much incense burnt upon the altar of gentility, a deity somewhat corresponding to the unknown God whose altar Paul found in Athens, and probably more universally worshipped in all the circles of this lower world than any other idol on record. Now we had been taken notice of, put forward, and patronized in undeniably genteel society. We had been to Boston and come back in a coach, and what well-regulated mind does not see that that is something to inspire respect? Aunt Lois was evidently dying to ask us all manner of questions, but was restrained by a sort of decent pride. To exhibit any undue eagerness would be to concede that she was ignorant of good society, and that the ways and doings of upper classes were not perfectly familiar to her. That, my dear reader, is what no good democratic American woman can for a moment concede. Aunt Lois, therefore, for once in her life, looked complacently on Sam Lawson, who continued to occupy his usual roost in the chimney-corner, and who, embarrassed with no similar delicate scruples, put us through our catechism with the usual Yankee thoroughness. "Well, children, I suppose them Kitterys has everything in real grandeur, don't they? I've heard tell that they has turkey carpets on the floors. You know Josh Kittery, he was in the Ingy trade. Turkey carpets is that kind, you know, that lies all up thick like a mat. They had that kind, didn't they?" We eagerly assured him that they did. "Want to know now," said Sam, who always moralized as he went along. "Well, well, some folks does seem to receive their good things in this life, don't they? S'pose the tea things all on 'em was solid silver, wasn't they? You didn't ask them, did you?" "Oh, no," said I. "You know we were told we mustn't ask questions." "Just so, very right. Little boys shouldn't ask questions. But I've heard a good deal about the Kittery silver. Jake Marshall, he knew a feller that had talked with one of their servants that helped bury it in the cellar in war times. He said there was porringers and spoons and tankards, say nothing of tablespoons, and silver forks and sich. That there would have been a haul for Congress if they could have got hold on it in war time, wouldn't it? S'pose you was sot up all so grand, and had servants to wait on you behind your chairs, didn't you?" "Yes," we assured him, "we did." "Well, well, you mustn't be carried away by these here glories. They're transitory, after all. You must just come right down to plain living. How many servants did you say they kept?" "Why, there were 2 men and 2 women, besides Lady Widgery's maid and Mrs. Marjorie." "And all used to come in to prayers every night," said Harry. "Has prayers reg'lar, does they?" said Sam. "Well, now, that there beats all. Didn't know as these grand families was so pious as that comes to. Who prayed?" "Old Madam Kittery," said I. "She used to read prayers out of a large book." "Oh, yes, these here grand Tory families is 'Piscopal, pretty much all on 'em. But now reading prayers out of a book, that there don't strike me as just the right kind of thing. For my part, I like prayers that come right out of the heart better. But then, Lordy massy, folks has they different ways, and I ain't so set as Polly is. Why, I believe if that there woman had her way, they wouldn't nobody be lowered to do nothing except just to suit her. Yeah, you didn't notice, did you, what the Kittery coat of arms was?" Yes, we had noticed it, and Harry gave a full description of an embroidered set of armorial bearings which had been one of the ornaments of the parlor. "So you say," said Sam. "'Twas a lion upon his hind legs. That there's what they call the lion rampant. And then they was a key and a scroll. Well, coats of arms is curious, and I don't wonder folks kind of hangs on to 'em. But then, the Kitterys being Tories, they naturally has more interest in such things. Do you know where Miss Kittery keeps her silver nights?" "No, really," said I. "We were sent to bed early and didn't see." Now, this inquiry from anybody less innocent than Sam Lawson might have been thought a dangerous exhibition of burglarious proclivities, but from him it was received only as an indication of that everlasting thirst for general information which was his leading characteristic. When the rigor of his cross-examination had somewhat abated, he stooped over the fire to meditate further inquiries. I seized the opportunity to propound to my grandmother a query which had been the result of my singular experiences for a day or two past. So after an interval in which all had sat silently looking into the great coals of fire, I suddenly broke out with the inquiry, "Grandmother, what is the true church?" I remember the expression on my grandfather's calm, benign face as I uttered this query. It was an expression of shrewd amusement, such as befits the face of an elder when a younger has propounded a well-worn problem. But my grandmother had her answer at the tip of her tongue, and replied, "It is the whole number of the elect, my son." I had in my head a confused remembrance of Ellery Davenport's tirade on election, and of the elect who did or did not have clean shirts, so I pursued my inquiry by asking, "Who are the elect?" "All good people," replied my grandfather. "In every nation he that feareth God and worketh righteousness is accepted of him." "Well, how came you to ask that question?" said my grandmother, turning on me. "Why," said I, "because Miss Deborah Kittery said that the war destroyed the true church in this country." "Oh, pshaw!" said my grandmother. "That's some of her Episcopal nonsense. I really should like to ask her now if she thinks there ain't any one going to heaven but Episcopalians." "Oh, no, she doesn't think so," said I rather eagerly. "She said a great many people would be saved out of the church, but they would be saved by uncovenanted mercies." "Uncovenanted fiddlesticks!" said my grandmother, her very cap border bristling with contempt and defiance. "Now, Lois, you just see what comes of sending children into Tory Episcopal families, coming home and talking nonsense like that." "Mercy, mother, what odds does it make?" said Aunt Lois. "The children have got to learn to hear all sorts of things said. May as well hear them at one time as another. Besides, it all goes in one ear and out the other." My grandmother was better pleased with the account that I hastened to give her of my visit to the graves of the saints and martyrs in my recent pilgrimage. Her broad face glowed with delight as she told over again to our listening ears the stories of the faith and self-denial of those who had fled from an oppressive king and church, that they might plant a new region where life could be simpler, easier, and more natural. And she got out her Cotton Mather, notwithstanding Aunt Lois's reminder that she had often read it before, read to us again, in a trembling yet audible voice, that wonderful document in which the reasons for the first planting of New England are set forth. Some of these reasons I remember from often hearing them in my childhood. They speak thus quaintly of the old countries in Europe. Quote, "Thirdly, the land grows weary of her inhabitants, insomuch that man, which is the most precious of all creatures, is here more vile than the earth he treads upon. Children, neighbors, and friends, especially the poor, which, if things were right, would be the greatest earthly blessings. Fourthly, we are grown to that intemperance and all excess of riot, as no mean estate will suffice a man to keep sale with his equals, and that he fails in it must live in scorn and contempt. Hence it comes to pass that all arts and trades are carried in that deceitful manner and unrighteous course, as it is almost impossible for a good upright man to maintain his constant charge and live comfortably in them. Fifthly, the schools of learning and religion are so corrupted as, besides the insupportable charge of education, most children of the best, wittiest, and of the fairest hopes are perverted, corrupted, and utterly overthrown by the multitude of evil examples and licentious behaviors in these seminaries. Sixthly, the whole earth is the Lord's garden, and he hath given it to the sons of Adam to be tilled and improved by them. Why then should we stand starving here for places of habitation, and in the meantime suffer whole countries as profitable for the use of man to lie waste without any improvement?" End quote. Language like this, often repeated, was not lost upon us. The idea of self-sacrifice, which is constantly inculcated, the reverence for self-denial, the conception of a life which should look not mainly to selfish interests, but to the good of the whole human race, prevented the hardness and roughness of those early New England days from becoming mere stolid material toil. It was toil and manual labor ennobled by a new motive. Even in those very early times there was some dawning sense of what the great American nation was yet to be, and every man, woman, and child was constantly taught, by every fireside, to feel that he or she was part and parcel of a great new movement in human progress. The old aristocratic ideas, though still lingering in involuntary manners and customs, only served to give a sort of quaintness and grace of old-world culture to the roughness of the new-fledged democracy. Our visit to Boston was productive of good to us such as we little dreamed of. In the course of a day or two, Lady Lothrop called and had a long private interview with the female portion of the family, after which, to my great delight, it was announced to us that Harry and I might begin to study Latin if we pleased, and if we proved bright, good boys, means would be provided for the finishing of our education in college. I was stunned and overwhelmed by the great intelligence, and Harry and I ran over to tell it to Tina, who jumped about and hugged and kissed us both with an impartiality which some years later she quite forgot to practice. "I'm glad because you like it," she said, "but I should think it would be horrid to study Latin." I afterwards learned that I was indebted to my dear old friend Madame Kittery for the good fortune which had befallen me. She had been interested in my story, as it appears, to some purpose, and being wealthy and without a son, had resolved to console herself by appropriating to the education of a poor boy a portion of the wealth which should have gone to her own child. The searching out of poor boys and assisting them to a liberal education had ever been held to be one of the appropriate works of the minister in a New England town. The schoolmaster who taught the district school did not teach Latin, but Lady Lothrop was graciously pleased to say that, for the present, Dr. Lothrop would hear our lessons at a certain hour every afternoon, and the reader may be assured that we studied faithfully in view of an ordeal like this. I remember one of our favorite places for study. The brown, sparkling stream on which my grandfather's mill was placed had just below the mill dam a little island, which a boy could easily reach by wading through the shallow waters over a bed of many-colored pebbles. The island was overshadowed by thick bushes, which were all wreathed and matted together by a wild grapevine, but within I had hollowed out for myself a green little arbor, and constructed a rude wigwam of poles and bark, after the manner of those I had seen among the Indians. It was one of the charms of this place that nobody knew of it, and it was utterly secluded, and being cut off from land by the broad belt of shallow water, and presenting nothing to tempt or attract anybody to its shores, it was mine, and mine alone. There I studied, and there I read. There I dreamed and saw visions. Never did I find it in my heart to tell any other boy the secret of this woodland shelter, this fairyland, so near to the real outer world. But Harry, with his refinement, his quietude, his sympathetic silence, seemed to me as unobjectionable an associate as the mute spiritual companions whose presence had cheered my lonely, childish sleeping-room. We moved my father's Latin books into a rough little closet that we constructed in our wigwam, and there, with the water dashing behind us and the afternoon sun shining down through the green grape leaves, with bluebirds and bobolinks singing to us, we studied our lessons. More than that, we spent many pleasant hours in reading, and I have now a resume in our boyish handwriting of the greater part of Plutarch's Lives, which we wrote out during this summer. As to Tina, of course she insisted upon it that we should occasionally carry her in a lady chair over to this island, that she might inspect our operations and our housekeeping, and we read some of these sketches to her for her critical approbation, and if any of them pleased her fancy, she would immediately insist that we should come over to Miss Mehetabel's and have a dramatic representation of them up in the garret. Saturday afternoon in New England was considered from time immemorial as the children's perquisite, and hard-hearted must be that parent or that teacher who would wish to take away from them its golden hours. Certainly it was not Miss Mehetabel nor my grandmother that could be capable of any such cruelty. Our Saturday afternoons were generally spent as Tina dictated, and as she had a decided taste for the drama, one of our most common employments was the improvising of plays, with Miss Tina for stage manager. The pleasure we took in these exercises was inconceivable. They had for us a vividness and reality past all expression. I remember our acting, at one time, the Book of Esther, with Tina very much betrinketed and dressed out in an old flowered brocade that she had rummaged from a trunk in the garret, as Queen Esther. Harry was Mordecai, and I was Ahasuerus. The great trouble was to find a Haman, but as the hanging of Haman was indispensable to any proper moral effect of the tragedy, Tina petted and cajoled and coaxed old Bose, the yellow dog of our establishment, to undertake the part, instructing him volubly that he must sulk and look cross when Mordecai went by, a thing which Bose, who was one of the best-natured of dogs, found difficulty in learning. Bose would always insist upon sitting on his haunches in his free and easy jolly manner, and lolling out his red tongue in a style so decidedly jocular as utterly to spoil the effect, till Tina, reduced to desperation, ensconced herself under an old quilted petticoat behind him, and brought out the proper expression at the right moment by a vigorous pull at his tail. Bose was a dog of great constitutional equanimity, but there were some things that transcended even his powers of endurance, and the snarl that he gave to Mordecai was held to be a triumphant success. But the thing was to get him to snarl when Tina was in front of him, where she could see it, and now will it be believed that the all-conquering little mischief-maker actually kissed and flattered and bejuggled old Polly into taking this part behind the scenes? No words can more fitly describe the abject state to which that vehemently moral old soul was reduced. When it came to the hanging of Haman, the difficulties thickened. Polly warned us that we must by no means attempt to hang Bose by the neck, as the critter was heavy, and 'twas certain to be the death of him. So we compromised by passing the rope under his forepaws, or as Tina called it, under his arms. But Bose was rheumatic, and it took all Tina's petting and caressing, and obliged Polly to go down and hunt out 2 or 3 slices of meat from her larder, to induce him fairly to submit to the operation. But hang him we did, and he ki-hied with a vigor that strikingly increased the moral effect. So we soon let him down again, and plentifully rewarded him with cold meat. In a similar manner we performed a patriotic drama entitled The Battle of Bunker Hill, in which a couple of old guns that we found in the garret produced splendid effects, and salvos of artillery were created by the rolling across the garret of 2 old cannon balls. But this was suppressed by order of the authorities on account of the vigor of the cannonade. Tina, by the by, figured in this as the genius of liberty, with some stars on her head cut out of gilt paper, and wearing an old flag which we had pulled out of one of the trunks. We also acted the history of Romulus and Remus, with Bose for the she-wolf. The difference in age was remedied by a vigorous effort of the imagination. Of course, operations of this nature made us pretty familiar with the topography of the old garret. There was, however, one quarter, fenced off by some barrels filled with pamphlets, where Polly strictly forbade us to go. What was the result of such a prohibition, O reader? Can you imagine it to be any other than that part of the garret became at once the only one that we really cared about investigating? How we hung about it, and considered it, and peeped over and around and between the barrels at a pile of pictures that stood with their faces to the wall. What were those pictures, we wondered. When we asked Polly this, she drew on a mysterious face and said, "Them was things we mustn't ask about." We talked it over among ourselves, and Tina assured us that she dreamed about it at nights, but Polly had strictly forbidden us even to mention that corner of the garret to Miss Mehitable, or to ask her leave to look at it, alleging as a reason that it would bring on her hypos. We didn't know what hypos were, but we supposed, of course, they must be something dreadful. But the very fearfulness of the consequences that might ensue from our getting behind those fatal barrels only made them still more attractive. Finally, one rainy Saturday afternoon, when we were tired of acting plays, and the rain pattered on the roof, and the wind howled and shook the casings, and there was a generally wild and disorganized state of affairs out of doors, a sympathetic spirit of insubordination appeared to awaken in Tina's bosom. "I declare I am going inside of those barrels," she said. "I don't care if Polly does scold us. I know I can bring her all around again fast enough. I can do about what I like with Polly. Now, you boys just move this barrel a little bit, and I'll go in and see." Just at this moment there was one of those chance lulls in the storm that sometimes occur, and as Tina went in behind the barrels and boldly turned the first picture, a ray of sunshine streamed through the dusky window and lit it up with a watery light. Harry and Tina both gave an exclamation of astonishment. "Oh, Tina, it's the lady in the closet." The discovery seemed really to frighten the child. She retreated quickly to the outside of the barrels again, and stood with us looking at the picture. It was a pastel of a young girl in a plain, low-necked white dress, with a haughty, beautiful head, and jet-black curls flowing down her neck, and deep, melancholy black eyes that seemed to fix themselves reproachfully on us. "Oh, dear me, Harry, what shall we do?" said Tina. "How she looks at us! This certainly is the very same one that we saw in the old house." "You ought not to have done it, Tina," said Harry in a rather low and frightened voice, "but I'll go in and turn it back again." Just at this moment we heard what was still more appalling, the footsteps of Polly on the garret stairs. "Well, now, I should like to know if there's any mischief you wouldn't be put up to, Tina Percival," she said, coming forward reproachfully, "when I give you the run of the whole garret, and wear my life out a picking up and putting up after you. I should think you might let this here corner alone." "Oh, but Polly, you've no idea how I wanted to see it, and do pray tell me who it is, and how came it here. Is it anybody that's dead?" said Tina, hanging upon Polly caressingly. "Somebody that's dead to us, I'm afraid," said Polly solemnly. "Do tell us, Polly, do. Who was she?" "Well, child, you must never tell nobody, nor let a word about it come out of your lips, but it's Parson Rossiter's daughter Emily, and where she's gone to, the Lord only knows. I took that there picture down myself, and put it up here with Mr. Theodore's, so Miss Mehitable needn't see 'em, 'cause they always give her the hypos." "And don't anybody know where she is?" said Tina, "or if she's dead or alive?" "Nobody," said Polly, shaking her head solemnly. "All I hope is she may never come back here again. You see, children, what comes of following the natural heart. It's deceitful above all things, and desperately wicked. She followed her natural heart, and nobody knows where she's gone to." Polly spoke with such sepulchral earnestness that, what with gloomy weather and the consciousness of having been accessory to an unlawful action, we all felt, to say the least, extremely sober. "Do you think I have got a heart such as that?" said Tina, after a deep-drawn sigh. "Certain you have," said the old woman. "We all on us has. Why, if the Lord should give any on us a sight our own heart just as it is, it would strike us down dead right on the spot." "Mercy on us, Polly, I hope he won't then," said Tina. "But, Polly," she added, getting her arms round her neck and playing with her gold beads, "you haven't got any such bad heart now. I don't believe a word of it. I'm sure you are just as good as can be." "Law, Miss Tina, you don't see into me," said Polly, who, after all, felt a sort of ameliorating gleam stealing over her. "You mustn't try to wheedle me into thinking better of myself than I be. That would just lead to carnal security." "Well, Polly, don't tell Miss Mehitable, and I'll try not to get you into carnal security." Polly went behind the barrels, gently wiped the dust from the picture, and turned the melancholy, beseeching face to the wall again. But we
Chapter 27 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 27. How We Kept Thanksgiving at Oldtown. On the whole, about this time in our life, we were a reasonably happy set of children. The Thanksgiving festival of that year is particularly impressed on my mind as a white day. Are there any of my readers who do not know what Thanksgiving Day is to a child? Then let them go back with me and recall the image of it as we kept it in Oldtown. People have often supposed, because the Puritans founded a society where there were no professed public amusements, that therefore there was no fun going on in the ancient land of Israel, and that there were no cakes and ale because they were virtuous. They were never more mistaken in their lives. There was an abundance of sober, well-considered merriment, and the hinges of life were well oiled with that sort of secret humor which to this day gives the raciness to real Yankee wit. Besides this, we must remember that life itself is the greatest possible amusement to people who really believe they can do much with it, who have that intense sense of what can be brought to pass by human effort that was characteristic of the New England colonies. To such it is not exactly proper to say that life is an amusement, but it certainly is an engrossing interest that takes the place of all amusements. Looking over the world on a broad scale, do we not find that public entertainments have very generally been the sops thrown out by engrossing upper classes to keep lower classes from inquiring too particularly into their rights, and to make them satisfied with a stone when it was not quite convenient to give them bread? Wherever there is a class that is to be made content to be plundered of its rights, there is an abundance of fiddling and dancing, and amusements, public and private, are in great requisition. It may also be set down, I think, as a general axiom, that people feel the need of amusement less and less, precisely in proportion as they have solid reasons for being happy. Our good Puritan fathers intended to form a state of society of such equality of conditions, and to make the means of securing the goods of life so free to all, that everybody should find abundant employment for his faculties in a prosperous seeking of his fortunes. Hence, while they forbade theatres, operas, and dances, they made a state of unparalleled peace and prosperity, where one could go to sleep at all hours of day or night, with the house door wide open, without bolt or bar, yet without apprehension of any to molest or make afraid. There were, however, some few national fêtes. Election day, when the governor took his seat with pomp and rejoicing, and all the housewives outdid themselves in election cake, and 1 or 2 training days, when all the children were refreshed, and our military ardor quickened, by the roll of drums and the flash of steel bayonets, and marchings and evolutions, sometimes ending in that sublimest of military operations, a sham fight, in which nobody was killed. The 4th of July took high rank, after the Declaration of Independence, but the king and high priest of all festivals was the autumn Thanksgiving. When the apples were all gathered, and the cider was all made, and the yellow pumpkins were rolled in from many a hill in billows of gold, and the corn was husked, and the labors of the season were done, and the warm, late days of Indian summer came in, dreamy and calm and still, with just frost enough to crisp the ground of a morning, but with warm traces of benignant, sunny hours at noon, there came over the community a sort of genial repose of spirit, a sense of something accomplished, and of a new golden mark made in advance on the calendar of life, and the deacon began to say to the minister of a Sunday, "I suppose it's about time for the Thanksgiving proclamation." Rural dressmakers about this time were extremely busy in making up festival garments, for everybody's new dress, if she was to have one at all, must appear on Thanksgiving Day. Aunt Keziah and Aunt Lois and my mother talked over their bonnets, and turned them round and round on their hands, and discoursed sagely of ribbons and linings, and of all the kindred bonnets that there were in the parish, and how they would probably appear after Thanksgiving. My grandmother, whose mind had long ceased to wander on such worldly vanities, was at this time officiously reminded by her daughters that her bonnet wasn't respectable, or it was announced to her that she must have a new gown. Such were the distant horizon gleams of the Thanksgiving festival. We also felt its approach in all departments of the household, the conversation at this time beginning to turn on high and solemn culinary mysteries and receipts of wondrous power and virtue. New modes of elaborating squash pies and quince tarts were now ofttimes carefully discussed at the evening fireside by Aunt Lois and Aunt Keziah, and notes seriously compared with the experiences of certain other aunties of high repute in such matters. I noticed that on these occasions their voices often fell into mysterious whispers, and that receipts of a special power and sanctity were communicated in tones so low as entirely to escape the vulgar ear. I still remember the solemn shake of the head with which my Aunt Lois conveyed to Miss Mehitable Rossiter the critical properties of mace in relation to its powers of producing in corn fritters a suggestive resemblance to oysters. As ours was an oyster-getting district, and as that charming bivalve was perfectly easy to come at, the interest of such an imitation can be accounted for only by the fondness of the human mind for works of art. For as much as a week beforehand we children were employed in chopping mince for pies to a most wearisome fineness, and in pounding cinnamon, allspice, and cloves in a great lignum vitae mortar, and the sound of this pounding and chopping re-echoed through all the rafters of the old house with a hearty and vigorous cheer, most refreshing to our spirits. In those days there were none of the thousand ameliorations of the labors of housekeeping which have since arisen. No ground and prepared spices and sweet herbs. Everything came into our hands in the rough and in bulk, and the reducing of it into a state for use was deemed one of the appropriate labors of childhood. Even the very salt that we used in cooking was rock salt, which we were required to wash and dry and pound and sift before it became fit for use. At other times of the year we sometimes murmured at these labors, but those that were supposed to usher in the great Thanksgiving festival were always entered into with enthusiasm. There were signs of richness all around us, stoning of raisins, cutting of citron, slicing of candied orange peel. Yet all these were only dawnings and intimations of what was coming during the week of real preparation, after the governor's proclamation had been read. The glories of that proclamation! We knew beforehand the Sunday it was to be read, and walked to church with alacrity, filled with gorgeous and vague expectations. The cheering anticipation sustained us through what seemed to us the long waste of the sermon and prayers. And when at last the auspicious moment approached, when the last quaver of the last hymn had died out, the whole house rippled with a general movement of complacency, and a satisfied smile of pleased expectation might be seen gleaming on the faces of all the young people, like a ray of sunshine through a garden of flowers. Thanksgiving now was dawning. We children poked one another and fairly giggled with unreproved delight as we listened to the crackle of the slowly unfolding document. That great sheet of paper impressed us as something supernatural by reason of its mighty size, and by the broad seal of the state affixed thereto, and when the minister read therefrom, "By His Excellency the Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, a proclamation," our mirth was with difficulty repressed by admonitory glances from our sympathetic elders. Then, after a solemn enumeration of the benefits which the Commonwealth had that year received at the hands of divine Providence, came at last the naming of the eventful day, and, at the end of all, the imposing heraldic words, "God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts." And then, as the congregation broke up and dispersed, all went their several ways with schemes of mirth and feasting in their heads. And now came on the week in earnest. In the very watches of the night preceding Monday morning, a preternatural stir below stairs, and the thunder of the pounding barrel, announcing that the washing was to be got out of the way before daylight, so as to give ample scope and room enough for the more pleasing duties of the season. The making of pies at this period assumed vast proportions that verged upon the sublime. Pies were made by 40s and 50s and hundreds, and made of everything on the earth and under the earth. The pie is an English institution, which, planted on American soil, forthwith ran rampant and burst forth into an untold variety of genera and species. Not merely the old traditional mince pie, but 1,000 strictly American seedlings from that main stock, evinced the power of American housewives to adapt old institutions to new uses. Pumpkin pies, cranberry pies, huckleberry pies, cherry pies, green currant pies, peach, pear, and plum pies, custard pies, apple pies, Marlborough pudding pies, pies with top crusts, and pies without. Pies adorned with all sorts of fanciful flutings and architectural strips laid across and around, and otherwise varied, attested the boundless fertility of the feminine mind when once let loose in a given direction. Fancy the heat and vigor of the great pan formation when Aunt Lois and Aunt Keziah and my mother and grandmother, all in ecstasies of creative inspiration, ran, bustled, and hurried, mixing, rolling, tasting, consulting, alternately setting us children to work when anything could be made of us, and then chasing us all out of the kitchen when our misinformed childhood ventured to take too many liberties with sacred mysteries. Then out we would all fly at the kitchen door like sparks from a blacksmith's window. On these occasions, as there was a great looseness in the police department over us children, we usually found a ready refuge at Miss Mehetabel's with Tina, who, confident of the strength of her position with Polly, invited us into the kitchen, and with the air of a mistress led us around to view the proceedings there. A genius for entertaining was one of Tina's principal characteristics, and she did not fail to make free with raisins or citron or whatever came to hand, in a spirit of hospitality at which Polly seriously demurred. That worthy woman occasionally felt the inconvenience of the state of subjugation to which the little elf had somehow or other reduced her, and sometimes rattled her chains fiercely, scolding with a vigor which rather alarmed us, but which Tina minded not a whit. Confident of her own powers, she would, in the very midst of her wrath, mimic her to her face with such irresistible drollery as to cause the torrent of reproof to end in a dissonant laugh, accompanied by a submissive cry for quarter. "I declare, Tina Percival," she said to her one day, "you're saucy enough to physic a hornbug. I never did see the beater of you. If Miss Mehetabel don't keep you in better order, I don't see what's to become of any of us." "Why, what did become of you before I came?" was the undismayed reply. "You know, Polly, you and Auntie both were just as lonesome as you could be till I came here, and you never had such pleasant times in your life as you've had since I've been here. You're a couple of old beauties, both of you, and know just how to get along with me. But come, boys, let's take our raisins and go up to the garret and play Thanksgiving." In the corner of the great kitchen, during all these days, the jolly old oven roared and crackled in great volcanic billows of flame, snapping and gurgling as if the old fellow entered with joyful sympathy into the frolic of the hour, and then, his great heart being once warmed up, he brooded over successive generations of pies and cakes, which went in raw and came out cooked, till butteries and dressers and shelves and pantries were literally crowded with a jostling abundance. a great cold northern chamber where the sun never shone, and where in winter the snow sifted in at the window cracks, and ice and frost reigned with undisputed sway, was fitted up to be the storehouse of these surplus treasures. There, frozen solid, and thus well preserved in their icy fetters, they formed a great repository for all the winter months, and the pies baked at Thanksgiving often came out fresh and good with the violets of April. During this eventful preparation week all the female part of my grandmother's household, as I have before remarked, were at a height above any ordinary state of mind. They moved about the house wrapped in a species of prophetic frenzy. It seemed to be considered a necessary feature of such festivals that everybody should be in a hurry, and everything in the house should be turned bottom upwards with enthusiasm. So at least we children understood it, and we certainly did our part to keep the ball rolling. At this period the constitutional activity of Uncle Flayakim increased to a degree that might fairly be called preternatural. Thanksgiving time was the time for errands of mercy and benevolence throughout the country, and Uncle Flayakim's immortal old rubber horse and rattling wagon were on the full jump, in tours of investigation into everybody's affairs in the region around. On returning, he would fly through our kitchen like the wind, leaving open the doors, upsetting whatever came in his way, now a pan of milk, now a basin of mince, talking rapidly, and forgetting only the point in every case that gave it significance, or enabled any one to put it to any sort of use. When Aunt Lois checked his benevolent effusions by putting the test questions of practical efficiency, Uncle Flayakim remembered that he'd forgotten to inquire about that, and skipping through the kitchen and springing into his old wagon would rattle off again at full tilt to correct and amend his investigations. Moreover, my grandmother's kitchen at this time began to be haunted by those occasional hangers-on and retainers of uncertain fortunes whom a full experience of her bountiful habits led to expect something at her hand at this time of year. All the poor, loafing tribes, Indian and half-Indian, who at other times wandered selling baskets and other light wares, were sure to come back to Oldtown a little before Thanksgiving time and report themselves in my grandmother's kitchen. The great hogshead of cider in the cellar, which my grandfather called the Indian hogshead, was on tap at all hours of the day, and many a mugful did I draw and dispense to the tribes that basked in the sunshine at our door. Aunt Lois never had a hearty conviction of the propriety of these arrangements, but my grandmother, who had a prodigious verbal memory, bore down upon her with such strings of quotations from the Old Testament that she was utterly routed. "Now," says my Aunt Lois, "I suppose we've got to have Betty Poganut and Sally Wasamug and Obsque and his wife and the whole tribe down, roosting around our doors, till we give 'em something. That's just Mother's way. She always keeps a whole generation at her heels." "How many times must I tell you, Lois, to read your Bible?" was my grandmother's rejoinder, and loud over the sound of pounding and chopping in the kitchen could be heard the voice of her quotations. "If there be among you a poor man in any of the gates of the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thy heart, nor shut thy hand from thy poor brother. Thou shalt surely give him, and thy heart shall not be grieved when thou givest to him, because that for this thing the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thy works, for the poor shall never cease from out of the land." These words seemed to resound like a sort of heraldic proclamation to call around us all that softly shiftless class who, for some reason or other, are never to be found with anything in hand at the moment that it is wanted. "There, to be sure," said Aunt Lois one day when our preparations were in full blast, "there comes Sam Lawson down the hill, limpsy as ever. Now he'll have his doleful story to tell, and Mother'll give him one of the turkeys." And so, of course, it fell out. Sam came in with his usual air of plaintive assurance, and seated himself a contemplative spectator in the chimney corner, regardless of the looks and signs of unwelcome on the part of Aunt Lois. "Lord a massy, how prosperous everything does seem here," he said in musing tones, over his inevitable mug of cider. "So different from what it's at our house. There's Hepsy, she's all in a stew, and I've just been and got her 37 cents worth of nutmegs, and she says she's sure she don't see how she's to keep Thanksgiving, and she's down on me about it, just as if it was my fault. You see, last winter our old gobbler got froze. You know, Miss Badger, that air cold night we had last winter. Well, I was off with Jake Marshall that night, you see. Jake, he had to take old General Dearborn's corpse to Boston, to the family vault, and Jake, he kind of hated to go alone. 'Twas a dreadful cold time, and he says to me, Sam, you just go along with me. So I was sort of sorry for him, and I kind of thought I'd go along. Well, come 'long to Josh Bissell's tavern there at the halfway house, you know. 'Twas to be so swingin' cold, we stopped to take a little somethin' warmin', and we sort of sot and sot over the fire, till fust we knew we kind of got to sleep, and when we woke up we found we'd left the old general hitched up to the post pretty much all night. Well, didn't hurt him none, poor man. It was allers a favorite spot of his'n, but takin' one thing with another, I didn't get home till about noon next day, and I tell you, Hepsy, she was right down on me. She said the baby was sick, and there hadn't been no wood split, nor the barn fastened up, nor nothin'. Lord massy, I didn't mean no harm. I thought there was wood enough, and I thought likely Hepsy'd get out and fasten up the barn. But Hepsy, she was in one of her contrary streaks, and she wouldn't do a thing, and when I went to look, why, sure enough, there was our old Tom Turkey froze as stiff as a stake, his claws just a-stickin' right straight up like this. Here Sam struck an expressive attitude, and looked so much like a frozen turkey as to give a pathetic reality to the picture. "Well, now, Sam, why need you be off on things that's none of your business?" said my grandmother. "I've talked to you plainly about that a great many times, Sam," she continued, in tones of severe admonition. "Hepsy is a hard-working woman, but she can't be expected to see to everything, and you oughter have been at home that night to fasten up your own barn and look after your own creatures." Sam took the rebuke all the more meekly as he perceived the stiff black legs of a turkey poking out from under my grandmother's apron while she was delivering it. To be exhorted and told of his shortcomings, and then furnished with a turkey at Thanksgiving, was a yearly part of his family program. In time he departed, not only with the turkey, but with us boys in procession after him, bearing a mince and a pumpkin pie for Hepsy's children. "Poor things," my grandmother remarked, "they ought to have something good to eat Thanksgiving Day. 'Tain't their fault they've got a shiftless father." Sam, in his turn, moralized to us children as we walked beside him. "A body'd think that Hepsy'd learn to trust in Providence," he said, "but she don't. She allers has a Thanksgiving dinner provided, but that 'ere woman ain't grateful for it by no manner o' means. Now she'll be just as cross as she can be, 'cause this here ain't our turkey, and these ain't our pies. Folks doos lose so much that has such dispositions." A multitude of similar dispensations during the course of the week materially reduced the great pile of chickens and turkeys which Black Caesar's efforts in slaughtering, picking, and dressing kept daily supplied. Besides these offerings to the poor, the handsomest turkey of the flock was sent, dressed in first-rate style, with Deacon Badger's dutiful compliments, to the minister, and we children who were happy to accompany Black Caesar on this errand generally received a seed cake and a word of acknowledgment from the minister's lady. Well, at last, when all the chopping and pounding and baking and brewing preparatory to the festival were gone through with, the eventful day dawned. All the tribes of the Badger family were to come back home to the old house, with all the relations of every degree, to eat the Thanksgiving dinner. And it was understood that in the evening the minister and his lady would look in upon us, together with some of the select aristocracy of Oldtown. Great as the preparations were for the dinner, everything was so contrived that not a soul in the house should be kept from the morning service of Thanksgiving in the church, and from listening to the Thanksgiving sermon, in which the minister was expected to express his views freely concerning the politics of the country, and the state of things in society generally, in a somewhat more secular vein of thought than was deemed exactly appropriate to the Lord's day. But it is to be confessed that, when the good man got carried away by the enthusiasm of his subject, to extend these exercises beyond a certain length, anxious glances, exchanged between good wives, sometimes indicated a weakness of the flesh, having a tender reference to the turkeys and chicken pies, which might possibly be overdoing in the ovens at home. But your old brick oven was a true Puritan institution, and backed up the devotional habits of good housewives by the capital care which he took of whatever was committed to his capacious bosom. A truly well-bred oven would have been ashamed of himself all his days and blushed redder than his own fires if a God-fearing house-matron away at the temple of the Lord should come home and find her pie-crust either burned or underdone by his over or under zeal. So the old fellow generally managed to bring things out exactly right. When sermons and prayers were all over, we children rushed home to see the great feast of the year spread. What chitterings and chatterings there were all over the house, as all the aunties and uncles and cousins came pouring in, taking off their things, looking at one another's bonnets and dresses, and mingling their comments on the morning sermon with various opinions on the new millinery outfits, and with bits of home news and kindly neighborhood gossip. Uncle Bill, whom the Cambridge College authorities released, they did all the other youngsters of the land, for Thanksgiving Day, made a breezy stir among them all, especially with the young cousins of the feminine gender. The best room on this occasion was thrown wide open, and its habitual coldness had been warmed by the burning down of a great stack of hickory logs, which had been heaped up unsparingly since morning. It takes some hours to get a room warm where a family never sits, and which therefore has not in its walls one particle of the genial vitality which comes from the indwelling of human beings. But on Thanksgiving Day at least every year this marvel was effected in our best room. Although all servile labor and vain recreation on this day were by law forbidden, according to the terms of the proclamation, it was not held to be a violation of the precept that all the nice old aunties should bring their knitting work and sit quietly trotting their needles around the fire, nor that Uncle Bill should start a full-fledged romp among the girls and children, while the dinner was being set on the long table in the neighboring kitchen. Certain of the good elderly female relatives of serious and discreet demeanor assisted at this operation. But who shall do justice to the dinner, and describe the turkey and chickens and chicken pies, with all that endless variety of vegetables which the American soil and climate hath contributed to the table, and which, without regard to the French doctrine of courses, were all piled together in jovial abundance upon the smoking board? There was much carving and laughing and talking and eating, and all showed that cheerful ability to dispatch the provisions which was the ruling spirit of the hour. After the meat came the plum puddings, and then the endless array of pies, till human nature was actually bewildered and overpowered by the tempting variety, and even we children turned from the profusion offered to us, and wondered what was the matter that we could eat no more. When all was over, my grandfather rose at the head of the table, and a fine venerable picture he made as he stood there, his silver hair flowing in curls down each side of his clear, calm face, while, in conformity to the old Puritan custom, he called their attention to a recital of the mercies of God in his dealings with their family. It was a sort of family history, going over and touching upon the various events which had happened. He spoke of my father's death, and gave a tribute to his memory, and closed all with the application of a time-honored text, expressing the hope that as years passed we might so number our days as to apply our hearts unto wisdom, and then he gave out that psalm which in those days might be called the national hymn of the Puritans. Let children hear the mighty deeds which God performed of old, which in our younger years we saw, and which our fathers told. He bids us make his glories known, his works of power and grace, and will convey his wonders down through every rising race. Our lips shall tell them to our sons, and they again to theirs, that generations yet unborn may teach them to their heirs. Thus shall they learn in God alone their hope securely stands, that they may ne'er forget his works, but practice his commands. This we all united in singing to the venerable tune of St. Martin's, an air which, the reader will perceive by its multiplicity of quavers and inflections, gave the greatest possible scope to the cracked and trembling voices of the ancients, who united in it with even more zeal than the younger part of the community. Uncle Fliacum Sherrill, furbished up in a new crisp black suit, and with his spindle shanks trimly encased in the smoothest of black silk stockings, looking for all the world just like an alert and spirited black cricket, outdid himself on this occasion in singing counter in that high weird voice that he must have learned from the wintry wrens that usually piped around the corners of the old house. But anyone who looked at him as he sat with his eyes closed, beating time with head and hand, and, in short, with every limb of his body, must have perceived the exquisite satisfaction which he derived from this mode of expressing himself. I much regret to be obliged to state that my graceless Uncle Bill, taking advantage of the fact that the eyes of all his elders were devotionally closed, stationed himself a little in the rear of my Uncle Fliakim, performed an exact imitation of his counter with such a killing facility that all the younger part of the audience were nearly dead with suppressed laughter. Aunt Lois, who never shut her eyes a moment on any occasion, discerned this from a distant part of the room, and in vain endeavored to stop it by vigorously shaking her head at the offender. She might as well have shaken it at a bobolink tilting on a clover top. In fact, Uncle Bill was Aunt Lois's weak point, and the corners of her own mouth were observed to twitch in such a suspicious manner that the whole moral force of her admonition was destroyed. And now, the dinner being cleared away, we youngsters, already excited to a tumult of laughter, tumbled into the best room under the supervision of Uncle Bill, to relieve ourselves with a game of blindman's buff, while the elderly women washed up the dishes and got the house in order, and the men folks went out to the barn to look at the cattle, and walked over the farm, and talked of the crops. In the evening the house was all open and lighted with the best of tallow candles, which Aunt Lois herself had made with especial care for this illumination. It was understood that we were to have a dance, and Black Caesar, full of turkey and pumpkin pie, and giggling at the very jollity of his heart, had that afternoon rosined his bow, and tuned his fiddle, and practised jigs and Virginia reels in a way that made us children think him a perfect Orpheus. As soon as the candles were lighted, came in Miss Mehitable with her brother Jonathan, and Tina, like a gay little tassel, hanging on her withered arm. Mr. Jonathan Rossiter was a tall, well-made man, with a clear-cut, aquiline profile, and high, round forehead, from which his powdered hair was brushed smoothly back, and hung down behind in a long queue. His eyes were of a piercing dark gray, with that peculiar expression of depth and intensity which marks a melancholy temperament. He had a large mouth, which he kept shut with an air of firmness that suggested something even hard and dictatorial in his nature. He was quick and alert in all his movements, and his eyes had a searching quickness of observation, which seemed to lose nothing of what took place around him. There was an air of breeding and self-command about him, and in all his involuntary ways he bore the appearance of a man more interested to make up a judgment of others than concerned as to what their judgment might be about himself. Miss Mehitable hung upon his arm with an evident admiration and pride, which showed that when he came he made summer at least for her. And then soon arrived the minister and his lady, she in a grand brocade satin dress, open in front to display a petticoat brocaded with silver flowers, with her well-formed hands shining out of a shimmer of costly lace, and her feet propped on high-heeled shoes. Lady Lothrop justified the prestige of good society which always hung about her. Her lord and master, in the spotless whiteness of his ruffles on wrist and bosom, and in the immaculate keeping and neatness of all his clerical black, and the perfect pose of his grand, full-bottomed clerical wig, did honor to her conjugal cares. They moved through the room like a royal prince and princess, with an appropriate, gracious, well-considered word for each and every one. They even returned with punctilious civility the awestruck obeisance of Black Caesar, who giggled over straightway with joy and exultation at the honor. But conceive of my Aunt Lois's pride of heart, when, following in the train of these august persons, actually came Ellery Davenport, bringing upon his arm Miss Deborah Kittery. Here was a situation! Had the whole island of Great Britain waded across the Atlantic Ocean to call on Bunker Hill, the circumstance could scarcely have seemed to her more critical. "Mercy honest," she thought to herself, "all these Episcopalians coming! I do hope Mother'll be careful. I hope she won't feel it necessary to give them a piece of her mind, as she's always doin'." Miss Deborah Kittery, however, knew her soundings, and was too genuine an Englishwoman not to know that every man's house is his castle, and that one must respect one's neighbor's opinions on his own ground. As to my grandmother, her broad and buxom heart on this evening was so full of motherliness that she could have patted the very King of England on his head if he had been there, and comforted his soul with the assurance that she supposed he meant well, though he didn't exactly know how to manage. So, although she had a full consciousness that Miss Deborah Kittery had turned all America over to uncovenanted mercies, she nevertheless shook her warmly by the hand, and told her she hoped she'd make herself at home. and I think she would have done exactly the same by the Pope of Rome himself, if that poor heathen sinner had presented himself on Thanksgiving evening. So vast and billowy was the ocean of her loving kindness, and so firmly were her feet planted on the rock of the Cambridge platform, that on it she could stand breathing prayers for all Jews, Turks, infidels, Tories, Episcopalians, and even Roman Catholics. The very man that burnt Mr. John Rogers might have had a mug of cider in the kitchen on this evening, with an exhortation to go and sin no more. You may imagine the astounding wassail among the young people when two such spirits as Ellery Davenport and my Uncle Bill were pushing each other on in one house. My Uncle Bill related the story of the Wrymouth family, with such twists and contortions and killing extremes of the ludicrous as perfectly overcame even the minister, and he was to be seen at one period of the evening with a face purple with laughter, and the tears actually rolling down over his well-formed cheeks, while some of the more excitable young people almost fell in trances, and rolled on the floor in the extreme of their merriment. In fact, the assemblage was becoming so tumultuous that the scrape of Caesar's violin and the forming of sets for a dance seemed necessary to restore the peace. Whenever or wherever it was that the idea of the sinfulness of dancing arose in New England, I know not. It is a certain fact that at Oldtown, at this time, the presence of the minister and his lady was held not to be in the slightest degree incompatible with this amusement. I appeal to many of my readers if they or their parents could not recall a time in New England when in all the large towns dancing assemblies used to be statedly held, at which the minister and his lady, though never uniting in the dance, always gave an approving attendance, and where all the decorous, respectable old church members brought their children and stayed to watch an amusement in which they no longer actively partook. No one looked on with a more placid and patronizing smile than Dr. Lothrop and his lady, as one after another began joining the exercise, which, commencing first with the children and young people, crept gradually upwards among the elders. Uncle Bill would insist on leading out Aunt Lois, and the bright color rising to her thin cheeks brought back a fluttering image of what might have been beauty in some fresh early day. Ellery Davenport insisted upon leading forth Miss Deborah Kittery, notwithstanding her oft-repeated refusals and earnest protestations to the contrary. As to Uncle Fliakim, he jumped and frisked and gyrated among the single sisters and maiden aunts, whirling them into the dance as if he had been the little black gentleman himself. With that true spirit of Christian charity which marked all his actions, he invariably chose out the homeliest and most neglected, and thus worthy Aunt Keziah, dear old soul, was for a time made quite prominent by his attentions. Of course the dances in those days were of a strictly moral nature. The very thought of one of the round dances of modern times would have sent Lady Lothrop behind her big fan in helpless confusion, and exploded my grandmother like a full-charged arsenal of indignation. As it was, she stood, her broad, pleased face radiant with satisfaction, as the wave of joyousness crept up higher and higher round her, till the elders, who stood keeping time with their heads and feet, began to tell one another how they had danced with their sweethearts in good old days gone by, and the elder women began to blush and bridle, and boast of steps that they could take in their youth, till the music finally subdued them, and into the dance they went. "Well, well," quoth my grandmother, "they're all at it so hearty, I don't see why I shouldn't try it myself." And into the Virginia reel she went, amid screams of laughter from all the younger members of the company. But I assure you my grandmother was not a woman to be laughed at, for whatever she once set on foot she put through with a sturdy energy befitting a daughter of the Puritans. "Why shouldn't I dance?" she said, when she arrived red and resplendent at the bottom of the set. "Didn't Mr. Despondency and Miss Muchafraid and Mr. Ready to Halt all dance together in the Pilgrim's Progress?" And the minister in his ample flowing wig, and my lady in her stiff brocade, gave to my grandmother a solemn twinkle of approbation. As 9 o'clock struck, the whole scene dissolved and melted, for what well-regulated village would think of carrying festivities beyond that hour? And so
Chapter 28 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 28. The Raid on Oldtown and Uncle Flycombe's Bravery. The next morning after Thanksgiving, life resumed its usual hard, laborious course, with a sharp and imperative reaction such as ensues when a strong spring, which has been for some time held back, is suddenly let fly again. Certainly Aunt Lois appeared to be astir fully an hour in advance of the usual time, because Aunt Lois was under some vague impression of infinite disturbances in the house, owing to the latitude of the last 2 weeks, and of great furbishings and repairs to be done in the best room before it could be again shut up and condemned to silence. While we were eating breakfast, Sam Lawson came in with an air of great trepidation. "Lordy massy, Miss Badger, what do you suppose has happened?" he exclaimed, holding up his hands. "Well, if I ever—" "No, I never did." And before an explanation could be drawn out of him, in fluttered Uncle Flycombe and began dancing an indignant rigadoon round the kitchen. "Perfectly abominable! The selectmen ought to take it up," he exclaimed. "Ought to make a state affair of it and send to the governor." "Do for mercy's sake, Flycombe, sit down and tell us what the matter is," said my grandmother. I can't. I've just got to hitch right up and go on after 'em, and maybe I'll catch 'em before they get over the state line. I just wanted to borrow your breech band, 'cause ours is broke. Where is it? Is it out in the barn, or where?" By this time we had all arisen from table and stood looking at one another, while Uncle Flycombe had shot out of the back door toward the barn. Of course our information must now be got out of Sam Lawson. "Well, you see, Deacon, whoever would have thought of it? They've took every child on 'em, every one." "Who's taken? What children?" said my grandmother. "Do pray begin at the right end of your story, and not come in here scaring a body to death." "Well, it's Aunt Nancy Prime's children. Last night the kidnappers come to her house and took her and every single one of the children, and going to carry 'em off to York State for slaves. Jake Marshall, he was round to our house this morning and told me about it. Jake, he's been over to keep Thanksgiving, over to Aunt Sally Proddy's, and way over by the 10-Mile Tavern he met the wagon, and Aunt Nancy, she called out to him, and he heard one of the fellers swear at her. It was 2 fellers in the wagon, and they was driving like mad, and I just come running down to Mr. Sherrill's, 'cause I know his horse never gets out of a canter, and's pretty used to being twitched up sudden. But lordy massy, supposing he could catch up with 'em, what could he do? He couldn't much more'n fly at 'em like an old hen, so I don't see what's to be done." "Well," said my grandfather, rising up, "if that's the case, it's time we should all be on the move, and I'll go right over to Israel Scran's, and he and his 2 sons and I'll go over, and I guess there'll be enough of us to teach them reason. These kidnappers always make for the New York state line. Boys, you go out and tackle the old mare, and have our wagon round to the house, and if Flycombe's wagon will hold together, the 2 will just carry the party." "Lordy massy, I should like to go 'long too," said Sam Lawson. "I hain't got no special business today but what could be put off as well as not." "You never do have," said Aunt Lois. "That's the trouble with you." "Well, I was thinking," said Sam, "that Jake and me has been over them roads so often, and we kind of know all the ups and downs and crossroads, then we's pretty intimate with some of them Injun fellers, and you get them sought out on a trail after a body, they's like a hunting dog." "Well, father," said Aunt Lois, "I think it's quite likely that Sam might be right here. He certainly knows more about such things than any decent, industrious man ought to, and it's a pity you shouldn't put him to some use when you can." "Just so," said Sam. Now, there's reason in that there, and I'll just go over to Israel's store with the deacon. You see, you can't take both the boys, 'cause one on 'em will have to stay and tend the store, but I tell you what 'tis, I ain't no bad of a hand a-hittin' a lick at kidnappers. I could pound on 'em as willingly as ever I pounded a horseshoe, and a woman's a woman, and chillin's chillin' if they be black. That's just my opinion." "Sam, you're a good fellow," said my grandmother approvingly. "But come, go right along." Here now was something to prevent the wave of yesterday's excitement from flattening down into entire insipidity. Harry and I ran over instantly to tell Tina, and Tina with all her eloquence set it forth to Miss Mehitable and Polly, and we gave vent to our emotions by an immediate rush to the garret and a dramatic representation of the whole scene of the rescue, conducted with 4 or 5 of Tina's rag dolls in a little old box wagon, with which we cantered and recantered across the garret floor in a way that would have been intolerable to any less patient and indulgent person than Miss Mehitable. The fact is, however, that she shared in the universal excitement to such a degree that she put on her bonnet immediately and rushed over to the minister's to give vent to her feelings, while Polly, coming up garret, shouldered one of the guns lovingly and declared she'd like nothing better than to fire it off at one of them fellers. And then she told us how, in her young days, where she was brought up in Maine, the Panthers used to come round their log cabin at night, and how they'd growl, and how they always had to keep the guns loaded, and how once her mother, during her father's absence, had treed a painter and kept him up in his perch for hours by threatening him whenever he offered to come down, until her husband came home and shot him. Pretty stanch reliant blood about those times flowed in the bosoms of the women of New England, and Polly relieved the excitement of her mind this morning by relating to us story after story of the wild forest life of her early days. While Polly was thus giving vent to her emotions at home, Miss Mehitable had produced a corresponding excitement in the minister's family. Ellery Davenport declared his prompt intention of going up and joining the pursuing party, as he was young and strong, with all his wits about him, and with the prestige of rank in the late Revolutionary War, such an accession to the party was of the greatest possible importance. As to Miss Deborah Kittery, she gave it as her opinion that such uprising against law and order were just what was to be expected in a democracy. "The lower classes, my dear, you know, need to be kept down with a strong hand," she said with an instructive nod of the head, "and I think we shall find that there's no security in the way things are going on now." Miss Mehitable and the minister listened with grave amusement while the worthy lady thus delivered herself, and as they did not reply, she had the comfort of feeling that she had given them something to think of. All the village that day was in a ferment of expectation, for Aunt Nancy was a general favorite in all the families round, and was sent for in case of elections or weddings or other high merrymakings, so that meddling with her was in fact taking away part of the vested property of Oldtown. The loafers who tilted, with their heels uppermost, on the railings of the tavern veranda, talked stridently of states' rights, and some were of opinion that President Washington ought to be apprised of the fact without loss of time. My grandmother went about house in a state of indignation all day, declaring it was a pretty state of things, to be sure, and that next they should know they should wake up some morning and find that Caesar had been gobbled up in the night and run off with. But Harry and I calmed the fears which this seemed to excite in his breast by a vivid description of the 2 guns over Miss Mehitable's garret, and of the use that we should certainly make of them in case of an attack on Caesar. The chase, however, was conducted with such fire and ardor that before moonrise on the same night the captives were brought back in triumph to Oldtown village, and lodged for safekeeping in my grandmother's house, who spared nothing in their entertainment. A happy man was Sam Lawson that evening, as he sat in the chimney corner and sipped his mug of cider and recounted his adventures. Lordy massy! Well, 'twas providential we took Colonel Davenport along with us. I tell you, he talked to them fellers in a way that made 'em shake in their shoes. Why, lordy massy, when we first came in sight on 'em, Mr. Sherrill and me, we was in the foremost wagon, and we saw 'em before us just as we got to the top of a long, winding hill. And I tell you, if they didn't whip up and go lickety-split down that there hill, I tell you, they rattled them children as if there'd been so many pumpkins, and I tell you, one of them darn old young'uns flew right over the side of the wagon and just picked itself up as lively as a cricket, and never cried. We didn't stop to take it up, but just kept right along at her, and Mr. Sherrill, he hollers out, "Whoa, whoa! Stop, stop, thief!" as loud as he could yell, but they just laughed at him. But Colonel Davenport, he come riding by on horseback like thunder and drive right by 'em, and then turn round and charge down on their horses, so it driv 'em right out the road. The wagon was upsot, and the fellers, they was pitched out, and in a minute Colonel Davenport had one of 'em by the collar and his pistol right out on the head of t'other. "Now," says he, "if you stir, you're a dead man." Well, Mr. Sherrill, he made arter the other one. He always means mighty well, Mr. Sherrill does. He gin a long jump, he did, and he lit right in the middle of a tuft of blackberry bushes and tore his breeches as if the heavens and arth was a-goin' asunder. You see, they never'd have got him if it hadn't been for Colonel Davenport. He kept the other feller under range of his pistol and told him he'd shoot him if he stirred, and the feller, he was scared to death, and he roared and begged for mercy in a way 'twould have done your heart good to hear. Well, well, the upshot on it all was, when Israel Scran come down with his boy, they was in the back wagon, they got out the ropes and tied 'em up snug, and have been a-fetching 'em on along to jail, where I guess they'll have one spell a-considerin' their ways. But lordy massy, you never seen such a sight as your uncle's breeches was. Miss Sherrill, she says she never seen the beater of him for all's going off in his best clothes, 'cause you see, he heard the news early, and he just whips on his Thanksgiving clothes and went off in 'em just as he was. His intentions is always so good. It's a pity, though, he don't take more time to consider. Now, I think folks ought to take things more moderate. You see, these folks that hurries always, they gets into scrapes. It's just what I'm always a-tellin' Hepsy. Who were the fellows, do you know? Said my grandmother. Well, one on 'em was one of them Hessians that come over in the war times. He is a stupid critter, but the other is Widow Huldy Miller's son, down to Black Brook there. Do tell, said my grandmother with the liveliest concern. Has F. Miller come to that? Yes, yes, said Sam. It's F., sure enough. He was exalted to heaven in point of privilege, but he took to drink and unsteady ways in the army, and now here he is in jail. I tell you, I tried to set it home to F. when I was a-bringing on him home in the wagon, but, lordy massy, we don't none of us like to have our sins set in order afore us. There was David now. He was crank as could be when he thought Nathan was a-talking about other people's sins. Says David, the man that did that shall surely die. But come to set it home and say, thou art the man, David caved right in. Lordy massy, bless your soul and body, Nathan, says he, I don't want to die. It will be seen by these edifying moralizings how eminently scriptural was the course of Sam's mind. In fact, his turn for long-winded, pious reflection was not the least among his many miscellaneous accomplishments. As to my grandmother, she busied herself in comforting the hearts of Aunt Nancy and the children with more than they could eat of the relics of the Thanksgiving feast, and bidding them not to be downhearted nor afeard of anything, for the neighbors would all stand up for them, confirming her words with well-known quotations from the Old Testament to the effect that the triumphing of the wicked is short, and that evil doers shall soon be cut off from the earth. This incident gave Ellery Davenport a widespread popularity in the circles of Oldtown. My grandmother was predisposed to look on him with complacency as a grandson of President Edwards, although he took, apparently, a freakish delight in shocking the respectable prejudices and disappointing the reasonable expectations of people in this regard, by assuming in every conversation precisely the sentiments that could have been least expected of him in view of such a paternity. In fact, Ellery Davenport was one of those talkers who delight to maintain the contrary of every proposition started, and who enjoy the bustle and confusion which they thus make in every circle. In good, earnest, intense New England, where every idea was taken up and sifted with serious solemnity, and investigated with a view to an immediate practical action upon it as true or false, this glittering, fanciful system of fencing which he kept up on all subjects, maintaining with equal brilliancy and ingenuity this today and that tomorrow, might possibly have drawn down upon a man a certain horror, as a professed scoffer and a bitter enemy of all that is good. But Ellery Davenport, with all his apparent carelessness, understood himself and the world he moved in perfectly. He never lost sight of the effect he was producing on any mind, and had an intuitive judgment in every situation of exactly how far he might go without going too far. The position of such young men as Ellery Davenport in a theocratic state of society in New England at this time can be understood only by considering the theologic movements of their period. The colonists who founded Massachusetts were men whose doctrine of a Christian church in regard to the position of its children was essentially the same as that of the Church of England. Thus we find in Dr. Cotton Mather this statement, quote, "They did all agree with their brethren at Plymouth in this point, that the children of the faithful were church members with their parents, and that their baptism was a seal of their being so. Only, before their admission to fellowship in any particular church, it was judged necessary that, being free from scandal in life, they should be examined by the elders of the church, upon whose approbation of their fitness they should publicly and personally own the covenant, and so be received unto the table of the Lord." And accordingly the eldest son of Mr. Higginson, being about 15 years of age, and laudably answering all the characters expected in the communicant, was then so received. End quote. The colony under Governor Winthrop and Thomas Dudley was, in fact, composed of men in all but political opinion warmly attached to the Church of England, and they published on their departure a tract called, quote, "The humble request of His Majesty's loyal subjects, the Governor and Company lately gone for New England, for the obtaining of their prayers and the removal of suspicions and misconstruction of their intentions." End quote. And in this address they called the Church of England their dear mother, acknowledging that such hope and part as they had attained in the common salvation they had sucked from her breasts, and entreating their many reverend fathers and brethren to recommend them unto the mercies of God in their constant prayers, as a church now springing out of their own bowels. Originally, therefore, the first young people who grew up in New England were taught in their earliest childhood to regard themselves as already members of the Church, as under obligations to comport themselves accordingly, and at a very early age it was expected of them that they would come forward by their own act and confirm the action of their parents in their baptism, in a manner much the same in general effect as confirmation in England. The immediate result of this was much sympathy on the part of the children and young people with the religious views of their parents, and a sort of growing up into them from generation to generation. But as the world is always tending to become unspiritual and mechanical in its views and sentiments, the defect of the species of religion thus engendered was a want of that vitality and warmth of emotion which attend the convert whose mind has come out of darkness into marvelous light, who has passed through interior conflicts which have agitated his soul to the very depths. So there was always a party in New England who maintained that only those who could relate a change so marked as to be characterized as supernatural should hope that they were the true elect of God, or be received in churches and acknowledged as true Christians. Many pages of Cotton Mather record the earnest attention which not only the ministers, but the governors and magistrates of New England in her early days gave to the question, quote, "What is the true position of the baptized children of the Church?" And Cotton Mather, who was warmly in favor of the Church of England platform in this respect, says, quote, "It was the study of those prudent men who might be called our seers, that the children of the faithful should be kept, as far as may be, under a church watch, in expectation that they might be in a fairer way to receive the grace of God, so that the prosperous condition of religion in our churches might not be a matter of one age alone." End quote. Old Cotton waxes warm in arguing this subject as follows, quote, "The Scriptures tell us that men's denying the children of the church to have any part in the Lord hath a strong tendency in it to make them cease from fearing the Lord, and harden their hearts from his fear. But the awful obligations of covenant interest have a great tendency to soften the heart and break it and draw it home to God. Hence, when the Lord would powerfully win men to obedience, he often begins with this, that he is their God. The way of the Anabaptists, to admit none unto membership and baptism but adult professors, is the straightest way. One would think it should be a way of great purity, but experience hath shown that it has been an inlet unto great corruption, and a troublesome, dangerous underminer of reformation." End quote. And then old Cotton adds these words, certainly as explicit as even the modern Puseyite could desire. Quote, "If we do not keep in the way of a converting, grace-giving covenant, and keep persons under those church dispensations wherein grace is given, the church will die of a lingering, though not a violent death. The Lord hath not set up churches, only that a few Christians may keep one another warm while they live, and then carry away the church into the cold grave with them when they die. No, but that they might with all care, and with all the obligations and advantages to that care that may be, nurse up another generation of subjects to our Lord, that may stand up in his kingdom when they are gone." End quote. It was for some time doubtful whether the New England Church would organize itself and seek its own perpetuation on the educational basis which has been the foundation of the majority of the Christian Church elsewhere, and the question was decided, as such society questions often are, by the vigor and power of one man. Jonathan Edwards, a man who united in himself the natures of both a poet and a metaphysician, all whose experiences and feelings were as much more intense than those of common men as Dante's or Milton's, fell into the error of making his own constitutional religious experience the measure and standard of all others, and revolutionizing by it the institutions of the Pilgrim Fathers. Regeneration, as he taught it in his treatise on the affections, was the implantation by divine power of a new spiritual sense in the soul, as diverse from all other senses as seeing is from hearing, or tasting from smelling. No one that had not received this new divine supernatural sense could properly belong to the Church of Christ, and all men, until they did receive it, were naturally and constitutionally enemies of God to such a degree that, as he says in a sermon to that effect, quote, "If they had God in their power, they would kill him." End quote. It was his power and his influence which succeeded in completely upsetting New England from the basis on which the Reformers and the Puritan fathers had placed her, and casting out of the church the children of the very saints and martyrs who had come to this country for no other reason than to found a church. It is remarkable that in all the discussions of depravity inherited from Adam, it never seemed to occur to any theologian that there might also be a counterworking of the great law of descent, by which the feelings and habits of thought wrought in the human mind by Jesus Christ might descend through generations of Christians, so that in course of time many might be born predisposed to good rather than to evil. Cotton Mather fearlessly says that, quote, "the seed of the church are born holy," end quote. Not, of course, meaning it in the strictly theological sense, but certainly indicating that, in his day, a mild and genial spirit of hope breathed over the cradle of infancy and childhood. Those very persons whom President Edwards addresses in such merciless terms of denunciation in his sermons, telling them that the earth daily groans to open under them, and that the wind and the sun and the waters are all weary of them, and longing to break forth and execute the wrath of God upon them, were the children for uncounted generations back of fathers and mothers nursed in the bosom of the church, trained in the habits of daily prayer, brought up to patience and self-sacrifice and self-denial as the very bread of their daily being, and lacking only this supernatural sixth sense, the want of which brought upon them a guilt so tremendous. The consequence was that immediately after the time of President Edwards there grew up in the very bosom of the New England Church a set of young people who were not merely indifferent to religion, but who hated it with the whole energy of their being. Ellery Davenport's feeling toward the church and religion had all the bitterness of the disinherited son, who likes nothing better than to point out the faults in those favored children who enjoy the privileges of which he is deprived. All the consequences that good, motherly Cotton Mather had foreseen as likely to result from the proposed system of arranging the church were strikingly verified in his case. He had not been able entirely to rid himself of a belief in what he hated. The danger of all such violent recoils from the religion of one's childhood consists in this fact, that the person is always secretly uncertain that he may not be opposing truth and virtue itself. He struggles confusedly with the faith of his mother, the prayers of his father, with whatever there may be holy and noble in the profession of that faith from which he has broken away, and few escape a very serious shock to conscience and their moral nature in doing it. Ellery Davenport was at war with himself, at war with the traditions of his ancestry, and had the feeling that he was regarded in the Puritan community as an apostate. But he took a perverse pleasure in making his position good by a brilliancy of wit and grace of manner which few could resist. And, truth to say, his success, even with the more rigid, justified his self-confidence. As during these days there were very few young people who made any profession of religion at all, the latitude of expression which he allowed himself on these subjects was looked upon as a sort of spiritual sowing of wild oats. Heads would be gravely shaken over him. One and another would say, "Ah, that Edwards blood is smart. It runs pretty wild in youth, but the Lord's time may come by and by." And I doubt not that my grandmother that very night, before she slept, wrestled with God in prayer for his soul, with all the enthusiasm of a Monica for a St. Augustine. Meanwhile, with that easy facility which enabled him to please everybody, he became, during the course of his somewhat extended visit which he made at the minister's, rather a hero in Oldtown. What Colonel Davenport said, and what Colonel Davenport did, were spoken of from mouth to mouth. Even his wicked wit was repeated by the gravest and most pious, of course with some expressions of disclaimer, but, after all, with that genuine pleasure which a Yankee never fails to feel in anything smartly and neatly hit off in language. He cultivated a great friendship with Miss Mehitable, talking with her of books and literature and foreign countries, and advising her in regard to the education of Tina with great unction and gravity. With that little princess there was always a sort of half-whimsical flirtation, as she demurely insisted on being treated by him as a woman rather than as a child, a caprice which amused him greatly. Miss Mehitable felt herself irresistibly drawn in his society, as almost everybody else was, to make a confidant of him. He was so winning, so obliging, so gentle, and knew so well just where and how to turn the conversation to avoid anything that he didn't like to hear, and to hear anything that he did. So gently did his fingers run over the gamut of everybody's nature that nobody dreamed of being played on. Such men are not, of course, villains, but if they ever should happen to wish to become so, their nature gives them every facility. Before she knew what she was about, Miss Mehitable found herself talking with Ellery Davenport on the strange, mysterious sorrow which embittered her life, and she found a most sympathetic and respectful listener. Ellery Davenport was already versed in diplomatic life, and had held for a year or two a situation of importance at the court of France, was soon to return thither, and also to be employed on diplomatic service in England. Would he, find any traces of the lost one there? On this subject there were long, and on the part of Miss Mehitable, Chapter 29 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 29, My Grandmother's Blue Book. Reader, this is to be a serious chapter, and I advise all those people who want to go through the world without giving 5 minutes consecutive thought to any subject to skip it. They will not find it entertaining, and it may perhaps lead them to think on puzzling subjects even for so long a time as half an hour, and who knows what may happen to their brains from so unusual an exercise. My grandmother, as I have shown, was a character in her way, full of contradictions and inconsistencies, brave, generous, energetic, large-hearted, and impulsive. Theoretically, she was an ardent disciple of the sharpest and severest Calvinism, and used to repeat Michael Wigglesworth's Day of Doom to us in the chimney-corner of an evening, with a reverent acquiescence in all its hard sayings, while practically she was the most pitiful, easy-to-be-entreated old mortal on earth, and was ever falling a prey to any lazy vagabond who chose to make an appeal to her abounding charity. She could not refuse a beggar that asked in a piteous tone. She could not send a child to bed that wanted to sit up. She could not eat a meal in peace when there were hungry eyes watching her. She could not, in cool, deliberate moments, even inflict transient and necessary pain for the greater good of a child, and resolutely shut her eyes to the necessity of such infliction. But there lay at the bottom of all this apparent inconsistency a deep cause that made it consistent, and that cause was the theologic stratum in which her mind, and the mind of all New England, was embedded. Never, in the most intensely religious ages of the world, did the insoluble problem of the whence, the why, and the whither of mankind receive such earnest attention. New England was founded by a colony who turned their backs on the civilization of the Old World, on purpose that they might have nothing else to think of. Their object was to form a community that should think of nothing else. Working on a hard soil, battling with a harsh, ungenial climate, everywhere being treated by nature with the most rigorous severity, they asked no indulgence, they got none, and they gave none. They shut out from their religious worship every poetic drapery, every physical accessory that they feared would interfere with the abstract contemplation of hard, naked truth, and set themselves grimly and determinately to study the severest problems of the unknowable and the insoluble. Just as resolutely as they made their farms by blasting rocks and clearing land of ledges of stone, and founded thrifty cities and thriving money-getting communities in places which one would think might more properly have been left to the white bears, so resolutely they pursued their investigations amid the grim mysteries of human existence, determined to see and touch and handle everything for themselves, and to get at the absolute truth, if absolute truth could be got at. They never expected to find truth agreeable. Nothing in their experience of life had ever prepared them to think it would be so. Their investigations were made with the courage of the man who hopes little but determines to know the worst of his affairs. They wanted no smoke of incense to blind them, and no soft opiates of pictures and music to lull them, for what they were after was truth and not happiness, and they valued duty far higher than enjoyment. The underlying foundation of life, therefore, in New England was one of profound, unutterable, and therefore unuttered melancholy, which regarded human existence itself as a ghastly risk, and, in the case of the vast majority of human beings, an inconceivable misfortune. My grandmother believed in statements which made the fortunate number who escaped the great catastrophe of mortal life as few and far between as the shivering, half-drowned mariners who crawl up on to the shores of some desert island when all else on board have perished. In this view she regarded the birth of an infant with a suppressed groan, and the death of one almost with satisfaction. That more than half the human race die in infancy, that infanticide is the general custom in so many heathen lands, was to her a comforting consideration, for so many were held to escape at once the awful ordeal, and to be gathered into the numbers of the elect. As I have said, she was a great reader. On the round table that stood in her bedroom, next to the kitchen, there was an ample supply of books. Rollin's Ancient History, Hume's History of England, and President Edward's Sermons were among these. She was not one of those systematic, skilful housewives who contrive with few steps and great method to do much in little time. She took everything the hardest end first, and attacked difficulties by sheer inconsiderate strength. For example, instead of putting on the great family pot, filling it with water, and afterwards putting therein the beef, pork, and vegetables of our daily meal, she would load up the receptacle at the sink in the back room, and then, with strong arm and cap border erect, would fly across the kitchen with it and swing it over the fire by main strength. Thus inconsiderately she rushed at the daily battle of existence. But there was one point of system in which she never failed. There was every day a period, sacred and inviolable, which she gave to reading. The noon meal came exactly at 12 o'clock, and immediately after, when the dishes were washed and wiped, and the kitchen reduced to order, my grandmother changed her gown and retired to the sanctity of her bedroom to read. In this way she accomplished an amount which a modern housekeeper with 4 servants would pronounce to be wholly incredible. The books on her table came in time to be my reading as well as hers, for, as I have said, reading was with me a passion, a hunger, and I read all that came in my way. Her favorite books had different colored covers, thriftily put on to preserve them from the wear of handling, and it was by these covers they were generally designated in the family. Hume's History of England was known as the Brown Book. Rollin's history was the Green Book, but there was one volume which she pondered oftener and with more intense earnestness than any other, which received the designation of the Blue Book. This was a volume by the Reverend Dr. Bellamy of Connecticut, called True Religion Delineated and Distinguished from All Counterfeits. It was originally published by subscription and sent out into New England with a letter of introduction and recommendation from the Reverend Jonathan Edwards, who earnestly set it forth as being a condensed summary in popular language of what it is vital and important for human beings to know for their spiritual progress. It was written in a strong, nervous, condensed, popular style, such as is fallen into by a practical man speaking to a practical people, by a man thoroughly in earnest to men as deeply in earnest, and lastly by a man who believed without a shadow of a doubt, and without even the comprehension of the possibility of a doubt. I cannot give a better idea of the unflinching manner in which the deepest mysteries of religion were propounded to the common people than by giving a specimen of some of the headings of this book. Page 288 considers, quote, "Were we by the fall brought into a state of being worse than not to be?" End quote. The answer to this comprehensive question is sufficiently explicit. Quote, "Mankind were by their fall brought into a state of being worse than not to be. The damned in hell, no doubt, are in such a state, else their punishment would not be infinite, as justice requires it should be. But mankind by the fall were brought into a state, for substance, as bad as that which the damned are in." End quote. The next inquiry to this is, quote, "How could God, consistent with his perfections, put us into a state of being worse than not to be? And how can we ever thank God for such a being?" End quote. The answer to this, as it was read by thousands of reflecting minds like mine, certainly shows that these hardy and courageous investigators often raised spirits that they could not lay. As, for instance, this solution of the question, which never struck me as satisfactory, quote, "Inasmuch as God did virtually give being to all mankind, when he blessed our first parents and said, 'Be fruitful and multiply,' and inasmuch as being, under the circumstances that man was then put in by God, was very desirable, we ought, therefore, to thank God for our being, considered in this light, and to justify God for all the evil that has come upon us by apostasy." End quote. On this subject the author goes on to moralize thus, quote, "Mankind, by the fall, were brought into a state of being infinitely worse than not to be, and were they but so far awake as to be sensible of it, they would, no doubt, all over the earth, murmur and blaspheme the God of heaven. But what then? There would be no just ground for such conduct. We have no reason to think hard of God, to blame him or esteem him the less. What he has done was fit and right. His conduct was beautiful, and he was worthy to be esteemed for it. For that constitution was holy, just, and good, as has been proved. And therefore a fallen world ought to ascribe to themselves all the evil, and to justify God and say, 'God gave us being under a constitution holy, just, and good, and it was a mercy. We should have accounted it as a great mercy in case Adam had never fallen. But God is not to blame for this, nor, therefore, is he the less worthy of thanks.'" End quote. After this comes another and quite practical inquiry, which is stated as follows, quote, But if mankind are thus by nature children of wrath, in a state of being worse than not to be, how can men have the heart to propagate their kind?" The answer to this inquiry is not necessary to give at length. I merely state it to show how unblinking was the gaze which men in those days fixed upon the problems of life. The objector is still further represented as saying, "It cannot be thought a blessing to have children, if most of them are thought to be likely to perish." The answer to this is as follows. "The most of Abraham's posterity for these 3,000 years, no doubt, have been wicked and perished. And God knew beforehand how it would be, and yet he promised such a numerous posterity under the notion of a great blessing. For, considering children as to this life, they may be a great blessing and comfort to their parents, and we are certain that God will do them no wrong in the life to come. All men's murmuring thoughts about this matter arise from their not liking God's way of governing the world." I will quote but one more passage, as showing the hearty vigor of assertion on the darkest of subjects, the origin of evil. The author says, "When God first designed the world and laid out his scheme of government, it was easy for him to have determined that neither angels nor men should ever sin, and that misery should never be heard of in all his dominions, for he could easily have prevented both sin and misery. Why did not he? Surely not for want of goodness in his nature, for that is infinite. Not from anything like cruelty, for there is no such thing in him. Not for want of a suitable regard to the happiness of his creatures, for that he always has, but because in his infinite wisdom he did not think it best on the whole." But why was it not best? What could he have in view preferable to the happiness of his creatures? And if their happiness was to him above all things most dear, how could he bear the thoughts of their ever any of them being miserable? It is certain that he had in view something else than merely the happiness of his creatures. It was something of greater importance. But what was that thing that was of greater worth and importance, and to which he had the greatest regard, making all other things give way to this? What was his great end in creating and governing the world? Why, look what end he is at last likely to obtain when the whole scheme is finished, and the day of judgment past, and heaven and hell filled with all their proper inhabitants. What will be the final result? What will he get by all? Why, this, that he will exert and display every one of his perfections to the life, and so by all will exhibit a most perfect and exact image of himself. Now it is evident that the fall of angels and of man, together with all those things which have and will come to pass in consequence thereof, from the beginning of the world to the day of judgment and throughout eternity, will serve to give a much more lively and perfect representation of God than could possibly have been given had there been no sin or misery." This book also led the inquirer through all the mazes of mental philosophy, and discussed all the problems of mystical religion, such as, "Can a man, merely from self-love, love God more than himself? Is our impotency only moral? What is the most fundamental difference between Arminians and Calvinists? How the love of our neighbor, which is commanded by God, is a thing different from natural compassion, from natural affection, from party-spirited love, from any love whatever that arises merely from self-love, and from the love which enthusiasts and heretics have for one another." I give these specimens that the reader may reflect what kind of population there was likely to be where such were the daily studies of the plain country farmer's wife, and such the common topics discussed at every kitchen fireside. My grandmother's Blue Book was published and recommended to the attention of New England August 4th, 1750, just 26 years before the Declaration of Independence. How popular it was, and how widely read in New England, appears from the list of subscribers which stands at the end of the old copy which my grandmother actually used. Almost every good old Massachusetts or Connecticut family name is there represented. We have the Emersons, the Adamses, the Brattles of Brattle Street, the Brumfields of Brumfield Street, the Brinsmaids of Connecticut, the Butlers, the Campbells, the Chapmans, the Cottons, the Daggetts, the Hawleys, the Hookers, with many more names of families yet continuing to hold influence in New England. How they regarded this book may be inferred from the fact that some subscribed for 6 books, some for 12, some for 36, and some for 50. Its dissemination was deemed an act of religious ministry, and there is not the slightest doubt that it was heedfully and earnestly read in every good family of New England, and its propositions were discussed everywhere and by everybody. This is one undoubted fact. The other is that it was this generation who fought through the Revolutionary War. They were a set of men and women brought up to think not merely on agreeable subjects, but to wrestle and tug at the very severest problems. Utter self-renunciation, a sort of grand contempt for personal happiness when weighed with things greater and more valuable, was the fundamental principle of life in those days. They who could calmly look in the face and settle themselves down to the idea of being resigned and thankful for an existence which was not so good as non-existence, who were willing to be loyal subjects of a splendid and powerful government which was conducted on quite other issues than a regard for their happiness, were possessed of a courage and a fortitude which no mere earthly mischance could shake. They who had faced eternal ruin with an unflinching gaze were not likely to shrink before the comparatively trivial losses and gains of any mere earthly conflict. Being accustomed to combats with the devil, it was rather a recreation to fight only British officers. If any should ever be so curious as to read this old treatise, as well as most of the writings of Jonathan Edwards, they will perceive with singular plainness how inevitably monarchical and aristocratic institutions influence theology. That the king can do no wrong, that the subject owes everything to the king, and the king nothing to the subject, that it is the king's first duty to take care of himself and keep up state, splendor, majesty, and royalty, and that it is the people's duty to give themselves up, body and soul, without a murmuring thought, to keep up this state, splendor, and royalty, were ideas for ages so wrought into the human mind and transmitted by ordinary generation, they so reflected themselves in literature and poetry and art and all the great customs of society, that it was inevitable that systematic theology should be permeated by them. The idea of God in which theologians delighted, and which the popular mind accepted, was not that of the good shepherd that giveth his life for his sheep, of him that made himself of no reputation and took unto himself the form of a servant, of him who on his knees washed the feet of his disciples, and said that in the kingdom of heaven the greatest was he who served most humbly. This aspect of the divine being had not yet been wrought into their systematic theology, because, while the Bible comes from God, theology is the outgrowth of the human mind, and therefore must spring from the movement of society. When Puritans arrived at the perception of the political rights of men in the state, and began to enunciate and act upon the doctrine that a king's right to reign was founded upon his power to promote the greatest happiness of his subjects, and when, in pursuance of this theory, they tried, condemned, and executed a king who had been false to the people, they took a long step forward in human progress. Why did not immediate anarchy follow, as when the French took such a step in regard to their king? It was because the Puritans transferred to God all those rights and immunities, all that unquestioning homage and worship and loyalty which hitherto they had given to an earthly king. The human mind cannot bear to relinquish more than a certain portion of its cherished past ideas in one century. Society falls into anarchy in too entire a change of base. The Puritans had still a king. The French revolutionists had nothing. Therefore, the Puritan Revolution went on stronger and stronger. The French passed through anarchy back under despotism. The doctrine of divine sovereignty was the great rest to the human mind in those days when the foundations of many generations were broken up. It is always painful to honest and loyal minds to break away from that which they have reverenced, to put down that which they have respected. And the Puritans were by nature the most reverential and most loyal portion of the community. Their passionate attachment to the doctrine of divine sovereignty at this period was the pleading and yearning within them of a faculty robbed of its appropriate object and longing for support and expression. There is something most affecting in the submissive devotion of these old Puritans to their God. Nothing shows more complete the indestructible nature of the filial tie which binds man to God, of the filial yearning which throbs in the heart of a great child to so great a Father, than the manner in which these men loved and worshipped and trusted God as the all-lovely, even in the face of monstrous assertions of theology, ascribing to him deeds which no father could imitate without being cast out of human society, and no governor without being handed down to all ages as a monster. These theologies were not formed by the Puritans. They were their legacy from past monarchical and medieval ages, and the principles of true Christian democracy upon which they founded their new state began from the time of the American Revolution to act upon them with a constantly ameliorating power, so that whosoever should read my grandmother's Blue Book now would be astonished to find how completely New England theology has changed its base. The artist, in reproducing pictures of New England life during this period, is often obliged to hold his hand. He could not faithfully report the familiar conversations of the common people, because they often allude to and discuss the most awful and tremendous subjects. This, however, was the inevitable result of the honest, fearless manner in which the New England ministry of this second era discussed the divine administration. They argued for it with the common people in very much the tone and with much the language in which they defended the Continental Congress and the ruling president, and every human being was addressed as a competent judge. The result of such a mode of proceeding in the long run changed the theology of New England from what it was when Jonathan Edwards recommended my grandmother's Blue Book into what it is at this present writing. But during the process of this investigation, every child born in New England found himself beaten backwards and forwards like a shuttlecock between the battledores of discussion. Our kitchen used to be shaken constantly by what my grandfather significantly called the battle of the infinites, especially when my Uncle Bill came home from Cambridge on his vacations, fully charged with syllogisms, which he hurled like catapults back on the syllogisms which my grandmother had drawn from the armory of her Blue Book. My grandmother would say, for example, "Whatever sin is committed against an infinite being is an infinite evil. Every infinite evil deserves infinite punishment. Therefore, every sin of man deserves an infinite punishment." Then Uncle Bill, on the other side, would say, "No act of a finite being can be infinite. Man is a finite being, therefore no sin of man can be infinite. No finite evil deserves infinite punishment. Man's sins are finite evils, therefore man's sins do not deserve infinite punishment." When the combatants had got thus far, they generally looked at each other in silence. As a result, my grandmother being earnest and prayerful, and my uncle careless and worldly, the thing generally ended up in her believing that he was wrong, though she could not answer him, and in his believing that she, after all, might be right, though he could answer her, For it is noticeable in every battle of opinion that honest, sincere, moral earnestness has a certain advantage over mere intellectual cleverness. It was inevitable that a people who had just carried through a national revolution and declared national independence on the principle that governments owe their just power to the consent of the governed, and who recognize it as an axiom that the greatest good to the greatest number was the object to be held in view in all just governments, should very soon come into painful collision with forms of theological statement in regard to God's government, which appeared to contravene all these principles, and which could be supported only by referring to the old notion of the divine right and prerogative of the King Eternal. President Edwards had construed a marvelous piece of logic to show that, while true virtue in man consisted in supreme devotion to the general good of all, true virtue in God consisted in supreme regard for himself. This treatise on true virtue was one of the strongest attempts to back up by reasoning the old monarchical and aristocratic ideas of the supreme right of the king and upper classes. The whole of it falls to dust before the one simple declaration of Jesus Christ that, in the eyes of heaven, one lost sheep is more prized than all the 99 that went not astray, and before the parable in which the father runs, forgetful of parental prerogative and dignity, to cast himself on the neck of the far-off prodigal. Theology being human and a reflection of human infirmities, nothing is more common than for it to come up point blank in opposition to the simplest declarations of Christ. I must beg my readers' pardon for all this, but it is a fact that the true tragedy of New England life, its deep, unutterable pathos, its endurances and its sufferings, all depended upon and were woven into this constant wrestling of thought with infinite problems which could not be avoided, and which saddened the days of almost everyone who grew up under it. Was this entire freedom of thought and discussion a bad thing, then? Do we not see that strength of mind and strength of will, and the courage and fortitude and endurance which founded this great American government, grew up out of characters formed thus to think and struggle and suffer? It seems to be the law of this present existence that all the changes by which the world is made better are brought about by the struggle and suffering, and sometimes the utter shipwreck of individual human beings. In regard to our own family, the deepest tragedy in it, and the one which for a time brought the most suffering and sorrow on us all, cannot be explained unless we take into consideration this peculiar state of society. In the neighboring town of Adams there lived one of the most remarkable clergymen that New England has ever produced. His career influenced the thinking of Massachusetts, both in regard to those who adopted his opinions and in the violent reaction from those opinions, which was the result of his extreme manner of pushing them. Dr. Moses Stern's figure is well remembered by me as I saw it in my boyhood. Everybody knew him, and when he appeared in the pulpit, everybody trembled before him. He moved among men, but seemed not of men. An austere, inflexible, grand indifference to all things earthly seemed to give him the prestige and dignity of a supernatural being. His Calvinism was of so severe and ultra a type, and his statements were so little qualified either by pity of human infirmity, or fear of human censure, or desire of human approbation, that he reminded one of some ancient prophet freighted with a mission of woe and wrath, which he must always speak, whether people would hear or whether they would forbear. The Revolutionary War had introduced into the country a great deal of skepticism, of a type of which Paine's Age of Reason was an exponent, and to meet this the ministry of New England was not slow or unskilful. Dr. Stern's mode of meeting this attitude of the popular mind was by an unflinching, authoritative, vehement reiteration of all the most unpopular and unpleasant points of Calvinism. Now, as nature is, in many of her obvious aspects, notoriously uncompromising, harsh, and severe, the Calvinist who begins to talk to common-sense people has this advantage on his side, that the things which he represents the author of nature as doing and being ready to do are not very different from what the common-sense man sees the author of nature is already in the habit of doing. The farmer who struggles with the hard soil, and with drought and frost and caterpillars and 50 other insect plagues, who finds his most persistent and well-calculated efforts constantly thwarted by laws whose workings he never can fully appreciate, and which never manifest either care for his good intentions or sympathy for his losses, is very apt to believe that the God who created nature may be a generally benevolent, but a severe and unsympathetic being, governing the world for some great unknown purpose of his own, of which man's private improvement and happiness may or may not form a part. Dr. Sterne, with characteristic independence and fearlessness, on his own simple authority, cut loose from and repudiated the whole traditional idea of the fall in Adam as having anything to do with the existence of human depravity, and made up his own theory of the universe, and began preaching it to the farmers of Adams. It was simply this, that the divine being is the efficient cause of all things, not only in matter but in mind, that every good and every evil volition of any being in the universe is immediately caused by him, and tends equally well in its way to carry on his great designs. But in order that this might not interfere with the doctrines of human responsibility, he taught that all was accomplished by omniscience, skill, and knowledge in such a way as not in the slightest degree to interfere with human free agency, so that the whole responsibility of every human being's actions must rest upon himself. Thus was this system calculated, like a skillful engine of torture, to produce all the mental anguish of the most perfect sense of helplessness with the most torturing sense of responsibility. Alternately, he worked these two great levers with an almost supernatural power, on one Sunday demonstrating with the most logical clearness and by appeals to human consciousness the perfect freedom of man, and on the next demonstrating with no less precision and logic the perfect power which an omniscient being possessed and exercised of controlling all his thoughts and volitions and actions. Individually, Dr. Sterne, like many other teachers of severe, uncompromising theories, was an artless, simple-hearted, gentle-mannered man. He was a close student, and wore 2 holes in the floor opposite his table, in the spot where year after year his feet were placed in study. He refused to have the smallest thing to do with any temporal affair of this life. Like other clergymen, he lived on a small salary, and the support of his family depended largely on the proceeds of a farm. But it is recorded of him that once, when his whole summer's crop of hay was threatened with the bursting of a thunder-shower, and farm hands being short, he was importuned to lend a hand to save it, he resolutely declined, saying that if he once began to allow himself to be called on in any emergency for temporal affairs, he should become forgetful of his great mission. The same inflexible, unbending perseverance he showed in preaching, on the basis of his own terrible theory, the most fearful doctrines of Calvinism. His sermons on Judas, on Jeroboam, and on Pharaoh, as practical examples of this doctrine of reprobation, were pieces of literature so startling and astounding that even in those days of interrupted travel, when there were neither railroads nor good roads of any kind, and almost none of our modern communicative system of magazines and newspapers, they were heard of all over New England. So great was the revulsion which his doctrines excited that when he exchanged with his brother ministers, his appearance in the pulpit was the signal for some of the most independent of the congregation to get up and leave the meeting-house. But as it was one of his maxims that the minister who does not excite the opposition of the natural heart fails to do his work, he regarded such demonstrations as evident signs of a faithful ministry. The science of biblical criticism in his day was in its infancy. The Bible was mostly read by ministers, and proof texts quoted from it as if it had been a treatise written in the English language by New Englanders, and in which every word must bear the exact sense of a New England metaphysical treatise. And thus interpreting the whole wide labyrinth of poetry and history and oriental allegory and hyperbole by literal rules, Dr. Stern found no difficulty in making it clear to those who heard him that there was no choice between believing his hard doctrines and giving up the Bible altogether. And it shows the deep and rooted attachment which the human heart has for that motherly book, that even in this dreadful dilemma the majority of his hearers did not revolt from the Bible. As it was, in the town where he lived, his preaching formed the strongest, most controlling of all forces. No human being could hear his sermons unmoved. He would not preach to an inattentive audience, and on one occasion, observing a large number of his congregation asleep, he abruptly descended from the pulpit and calmly walked off home, leaving the astonished congregation to their own reflections, nor would he resume public services until messages of contrition and assurances of better conduct had been sent him. Dr. Stern was in his position irresistible, simply because he cared nothing at all for the things which men ordinarily care for, and which therefore could be used as motives to restrain the declarations and actions of a clergyman. He cared nothing about worldly prosperity. He was totally indifferent to money. He utterly despised fame and reputation, and therefore from none of these sources could he be in the slightest degree influenced. Such a man is generally the king of his neighborhood, the one whom all look up to and all fear, and whose word in time becomes law. Dr. Stern never sought to put himself forward otherwise than by the steady preaching of his system to the farming population of Adams. And yet so great were his influence and his fame that in time it became customary for young theological students to come and settle themselves down there as his students. This was done at first without his desire and contrary to his remonstrance. "I can't engage to teach you," he said, but still, when the scholars came and continued to come, he found himself, without seeking it, actually at the head of a school of theology. Let justice be done to all. It is due to truth to state that the theological scholars of Dr. Stern, wherever they went in the United States, were always marked men, marked for an unflinching adherence to principle, and especially for a great power in supporting unpopular truths. The doctor himself lived to an extreme old age, always retaining and reiterating with unflinching constancy his opinions. He was the last of the New England ministers who preserved the old clerical dress of the theocracy. Long after the cocked hat, small clothes, silk stockings, and shoe buckles had ceased to appear in modern life, his venerable figure, thus apparelled, walked the ways of modern men, seeming like one of the primitive Puritans risen from the dead. He was the last also of the New England ministers to claim for himself that peculiar position as God's ambassador, which was such a reality in the minds of the whole early Puritan community. To extreme old age his word was law in his parish, and he calmly and positively felt that it should be so. In time, his gray hairs, his fine antique figure, and quaint costume came to be regarded with the sort of appreciative veneration that every one gives to the monuments of the past. When he was near his 90th year, he was invited to New York to give the prestige of his venerable presence to the religious anniversaries, which then were in the flush of newly organized enthusiasm, and which gladly laid hold of this striking accessory to the religious picturesque. Dr. Stern was invited and feted in the most select upper circles of New York, and treated with attentions which would have been flattering had he not been too entirely simple-minded and careless of such matters even to perceive what they meant. But at this same time the abolitionists, who were regarded as most improper people to be recognized in the religious circles of good society, came to New York, resolving to have their anniversary also, and knowing that Dr. Stern had always professed to be an anti-slavery man, they invited him to sit on the stage with them, and Dr. Stern went. Shocking to relate, and dreadful to behold, this very cocked hat and these picturesque gray hairs that had been brought to New York on purpose to ornament religious anniversaries, which were all agreed in excluding and ignoring the abolitionists, had gone right over into the camp of the enemy. And he was so entirely ignorant and uninstructable on the subject, and came back, after having committed this abomination, with a face of such innocent and serene gravity that nobody dared say a word to him on the subject. He was at this time the accepted guest in a family whose very religion consisted in a gracious carefulness and tenderness lest they should wake up the feelings of their Southern brethren on the delicate subject of slavery. But then Dr. Stern was a man that it did no good to talk to, since it was well known that wherever there was an unpopular truth to be defended, his cocked hat was sure to be in the front ranks. Let us do one more justice to Dr. Stern, and say that his utter inflexibility toward human infirmity and human feeling spared himself as little as it spared any other. In this early life he records, in a most affecting autobiography, the stroke which deprived him, within a very short space, of a beloved wife and 2 charming children. In the struggle of that hour he says, with affected simplicity, quote, "I felt that I should die if I did not submit, and I did submit then, once for all." End quote. Therefore, the beginning and middle and end of his whole preaching was submission, utter, absolute, unconditional. In extreme old age, trembling on the verge of the grave, and looking back over 60 years of intense labor, he said, quote, "After all, it is quite possible that I may not be saved." End quote. But he considered himself as but one drop in the ocean, and his personal salvation as of but secondary account. His devotion to the King Eternal had no reference to a matter so slight. In all this, if there is something terrible and painful, there is something also which is grand, and in which we can take pride as the fruit of our human nature. Peace to his ashes. He has learned better things ere now. If my readers would properly understand the real depth of sorrowful perplexity in which our friend Miss Mehitable Rossiter was struggling, they must go back with us some years before, to the time when little Emily Rossiter was given up to the guardianship and entire control of her Aunt Farnsworth. Zedekiah Farnsworth was one of those men who embody qualities which the world could not afford to be without, and which yet are far from being the most agreeable. Uncompromising firmness, intense self-reliance, with great vigor in that part of the animal nature which fits man to resist and to subdue and to hold in subjection the forces of nature, were his prominent characteristics. He was a bold and granite formation, most necessary for the stability of the earth, but without a flower. His wife was a woman who had once been gay and beautiful, but who, coming under the dominion of a stronger nature, was perfectly magnetized by it, so as to assimilate and become a modified reproduction of the same traits. A calm, intense, severe conscientiousness, which judged alike herself and others with unflinching severity, was her leading characteristic. Let us now imagine a child inheriting from the mother a sensitive, nervous organization, and from the father a predisposition of morbid action, with a mind as sensitive to external influences as a daguerreotype plate, brought suddenly from the warmth of a too indulgent household to the arctic regularity and frozen stillness of the Farnsworth mansion. It will be seen that the consequences must have been many conflicts and many struggles of nature with nature, and that a character growing up thus must of course grow up into unnatural and unhealthy development. The problem of education is seriously complicated by the peculiarities of womanhood. If we suppose two souls, exactly alike, sent into bodies, the one of man and the other of woman, that mere fact alone alters the whole mental and moral history of the two. In addition to all the other sources of peril which beset the little Emily, she early developed a beauty so remarkable as to draw upon her constant attention, and as she grew older, brought to her all the traits and the dangers which extraordinary beauty brings to women. It was a part of her Aunt Farnsworth's system to pretend to be ignorant of this great fact, with a view, as she supposed, of checking any disposition to pride or vanity which might naturally arise therefrom. The consequence was that the child, hearing this agreeable news from everyone else who surrounded her, soon learned the transparent nature of the hoax, and with it acquired a certain doubt of her aunt's sincerity. Emily had a warm, social nature, and had always on hand during her school days a list of enthusiastic friends whose admiration of her supplied the light and warmth which were entirely wanting from every other source. Mrs. Farnsworth was not insensible to the charms of her niece. She was, in fact, quite proud of them, but was pursuing conscientiously the course in regard to them which she felt that her duty required of her. She loved the child, too, devotedly, but her own nature had been so thoroughly frozen by maxims of self-restraint that this love seldom or never came into outward forms of expression. It is sad to be compelled to trace the ill effects produced by the overaction and misapplication of the very noblest faculties of the human mind. The Farnsworth family was one in which there was the fullest sympathy with the severest preaching of Dr. Stern. As Emily grew older, it was exacted of her, as one of her Sabbath duties, to take notes of his discourses at church, which were afterwards to be read over on Sunday evening by her aunt and uncle, and preserved in an extract book. The effect of such kinds of religious teaching on most of the children and young people in the town of Adams was to make them consider religion, and everything connected with it, as the most disagreeable of all subjects, and to seek practically to have as little to do with it as possible, so that there was among the young people a great deal of youthful gaiety and of young enjoyment in life, notwithstanding the preaching from Sunday to Sunday of assertions enough to freeze every heart with fear. Many formed the habit of thinking of something else during the sermon time, and many heard without really attaching any very definite meaning of what they heard. The severest utterances, if constantly reiterated, lose their power and come to be considered as nothing. But Emily Rossiter had been gifted with a mind of far more than ordinary vigor, and with even a Greek passion for ideas, and with capabilities for logical thought which rendered it impossible for her to listen to discourses so intellectual without taking in their drift and responding to their stimulus by a corresponding intellectual activity. Dr. Stern set the example of a perfectly bold and independent manner of differing from the popular theology of his day in certain importune respects, and where he did differ, it was with a hardihood of self-assertion and an utter disregard of popular opinion, and a perfect reliance on his own powers of discovering truth, which were very apt to magnetize these same qualities in other minds. People who thus set the example of free and independent thinking in one or two respects, and yet hope to constrain their disciples to think exactly as they do on all other subjects, generally reckon without their host, and there is no other region in Massachusetts where all sorts of hardy free thinking are so rife at the present day as in the region formerly controlled by Dr. Stern. Before Emily was 14 years old, she had passed through 2 or 3 of those seasons of convulsed and agonized feeling which were caused by the revolt of a strong sense of justice and humanity against teachings which seemed to accuse the Great Father of all the most frightful cruelty and injustice. The teachings were backed up by literal quotations from the Bible, which in those days no common person possessed the means or the habits of thought for understanding, and thus were accepted by her at first as divine declarations. When these agonized conflicts occurred, they were treated by her aunt and uncle only as active developments of the natural opposition of the human heart to God. Some such period of active contest with the divine nature was on record in the lives of some of the most eminent New England saints. President Edwards recorded the same, and therefore they looked upon them hopefully, just as the medical faculty of those same uninstructed times looked upon the writhings and agonies which their administration of poison produced in the body. The last and most fearful of these mental struggles came after the death of her favorite brother Theodore, who, being supposed to die in an unregenerate state, was forthwith judged and sentenced, and his final condition spoken of with a grim and solemn certainty by her aunt and uncle. How far the preaching of Dr. Sterne did violence to the most cherished feelings of human nature on this subject will appear by an extract from a sermon preached about this time. The text was from Revelations 19:3, "And again they said, Alleluia, and her smoke rose up forever and ever." The subject is thus announced. "The heavenly hosts will praise God for punishing the finally impenitent forever." In the improvement of practical application of this text is the following passage. "Will the heavenly hosts praise God for all the displays of his vindictive justice in the punishment of the damned? Then we may learn that there is an essential difference between saints and sinners. Sinners often disbelieve and deny this distinction, and it is very difficult to make them see and believe it. They sometimes freely say that they do not think that heaven is such a place as has been described, or that the inhabitants of it say, Amen, Alleluia, while they see the smoke of the torments of the damned ascend up forever and ever. They desire and hope to go to heaven without ever being willing to speak such a language or to express such feelings in the view of the damned. And is not this saying that their hearts are essentially different from those who feel such a spirit and are willing to adopt the language of heaven? Good men do adopt the language of heaven before they arrive there. And all who are conscious that they cannot say, Amen, Alleluia, may know that they are yet sinners and essentially different from saints, and altogether unprepared to go with them to heaven and join with them in praising God for the vindictive justice he displays in dooming all unholy creatures to a never-ending torment." It was this sermon that finally broke those cords which years of pious dissent had made so near and tender between the heart of Emily and her father's Bible. No young person even takes a deliberate and final leave of the faith of the fathers without a pang, and Emily suffered so much in the struggle that her aunt became alarmed for her health. She was sent to Boston to spend a winter under the care of another sister of her mother's, who was simply a good-natured woman of the world, who was proud of her niece's beauty and talents, and resolved to make the most of them in a purely worldly way. At this time she formed the acquaintance of a very interesting French family of high rank, who for certain family reasons were just then exiled to America. She became fascinated with their society and plunged into the study of the French language and literature with all the enthusiasm of a voyager who finds himself among enchanted islands. And French literature at this time was full of the life of a new era, the era which produced both the American and the French revolutions. The writings of Voltaire were too cold and cynical for her enthusiastic nature, but Rousseau was to her like a sudden translation from the ice and snow of Massachusetts to the tropical flowers of a February in Florida. In La Nouvelle Heloise she found not merely a passionate love story, but the consideration on the author's side of just such problems as have been raised in her theological education. When she returned from this visit, she was apparently quiet and at peace. Her peace was the peace of a river which has found an underground passage, and therefore chafes and frets no more. Her philosophy was the philosophy of Emile, her faith the faith of the Savoyard vicar, and she imitated Dr. Sterne only in utter self-reliance and fearlessness of consequences in pursuit of what she believed. Had her aunt and uncle been able to read the French language, they would have found her notebook of sermons, sometimes interspersed by quotations from her favorite author, which certainly were quite in point, as, for instance, at the foot of a severe sermon on the doctrine of reprobation was written, in French, translated into English in the footnote, thus, quote, "When this harsh, discouraging doctrine is deduced from the Scriptures themselves, is not my first duty to honor God? Whatever respect I owe to the sacred text, I owe still more to its author, and I should prefer to believe the Bible falsified or unintelligible to believing God unjust or cruel. St. Paul would not that the vase should say to the potter, 'Why hast thou made me thus?' That is all very well if the potter exacts of the vase only such services as he has fitted it to render, but if he should require of it a usage for which he has not fitted it, would the vase be in the wrong for saying, 'Why hast thou made me thus?'" End quote. After a period of deceitful quiet and calm, in which Emily read and wrote and studied alone in her room, and moved about in her daily circle like one whose heart is afar off, she suddenly disappeared from them all. She left ostensibly to go on a visit to Boston to her aunt, and all that was ever heard from her after that was a letter of final farewell to Miss Mehitable, in which she told her briefly that, unable any longer to endure the life she had been leading, and to seem to believe what she could not believe, and being importuned to practice what she never intended to do, she had chosen her lot for herself, and requested her neither to seek her out nor to inquire after her, as all such inquiries would be absolutely vain. All that could be ascertained on the subject was that about this time the Marquis de Comte and his lady were found to have sailed for France. This was the sad story which Miss Mehitable poured into the sympathetic ear of Ellery Davenport. Chapter 30 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 30. We begin to be grown-up people. We begin to be grown-up people. We cannot always remain in the pleasant valley of childhood. I myself, good reader, have dwelt on its scenes longer, because, looking back on it from the extreme end of life, it seems to my weary eyes so fresh and beautiful. The dew of the morning land lies on it, that dew which no coming day will restore. Our childhood, as the reader has seen, must be confessed to have been reasonably enjoyable. Its influences were all homely, innocent, and pure. There was no seductive vice, no open or covert immorality. Our worst form of roaring dissipation consisted in being too fond of huckleberry parties, or in the immoderate pursuit of chestnuts and walnuts. Even the vagrant associates of uncertain social standing who abounded in Oldtown were characterized by a kind of woodland innocence, and were not much more harmful than woodchucks and squirrels. Sam Lawson, for instance, though he dearly loved lazy lounging, and was devoted to idle tramps, was yet a most edifying vagrant. A profane word was an abomination in his sight. His speculations on doctrines were all orthodox, and his expositions of Scripture as original and abundant as those of some of the dreamy old fathers. As a general thing, he was a devout Sunday keeper and a pillar of the sanctuary, playing his bass viol to the most mournful tunes with evident relish. I remember being once left at home alone on Sunday with an incipient sore throat, when Sam volunteered himself as my nurse. In the course of the forenoon stillness, a wandering Indian came in, who, by the joint influence of a large mug of cider and the weariness of his tramp, fell into a heavy sleep on our kitchen floor, and somehow Sam was beguiled to amuse himself by tickling his nose with a broom-straw and laughing until the tears rolled down his cheeks at the sleepy snorts and struggles and odd contortions of visage which were the results. Yet so tender was Sam's conscience that he had frequent searchings of heart afterward on account of this profanation of sacred hours, and indulged in floods of long-winded penitence. Though Sam abhorred all profanity, yet for reasons of extreme provocation he was well provided with that gentler Yankee litany which affords to the irritated mind the comfort of swearing without the commission of the sin. Under great pressure of provocation, Sam Lawson freely said, "Darn it!" The word darn, in fact, was to the conscientious New England mind a comfortable resting place, a refreshment to the exacerbated spirit that shrunk from that too similar word with M in it. In my boyhood I sometimes pondered over that other hard word, and vaguely decided to speak it, with that awful curiosity which gives to an unknown sin a hold upon the imagination. What would happen if I should say damn? I dwelt on that subject with a restless curiosity which my grandmother certainly would have told me was a temptation of the devil. The horrible desire so grew on me that once, in the sanctity of my own private apartment, with all the doors shut and locked, I thought I would boldly try the experiment of saying damn out loud and seeing what would happen. I did it, and looked up apprehensively to see if the walls were going to fall on me, but they didn't, and I covered up my head in the bedclothes and felt degraded. I had committed the sin, and got not even the excitement of a catastrophe. The Lord apparently did not think me worth his notice. In regard to the awful questions of my grandmother's blue book, our triad grew up with varying influences. Harry, as I have said, was one of those quiet human beings of great force in native individuality, who silently draw from all scenes and things just those elements which their own being craves, and resolutely and calmly think their own thoughts, and live their own life amid the most discordant influences, just as the fluid, sparkling waters of a mountain brook dart this way and that amid stones and rubbish, and hum to themselves their own quiet, hidden tune. A saintly woman, whose heart was burning itself away in the torturing fires of a slow martyrdom, had been for the first 10 years of his life his only companion and teacher, and, dying, had sealed him with a seal given from a visibly opened heaven, and thenceforward no theologies and no human authority had the power and weight with him that had the remembrance of those dying eyes and the sanctity of those last counsels. By native descent, Harry was a gentleman of a peculiarly English stock. He had the shy reserve, the silent, self-respecting pride and delicacy which led him to keep his own soul as a castle, and that interested, because it left a sense of something veiled and unexpressed. We were now 18 years old, and yet during all these years that he had lived side by side with me in closest intimacy, he had never spoken to me freely and frankly of that which I afterwards learned was always the intensest and bitterest mortification of his life, namely, his father's desertion of his mother and himself. Once only do I remember ever to have seen him carried away by anger, and that was when a coarse and cruel bully among the schoolboys applied to him a name which reflected on his mother's honor. The anger of such quiet people is often a perfect convulsion, and it was so in this case. He seemed to blaze with it, to flame up and redden with a delirious passion, and he knocked down and stamped upon the boy with a blind fury which it was really frightful to see, and which was in singular contrast with his usual unprovocable good humour. Ellery Davenport had made good his promise of looking for the pocket-book which Harry's father had left in his country seat, and the marriage certificate of his mother had been found in it and carefully lodged in the hands of Lady Lothrop. But nothing had been said to us children about it, and it was merely held quietly as a document that might be of use in time in bringing some property to the children. And even at the time of this fight with the schoolboy, Harry said so little afterward that the real depth of his feeling on this subject was not suspected. I have reason to believe also that Ellery Davenport did succeed in making the father of Harry and Tina aware of the existence of two such promising children, and of the respectability of the families into which they had been adopted. Captain Percival, now Sir Harry Percival, had married again in England, so Ellery Davenport had informed Miss Mehitable in a letter, and had a son by this marriage, and so had no desire to bring to view his former connection. It was understood, I believe, that a sum of money was to be transmitted yearly to the hands of the guardians of the children for their benefit, and that they were to be left undisturbed in the possession of those who had adopted them. Miss Mehitable had suffered so extremely herself by the conflict of her own earnest, melancholy nature with the theologic ideas of her time, that she shrunk with dread from imposing them on the gay and joyous little being whose education she had undertaken. Yet she was impressed by that awful sense of responsibility which is one of the most imperative characteristics of the New England mind, and she applied to her brother earnestly to know what she should teach Tina with regard to her own spiritual position. The reply of her brother was characteristic, and we shall give it here. My dear sister, I am a Puritan, the son, the grandson, the great-grandson of Puritans, and I say to you, plant the footsteps of your child on the ground of the old Cambridge platform, and teach her as Winthrop and Dudley and the Mathers taught their children, that she is already a member in the Church of Christ, that she is in covenant with God, and hath the seal thereof upon her, to wit, baptism, and so, if not regenerate, is yet in a more hopeful way of attaining regeneration and all spiritual blessings, both of the covenant and seal. By teaching the child this, you will place her mind in natural and healthful relations with God and religion. She will feel in her father's house and under her father's care, and the long and weary years of a sense of disinheritance with which you struggled will be spared to her. I hold Jonathan Edwards to have been the greatest man since St. Augustine that Christianity has turned out. But when a great man, instead of making himself a great ladder for feeble folks to climb on, strikes away the ladder and bids them come to where he stands at a step, his greatness and his goodness both may prove unfortunate for those who come after him. I go for the good old Puritan platform. Your affectionate brother, Jonathan Rossiter. The consequence of all this was that Tina adopted in her glad and joyous nature the simple, helpful faith of her brother, the faith in an ever-good, ever-present, ever-kind Father, whose child she was and in whose household she had grown up. She had a most unbounded faith in prayer and in the indulgence and tenderness of the heavenly power. All things to her eyes were seen through the halo of a cheerful, sanguine, confiding nature. Life had for her no cloud or darkness or mystery. As to myself, I had been taught in the contrary doctrines that I was a disinherited child of wrath. It is true that this doctrine was contradicted by the whole influence of the minister, who, as I have said before, belonged to the Arminian wing of the church, and bore very mildly on all these great topics. My grandmother sometimes endeavored to stir him up to more orthodoxy, and especially to a more vigorous presentation of the doctrine of native human depravity. I remember once in her zeal her quoting to him as a proof text the quatrain of Dr. Watts, quote, "Conceived in sin, O woeful state, before we draw our breath, the first young pulse begins to beat, iniquity and death." End quote. "That, madam," said Dr. Lothrop, who never forgot to be the grand gentleman under any circumstances, "that, madam, is not the New Testament, but Dr. Isaac Watts, allow me to remind you." "Well," said my grandmother, "Dr. Watts got it from the Bible." "Yes, madam, a very long way from the Bible, allow me to say." And yet, after all, though I did not like my grandmother's Calvinistic doctrines, I must confess that she, and all such as thought like her, always impressed me as being more earnestly religious than those who held the milder and more moderate belief. Once in a while old Dr. Stern would preach in our neighborhood, and I used to go to hear him. Everybody went to hear him. A sermon on reprobation from Dr. Stern would stir up a whole community in those days, just as a presidential election stirs one up now. And I remember that he used to impress me as being more like a messenger from the other world than most ministers. Dr. Lothrop's sermons, by the side of his, were like Pope's pastorals beside the tragedies of Aeschylus. Dr. Lothrop's discourses were smooth, they were sensible, they were well worded, and everybody went to sleep under them. But Dr. Stern shook and swayed his audience like a field of grain under a high wind. There was no possibility of not listening to him, or of hearing him with indifference, for he dealt in assertions that would have made the very dead turn in their graves. One of his sermons was talked of for months afterwards, with a sort of suppressed breath of supernatural awe, such as men would see in discussing the reappearance of a soul from the other world. But meanwhile I believed neither my grandmother nor Dr. Stern nor the minister. The external question seethed and boiled and burned in my mind without answer. It was not my own personal destiny that lay with weight on my mind. It was the incessant, restless desire to know the real truth from an unanswerable authority. I longed for a visible, tangible communion with God. I longed to see the eternal beauty, to hear a friendly voice from the eternal silence. Among all the differences with regard to doctrinal opinion, I could see clearly that there were two classes of people in the world: those who had found God and felt him as a living power upon their spirits, and those who had not. And that unknown experience was what I sought. Such then were we three children when Harry and I were in our 18th year and Tina in her 15th. And just at this moment there was among the high consulting powers that regulated our destiny a movement as to what further was to be done with the three that had hitherto grown up together. Now, if the reader has attentively read ancient and modern history, he will observe that there is a class of women to be found in this lower world, who, wherever they are sure to be in some way the first or the last cause of everything that is going on. Everybody knows, for instance, that Helen was the great instigator of the Trojan War, and if it had not been for her, we should have had no Homer. In France, Madame Récamier was for the time being reason enough for almost anything that any man in France did, and yet one cannot find out that Madame Récamier had any uncommon genius of her own, except the sovereign one of charming every human being that came in her way, so that all became her humble and subservient subjects. The instance is a marked one, because it operated in a wide sphere on very celebrated men in an interesting historic period. but it individualizes a kind of faculty which, generally speaking, is peculiar to women, though it is in some instances exercised by men, a faculty of charming and controlling every person with whom one has to do. Tina was now verging toward maturity. She was in just that delicious period in which the girl has all the privileges and graces of childhood, its freedom of movement and action brightened with a sort of mysterious aurora by the coming dawn of womanhood, and everything indicated that she was to be one of this powerful class of womankind. Can one analyze the charm which such women possess? I have a theory that in all cases there is a certain amount of genius with it, genius which does not declare itself in literature but in social life, and which devotes itself to pleasing as other artists devote themselves to painting or to poetry. Tina had no inconsiderable share of self-will. She was very pronounced in her tastes, and fond of her own way, but she had received from nature this passion for entertaining, and been endowed with varied talents in this line, which made her always, from early childhood, the coveted and desired person in every circle. Not a visage in Oldtown was so set in grimness of care that it did not relax its lines when it saw Tina coming down the street. For Tina could mimic and sing and dance and fling back joke for joke in a perfect meteoric shower. So long as she entertained, she was perfectly indifferent who the party was. She would display her accomplishments to a set of strolling Indians, or for Sam Lawson and Jake Marshall, as readily as for anyone else. She would run up and catch the minister by the elbow as he solemnly and decorously moved down the street, and his face always broke into a laugh at the sight of her. The minister's lady and Aunt Lois and Miss Deborah Kittery, while they used to mourn in secret places over her want of decorum in thus displaying her talents before the lower classes, would afterward laugh till the tears rolled down their cheeks and their ancient whalebone stays creaked, when she would do the same thing over in a select circle for them. We have seen how completely she conquered Polly, and what difficulty Miss Mehitable found in applying the precepts of Mrs. Chapone and Miss Hannah Moore to her case. The pattern young lady of the period, in the eyes of all respectable females, was expressed by Lucilla Stanley in Coyleb's In Search of a Wife. But when Miss Mehitable, after delighting herself with the Johnsonian balance of the rhythmical sentences which described this paragon as, quote, not so much perfectly beautiful as perfectly elegant, end quote, this model of consistency, who always blushed at the right moment, spoke at the right moment, and stopped at the right moment, and was, in short, a woman made to order, precisely to suit a bachelor who has traversed the whole earth, not expecting perfection, but looking for consistency. When, after all these charming visions, she looked at Tina, she was perfectly dismayed at contemplating her scholar. She felt the power by which Tina continually charmed and beguiled her, and the empire which she exercised over her, and with wonderful good sense she formally laid down the weapons of authority when she found she had no heart to use them. "My child," she said to her one day, when that young lady was about 11 years of age, "you are a great deal stronger than I. I am weak because I love you, and because I have been broken by sorrow, and because, being a poor old woman, I don't trust myself. And you are young and strong and fearless. But remember, dear, the life you have to live is yours and not mine. I have not the heart to force you to take my way instead of your own, but I shall warn you that it will be better you should do so, and then leave you free. If you don't take my way, I shall do the very best for you that I can in your way, and you must take the responsibility in the end." This was the only kind of system which Miss Mehitable was capable of carrying out. She was wise, shrewd, and loving, and she gradually controlled her little charge more and more by simple influence. But she had to meet in her education the opposition force of that universal petting and spoiling which everybody in society gives to an entertaining child. Life is such a monotonous, dull affair that anybody who has the gift of making it pass off gaily is in great demand. Tina was sent for to the parsonage, and the minister took her on his knee and encouraged her to chatter all sorts of egregious nonsense to him. And Miss Deborah Kittery insisted on having her sent for to visit them in Boston, and old Madam Kittery overwhelmed her with indulgence and caresses. Now Tina loved praises and caresses. Incense was the very breath of her nostrils, and she enjoyed being feted and petted as much as a cat enjoys being stroked. It will not be surprising to one who considers the career of this kind of girl to hear that she was not much of a student. What she learned was by impulses and fits and starts, and all of it immediately used for some specific purpose of entertainment, so that among simple people she had the reputation of being a prodigy of information on a very small capital of actual knowledge. Miss Mehitable sighed after thorough knowledge and discipline of mind for her charge, but she invariably found all Tina's teachers becoming accomplices in her superficial practices by praising and caressing her when she had been least faithful, always apologizing for her deficiencies, and speaking in the most flattering terms of her talents. During the last year the schoolmaster had been observed always to walk home with her and bring her books, with a humble, trembling subserviency and prostrate humility which she rewarded with great apparent contempt, and finally she announced to Miss Mehitable that she didn't intend to go to school any more because the master acted so silly. Now, Miss Mehitable, during all her experience of life, had always associated with the men of her acquaintance without ever being reminded in any particular manner of the difference of sex, and it was a subject which, therefore, was about the last to enter into her calculations with regard to her little charge. So she said, "My dear, you shouldn't speak in that way about your teachers. He knows a great deal more than you do." "He may know more than I do about arithmetic, but he doesn't know how to behave. What right has he to put his old hand under my chin? And I won't have him putting his arm around me when he sets my copies. And I told him today he shouldn't carry my books home any more. So there." Miss Mehitable was struck dumb. She went that afternoon and visited the minister's lady. "Depend upon it, my dear," said Lady Lothrop, "it's time to try a course of home reading." A bright idea now struck Miss Mehitable. Her cousin, Mr. Mordecai Rossiter, had recently been appointed a colleague with the venerable Dr. Lothrop. He was a young man, finely read, and of great solidity and piety, and Miss Mehitable resolved to invite him to take up his abode with them for the purpose of assisting her educational efforts. Mr. Mordecai Rossiter accordingly took up his abode in the family, used to conduct family worship, and was expected now and then to drop words of good advice and wholesome counsel to form the mind of Miss Tina. A daily hour was appointed, during which he was to superintend her progress in arithmetic. Mr. Mordecai Rossiter was one of the most simple-minded, honest, sincere human beings that ever wore a black coat. He accepted his charge in sacred simplicity, and took a prayerful view of his young catechumen, whom he was in hopes to make realize, by degrees, the native depravity of her own heart, and to lead, through a gradual process, to the best of all results. Miss Tina also took a view of her instructor, and without any evil intentions, simply followed her strongest instinct, which was to entertain and please. She very soon made herself an exceedingly delightful pupil. Since religion was evidently the engrossing subject in his mind, Tina also turned her attention to it, and instructed and edified him with flights of devout eloquence which were to him perfectly astonishing. Tina would discourse on the goodness of God, and ornament her remarks with so many flowers and stars and poetical fireworks, and be so rapt and carried away with her subject that he would sit and listen to her as if she was an inspired being, and wholly forget the analysis which he meant to propose to her as to whether her emotions of love to God proceeded from self-love or from disinterested benevolence. As I have said, Tina had a genius for poetry, and had employed the dull hours which children of her age usually spend in church in reading the psalm book and committing to memory all the most vividly emotional psalms and hymns, and these she was fond of repeating with great fervor and enthusiasm to her admiring listener. Miss Mehitable considered that the schoolmaster had been an ill-taught, presumptuous man who had ventured to take improper liberties with a mere child, but when she established this connection between this same child and the solemn young minister, it never occurred to her to imagine that there would be any embarrassing consequences from the relation. She considered Tina as a mere infant, as not yet having approached the age when the idea of anything like love or marriage could possibly be suggested to her. In the course of time, however, she could not help remarking that her cousin was in some respects quite an altered man. He reformed many little negligences in regard to his toilette, which Miss Tina had pointed out to him with the nonchalant freedom of a young empress, and he would run and spring and fetch and carry in her service with a zeal and alertness quite wonderful to behold. He expressed privately to Miss Mehitable the utmost astonishment at her mental powers, and spoke of the wonderful work of divine grace which appeared to have made such progress in her heart. Never had he been so instructed and delighted before by the exercises of any young person, and he went so far as to assure Miss Mehitable that in many things he should be only too happy to sit at her feet and learn of her. "Good gracious me," said Miss Mehitable to herself, with a sort of half-start of awakening, though not yet fully come to consciousness, "what does ail everybody that gets hold of Tina?" What got hold of her cousin in this case she had an opportunity of learning not long after by overhearing him tell her young charge that she was an angel, and that he asked nothing more of heaven than to be allowed to follow her lead through life. Now Miss Tina accepted this, as she did all other incense, with great satisfaction. Not that she had the slightest idea of taking this clumsy-footed theological follower round the world with her, but having the highest possible respect for him, knowing that Miss Mehitable and the minister and his wife thought him a person of consideration, she had felt it her duty to please him, had taxed her powers of pleasing to the utmost in his own line, and had met with this gratifying evidence of success. Miss Mehitable was for once really angry. She sent for her cousin to a private interview, and thus addressed him. "Cousin Mordecai, I thought you were a man of sense when I put this child under your case. My great trouble in bringing her up is that everybody flatters her and defers to her, but I thought that in you I had got a man that could be depended on." "I do not flatter her, cousin," replied the young minister earnestly. "You pretend you don't flatter her. Didn't I hear you calling her an angel?" "Well, I don't care if I did. She is an angel," said Mr. Mordecai Rossiter, with tears in his eyes. "She is the most perfectly heavenly being I ever saw." "Ah, bah!" said Miss Mehitable with intense disgust. "What fools you men are!" Miss Mehitable now, much as she disliked it, felt bound to have some cautionary conversation with Miss Tina. "My dear," she said, "you must be very careful in your treatment of Cousin Mordecai. I overheard some things he said to you this morning which I do not approve of." "Oh, yes, auntie, he does talk in a silly way sometimes. Men always begin to talk that way to me. Why, you've no idea the things they will say. Well, of course I don't believe them. It's only a foolish way they have, but they all talk just alike." "But I thought my cousin would have had his mind on better things," said Miss Mehitable. "The idea of his making love to you!" "I know it. Only think of it, auntie, how very funny it is. And there, I haven't done a single thing to make him. I've been just as religious as I could be, and said hymns to him, and everything, and given him good advice, ever so much, because, you see, he didn't know about a great many things till I told him." "But, my dear, all this is going to make him too fond of you. You know you ought not to be thinking of such things now." "What things, auntie?" said the catechumen innocently. "Why, love and marriage. That's what such feelings will come to if you encourage them." "Marriage! Oh, dear me, what nonsense!" And Tina laughed till the room rang again. "Why, dear auntie, what absurd ideas you have got into your head! Of course you can't think that he's thinking any such thing. He's only getting very fond of me, and I'm trying to make him have a good time. That's all." But Miss Tina found that was not all, and was provoked beyond endurance at the question proposed to her in plain terms whether she would not look upon her teacher as one destined in a year or two to become her husband. Thereupon at once the whole gay fabric dissolved like a dream. Tina was as vexed at the proposition as a young unbroken colt is at the sight of a halter. She cried and said she didn't like him, she couldn't bear him, and she never wanted to see him again, that he was silly and ridiculous to talk so to a little girl. And Miss Mehitable sat down to write a long letter to her brother to inquire what she should do next. Chapter 31 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 31. What Shall We Do with Tina? My dear brother, I am in a complete embarrass what to do with Tina. She is the very light of my eyes, the sweetest, gayest, brightest, and best-meaning little mortal that ever was made, but somehow or other I fear I am not the one that ought to have undertaken to bring her up. She has a good deal of self-will, so much that I have long felt it would be quite impossible for me to control her merely by authority. In fact, I laid down my scepter long ago, such as it was. I never did have much of a gift in that way, but Tina's self-will runs in the channel of a most charming persuasiveness. She has all sorts of pretty phrases, and would talk a bird off from a bush or a trout out of a brook by dint of sheer persistent eloquence, and she is always so delightfully certain that her way is the right one and the best for me and all concerned. Then she has no end of those peculiar gifts of entertainment, which are rather dangerous things for a young woman. She is a born mimic, she is a natural actress, and she has always a repartee or a smart saying quite apropos at the tip of her tongue. All this makes her an immense favorite with people who have no responsibility about her, who merely want to be amused with her drolleries, and then shake their heads wisely when she is gone, and say that Miss Mehitable Rossiter ought to keep a close hand on that girl. It seems to be the common understanding that everybody but me is to spoil her, for there isn't anybody, not even Dr. Lothrop and his wife, that won't connive at her mimicking and fripperies, and then talk gravely with me afterward about the danger of these things, as if I were the only person to say anything disagreeable to her. But then I can see very plainly that the little chit is in danger on all sides of becoming trivial and superficial, of mistaking wit for wisdom, and thinking she has answered an argument when she has said a smart thing and raised a laugh. Of late, trouble of another kind has been added. Tina is a little turned of 15. She is going to be very beautiful. She is very pretty now. And in addition to all my other perplexities, the men are beginning to talk that atrocious kind of nonsense to her which they seem to think they must talk to young girls. I have had to take her away from the school on account of the schoolmaster, and when I put her under the care of Cousin Mordecai Rossiter, whom I thought old enough and discreet enough to make a useful teacher to her, he has acted like a natural fool. I have no kind of patience with him. I would not have believed a man could be so devoid of common sense. I shall have to send Tina somewhere, though I can't bear to part with her, and it seems like taking the very sunshine out of the house. So I remember what you told me about sending her up to you. Lady Lothrop and Lois Badger and I have been talking together, and we think the boys might as well go up too to your academy, as our present schoolmaster is not very competent, and you will give them a thorough fitting for college. To this came the following reply. Sister Mehetabel, the thing has happened that I have foreseen. Send her up here. She shall board in the minister's family, and his daughter Esther, who is the wisest, virtuousest, discreetest, best, shall help keep her in order. Send the boys along, too. They are bright fellows, as I remember, and I would like to have a hand at them. One of them might live with us and do the out-of-door chores and help hoe in the garden, and the other might do the same for the minister. So send them along. Your affectionate brother, Jonathan Rossiter. This was an era in our lives. Harry and I from this time felt ourselves to be men, and thereafter adopted the habit of speaking of ourselves familiarly as a man of my character, a man of my age, and a man of my circumstances. The comfort and dignity which this imparted to us were wonderful. We also discussed Tina in a very paternal way, and gravely considered what was best for her. We were, of course, properly shocked at the behavior of the schoolmaster, and greatly applauded her spirit in defending herself against his presumption. Then Tina had told Harry and me all about her trouble with the minister, and I remember at this time how extremely aged and venerable I felt, and what quantities of good advice I gave to Tina, which was all based on the supposition of her dangerously powerful charms and attractions. This is the edifying kind of counsel with which young gentlemen of my age instruct their lady friends, and it will be seen at once that advice and admonition which rest on the theory of superhuman excellence and attractions in the advised party are far more agreeable than the rough, common admonitions generally addressed to boys at this time of life, which are unseasoned by any such pleasing hallucination. There is now a general plea in society that women shall be educated more as men are, and we hear much talk as if the difference between them and our sex is merely one of a difference in education. But how could it be helped that Tina should be educated and formed wholly unlike Harry and myself, when every address made to her from her childhood was of necessity wholly different from what would be made to a boy in the same circumstances? And particularly when she carried with her always that dizzying, blinding charm which turned the head of every boy and man that undertook to talk reason to her. In my own mind I had formed my plan of life. I was to go to college, and therefrom soar to an unmeasured height of literary distinction, and when I had won trophies and laurels and renown, I was to come back and lay all at Tina's feet. This was what Harry and I agreed on in many a conversation as the destined result of our friendship. Harry and I had sworn friendship by all the solemn oaths and terms known in ancient or modern history. We changed names with each other, and in our private notes and letters addressed each other by the name of the other, and felt as if this was some sacred and wonderful peculiarity. Tina called us both brothers, and this we agreed was the best means of preserving her artless mind unalarmed and undisturbed until the future hour of the great declaration. As for Tina, she absolutely could not keep anything to herself if she tried. Whatever agitated her mind or interested it had to be told to us. She did not seem able to rest satisfied with herself till she had proved to us that she was exactly right, or made us share her triumphs in her achievements, or her perplexity in her failures. At this crisis Miss Mehitable talked very seriously and sensibly with her little charge. She pointed out to her the danger of living a trivial and superficial life, of becoming vain and living merely for admiration. She showed her how deficient she had been in those attainments which require perseverance and steadiness of mind and alertness, and earnestly recommended her now to devote herself to serious studies. Nobody was a better subject to preach such a sermon to than Tina. She would even take up the discourse and enlarge upon it, and suggest new and fanciful illustrations. She entered into the project of Miss Mehitable with enthusiasm. She confessed all her faults, and resolved hereafter to become a pattern of the contrary virtues. And then she came and related the whole conversation to us, and entered into the project of devoting herself to study with such a glow of enthusiasm that we formed at once the most brilliant expectations. The town of Cloudland, whither we were going, was a 2 days' journey up into the mountains, and as travelling facilities then were, it was viewed as such an undertaking to send us there that the whole family conclave talked gravely of it and discussed it in every point of view for a fortnight before we started. Our Uncle Jacob, a good, meek, quiet farmer of whom I have spoken, had a little business in regard to some property that had been left by a relative of his wife in that place, and suggested the possibility of going up with us himself. So weighty a move was at first thrown out as mere proposal to be talked of in the family circle. Grandmother and Aunt Lois and Aunt Keziah and my mother picked over and discussed this proposition for days, as a lot of hens will pick over an ear of corn, turning it from side to side and looking at it from every possible point of view. Uncle Fliacum had serious thoughts of offering his well-worn equipage, but it was universally admitted that his constant charities had kept it in such a condition of frailty that the mountain roads would finish it, and thus deprive multitudes of the female population of Oldtown, which was about as much their own as if they had the care and keeping of it. I don't know anybody who could have been taken from Oldtown whose loss would have been more universally felt and deplored than little Miss Tina's. In the first place, Oldtown had come into the way of regarding her as a sort of child of the regiment, and then Tina was one of those sociable, acquaintance-making bodies that have visited everybody, penetrated everybody's affairs, and given a friendly lift now and then in almost everybody's troubles. "Why, Lordy massy," said Sam Lawson, "I don't know nothing what we're any on is goin' to do when Tiny's gone. Why, there ain't a dog goes into the meetin' house but wags her tail when he sees her a-comin'. I expect she knows about every yellow bird's nest and blue jays and bobolink and meadowlarks that there's been round here these 5 years, and how they's goin' to set and hatch without her's best known to 'emselves, I suppose. Lordy massy, that child can sing so like a skunk blackbird that you can't tell which is which. Well, I'll say one thing for her, she draws the fire out of Hepsy, and she's about the only living creature that can, but some nights when she's been into our house playin' checkers or fox and geese with the child'ns, she'd really get Hepsy slicked down so that 'twas kind of comfortable bein' with her. I'm sorry she's goin', for my part, and all the children'll be sorry." As for Polly, she worked night and day on Tina's outfit, and scolded and hectored herself for certain tears that now and then dropped on the white aprons that she was ironing. On the night before Tina was to depart, Polly came into her room and insisted upon endowing her with a string of gold beads, the only relic of earthly vanity in which that severe female had ever been known to indulge. Tina was quite melted, and fell upon her neck. "Why, Polly, no, no, you dear old creature, you've been 1,000 times too good for me, and I've nearly plagued the life out of you, and you shan't give me your poor dear old gold beads. But keep them yourself, for you're as good as gold any day, and so it's a great deal better that you should wear them." "Oh, Tina, child, you don't know my heart," said Polly, shaking her head solemnly. "If you could see the depths of depravity that there are there." "I don't believe a word of it, Polly." "Ah, but you see, the Lord seeth not as man sees, Tina." "I know he don't," said Tina. "He's 1,000 times kinder, and makes 1,000 more excuses for us than we ever do for ourselves or each other. You know the Bible says, 'He knoweth our frame, he remembereth that we are dust.'" "Oh, Tina, Tina, you always was a wonderful child to talk," said Polly, shaking her head doubtfully. "But then, you know the heart is so deceitful. And then, you see, there's the danger that we should mistake natural emotions for grace." "Oh, I dare say there are all sorts of dangers," said Tina. "Of course there are. I know I'm nothing but just a poor little silly bird, but he knows it too, and he's taken care of ever so many such little silly people as I am, so that I'm not afraid. He won't let me deceive myself. You know, when that bird got shut in the house the other day, how much time you and I and Miss Mehitable all spent in trying to keep it from breaking its foolish head against the glass, and flying into the fire, and all that, and how glad we were when we got it safe out into the air. I'm sure we're not half as good as God is, and if we take so much care about a poor little bird that we didn't make and had nothing to do with, he must care a good deal more about us where we are his children. And God is all the Father I have or ever knew." This certainly looked to Polly like very specious reasoning, but after all, the faithful creature groaned in spirit. Might not this all be mere natural religion, and not the supernatural grace? So she said, trembling, "Oh, Tina, did you always feel so towards God? Wasn't there a time when your heart rose in opposition to him?" "Oh, certainly," said Tina. "When Mrs. Fixia used to talk to me about it, I thought I never wanted to hear of him, and I never said my prayers. But as soon as I came to Auntie, she was so loving and kind that I began to see what God must be like, because I know he is kinder than she can be, or you, or anybody can be. That's so, isn't it? You know the Bible says his loving kindness is infinite." The thing in this speech which gave Polly such peculiar satisfaction was the admission that there had been a definite point of time in which the feelings of her little friend had undergone a distinct change. Henceforth she was better satisfied, never reflecting how much she was trusting to a mere state of mind in the child, instead of resting her faith on the Almighty Friend who so evidently had held her in charge during the whole of her short history. As for me, the eve of my departure was to me one of triumph. When I had seen all my father's Latin books fairly stowed away in my trunk, with the very simple wardrobe which belonged to Harry and me, and the trunk had been shut and locked and corded, and we were to start at sunrise the next morning, I felt as if my father's unfulfilled life desire was at last going to be accomplished in me. It was a bright, clear, starlight night in June, and we were warned to go to bed early, that we might be ready in season the next morning. As usual, Harry fell fast asleep, and I was too nervous and excited to close my eyes. I began to think of the old phantasmagoria of my childish days, which now so seldom appeared to me. I felt stealing over me that peculiar thrill and vibration of the great central nerves which used to indicate the approach of those phenomena, and looking up, I saw distinctly my father, exactly as I used to see him, standing between the door and the bed. It seemed to me that he entered by passing through the door, but there he was, every line and lineament of his face, every curl of his hair, exactly as I remembered it. His eyes were fixed on mine with a tender human radiance. There was something soft and compassionate about the look he gave me, and I felt it vibrating on my nerves with that peculiar electric thrill of which I have spoken. I learned by such interviews as these how spirits can communicate with one another without human language. The appearance of my father was vivid and real, even to the clothing that he used to wear, which was earthly and homelike, precisely as I remembered it. Yet I felt no disposition to address him, and no need of words. Gradually the image faded, it grew thinner and fainter, and I saw the door through it as if it had been a veil, and then it passed away entirely. What are these apparitions? I know that this will be read by many who have seen them quite as plainly as I have, who, like me, have hushed back the memory of them into the most secret and silent chambers of their hearts. I know, with regard to myself, that the sight of my father was accompanied by such a vivid conviction of the reality of his presence, such an assurance that radiated from his serene eyes that he had at last found the secret of eternal peace, such an intense conviction of continued watchful affection and of sympathy in the course that I was now beginning, that I could not have doubted it if I would. And when we remember that from the beginning of the world some such possible communication between departed love and the beloved on earth has been among the most cherished legends of humanity, why must we always meet such phenomena with a resolute determination to account for them by every or any supposition but that which the human heart most craves? Is not the great mystery of life and death made more cruel and inexorable by this rigid incredulity? One would fancy, to hear some moderns talk, that there was no possibility that the departed, even when most tender and most earnest, could, if they would, recall themselves to their earthly friends. For my part, it was through some such experiences as these that I learned that there are truths of the spiritual life which are intuitive and above logic, which a man must believe because he cannot help it, just as he believes the facts of his daily experience in the world of matter, though most ingenious and unanswerable treatises
Chapter 32 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 32. The Journey to Cloudland. The next morning Aunt Lois rapped at our door when there was the very faintest red streak in the east, and the birds were just in the midst of that vociferous singing which nobody knows anything about who isn't awake at this precise hour. We were forward enough to be up and dressed, and before our breakfast was through, Uncle Jacob came to the door. The agricultural population of Massachusetts at this time were a far more steady set as regards locomotion than they are in these days of railroads. At this time a journey from Boston to New York took a fortnight, a longer time than it now takes to go to Europe, and my Uncle Jacob had never even been to Boston. In fact, the 7-Mile Tavern in the neighborhood had been the extent of his wanderings, and it was evident that he regarded the 2 days' journey as quite a solemn event in his life. He had given a fortnight's thought to it. He had arranged all his worldly affairs, and given charges and messages to his wife and children in case, as he said, anything should happen to him. And he informed Aunt Lois that he had been awake the biggest part of the night thinking it over. But when he had taken Tina and her little trunk on board, and we had finished all our handshakings, and Polly had told us over for the 4th or 5th time exactly where she had put the cold chicken, and the biscuits and the cake and pie, and Miss Mehetable had cautioned Tina again and again to put on her shawl in case a shower should come up, and my grandmother and Aunt Lois had put in their share of parting admonitions, we at last trolled off as cheery and merry a set of youngsters as the sun ever looked upon in a dewy June morning. Our road lay first along the beautiful brown river, with its sweeping bends, and its prattling curves of water dashing and chattering over mossy rocks. Towards noon we began to find ourselves winding up and up amid hemlock forests, whose solemn shadows were all radiant and aglow with clouds of blossoming laurel. We had long hills to wind up when we got out and walked, and gathered flowers, and scampered and chased the brook up the stream from one little dashing waterfall to another, and then suddenly darting out upon the road again, we would meet the wagon at the top of the hill. Can there be anything on earth so beautiful as these mountain rides in New England? At any rate, we were full in the faith that there could not. When we were riding in the wagon, Tina's powers of entertainment were brought into full play. The great success of the morning was her exact imitation of a squirrel eating a nut, which she was requested to perform many times, and which she did, with variations, until at last Uncle Jacob remarked, with a grin, that, if he should meet her and a squirrel sitting on a stone fence together, he believed he shouldn't know which was which. Besides this, we acted various impromptu plays, assuming characters and supporting them as we had been accustomed to do in our theatrical rehearsals in the garret, until Uncle Jacob declared that he never did see such a musical set as we were. About nightfall we came to Uncle Sim Jerry's tavern, which had been fixed upon for our stopping-place. This was neither more nor less than a mountain farmhouse, where the few travellers who ever passed that way could find accommodation. Uncle Jacob, after seeing to his horses and partaking of a plentiful supper, went immediately to bed, as was his innocent custom every evening, as speedily as possible. To bed, but not to sleep, for when, an hour or two afterward, I had occasion to go into his room, I found him lying on his bed with his clothes on, his shoes merely slipped off, and his hat held securely over the pit of his stomach. "Why, Uncle Jacob," I said, "aren't you going to bed?" "Well, I guess I'll just lie down as I be, no knowing what might happen when you're travelling. It's a very nice house, and a very respectable family, but it's best always to be prepared for anything that may happen. So I think you children had better all go to bed and keep quiet." What roars of laughter there were among us when I described this scene and communicated the message of Uncle Jacob. It seemed as if Tina could not be got to sleep that night, and we could hear her giggling through the board partition that separated our room from hers every hour of the night. Happy are the days when one can go to sleep and wake up laughing. The next morning, however, Uncle Jacob reaped the reward of his vigilance by finding himself ready dressed at 6 o'clock when I came in, and found him sleeping profoundly. The fact was that, having kept awake till near morning, he was sounder asleep at this point of time than any of us, and was snoring away like a grist-mill. He remarked that he shouldn't wonder if he had dropped asleep, and said in a solemn tone, "We've got through the night wonderfully, all things considered." The next day's ride was the same thing over, only the hills were longer, and by we came to great vistas of mountains, whose cloudy purple heads seemed to stretch and veer around our path like the phantasmagoria of a dream. Sometimes the road seemed to come straight up against an impenetrable wall, and we would wonder what we were to do with it. But lo, as we approached, The old mountain seemed gracefully to slide aside and open to us a passage around it. Tina found ever so many moralities and poetical images in these mountains. It was like life, she said. Your way would seem all shut up before you, but if you only had faith and went on, the mountains would move aside for you and let you through. Towards night we began to pull in earnest up a series of ascents towards the little village of Cloudland. Hill after hill, hill after hill. How long they seemed, but how beautiful it was when the sun went down over the distant valleys. And there was such a pomp and glory of golden clouds and rosy vapours wreathed around the old mountain tops, as one must go to Cloudland to know anything about it. At last we came to a little terrace of land, where were a white meeting-house and a store and 2 or 3 houses, and to the door of one of these our waggon drove. There stood Mr. Jonathan Rossiter and the minister and Esther. You do not know Esther, do you? Neither at this time did we. We saw a tall, straight, graceful girl who looked at us out of a pair of keen, clear hazel eyes, with a sort of inquisitive yet not unkindly glance, but as if she meant to make up her mind about us. And when she looked at Tina, I could see that her mind was made up in a moment. Letter from Tina to Miss Mehetabel, Cloudland, June 6. Here we are, dear Auntie, up in the skies, in the most beautiful place you can possibly conceive of. We had such a good time coming. You've no idea of the fun we had. You know I'm going to be very sober, but I didn't think it was necessary to begin while we were travelling, and we kept Uncle Jacob laughing, so that I really think he must have been tired. Do you know, Auntie, I have got so that I can look exactly like a squirrel. We saw ever so many on the way, and I got a great many new hints on the subject, and now I can do squirrel in 4 or 5 different attitudes, and the boys almost killed themselves laughing. Harry is an old slyboots. Do you know, he is just as much of a mimic as I am, for all he looks so sober, but when we get him going he is perfectly killing. He and I and Horace acted all sorts of plays on the way. We agreed with each other that we'd give a set of old town representations and see if Uncle Jacob would know who they were. And so Harry was Sam Lawson and I was Hepsy, and I made an unexceptionable baby out of our 2 shawls, and Horace was Uncle Fliacum, who came in to give us moral exhortations. I do wish you could hear how we did it. Uncle Jacob isn't the brightest of all mortals, and not very easily roused, but we made him laugh till he said his sides were sore, and to pay for it he made us laugh when we got to the tavern where we stopped all night. Do you believe, Auntie, Uncle Jacob really was frightened or careworn or something, so that he hardly slept any all night. It was just the quietest place that you ever saw, and there was a good motherly woman who got us the nicest kind of supper, and a peaceable, slow, dull old man, just like Uncle Jacob. There wasn't the least thing that looked as if we'd fallen into a cave of banditti, or a castle in the Apennines, such as Mrs. Radcliffe tells us about in the Mysteries of Udolpho. But for all that, Uncle Jacob's mind was so oppressed with care that he went to bed with all his clothes on, and lay broad awake with his hat in his hand all night. I didn't think before that Uncle Jacob had such a brilliant imagination. Poor man, I should have thought he would have lain down and slept as peaceably as one of his own oxen. We got up into Cloudland about 6:30 in the afternoon, the second day, and such a sunset! I thought of a good subject for a little poem, and wrote 2 or 3 verses, which I'll send you some time, but I must tell you now about the people here. I don't doubt I shall become very good, for just think what a place I am in, living at the minister's, and then I room with Esther. You ought to see Esther. She's a beautiful girl. She's tall and straight and graceful, with smooth black hair and piercing dark eyes that look as if they could read your very soul. Her face has the features of a statue, at least such as I think some of the beautiful statues that I've read about might have. And what makes it more statuesque is that she's so very pale. She is perfectly healthy, but there doesn't seem to be any red blood in her cheeks. And dear Auntie, she's alarmingly good. She knows so much and does so much that it is really discouraging to me to think of it. Why, do you know, she has read through Virgil, and is reading a Greek tragedy now with Mr. Rossiter, and she teaches a class in mathematics in school, besides being her father's only housekeeper and taking care of her younger brothers. I should be frightened to death at so much goodness, if it were not that she seems to have taken the greatest possible fancy to me. As I told you, we room together, and such a nice room as it is. Everything is just like wax, and she gave me half of everything, half the drawers and half the closet, and put all my things so nicely in their places. And then in the morning she gets up at unheard hours, and she was beginning to pet me and tell me that I needn't get up. Now you know, Auntie, that's just the way people were always doing with me, and the way poor dear old Polly would spoil me. But I told Esther all about my new resolutions, and exactly how good I intended to be, and that I thought I couldn't do better than do everything that she did. And so when she gets up, I get up. And really, Auntie, you've no idea what a sight the sunrise is here in the mountains. It is really worth getting up for. We have breakfast at 6 o'clock, and then there are about 3 hours before school, and I help Esther wash up the breakfast things, and we make our bed and sweep our room and put everything up nice, and then I have ever so long to study, while Esther is seeing to all her family cares and directing Black Dinah about the dinner, and settling any little cases that may arise among her 3 younger brothers. They are great, strong, nice boys, with bright red cheeks and a good capacity for making a noise, but she manages them nicely. Dear Auntie, I hope some of her virtues will rub off on me by contact, don't you? I don't think your brother likes me much. He hardly noticed me at all when I was first presented to him, and seemed to have forgotten that he had ever seen me. I tried to talk to him, but he cut me quite short and turned around and went to talk to Mr. Avery, the minister, you know. I think that these people who know so much might be civil to us little folks, but then I dare say it's all right enough. But sometimes it does seem as if he wanted to snub me. Well, perhaps it's good for me to be snubbed. I have such good times generally that I ought to have something that isn't quite so pleasant. Life is to me such a beautiful story, and every morning when I open my eyes and see things looking so charming as they do here, I thank God that I am alive. Mr. Rossiter has been examining the boys in their studies. He isn't a man that ever praises anybody, I suppose, but I can see that he is pretty well pleased with them. We have a lady principal, Miss Titcomb. She is about 40 years old, I should think, and very pleasant and affable. I shall tell you more about these things by and by. Give my love to dear old Polly, and to Grandma and Aunt Louis, and all the nice folks in Oldtown. Dear Auntie, sometimes I used to think that you were depressed, and had troubles that you did not tell me, and something you said once about your life being so wintry made me quite sad. Do let me be your little spring, and think always how dearly I love you, and how good I am going to try to be.
Chapter 33 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in November 2015. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe, Chapter 33. School Life in Cloudland. The academy in Cloudland was one of those pure wells from which the hidden strength of New England is drawn, as her broad rivers are made from hidden mountain brooks. The first object of every colony in New England, after building the church, was to establish a schoolhouse, and a class of the most superior men of New England in those days of simple living were perfectly satisfied to make it the business of their lives to teach in the small country academies with which the nooks and hollows of New England were filled. Could materials be got as profuse as Boswell's Life of Johnson to illustrate the daily life and table talk of some of the academy schoolmasters of this period, it would be an acquisition for the world. For that simple, pastoral germ state of society is a thing forever gone. Never again shall we see that union of perfect repose in regard to outward surroundings and outward life with that intense activity of the inward and intellectual world that made New England, at this time, the vigorous, germinating seed-bed for all that has since been developed of politics, laws, letters, and theology through New England to America, and through America to the world. The hurry of railroads and the rush and roar of business that now fill it would have prevented that germinating process. It was necessary that there should be a period like that we describe, when villages were each a separate little democracy, shut off by rough roads and forests from the rest of the world, organized round the church and school as a common center, and formed by the minister and the schoolmaster. The Academy of Cloudland had become celebrated in the neighborhood for the skill and ability with which it was conducted, and pupils had been drawn, even from as far as Boston, to come and sojourn in our mountain town and partake of these advantages. They were mostly young girls, who were boarded at very simple rates in the various families of the place. In all, the pupils of the academy numbered about 100, equally divided between the two sexes. There was a class of about 15 young men who were preparing for college, and a greater number of boys who were studying with the same ultimate hope. As a general rule, the country academies of Massachusetts have been equally open to both sexes. Andover and Exeter, so far as I know, formed the only exceptions to this rule, being by their charters confined rigorously to the use of the dominant sex. But in the generality of country academies, the girls and boys studied side by side, without any other restriction as to the character of their studies than personal preference. As a general thing, the classics and the higher mathematics were more pursued by the boys than the girls, but if there were a daughter of Eve who wished, like her mother, to put forth her hand to the tree of knowledge, there was neither cherubim nor flaming sword to drive her away. Mr. Rossiter was always stimulating the female part of his subjects to such undertakings, and the consequence was that in his school an unusual number devoted themselves to these pursuits, and the leading scholar in Greek and the higher mathematics was our new acquaintance, Esther Avery. The female principal, Miss Titcomb, was a thoroughbred, old-fashioned lady, whose views of education were formed by Miss Hannah More, and whose style, like Miss Hannah More's, was profoundly Johnsonian. This lady had composed a set of rules for the conduct of the school in the most ornate and resounding periods. The rules, briefly epitomized, required of us only absolute moral perfection, but they were run into details which caused the reading of them to take up about a quarter of an hour every Saturday morning. I would that I could remember some of the sentences. It was required of us all, for one thing, that we should be perfectly polite. Persons truly polite, it was added, invariably treat their superiors with reverence, their equals with exact consideration, and their inferiors with condescension. Again, under the head of manners, we were warned not to consider romping as indicative of sprightliness, or loud laughter as a mark of wit. The scene every Saturday morning, when these rules were read to a set of young people on whom the mountain air acted like champagne, and among whom both romping and loud laughter were fearfully prevalent, was sufficiently edifying. There was also a system of marks, quite complicated, by which our departures from any of these virtuous properties was indicated. After a while, however, the reciting of these rules, like the reading of the 10 Commandments in churches, and a great deal of other good substantial reading, came to be looked upon only as a Saturday morning decorum, and the Johnsonian periods, which we all knew by heart, were principally useful in pointing a joke. Nevertheless, we were not a badly behaved set of young people. Miss Titcomb exercised general supervision over the manners, morals, and health of the young ladies connected with the institution, taught history and geography, and also gave especial attention to female accomplishments. These, so far as I could observe, consisted largely in embroidering mourning pieces, with a family monument in the center, a green ground worked in chenille and floss silk, with an exuberant willow tree, and a number of weeping mourners, whose faces were often concealed by flowing pocket-handkerchiefs. Pastoral pieces were also in great favor, representing fair young shepherdesses sitting on green chenille banks, with crooks in their hands, and attending some animals of uncertain description, which were to be received by faith as sheep. The sweet confiding innocence which regarded the making of objects like these as more suited to the tender female character than the pursuit of Latin and mathematics was characteristic of the ancient regime. Did not Penelope embroider, and all sorts of princesses, ancient and modern, and was not embroidery a true feminine grace? Even Esther Avery, though she found no time for works of this kind, looked upon it with respect, as an accomplishment for which nature, unfortunately, had not given her a taste. Mr. Rossiter, although he of course would not infringe on the kingdom of his female associate, treated these accomplishments with a scarce concealed contempt. It was, perhaps, the frosty atmosphere of scepticism which he breathed about him touching these works of art that prevented his favorite scholars from going far in the direction of such accomplishments. The fact is that Mr. Rossiter, during the sailor period of his life, had been to the Mediterranean, had seen the churches of Spain and Italy, and knew what Murillos and Titians were like, which may account somewhat for the glances of civil amusement when he sometimes cast over into Miss Titcomb's department, when the adjuncts and accessories of a family tombstone were being eagerly discussed. Mr. Jonathan Rossiter held us all by the sheer force of his personal character and will, just as the ancient mariner held the wedding guest with his glittering eye. He so utterly scorned and contempted a lazy scholar that trifling and inefficiency in study were scorched and withered by the very breath of his nostrils. We were so awfully afraid of his opinion, we so hoped for his good word, and so dreaded his contempt, and we so verily believed that no such man ever walked this earth, that he had only to shake his ambrosial locks and give the nod to settle us all as to any matter whatever. In an age when in England schools were managed by the grossest and most brutal exercise of corporal punishment, the schoolmasters of New England, to a great extent, had entirely dropped all resort to such barbarous measures, and carried on their schools as republics by the sheer force of moral and intellectual influences. Mr. Jonathan Rossiter would have been ashamed of himself at even the suggestion of caning a boy, as if he were incapable of any higher style of government. And yet never was a man more feared, and his will had in more awful regard. Mr. Rossiter was sparing of praise, but his praise bore a value in proportion to its scarcity. It was like diamonds and rubies. Few could have it, but the whole of his little commonwealth were working for it. He scorned all conventional rules in teaching. He would not tolerate a mechanical lesson, and took delight in puzzling his pupils and breaking up all routine business by startling and unexpected questions and assertions. He compelled everyone to think, and to think for himself. "Your heads may not be the best in the world," was one of his sharp offhand sayings, "but they are the best God has given you, and you must use them for yourselves." To tell the truth, he used his teaching somewhat as a mental gratification for himself. If there was a subject he wanted to investigate, or an old Greek or Latin author that he wanted to dig out, he would put a class on it, without the least regard to whether it was in the course of college preparation or not. And if a word was said by any poor mechanical body, he would blast out upon him with a sort of despotic scorn. "Learn to read Greek perfectly," he said, "and it's no matter what you read," or "Learn to use your own heads, and you can learn anything." There was little idling and no shirking in his school, but a slow, dull, industrious fellow, if he showed a disposition to work steadily, got more notice from him than even a bright one. Mr. Rossiter kept house by himself in a small cottage adjoining that of the minister. His housekeeper, Miss Minerva Randall, generally known to the village as Miss Nervy Randall, was one of those preternaturally well-informed old mermaids who, so far as I know, are a peculiar product of the state of Maine. Study and work had been the two passions of her life, and in neither could she be excelled by man or woman. Single-handed and without a servant, she performed all the labors of Mr. Jonathan Rossiter's little establishment. She washed for him, ironed for him, plaited his ruffled shirts in neatest folds, brushed his clothes, cooked his food, occasionally hoed in the garden, trained flowers around the house, and found also time to read Greek and Latin authors, and to work out problems in mathematics and surveying and navigation, and to take charge of boys in reading Virgil. Miss Minerva Randall was one of those female persons who are of Sojourner Truth's opinion that if women want any rights they had better take them and say nothing about it. Her sex had never occurred to her as a reason for doing or not doing anything which her hand found to do. In the earlier part of her life, for the mere love of roving and improving her mind by seeing foreign countries, she had gone on a Mediterranean voyage with her brother Zachariah Randall, who was wont to say of her that she was a better mate than any man he could find. And true enough, when he was confined to his berth with a fever, Miss Minerva not only nursed him, but navigated the ship home in the most matter-of-fact way in the world. She had no falderall about woman's rights, but she was always wide awake to perceive when a thing was to be done, and to do it. Nor did she ever after in her life talk of this exploit as a thing to be boasted of, seeming to regard it as a matter too simple and entirely in the natural course of things to be mentioned. Miss Minerva, however, had not enough of the external elusive charms of her sex to suggest to a casual spectator any doubt on that score of the propriety of her doing or not doing anything. Although she had not precisely the air of a man, she had very little of what usually suggests the associations of femininity. There was a sort of fishy quaintness about her that awakened grim ideas of some unknown ocean product, a wild and withered appearance, like a wind-blown juniper on a sea promontory, unsightly and stunted, yet not, after all, commonplace or vulgar. She was short, square, and broad, and the circumference of her waist was, if anything, greater where that of other females decreases. What the color of her hair might have been in days of youthful bloom was not apparent, but she had, when we knew her, thin tresses of a pepper and salt mixture of tint, combed tightly, and twisted in a very small nut on the back of her head, and fastened with a reddish-yellow horn comb. Her small black eyes were overhung by a grizzled thicket of the same mixed color as her hair. For the graces of the toilet Miss Nervy had no particular esteem. Her clothing and her person, as well as her housekeeping and belongings, were of a scrupulous and wholesome neatness, but the idea of any other beauty than that of utility had never suggested itself to her mind. She wore always a stiff petticoat of her own spinning, with a striped linen short gown, and probably in all her life never expended $20 a year for clothing. And yet Miss Nervy was about the happiest female person whose acquaintance it had ever been my fortune to make. She had just as much as she wanted of exactly the two things she liked best in the world, books and work, and when her work was done there were the books, and life could give no more. Miss Nervy had no sentiment, not a particle of romance. She was the most perfectly contented mortal that could possibly be imagined. As to station and position, she was as well known and highly respected in Cloudland as the schoolmaster himself. She was one of the fixed facts of the town, as much as the meeting-house. Days came and went, and spring flowers and autumn leaves succeeded each other, and boys and girls, like the spring flowers and autumn leaves, came and went in Cloudland Academy, but there was always Miss Nervy Randall, not a bit older, not a bit changed, doing her spinning and her herb drying, working over her butter and plaiting Mr. Johnson's ruffled shirts, and teaching her Virgil class. What gave a piquancy to Miss Nervy's discourse was that she always clung persistently to the racy Yankee dialect of her childhood, and when she was discoursing of Latin and the classics, the idioms made a droll mixture. She was the most invariably good-natured of mortals, and helpful to the last degree, and she would always stop her kitchen work, take her hands out of the bread, or turn away from her yeast in a critical moment, to show a puzzled boy the way through a hard Latin sentence. "Why, don't you know what that there is?" she would say. "That there's part of the gerund in dumb. You've got to decline it, and then you'll find it. Look here," she'd say, "run that there through the moods and tenses, and you'll get it in the subjunctive. Or, Massy, child, that there's one of the deponent verbs. 'Tain't got any active form. Them deponent verbs allus does trouble boys till they get used to 'em." Now, these provincialisms might have excited the risibles of so keen a set of grammarians as we were, only that Miss Randall was a dead shot in any case of difficulty presented by the learned languages. No matter how her English phrased it, she had taught so many boys that she knew every hard rub and difficult stepping-stone and tight place in the Latin grammar by heart, and had relief at her tongue's end for any distressed beginner. In the cottage over which Miss Randall presided, Harry and I had our room, and we were boarded at the master's table, and so far we were fortunate. Our apartment, which was a roof-room of a gambrel-roofed cottage, was, to be sure, unplastered and carpetless, but it looked out through the boughs of a great apple-tree up a most bewildering blue vista of mountains, whence the sight of a sunset was something forever to be remembered. All our physical appointments, though rustically plain, were kept by Miss Nervy in the utmost perfection of neatness. She had as great a passion for soap and sand as she had for Greek roots, and probably for the same reason. These wild sea-coast countries seemed to produce a sort of superfluity of energy which longed to wreck itself on something, and delighted in digging and delving mentally as well as physically. Our table had a pastoral perfection in the articles of bread and butter, with honey furnished by Miss Minerva's bees, and game and fish brought in by the united woodcraft of the minister and Mr. Rossiter. Mr. Rossiter pursued all the natural sciences with an industry and enthusiasm only possible to a man who lives in so lonely and retired a place as Cloudland, and who has, therefore, none of the thousand dissipations of time resulting from our modern system of intercommunication, which is fast producing a state of shallow and superficial knowledge. He had a ponderous herbarium of some 40 or 50 folios of his own collection and arrangement, over which he gloated with affectionate pride. He had a fine mineralogical cabinet, and there was scarcely a ledge of rocks within a circuit of 12 miles that had not resounded to the tap of his stone hammer and furnished specimens for his collection. And he had an entomologic collection, where luckless bugs impaled on steel pins stuck in thin sheets of cork struggled away a melancholy existence, martyrs to the taste for science. The tender-hearted among us sometimes ventured a remonstrance in favor of these hapless beetles, but were silenced by the authoritative dictum of Mr. Rossiter. "Insects," he declared, "are unsusceptible of pain, the structure of their nervous organization forbidding the idea, and their spasmodic action being simply nervous contraction." As nobody has ever been inside of a beetle to certify to the contrary, and as the race have no mode of communication, we all found it comfortable to put implicit faith in Mr. Rossiter's statements till better advised. It was among the awe-inspiring legends that were current of Mr. Rossiter in the school that he corresponded with learned men in Norway and Sweden, Switzerland and France, to whom he sent specimens of American plants and minerals and insects, receiving in return those of other countries. Even in that remote day, little New England had her eyes and her thoughts and her hands everywhere where ship could sail. Mr. Rossiter dearly loved to talk and to teach, and out of school hours it was his delight to sit surrounded by his disciples, to answer their questions and show them his herbarium and his cabinet, to organize woodland tramps, and to start us on researches similar to his own. It was fashionable in his school to have private herbariums and cabinets, and before a month was past, our garret room began to look quite like a grotto. In short, Mr. Rossiter's system resembled that of those gardeners who, instead of bending all their energies toward making a handsome head to a young tree, encourage it to burst out in suckers clear down to the root, bringing every part of it into vigorous life and circulation. I still remember the blessed old fellow, as he used to sit among us on the steps of his house in some of those resplendent moonlit nights which used to light up Cloudland like a fairy dream. There he still sits, in memory, with his court around him, Esther with the thoughtful shadows in her eyes and the pensive Psyche profile, and Tina, ever restless, changing, enthusiastic, Harry with his sly, reticent humor and silent enjoyment, and he, our master, talking of everything under the sun, past, present, and to come, of the cathedral and pictures of Europe, describing those he had not seen, apparently with as minute a knowledge as those he had, of plants and animals, of the ancients and the moderns, of theology, metaphysics, grammar, rhetoric, or whatever came uppermost, always full and suggestive, startling us with paradoxes, provoking us to arguments, setting us out to run eager tilts of discussion with him, yet in all holding us in a state of unmeasured admiration. Was he conscious, our great man and master, of that weakness of his nature which made an audience, and an admiring one, always a necessity to him? Of a soul naturally self-distrustful and melancholy, he needed to be constantly reinforced and built up in his own esteem by the suffrage of others. What seemed the most trenchant self-assertion in him was, after all, only the desperate struggles of a drowning man to keep his head above water, and though he seemed at times to despise us all, our good opinion, our worship and reverence, were the raft that kept him from sinking in despair. The first few weeks that Tina was in school, it was evident that Mr. Rossiter considered her as a spoiled child of fortune, whom the world had conspired to injure by overmuch petting. He appeared resolved at once to change the atmosphere and the diet. For some time in school it seemed as if she could do nothing to please him. He seemed determined to put her through a sort of Spartan drill with hard work and small praise. Tina had received from nature and womanhood that inspiration in dress and toilet attraction which led her always and instinctively to some little form of personal adornment. Every wild spray or fluttering vine in our woodland rambles seemed to suggest to her some caprice of ornamentation. Each day she had some new thing in her hair, now a feathery fern leaf, and anon some wild red berry, whose presence just where she placed it was as picturesque as a French lithograph, and we boys were in the habit of looking each day to see what she would wear next. One morning she came into school, fair as Ariadne, with her viney golden curls rippling over and around a crown of laurel blossoms. She seemed to us like a little woodland poem. We all looked at her and complimented her, and she received our compliments, as she always did coin of that sort, with the most undistinguished and radiant satisfaction. Mr. Rossiter was in one of his savage humours this morning, and eyed the pretty toilette grimly. "If you had only an equal talent for ornamenting the inside of your head," he said to her, "there might be some hopes of you." Tears of mortification came into Tina's eyes as she dashed the offending laurel blossoms out the window and bent resolutely over her book. At recess time she strolled out with me into the pine woods back of the schoolhouse, and we sat down on a mossy log together, and I comforted her and took her part. "I don't care, Horace," she said. "I don't care," and she dashed the tears out of her eyes. "I'll make that man like me yet. You see if I don't. He shall like me before I'm done with him, so there. I don't care how much he scolds. I'll give in to him and do exactly as he tells me, but I'll conquer him. You see if I don't." And true enough, Miss Tina from this time brushed her curly hair straight as such rebellious curls possibly could be brushed, and dressed herself as plainly as Esther, and went at study as if her life depended on it. She took all Mr. Rossiter's snubs and despiteful sayings with the most prostrate humility, and now we began to learn, to our astonishment, what a mind the little creature had. In all my experience of human beings, I never saw one who learned so easily as she. It was but a week or two after she began the Latin grammar, before, jumping over all the intermediate books, she alighted in a class in Virgil among scholars who had been studying for a year, and kept up with them, and in some respects stood clearly as the first scholar. The vim with which the little puss went at it, the zeal with which she turned over the big dictionary and whirled the leaves of the grammar, the almost inspiration which she showed in seizing the poetical shading of words over which her more prosaic companions blundered, were matters of never-ending astonishment and admiration to Harry and myself. At the end of the first week she gravely announced to us that she intended to render Virgil into English verse, and we had not the smallest doubt that she would do it, and were so immensely wrought up about it that we talked of it after we went to bed that night. Tina, in fact, had produced quite a clever translation of the first 10 lines of Arma Verimque, and etc., and we wondered what Mr. Rossiter would say to it. One of us stepped in and laid it on his writing desk. "Which of you boys did this?" he said the next morning in not a disapproving tone. There was a pause, and he slowly read the lines aloud. "Pretty fair," he said, "pretty fair. I shouldn't be surprised if that boy should be able to write English one of these days." "If you please, sir," said I, "it's Miss Tina Percival that wrote that." Tina's cheeks were red enough as he handed her back her poetry. "Not bad," he said, "not bad. Keep on as you've begun, and you may come to something yet." This scanty measure of approbation was interpreted as high praise, and we complimented Tina on her success. The project of making a poetical translation of Virgil, however, was not carried out, though every now and then she gave us little jets and spurts which kept up our courage. Bless me, how we did study everything in that school! English grammar, for instance. The whole school was divided into a certain number of classes, each under a leader, and at the close of every term came on the great examination, which was like a tournament or passage at arms in matters of the English language. To beat in this great contest of knowledge was what excited all our energies. Mr. Rossiter searched out the most difficult specimens of English literature for us to parse, and we were given to understand that he was laying up all the most abstruse problems of grammar to propound to us. All that might be raked out from the coarse print and the fine print of grammar was to be brought to bear on us, and the division that knew the most, the division that could not be puzzled by any subtlety, that had anticipated every possible question, and was prepared with an answer, would be the victorious division, and would be crowned with laurels as glorious in our eyes as those of the old Olympic games. For a week we talked, spoke, and dreamed of nothing but English grammar. Each division sat in solemn, mysterious conclave, afraid lest one of its mighty secrets of wisdom should possibly take wing and be plundered by some of the outlying scouts of another division. We had for a subject Satan's address to the Son in Milton, which in our private councils we tore limb from limb with as little remorse as an anatomist dissects a once lovely human body. The town doctor was a noted linguist and grammarian, and his son was contended for by all the divisions, as supposed to have access to the fountain of his father's wisdom on these subjects, and we were so happy in the balloting as to secure him for our side. Esther was our leader, and we were all in the same division, and our excitement was indescribable. We had also to manage a quotation from Otway, which I remember contained the clause, "Were the world on fire?" To parse "on fire" was a problem which kept the eyes of the whole school waking. Each division had its theory, of which it spoke mysteriously in the presence of outsiders, but we had George Norton, and George had been in solemn consultation with Dr. Norton. Never shall I forget the excitement as he came rushing up to our house at 9 o'clock at night with the last results of his father's analysis. We shut the door and shut the windows, for who knew what of the enemy might be listening, and gathered breathlessly around him, while in a low, mysterious voice he unfolded to us how to parse "on fire." At that moment George Norton enjoyed the full pleasure of being a distinguished individual, if he never did before or after. Mr. Rossiter all this while was like the Egyptian Sphinx, perfectly unfathomable, and severely resolved to sift and test us to the utmost. Ah, well, to think of the glories of the day when our division beat, for we did beat. We ran along neck and neck with Ben Baldwin's division, for Ben was an accomplished grammarian, and had picked up one or two recondite pieces of information, wherewith he threatened for a time to turn our flank. But the fortunes of the field were reversed when it came to the phrase "on fire," and our success was complete and glorious. It was well to have this conflict over, for I don't believe that Tina slept one night that week without dreams of particles and prepositions. Tina, who was as full of the enthusiasm of everything that was going on as a flossy evening cloud is of light, and to whose health I really do believe a defeat might have caused a serious injury. Never shall I forget Esther, radiant, grave, and resolved, as she sat in the midst of her division through all the fluctuations of the contest. A little bright spot had come in each of her usually pale cheeks, and her eyes glowed with a fervor which showed that she had it in her to have defended a fortress or served a cannon, like the Maid of Saragossa. We could not have felt more if our division had been our country, and she had led us in triumph through a battle. Besides grammar, we gave great attention to rhetoric. We studied Dr. Blair with the same kind of thoroughness with which we studied the English grammar. Every week a division of the school was appointed to write compositions, but there was, besides, a call for volunteers, and Mr. Rossiter had a smile of approbation for those who volunteered to write every week, and so we were always among that number. It was remarkable that the very best writers, as a general thing, were among the female part of the school. There were several young men of 19 and 20 years of age whose education had been retarded by the necessity of earning for themselves the money which was to support them while preparing for college. They were not boys, they were men, and, generally speaking, men of fine minds and fine characters. Some of them have since risen to distinction and acted leading parts at Washington. But for all that, the best writers of the school, as I have before said, were the girls. Nor was the standard of writing low. Mr. Rossiter had the most withering scorn for ordinary sentimental nonsense and schoolgirl platitudes. If a bit of weekly poetry got running among the scholars, he was sure to come down upon it with such an absurd parody that nobody could ever recall it again without a laugh. We wrote on such subjects as the difference between the natural and moral sublime, the comparative merits of Milton and Shakespeare, the comparative merits of the Athenian and Lacedaemonian systems of education. Sometimes, also, we wrote criticisms. If, perchance, the master picked up some verbose 4th of July oration or some sophomorical newspaper declamation, he delivered it over to our tender mercies with as little remorse as a huntsman feels in throwing a dead fox to the dogs. Hard was the fate of any such composition thrown out to us. With what infinite zeal we attacked it, how we riddled and shook it, how we scoffed and sneered and jeered at it, how we exposed its limping metaphors and hung up in triumph its deficient grammar. Such a sharp set of critics we became that our compositions, read to each other, went through something of an ordeal. Tina, Harry, Esther, and I were a private composition club. Many an hour have we sat in the old schoolroom, long after all the other scholars had gone, talking to one another of our literary schemes. We planned poems and tragedies. We planned romances that would have taken many volumes to write out. We planned arguments and discussions. We gravely criticized each other's style and read morsels of projected compositions to one another. It was characteristic of the simple, earnest fearlessness of those times in regard to all matters of opinion that the hardest theological problems were sometimes given out as composition subjects, and we 4 children not infrequently sat perched on the old high benches of the schoolroom during the fading twilight hours, and, like Milton's fallen angels, quote, reasoned high of providence, foreknowledge, will, and fate, fixed fate, free will, foreknowledge absolute, of happiness and final misery. Esther, Harry, and I were reading The Prometheus Bound with Mr. Rossiter. It was one of his literary diversions, into which he carried us, and the Calvinism of the old Greek tradition, mingled with the Calvinism of the pulpit and of modern New England life, formed a curious admixture in our thoughts. Tina insisted on reading this with us, just as of old she insisted on being carried in a lady chair over to our woodland study in the island. She had begun Greek with great zeal under Mr. Rossiter, but of course was in no situation to venture upon any such heights. But she insisted upon always being with us when we were digging out our lesson, and in fact when we were talking over doubtfully the meaning of a passage, would irradiate with such a flood of happy conjecture as ought to have softened the stern facts of moods and tenses, and made itself the meaning. She rendered some parts of it into verse much better than any of us could have done it, and her versifications, laid on Mr. Rossiter's desk, called out a commendation that was no small triumph to her. "My forte lies in picking knowledge out of other folks and using it," said Tina joyously. "Out of the least bit of ore that you dig up, I can make no end of gold leaf." "Oh, Tina, Tina, you never spoke a truer word, and while you were with us you made everything glitter with your no end of gold leaf." It may seem to some impossible that, at so early an age as ours, our minds should have striven with subjects such as have been indicated here. But let it be remembered that these problems are to every human individual a part of an unknown tragedy in which he is to play the role either of the conqueror or the victim. A ritualistic church, which places all souls under the guardianship of a priesthood, of course shuts all these doors of discussion so far as the individual is concerned. The church is a great ship where you have only to buy your ticket and pay for it, and the rest is none of your concern. But the New England system, as taught at this time, put on every human being the necessity of crossing the shoreless ocean alone on his own raft. And many a New England child of 10 or 12 years of age, or even younger, has trembled at the possibilities of final election or reprobation. I remember well that at one time the composition subject given out at school was, quote, "Can the benevolence of the deity be proved by the light of nature?" End quote. Mr. Rossiter generally gave out the subject and discussed it with the school in an animated conversation, stirring up all the thinking matter that there was among us by vigorous questions, and by arguing before us first on one side and then on the other, until our minds were strongly excited about it, and when he had wrought up the whole school to an intense interest, he called for volunteers to write on either side. Many of these compositions were full of vigor and thought. Two of those on the above-mentioned subject were very striking. Harry took the affirmative ground and gave a statement of the argument so lucid and in language so beautiful that it has remained fixed in my mind like a gem ever since. It was the statement of a nature harmonious and confiding, naturally prone to faith in goodness, harmonizing and presenting all those evidences of tenderness, mercy, and thoughtful care which are furnished in the workings of natural laws. The other composition was by Esther. It was on the other and darker side of the subject, and as perfect a match for it as the penseroso to the allegro. It was condensed and logical, fearlessly vigorous in conception and expression, and altogether a very melancholy piece of literature to have been conceived and written by a girl of her age. It spoke of that fearful law of existence by which the sins of parents, who often themselves escape punishment, are visited on the heads of innocent children, as a law which seems made specifically to protect and continue the existence of vice and disorder from generation to generation. It spoke of the apparent injustice of an arrangement by which human beings, in the very outset of their career in life, often inherit almost uncontrollable propensities to evil. The sorrows and perplexities and unregarded wants and aspirations over which the unsympathetic laws of nature cut their way regardless of quivering nerve or muscle were all bitterly dwelt upon. The suffering of dumb animals and of helpless infant children, apparently so useless and so needless, and certainly so undeserved, were also energetically mentioned. There was a bitter intensity in the style that was most painful. In short, the two compositions were two perfect pictures of the world and life as they appear in two classes of minds. I remember looking at Esther while her composition was read, and being struck with the expression of her face. So pale, so calm, so almost hopeless. Its expression was very like despair. I remember that Harry noticed it as well as I, and when school was over he took a long and lonely ramble with her, and from that time a nearer intimacy arose between them. Esther was one of those intense, silent, repressed women that have been a frequent outgrowth of New England society. Moral traits, like physical ones, often intensify themselves in the course of descent, so that the child of a long line of pious ancestry may sometimes suffer from too fine a moral fibre, and become victim to a species of morbid spiritual ideality. Esther looked to me from the first less like a warm, breathing, impulsive woman, less like ordinary flesh and blood, than some half-spiritual organization, every particle of which was thought. Old Dr. Donne says of such a woman, one might almost say her body thought. And it often came to my mind when I watched the movements of intense yet repressed intellect and emotion in Esther's face. With many New England women at this particular period, when life was so retired and so cut off from outward sources of excitement, thinking grew to be a disease. The great subject of thought was, of course, theology, and woman's nature has never been consulted in theology. Theologic systems, as to the expression of their great body of ideas, have as yet been the work of man alone. They have had their origin, as in St. Augustine, with men who were utterly ignorant of moral and intellectual companionship with woman, looking on her only in her animal nature as a temptation and a snare. Consequently, when, as in this period of New England, the theology of Augustine began to be freely discussed by every individual in society, it was the women who found it hardest to tolerate or to assimilate it, and many a delicate and sensitive nature were utterly wrecked in the struggle. Plato says somewhere that the only perfect human thinker and philosopher who will ever arise will be the man-woman, or a human being who unites perfectly the nature of the two sexes. It was Esther's misfortune to have, to a certain degree, this very confirmation. From a long line of reasoning, thinking, intellectual ancestry, she had inherited all the strong logical faculties and the tastes and inclinations for purely intellectual modes of viewing things, which are supposed to be more particularly the characteristic of man. From a line of saintly and tender women, half refined to angel in their nature, she had inherited exquisite moral perceptions, and all that flattering host of tremulous, half spiritual, half sensuous intuitions that lie in the borderland between the pure intellect and the animal nature. The consequence of all this was the internal strife of a divided nature. Her heart was always rebelling against the conclusions of her head. She was constantly being forced by one half of her nature to movements, inquiries, and reasonings which brought only torture to the other half. Esther had no capacity for illusions, and in this respect her constitution was an unfortunate one. Tina, for example, was one of those happily organized human beings in whom an intellectual proposition, fully assented to, might lie all in her life dormant as a wheat seed which remained thousands of years ungerminate in the wrappings of a mummy. She thought only of what she liked to think of, and a disagreeable or painful truth in her mind dropped at once out of sight. It sank into the ground, and roses grew over it. Esther never could have made one of those clinging, submissive, parasitical wives who form the delight of song and story, and are supposed to be the peculiar gems of womanhood. It was her nature always to be obliged to see her friends clearly through the understanding, and to judge them by a refined and exquisite conscientiousness. A spot or stain on the honor of the most beloved could never have become invisible to her. She had none of that soft, blinding social aura, that blending blue haze, such as softens the sharp outlines of an Italian landscape, and in life changes the hardness of reality into elusive and charming possibilities. Her clear, piercing hazel eyes seemed to pass over everything with a determination to know only and exactly the truth, hard and cold and unwelcome though it might be. Yet there is no doubt that the warm, sunny, showery, rainbow nature of Tina acted as a constant and favorable alternative upon her. It was a daily living poem acting on the unused poetical and imaginative part of her own nature, for Esther had a suppressed vigor of imagination and a passionate capability of emotion stronger and more intense than that of Tina herself. I remarked this to Harry as we were talking about them one day. "Both have poetical natures," I said. "Both are intense, but how different they are." "Yes," said Harry, "Tina's is electricity, and that snaps and sparkles and flashes. Esther's is galvanism, that comes in long, intense waves and shakes and convulses. She both thinks and feels too much on all subjects." "That was a very strange composition," I said. "It is an unwholesome course of thought," said Harry, after thinking for a few moments with his head on his hands. "None but bitter berries grow on those bushes." "But the reasoning was very striking," said I. "Reasoning," said Harry impatiently. "We must trust the intuition of our hearts above reason. That is what I am trying to persuade Esther to do. To me it is an absolute demonstration that God never could make a creature who would be better than himself. We must look at the noblest, best human beings. We must see what generosity, what tenderness, what magnanimity can be in man or woman, and believe all that and more in God. All that there is in the best fathers and the best mothers must be in him." But the world's history does not look like this, as Mr. Rossiter was saying. "We have not seen the world's history yet," said Harry. "What does this green aphid crawling over this leaf know of the universe?" Chapter 34 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 34. Our Minister in Cloudland. The picture of our life in Cloudland and of the developing forces which were there brought to bear upon us would be incomplete without the portrait of the minister. Even during the course of my youth, the principles of democratic equality introduced and maintained in the American Revolution were greatly changing the social position and standing of the clergy. Ministers like Dr. Lothrop, noble men of the theocracy, men of the cocked hat, were beginning to pass away, or to appear among men only as venerable antiquities, and the present order of American citizen clergy was coming in. Mr. Avery was a cheerful, busy, manly man, who posed himself among men as a companion and fellow-citizen, whose word on any subject was to go only so far as its own weight and momentum should carry it. His preaching was a striking contrast to the elegant Addisonian essays of Parson Lothrop. It was a vehement address to our intelligent and reasoning powers, an address made telling by a back force of burning enthusiasm. Mr. Avery preached a vigorous system of mental philosophy in theology, which made our Sundays, on the whole, about as intense an intellectual drill as any of our weekdays. If I could describe its character by any one word, I should call it manly preaching. Every person has a keynote to his mind which determines all its various harmonies. The keynote of Mr. Avery's mind was the free agency of man. Free agency was with him the universal solvent, the philosopher's stone in theology. Every line of his sermons said to every human being, "You are free and you are able." And the great object was to intensify to its highest point in every human being the sense of individual personal responsibility. Of course, as a Calvinist, he found food for abundant discourse and reconciling this absolute freedom of man with those declarations in the standards of the Church which assert the absolute government of God over all his creatures and all their actions. But the cheerfulness and vigor with which he drove and interpreted and hammered in the most contradictory statements when they came in the way of his favorite ideas was really quite inspiring. During the year we had a whole course of systematic theology, beginning with the history of the introduction of moral evil, the fall of the angels, and the consequent fall of man and the work of redemption resulting therefrom. In the treatment of all these subjects, the theology and imagery of Milton figured so largely that one might receive the impression that Paradise Lost was part of the sacred canon. Mr. Avery not only preached these things in the pulpit, but talked them out in his daily life. His system of theology was to him the vital breath of his being. His mind was always running upon it, and all nature was, in his sight, giving daily tributary illustrations to it. In his farming, gardening, hunting, or fishing, he was constantly finding new and graphic forms of presenting his favorite truths. The most abstract subject ceased to be abstract in his treatment of it, but became clothed upon with the homely, everyday similes of common life. I have the image of a dear, good man now, as I have seen him, seated on a hay cart, mending a hoe handle, and at the same moment vehemently explaining to an inquiring brother minister the exact way that Satan first came to fall, as illustrating how a perfectly holy mind can be tempted to sin. The familiarity that he showed with the celestial arcana, the zeal with which he vindicated his Maker, the perfect knowledge that he seemed to have of the strategic plans of the evil powers in the first great insurrection, are traits strongly impressed on my memory. They seemed as vivid and as much a matter of course to his mind as if he had read them out of the weekly newspaper. Mr. Avery indulged the fond supposition that he had solved the great problem of the origin of evil in a perfectly satisfactory manner. He was fond of the Socratic method, and would clench his reasoning in a series of questions, thus: Has not God power to make any kind of thing he pleases? Yes. Then he can make a kind of being incapable of being governed except by motive? Yes. Then, when he has made that kind of being, he cannot govern them except by motive, can he? No. Now, if there is no motive in existence strong enough to govern them by, he cannot keep them from falling, can he? No. You see, then, the necessity of moral evil. There must be experience of evil to work out motive. The Calvinism of Mr. Avery, though sharp and well-defined, was not dull, as abstractions often are, nor gloomy and fateful like that of Dr. Stern. It was permeated through and through with cheerfulness and hope. Mr. Avery was one of the kind of men who have a passion for saving souls. If there is such a thing as apostolic succession, this passion is what it ought to consist in. It is what ought to come with the laying on of hands, if the laying on of hands is what it is sometimes claimed to be. Mr. Avery was a firm believer in hell, but he believed also that nobody need go there, and he was determined, so far as he was concerned, that nobody should go there if he could help it. Such a tragedy as the loss of any one soul in his parish he could not and would not contemplate for a moment, and he had such a firm belief in the truths he preached that he verily expected with them to save anybody that would listen to him. Goethe says, quote, "Blessed is the man who believes that he has an idea by which he may help his fellow creatures." End quote. Mr. Avery was exactly that man. He had such faith in what he preached that he would have gone with it to Satan himself could he have secured a dispassionate and unemployed hour with a hope of bringing him round. Generous and ardent in his social sympathies, Mr. Avery never could be brought to believe that any particular human being had finally perished. At every funeral he attended, he contrived to see a ground for hope that the departed had found mercy. Even the slightest hints of repentance were magnified in his warm and hopeful mode of presentation. He has been known to suggest to a distracted mother whose thoughtless boy had been suddenly killed by a fall from a horse the possibilities of the merciful old couplet, quote, "Between the saddle and the ground mercy was sought and mercy found." End quote. Like most of the New England ministers, Mr. Avery was a warm believer in the millennium. This millennium was the favorite recreation ground, solace, and pasture land where the New England ministry fed their hopes and courage. Men of large hearts and warm benevolence, their theology would have filled them with gloom were it not for this overplus of joy and peace to which human society on earth was, in their view, tending. Thousands of years, when the poor old earth should produce only a saintly race of perfected human beings, were to them some compensation for the darkness and losses of the great struggle. Mr. Avery believed not only that the millennium was coming, but that it was coming fast, and in fact was at the door. Every political and social change announced it. Our revolution was a long step towards it, and the French Revolution, now in progress, was a part of that distress of nations which heralded it. And every month, when the Columbia magazine brought the news from Europe, Mr. Avery rushed over to Mr. Rossiter and called him to come and hear how the thing was going. Mr. Rossiter took upon himself that right which every free-born Yankee holds sacred, the right of contravening his minister. Though if he caught one of his boys swelling or ruffling with any opposing doctrine, he would scathe and scorch the youngster with contemptuous irony, and teach him to comport himself modestly in talking of his betters. Yet it was the employment of a great many of his leisure hours to run argumentative tilts against Mr. Avery. Sometimes, when we were sitting in our little garret window digging out the Greek lessons, such a war of voices and clangor of assertion and contradiction would come up from among the tassels of the corn, where the two men were hoeing together in the garden, as would have alarmed people less accustomed to the vigorous manners of both the friends. "Now, Rossiter, that will never do. Your system would upset moral government entirely. Not an angel could be kept in his place upon your supposition." "It is not my supposition. I haven't got any supposition, and I don't want any, but I was telling you that, if you must have a theory of the universe, Oregon's was a better one than yours." "And I say that Oregon's system would upset everything, and you ought to let it alone." "I shan't let it alone." "Why, Rossiter, you will destroy responsibility and annihilate all the motives of God's government." "That's just what you theologians always say. You think the universe will go to pieces if we upset your pine shingle theology." "Rossiter, you must be careful how you spread your ideas." "I don't want to spread my ideas. I don't want to interfere with your system. It's the best thing you can make your people take. But you ought to know that no system is anything more than a human theory." "It's eternal truth." "There's truth in it, but it isn't eternal truth." "It's Bible." "Part, and part Milton and Edwards, and part Mr. Avery." Harry and I were like adopted sons in both families, and the two expressed their minds about each other freely before us. Mr. Avery would say, "The root of the matter is in Rossiter. I don't doubt that he's a really regenerate man, but he has a head that works strangely. We must wait for him. He'll come along by and by." And Mr. Rossiter would say of Mr. Avery, "That's a growing man, boys. He hasn't made his terminal buds yet. Some men make them quick, like lilac bushes. They only grow a little way and stop. And some grow all the season through, like locust trees. Avery is one of that sort. He'll never be done thinking and growing, particularly if he has me to fight him on all hands. He'll grow into different opinions on a good many subjects before he dies." It was this implied liberty of growth, the liberty to think and to judge freely upon all subjects, that formed the great distinctive educational force of New England life, particularly in this period of my youth. Monarchy, aristocracy, and theocracy, with their peculiar trains of ideas, were passing away, and we were coming within the sweep of pure republican influences, in which the individual is everything. Mr. Avery's enthusiastic preaching of free agency and personal responsibility was more than an individual impulse. It was the voice of a man whose ideas were a reflection of a period in American history. While New England theology was made by loyal monarchists, it reflected monarchical ideas. The rights and immunities of divine sovereignty were its favorite topics. When, as now, the government was becoming settled in the hands of the common people, the freedom of the individual, his absolute power of choice, and the consequent reasonableness of the duties he owed to the great sovereign authority began to be the favorite subjects of the pulpit. Mr. Avery's preaching was immensely popular. There were in Cloudland only about half a dozen families of any prestige as to ancestral standing or previous wealth and cultivation. The old aristocratic idea was represented only in one street that went over Cloudland Hill, where was a series of wide, cool, roomy, elm-shadowed houses set back in deep dooryards and flanked with stately, well-tended gardens. The doctor, the lawyer, the sheriff of the county, the schoolmaster, and the minister formed here a sort of nucleus, but outlying in all the hills and valleys round were the mountain and valley farmers. Their houses sat on high hills or sunk in deep valleys, and their flaming windows at morning and evening looked through the encircling belts of forest solitudes, as if to say, "We are here, and we are a power." These hard-working farmers formed the body of Mr. Avery's congregation. Sunday morning, when the little bell pealed out its note of invitation, loud and long, over the forest-feathered hills, it seemed to evoke a caravan of thrifty, well-filled farm wagons, which, punctual as the village clock itself, came streaming from the east and west, the north and south. Past the parsonage they streamed, with the bright cheeks and fluttering ribbons of the girls, and the cheery, rubicund faces of children, and with the inevitable yellow dog of the family faithfully pattering in the rear. The audience that filled the rude old meeting-house every Sunday would have astonished the men who only rode through the village of a weekday. For this set of shrewd, toil-hardened, vigorous, full-blooded Republicans, I can think of no preaching more admirably adapted than Mr. Avery's. It was preaching that was on the move, as their minds were, and which was slowly shaping out and elaborating those new forms of doctrinal statement that inevitably grow out of new forms of society. Living, as these men did, a lonely, thoughtful, secluded life, without any of the thousand stimulants which railroads and magazine and newspaper literature cast into our existence, their 2 Sunday sermons were the great intellectual stimulus which kept their minds bright, and they were listened to with an intense interest of which the scattered and diversified state of modern society gives few examples. They felt the compliment of being talked to as if they were capable of understanding the very highest of subjects, and they liked it. Each hard, heroic nature flashed like a flint at the grand thought of a free agency with which not even their Maker would interfere. Their God himself asked to reign over them, not by force, but by this free, voluntary choice of their own hearts. Choose you this day whom ye will serve. If the Lord be God, serve him, and if Baal be God, serve him, was a grand appeal, fit for freemen. The reasoning on moral government, on the history of man, the theories of the universe, past, present, and to come, opened to these men a grand Miltonic poem in which their own otherwise commonplace lives shone with a solemn splendor. Without churches or cathedrals or physical accessories to quicken their poetic nature, their lives were redeemed only by this poetry of ideas. Calvinism is much berated in our days, but let us look at the political, social, and materialistic progress of Calvinistic countries, and ask if the world is yet far enough along to dispense with it altogether. Look at Spain at this hour, and look back at New England at the time of which I write, both having just finished a revolution, both feeling their way along the path of national independence, and compare the Spanish peasantry with the yeomen of New England, such as made up Mr. Avery's congregation. The one set made by reasoning, active-minded Calvinism, the other by pictures, statues, incense, architecture, and all the sentimental paraphernalia of ritualism. If Spain had had not a single cathedral, if her Murillos had been all sunk in the sea, and if she had had for 100 years past a set of schoolmasters and ministers working together as I have described Mr. Avery and Mr. Rossiter as working, would not Spain be infinitely better off for this life at least, whether there is any life to come or not? This is a point that I humbly present to the consideration of society. Harry and I were often taken by Mr. Avery on his preaching tours to the distant farm parishes. There was a brown schoolhouse in this valley, and a red schoolhouse in that, and another on the hill, and so on for miles around, and Mr. Avery kept a constant stream of preaching going in one or other of these every evening. We liked these expeditions with him because they were often excursions amid the wildest and most romantic of the mountain scenery, and we liked them furthermore because Mr. Avery was a man that made himself, for the time being, companionable to every creature of human shape that was with him. With boys he was a boy in the vigor of his animal life, his keen delight in riding, hunting, fishing. With farmers he was a farmer, Brought up on a farm, familiar during all his early days with its wholesome toils, he still had a farmer's eye and a farmer's estimates, and the working people felt him bone of their bone and flesh of their flesh. It used to be a saying among them that when Mr. Avery hoed more than usual in his potato field, the Sunday sermon was sure to be better. But the best sport of all was when some of Mr. Avery's preaching tours would lead up the course of a fine mountain trout brook in the vicinity. Then sometimes Mr. Rossiter, Mr. Avery, Harry, and I would put our supper in our pockets and start with the sun an hour or two high, designing to bring up at the Red Schoolhouse, as the weekly notice phrased it, at early candle-lighting. A person who should accidentally meet Mr. Avery on one of these tours, never having seen him before, might imagine him to be a man who had never thought or dreamed of anything but catching trout all his days. He went into it with such abandon. Eye, voice, hand, thought, feeling, all were concentrated on trout. He seemed to have the quick perception, the rapid hand, and the noiseless foot of an Indian, and the fish came to his hook as if drawn there by magic. So perfectly absorbed was he that we would be obliged to jog his memory, and in fact often to drag him away by main force when the hour for the evening lecture arrived. Then our spoils would be hid away among the bushes, and with wet feet he would hurry in, but once in he was completely absorbed in his work of saving sinners, as he had before been in his temporal fishery. He argued, illustrated, stated, guarded, answered objections, looking the while from one hard, keen, shrewd face to another to see if he was being understood. The phase of Calvinism shown in my grandmother's blue book had naturally enough sowed through the minds of a thoughtful community hosts of doubts and queries. A great part of Mr. Avery's work was to remove these doubts by substituting more rational statements. It was essential that he should feel that he had made a hit somewhere, said something that answered a purpose in the minds of his hearers, and helped them at least a step or two on their way. After services were over, I think of him and Mr. Rossiter cheerily arguing with and contradicting each other a little beyond us in the road, while Harry and I compared our own notes behind. Arrived at the parsonage, there would be Tina and Esther coming along the street to meet us. Tina full of careless, open, gay enthusiasm, Esther with a shy and wistful welcome that said far less and perhaps meant more. Then our treasures were displayed and exulted over, the supper-table was laid, and Mr. Avery, Mr. Rossiter, and we boys applied ourselves to dressing our fish, and then Mr. Avery, disdaining Dinah, and in fact all female supervision, presided himself over the frying-pan, and brought our woodland captives on the table in a state worthy of a trout brook. It should have comforted the very soul of a trout taken in our snares to think how much was made of him, and how perfectly Mr. Avery respected his dignity and did him justice in his cookery. We two boys were in fact domesticated as sons in the family. Although our boarding place was with the master, we were almost as much with the minister as if we had been of his household. We worked in his garden. We came over and sat with Esther and Tina. Our windows faced their windows, so that in study hours we could call to one another backward and forward, and to tell where the lesson began and what the root of the verb was, or any other message that came into our heads. Sometimes, and of a still summer morning, while we were gravely digging at our lessons, we would hear Esther in tones of expostulation at some madcap impulse of Tina, and looking across, would see her bursting out in some freak of droll pantomimic performance, and then an immediate whirlwind of gaiety would seize us all. We would drop our dictionaries and grammars, rush together, and have a general outbreak of jollity. In general, Tina was the most praiseworthy and zealous student, and these wild, sudden whisks of gaiety seemed only the escape valves by which her suppressed spirits vented themselves. But when they came, they were perfectly irresistible. She devoted herself to Esther with that sympathetic adaptation which seemed to give her power over every nature. She was interested in her housekeeping in all its departments, as if it had been her own glory and pride, and Tina was one that took glory and pride in everything of her friends, as if it had been her own. Esther had been left, by the death of her mother only the year before, the mistress of the parsonage. The great unspoken sorrow of this loss lay like a dark chasm between her and her father, each striving to hide from the other its depth and coldness by a brave cheerfulness. Esther, strong as was her intellectual life, had that intense sense of the worth of a well-ordered household and of the dignity of house economies which is characteristic of New England women. Her conscientiousness pervaded every nook and corner of her domestic duties with a beautiful perfection, nor did she ever feel tempted to think that her fine mental powers were a reason why these homely details should be considered a slavery. Household cares are a drudgery only when unpervaded by sentiment. When they are an offering of love, a ministry of care and devotion to the beloved, every detail has its interest. There were certain grand festivals of a minister's family which fill a housekeeper's heart and hands, and in which all of us made common interest with her. The association was a reunion when all the ministers of the county met together and spent a social day with the minister, dining together and passing their time in brotherly converse, such as reading essays, comparing sermons, taking counsel with each other in all the varied ups and downs of their pastoral life. The consociation was another meeting of the clergy, but embracing also with each minister a lay delegate, and thus uniting not only the ministry, but the laymen of the county in a general fraternal religious conference. The first association that Esther had to manage quite alone as sole mistress of the parsonage occurred while we were with her. Like most solemn festivals of New England, these seasons are announced under the domestic roof by great preparatory poundings and choppings, by manufacture on a large scale of cakes, pies, and provisions for the outer man, and this time Harry, Tina, and I devoted all our energies and made ourselves everywhere serviceable. We ran to the store on errands, we chopped mince for pies with the most virtuous pertinacity, we cut citron and stoned raisins, we helped put up curtains and set up bedsteads. We were all of us as resolved as Esther that the housekeeping of the little parsonage should be found without speck or flaw, and should reflect glory upon her youthful sovereignty. Some power or other gilded and glorified these happy days, for happy enough they were. What was it that made everything that we four did together so harmonious and so charming? Friendship, only friendship, sang Tina with a silver tongue. Such a perfect friendship, she remarked, was never known except just in our particular case. It exceeded all the classical records, all the annals, ancient and modern. But what instinct or affinity in friendship made it a fact that when we four sat at table together, with our lessons before us, Harry somehow was always found on Esther's side? I used to notice it because his golden-brown mat of curls was such a contrast to the smooth, shining black satin bands of her hair as they bent together over the dictionary and looked up innocently into each other's eyes, talking of verbs and adjectives and terminations, innocently conjugating amo, amer to each other. Was it friendship that made Esther's dark, clear eyes instinctively look up towards Harry for his opinion when we were reading our compositions to one another? Was it friendship, that starry brightness that began to come in Harry's eyes and made them seem darker and bluer and deeper, with a sort of mysterious meaning when he looked at Esther? Was it friendship that seemed to make him feel taller, stronger, more manly when he thought of her, and that always placed him at her hand when there was some household task that required a manly height or handiness? It was Harry and Esther together who put up the white curtains all through the parsonage that spring, that made it look so trim and comely for the ministers' meeting. Last year, Esther said innocently that she had no one to help her, and the work tired her so. How happy, how busy, how bright they were as they measured and altered, and Harry, in boundless complacency, went up and down at her orders, and changed and altered and arranged, till her fastidious eye was satisfied, and every fold hung aright. It was Harry who took down and cleansed the family portraits, and hung them again, and balanced them so nicely. It was Harry who papered over the room where the walls had been disfigured by an accident, and it was Esther by him who cut the paper and trimmed the bordering, and executed all her little sovereignties of taste and disposal by his obedient hands. And Tina and I at this time gathered green boughs and ground pine for the vases, and made floral decorations without end, till the bare little parsonage looked like a woodland bower. I have pleasant recollections of those ministers' meetings. Calvinistic doctrines in their dry, abstract form are, I confess, rather hard, but Calvinistic ministers, so far as I have ever had an opportunity to observe, are invariably a jolly set of fellows. In those early days the ministry had not yet felt the need of that generous decision which led them afterwards to forego all dangerous stimulants, as an example to their flock. A long green wooden case, full of tobacco pipes and a quantity of papers of tobacco, used to be part of the hospitable stock prepared for the reception of the brethren. No less was there a quantity of spirituous liquor laid in. In those days its dispensation was regarded as one of the inevitable duties of hospitality. The New England ministry of this period were men full of interest. Each one was the intellectual center of his own district, and supplied around him the stimulus which is now brought to bear through 1,000 other sources. It was the minister who overlooked the school, who put parents upon the idea of giving their sons liberal educations. In poor districts the minister often practiced medicine, and drew wills and deeds, thus supplying the place of both lawyer and doctor. Apart from their doctrinal theology, which was a constant source of intellectual activity to them, their secluded life led them to many forms of literary labor. As a specimen of these, it is recorded of the Reverend Mr. Taylor of Westfield that he took such delight in the writings of Origen that, being unable to purchase them, he copied them in 4-quarto volumes that he might have them for his own study. These are still in the possession of his descendants. Other instances of literary perseverance and devotion, equally curious, might be cited. The lives that these men led were simple and tranquil. Almost all of them were practical farmers, preserving about them the fresh sympathies and interests of the soil, and laboring enough with their hands to keep their muscles in good order and prevent indigestion. Mingling very little with the world, each one a sort of autocrat in his way, in his own district, and with an idea of stability and perpetuity in his office, which in these days does not belong to the position of a minister anywhere. These men developed many originalities and peculiarities of character, to which the simple state of society then allowed full scope. They were humorists, like the mossy old apple trees which each of them had in his orchard, bending this way and turning that, and throwing out their limbs with quaint twists and jerks, yet none the less acceptable so long as the fruit they bore was sound and wholesome. We have read of Handkerchief Moody, who for some years persisted in always appearing among men with his face covered with a handkerchief, an incident which Hawthorne has worked up in his weird manner into the story of The Minister with the Black Veil. Father Mills of Torringford was a gigantic man who used to appear in the pulpit in a full-bottomed white horsehair wig. On the loss of a beloved wife, he laid aside his wig for a year, and appeared in the pulpit with his head tied up in a black handkerchief, representing to the good housewives of his parish that, as he always dressed in black, he could in no other way testify to his respect for his dear wife's memory, and this tribute was accepted by his parish with the same innocent simplicity with which it was rendered. On the whole, The days which brought all the brother ministers to the parsonage were days of enlivenment to all us young people. They seemed to have such a hearty joy in their meeting, and to deliver themselves up to mirth and good fellowship with such a free and hearty abandon, and the jokes and stories which they brought with them were chorused by such roars of merriment as made us think a minister's meeting the most joyous thing on earth. I know that some say this jocund mirthfulness indicated a want of faith in the doctrines they taught. But do not you and I, honest friends, often profess our belief in things which it would take away our appetite and wither our strength to realize, but notwithstanding which we eat and drink and sleep joyously? You read in the morning paper that the city of so-and-so has been half submerged by an earthquake, and that after the earthquake came a fire and burnt the crushed inhabitants alive in the ruins of their dwellings. Nay, if you are an American, you may believe some such catastrophe to have happened on the Erie Railroad a day or two before, and that men, women, and children have been cooped up and burnt in lingering agonies in your own vicinity. And yet, though you believe these things, you laugh and talk and are gay, and plan for the party in the evening, and a ride on the same road the next week. No, man was mercifully made with the power of ignoring what he believes. It is all that makes existence in a life like this tolerable. And our ministers, conscious of doing the very best they can to keep the world straight, must be allowed their laugh and joke, sin and Satan to the contrary notwithstanding. There was only one brother in the whole confraternity that used to meet at Mr. Avery's who was not a married man, and he, in spite of all the snares and temptations which must beset a minister who guides a female flock of parishioners, had come to the afternoon of life in a state of bachelorhood. But oh, the jokes and witticisms which always set the room in a roar at his expense! It was a subject that never wearied or grew old. To clap Brother Boardman on the back and inquire for Mrs. Boardman, to joke him about some suitable widow or bright-eyed young lamb of his flock at each minister's meeting, was a provocative of mirth ever fresh and ever young. But the undaunted old bachelor was always a match for these attacks, and had his rejoinder ready to fling back into the camp of the married men. He was a model of gallant devotion to womanhood in the abstract, and seemed loath to give up to one what was meant for womankind. So, the last I ever heard of him, he was still unmarried, a most unheard-of thing for a New England parson. Mr. Avery was a leader among the clergy of his state. His zeal, enthusiasm, eloquence, and doctrinal vigor, added to a capacity for forming an indefinite number of personal friendships, made him a sort of chief among them. What joyous hours they spent together in the ins and the outs, the highways and the byways of metaphysics and theology! Harry and Esther and Tina and I learned them all. We knew all about the Arminians and the Pelagians and the tasters and the exercisers, and made a deal of fun with each other over it in our private hours. We knew precisely every shade of difference between Tweedledum and Tweedledee which the different metaphysicians had invented, and tossed our knowledge joyously back and forward at one another in our gayer hours, just as the old ministers did when they smoked and argued in the great parsonage dining-room. Everything is joyful that is learned by two young men in company with two young women with whom they are secretly in love. Mathematics, metaphysics, are no matter what of dry and desolate, buds and blossoms as the rose under such circumstances. Did you ever go out in the misty gray of morning dawn, when the stars had not yet shut their eyes, and still there was the rosy bands lying across the east? And then have you watched a trellis of morning glories, with all the buds asleep, but ready in 1 hour to awaken? The first kiss of sunlight, and they will be open. That was just where we were.
Chapter 35 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Coleman Shoe. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 35. The Revival of Religion. No New England boy or girl comes to maturity without a full understanding of what is meant by the term at the head of this chapter. Religion was, perhaps, never so much the governing idea in any commonwealth before. Nowhere has there been a people, the mass of whom acted more uniformly on considerations drawn from the unseen and future life, yet nowhere a people who paid a more earnest attention to the life that is seen and temporal. The New England colonies were, in the first instance, the outgrowth of a religious enthusiasm. Right alongside of them at the same period of time, other colonies were founded from a religious enthusiasm quite as intense and sincere. The French missionary settlers in Canada had a grandeur of self-sacrifice and intensity of religious devotion, which would almost throw in the shade that of the Pilgrim Fathers. And the sole reason why one set of colonists proved the seed of a great nation, and the other attained so very limited success, is the difference between the religions taught by the two. The one was the religion of asceticism, in view of which contempt of the body and of material good was taught as a virtue, and its teachers are men and women to whom marriage and its earthly relations were forbidden. The other was a spirit of the Old Testament, in which material prosperity is always spoken of as the lawful reward of piety, in which marriage is an honor, and a numerous posterity a thing to be desired. Our forefathers were, in many essential respects, Jews in their thoughts and feelings with regard to this life, but they superadded to this broad physical basis the intense spiritualism of the New Testament. Hence came a peculiar race of men, uniting the utmost extremes of the material and the spiritual. Dr. Franklin represents that outgrowth of the New England mind which moves in the material alone, and scarcely ever rises to the spiritual. President Edwards represents the mind so risen to the spiritual as scarcely to touch the material. Put these two together, and you have the average New England character. That land in which every ism of social or religious life has had its origin. That land whose hills and valleys are one blaze and buzz of material and manufacturing production. A revival of religion in New England meant a time when that deep spiritual undercurrent of thought and emotion with regard to the future life, which was always flowing quietly under its intense material industries, exhaled and steamed up into an atmosphere which pervaded all things, and made itself for a few weeks the only thought of every person in some town or village or city. It was the always existing spiritual becoming visible and tangible. Such periods would come in the labors of ministers like Mr. Avery, when a man of powerful mind and shrewd tact and great natural eloquence lives among a people already thoughtfully predisposed, for no other purpose than to stir them up to the care of their souls. It is evident that there will come times when the results of all his care and seeking, his public ministrations, his private conversations with individuals, will come out in some marked social form. And such a period in New England is called a revival of religion. There were 3 or 4 weeks in the autumn of the first year that we spent in Cloudl, in which there was pervading the town a sort of subdued hush of emotions, a quiet sense of something like a spiritual presence brooding through the mild autumn air. This was accompanied by a general inclination to attend religious services and to converse on religious subjects. It pervaded the school. It was to be heard at the store. Every kind of individual talked on about religion in his own characteristic way. And in a small mountain town like Cloudl, everybody's characteristic way is known to everyone else. Ezekiel Scranton, the atheist of the parish, haunted the store where the farmers tied up their wagons when they brought their produce, and held, after his way, excited theological arguments with Deacon Phineas Simons, who kept the store, arguments to which the academy boys sometimes listened, and of which they brought astounding reports to the schoolroom. Tina, who was so intensely sympathetic with all social influences that she scarcely seemed to have an individuality of her own, was now glowing like a luminous cloud with religious zeal. "I could convert that man," she said. "I know I could. I wonder Mr. Avery hasn't converted him long ago." At this time, Mr. Avery, who had always kept a watchful eye upon us, had a special conversation with Harry and myself, the object of which was to place us right in our great foundation relations. Mr. Avery stood upon the basis that most good New England men, since Jonathan Edwards, have adopted and regarded all young people, as a matter of course, out of the fold of the church, and devoid of anything truly acceptable to God until they had passed through a mental process designated, in well-known language, as conviction and conversion. He began to address Harry, therefore, upon the supposition I well remember the conversation. "My son," he said, "is it not time for you to think seriously of giving your heart to God?" "I have given my heart to God," replied Harry calmly. "Indeed," said Mr. Avery with surprise. "When did that take place?" "I have always done it." Mr. Avery looked at him with a gentle surprise. "Do you mean to say, my son, that you have always loved God?" "Yes, sir," said Harry quietly. Mr. Avery felt entirely incredulous, and supposed that this must be one of those specious forms of natural piety spoken of depreciatingly by Jonathan Edwards, who relates in his own memoirs similar exercises of early devotion as the mere fruits of the ungrafted natural heart. Mr. Avery, therefore, proceeded to put many theological questions to Harry on the nature of sin and holiness, on the difference between manly, natural affections and emotions, and those excited by the supernatural movement of a divine power on the soul. The good man begging him to remember the danger of self-deception, saying that nothing was more common than for young people to mistake the transient movements of mere natural emotions for real religion. I observed that Harry, after a few moments, became violently agitated. 2 large blue veins upon his forehead swelled out. His eyes had that peculiar flash and fire that they had at rare intervals, when some thought penetrated through the usual gentle quietude of his surface life to its deepest internal recesses. He rose and walked up and down the room, and finally spoke in a thick, husky voice, as one who pants with emotion. He was one of the most reserved human beings I have ever known. There was a region of emotion deep within him, which it was almost like death to him to express. There is something piteous and even fearful in the convulsions by which such natures disclose what is nearest to their hearts. "Mr. Avery," he said, "I have heard your preaching ever since I have been here, and thought of it all. It has done me good, because it has made me think deeply. It is right and proper that our minds should be forced to think on all these subjects. But I have not thought, and cannot think, exactly like you, nor exactly like anyone that I know of. I must make up my opinions for myself. I suppose I am peculiar, but I have been brought up peculiarly. My lot in life has been very different from that of ordinary boys. The first 10 years of my life, all that I can remember is a constant fear and pain and distress and mortification and want through which my mother and I passed together. She is stranger in this land, her husband and my father worse than nothing to us, oftentimes our greatest terror. We should both of us have died, if it had not been for one thing. She believed that her Savior loved her, and loved us all. She told me that these sorrows were from Him, that He permitted them because He loved us, that they would be for good in the end. She died at last alone and utterly forsaken by everybody but her Savior, and yet her death was blessed. I saw it in her eyes, and she left it as her last message to me. Whatever happened to me, never to doubt God's love. In all my life to trust Him, to seek His counsel in all things, and to believe that all that happened to me was ordered by Him. This was and is my religion, and after all that I have heard, I can have no other. I do love God because He is good, and because He has been good to me. I believe that Jesus Christ is God, and I worship God always through Him, and I leave everything for myself, for life and death are in His hands. I know that I am not very good. I know, as you say, I am liable to make mistakes, and to deceive myself in 1,000 ways. But He knows all things, and He can and will teach me. He will not let me lose myself, I feel sure. My son, said Mr. Avery, you are blessed. I thank God with all my heart for you. Go on, and God be with you. It is to be seen that Mr. Avery was a man who always corrected theory by common sense. When he perceived that a child could be trained up a Christian and grow into the love of a heavenly Father as he grows into the love of an earthly one, by a daily and hourly experience of goodness, he yielded to the perceptions of his mind in that particular case. Of course, our little circle of 4 had at this time deep communings. Tina was buoyant and joyous, full of poetic images, delighted with the news of every conversion, and taking such an interest in Mr. Avery's preaching that she several times suggested to him capital subjects for sermons. She walked up to Ezekiel Scranton's one afternoon, for no other object than to convert him from his atheism, and succeeded so far as to exact a promise from him that he would attend all Mr. Avery's meetings for a fortnight. Ezekiel was one of the converts of that revival, and Harry and I, of course, ascribed it largely to Tina's influence. A rough old New England farmer, living on the windy side of a high hill, subsisting largely on codfish and hard cider, does not often win the flattering attention of any little specimen of humanity like Tina, and therefore it was not to be wondered at the results of her missionary zeal appeared to his mind something like that recorded in the New Testament, where an angel went down at a certain season and troubled the waters. But while Tina was thus buoyant and joyous, Esther seemed to sink into the very depths of despondency. Hers, as I have already intimated, was one of those delicate and sensitive natures, on which the moral excitements of New England acted all the while with too much power. The work and care of a faithful pastor are always complicated by the fact that those truths, and modes of presenting truths, which are only just sufficient to arouse the attention of certain classes of hearers, and to prevent their sinking into apathetic materialism, are altogether too stimulating and exciting for others of a more delicate structure. Esther Avery was one of those persons for whom the peculiar theory of religious training which prevailed in New England at this period, however invigorating to the intellect of the masses, might be considered as a personal misfortune. Has she been educated in the tender and paternal manner recommended by the Cambridge Platform and practiced among the earlier Puritans, recognized from infancy as a member of Christ's Church? And in tender covenant relations with him, her whole being would have responded to such an appeal. Her strongest leading faculties would have engaged her to fulfill, in the most perfect manner, the sacred duties growing out of that relation, and her course into the full communion of the Church would have been gentle and insensible as a flowing river. Tea is a tyranny, says old Dr. Cotton Mather, to impose upon every man a record of the precise time and way of their conversion to God. Few that have been restrained by a religious education can give such an one. Esther, however, had been trained to expect a marked and decided period of conversion. A change that could be described in the same language in which Paul described the conversion of the heathen at dissolute Corinth and Ephesus. She was told, as early as she was capable of understanding language, that she was by nature in a state of alienation from God, in which every thought of her heart and action of her life was evil and evil only, and continually that she was entirely destitute of holiness and exposed momentarily to the wrath of God, and that it was her immediate duty to escape from this state by an act of penitence for sin and supreme love to God. The effort to bring about in her heart that state of emotion was all during her youth a failure. She was by constitution delicately, intensely self-analytic, and her analysis was guided by the most exacting moral ideality. Every hopeful emotion of her higher nature, as it rose, was dissolved in this keen analysis, as diamond and pearls disappeared in the smelting furnaces of the old alchemists. We all know that self-scrutiny is a death of emotion, and that the analytic, self-inspective habit is its sure preventative. Had Esther applied to her feelings for her own beloved father the same tests by which she tried every rising emotion of love to the divine being, the result would have been precisely the same. Esther was now 19 years of age. She was the idol of her father's heart. She was a staff and stay of her family. She was, in all the duties of life, inspired by a most faultless conscientiousness. Her love of the absolute right was almost painful in its excess of minuteness, and yet, in her own view, in the view of the Church, in the view of even her admiring and loving father, she was no Christian. Perfectly faultless in every relation so far as human beings could observe, reverent to God, submissive to his will, careful in all outward religious observances, yet wanting in a certain emotional experience, she judged herself to be, and was judged to be by the theology by which her father taught, utterly devoid of virtue or moral excellence of any kind in the sight of God. The theology of the times also taught her that the act of grace which should put an end to this state and place her in the relation of a forgiven child with her heavenly Father was a voluntary one, momently in her power, and that nothing but her own persistent refusal prevented her performing it, yet taught at the same time that, so desperate was the obstinacy of the human heart, no child of Adam ever would or ever could perform it without a special interposition of God, an interposition which might or might not come. Thus all the responsibility and the guilt rested upon her. Now, when a nature intensely conscientious is constantly oppressed by a sense of unperformed duty, that sense becomes a gnawing worm at the very root of life. Esther had in vain striven to bring herself into the required state of emotion. Often for weeks and months, she offered daily and many times a day prayers which brought no brightness and no relief, and read conscientiously that Bible, all whose tender words and comforting promises were like the distant vision of Eden to the fallen exiles, guarded by a flaming sword which turned every way. Mute and mournful, she looked into the paradise of peace possessed by the favored ones whom God had chosen to help through the mysterious passage, and asked herself, would that helping hand ever open the gate to her? Esther had passed through 2 or 3 periods of revival of religion, and seen others far less consistent gathered into the fold of the church, while she only sunk at each period into a state of hopeless gloom and despondency, which threatened her health. Latterly, her mind, wounded and bruised, had begun to turn in bitter reactions. From such experiences as hers come floods of distracting intellectual questions. Skepticism and doubt are the direct children of unhappiness. If she had been, as her standards stated, born utterly indisposed, disabled, and made opposite to all good, and wholly inclined to all evil, was not this an excuse for sin? Was it her fault that she was born so? And if her Creator had brought her into being in this state, was it not an act of simple justice to restore her mind to a normal condition? When she addressed these questions to her father, he was alarmed, and warned her against speculation. Mr. Avery did not consider that the Assembly's Catechism and the Cambridge Platform and a great part of his own preaching were, after all, but human speculation, the uninspired inferences of men from the Bible, and not the Bible itself, and that minds once set going in this direction often cannot help a third question after a second, any more than they can help breathing, and that third question may be one for which neither God nor nature has an answer. Such inquiries as Esther's never arose from reading the parables of Christ, the Sermon on the Mount. They are the legitimate children of mere human attempts at systematic theology. How to deliver a soul that has come from excessive harassments, introspections, self-analysis, into that morbid state of half-skeptical despondency, was a problem over which Mr. Avery sighed in vain. His cheerful hopefulness, his sympathetic vitality, had drawn many others through darkness into light, and settled them in cheerful hope. But with his own daughter he felt no power. His heart trembled. His hand was weak as a surgeon's, who cannot operate when it is the life of his best beloved that lies under his hands. Esther's deliverance came through that greatest and holiest of all the natural sacraments and means of grace, love. An ancient gem has upon it a figure of a Psyche sitting with bound wings and blindfolded and weeping, whose bonds are being sundered by love. It is an emblem of what often occurs in a woman's life. It has sometimes been thrown out as a sneer on periods of religious excitement, that they kindle the enthusiasm of a man and woman towards each other into earthly attachments. But the sneer should wither as something satanic before the purity of love as it comes to noble natures. The man who has learned to think meanly of that, to associate it with vulgar thoughts and low desires, the man who has not been lifted by love to aspire after unworldly excellence, to sigh for unworldly purity, to reverence unworldly good, has lost his one great chance of regeneration. Harry and Esther had moved side by side for months, drawn daily to each other, showing each other their compositions, studying out of the same book, arguing together in constant friendly differences, and yet neither of them exactly conscious whither they were tending. A great social religious excitement has often this result. that it throws open between friends the doors of the inner nature. How long may we live in the same house, sit at the same table, hold daily converse with friends, to whom and by whom these inner doors are closed? We cannot even tell whether we should love them more or less if they were open. They are a mystery. But a great, pure, pervading, social excitement breaks like some early spring day around us. The sun shines, the birds sing, and forthwith open fly all the doors and windows, and let in the sunshine and the breeze and the bird song. In such an hour Esther saw that she was beloved by a poet's soul, one of that rare order to whom the love of a woman is a religion, a baptism, a consecration. Her life hitherto, so chill and colorless, so imprisoned and bound in the chains of mere and cold intellect, awoke with a sudden thrill of consciousness to a new and passionate life. She was as changed as the poor and silent Jungfrau of the Swiss mountains, when the gray and ghostly cold of the night bursts into rosy light as the morning sunbeams rise upon it. The most auspicious and beautiful of all phenomena that ever diversify this weary life is that wonderful moment in which two souls who hitherto have not known each other, suddenly, by the lifting of a veil or the falling of a barrier, become in one moment and forever after one. Henceforth, each soul has in itself the double riches of the other. Each weakness is made strong by some corresponding strength in the other. For the truest union is where each soul has precisely the faculty which the other needs. Harry was by nature and habit exactly the reverse of Esther. His conclusions were all intuitions. His religion was an emanation from the heart, a child of personal experience, and not a formula of the head. In him was seen the beginning of that great reaction which took place largely in the young mind of New England against the tyranny of mere logical methods as applied to the ascertaining of moral truths. The hour of full heart union that made them one placed her mind under the control of his. His simple faith in God's love was an antidote to her despondent fears. His mind bore hers along on its current. His imagination awakened hers. She was like one carried away by a winged spirit, lifted up and borne heavenward by his faith and love. She was a transfigured being. An atmosphere of joy brightened and breathed around her. Her eyes had a mysterious depth, her cheeks a fluttering color. The winter was over and past for her, and the time of the singing of the birds had come. Mr. Avery was in raptures. The long agony was past. He had gained a daughter and a son, and he was too joyful, too willing to believe, to be analytic or critical. Long had he secretly hoped that such faultless consistency, such strict attention to duty, might perhaps indicate a secret work of divine grace, which would spring into joy if only recognized and believed in. But now, when the dove that had long wandered actually bent her white wings at the window of the ark, he stretched forth his hand and drew her in with a trembling
Chapter 36 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 36, After the Revival. But the revival could not always last. The briefness of these periods and the inevitable gravitation of everybody back to the things of earth has sometimes been mentioned with the sneer, "Where's your revival now?" The deacon, whose face was so radiant as he talked of the love of Christ, now sits with the same face drawn into knots and puckers over his account book, and he thinks the money for the mortgage is due, and the avails for the little country store are small, and somehow a great family of boys and girls eat up and wear out, and the love of Christ seems a great way off, and the trouble about the mortgage very close at hand, and so the deacon is cross, and the world has its ready sneer for the poor man. He can talk about the love of Christ, but he's a terrible screw at a bargain, they say. Ah, brother, have mercy. The world screws us, and then we are tempted to screw the world. The soil is hard, the climate cold, labor incessant, little to come of it, and can you sneer that a poor soul has, for a brief season, forgotten all this and risen out of his body and above his cares, and been for a little while a glorified deacon instead of a poor, haggling country storekeeper? Plato says that we all once had wings, and that they still tend to grow out in us, and that our burnings and aspirations for higher things are like the teething pangs of children. We are trying to cut our wings. Let us not despise these teething seasons. Though the wings do not become apparent, they may be starting under many a rough coat and on many a clumsy pair of shoulders. But in our little town of Cloudland, after the heavenly breeze had blown over, there were to be found here and there immortal flowers and leaves from the tree of life, which had blown into many a dwelling. Poor old drunken Culver, who lived under the hill and was said to beat his wife, had become a changed man, and used to come out to weekly prayer meetings. Some tough old family quarrels, such as follow the settlement of wills in a poor country, had at last been brought to an end, and brother had shaken hands with brother. The long root of bitterness had been pulled up and burned on the altar of love. It is true that nobody had become an angel. Poor, sharp-tongued Miss Chrissy Pike still went on reporting the wasteful excesses she had seen in the minister's swill-barrel, and some that were crabbed and cross-grained before were so still, and some perhaps were a little more snarly than usual on account of the late over-excitement. A revival of religion merely makes manifest for a time what religion there is in a community, but it does not exalt men above their nature or above their times. It is neither revelation nor inspiration. It is impulse. It gives no new faculties, and it goes at last into that general average of influences which go to make up the progress of a generation. One terrestrial result of the revival in our academy was that about half a dozen of the boys fell desperately in love with Tina. I have always fancied Tina to be one of that species of womankind that used to be sought out for priestesses to the Delphic oracle. She had a flame-like, impulsive, ethereal temperament, a capacity for sudden inspirations in which she was carried out of herself and spoke winged words and made one wonder whence they came. Her religious zeal had impelled her to be the adviser of everyone who came near her, and her sayings were quoted, and some of our shaggy, rough-coated mountain boys thought that they had never had an idea of the beauty of holiness before. Poor boys! They were so sacredly simple about it. And Tina came to me with wide brown eyes that sparkled like a cairngorm stone, and told me that she believed she had found what her peculiar calling was. It was to influence young men in religion. She cited with enthusiasm the wonderful results she had been able to produce, the skeptical doubts she had removed, the conceptions of heavenly things that she had been able to pour into their souls. The divine priestess and I had a grand quarrel one day, because I insisted upon it that these religious ministrations on the part of a beautiful young girl to those of the opposite sex would assuredly end in declarations of love and hopes of marriage. Girls like Tina are often censured as flirts, most unjustly so, too. Their unawakened nature gives them no power of perceiving what must be the full extent of their influence over the opposite sex. Tina was warmly social. She was enthusiastic and self-confident, and had precisely that spirit which should fit a woman to be priestess or prophetess, to inspire and to lead. She had a magnetic fervor of nature, an attractive force that warmed in her cheeks and sparkled in her eyes, and seemed to make summer around her. She excited the higher faculties. Poetry, ideality, blissful dreams seemed to be her atmosphere, and she had a power of quick sympathy, of genuine, spontaneous outburst that gave to her looks and words almost the value of a caress, so that she was an unconscious deceiver, and seemed always to say more for the individual than she really meant. All men are lovers of sunshine and spring gales, but they are no ones in particular, and he who seeks to hold them to one heart finds his mistake. Like all others who have a given faculty, Tina loved its exercise. She loved to influence, loved to feel her power alike over man and woman. But who does not know that the power of the Sibyl is doubled by the opposition of sex? That which is only acquiescence in a woman friend becomes devotion in a man. That which is admiration from a woman becomes adoration in a man. And of all kinds of power which can be possessed by man or woman, there is none which I think so absolutely intoxicating as this of personal fascination. You may as well blame a bird for wanting to soar and sing as blame such women for the instinctive pleasure they feel in their peculiar kind of empire. Yet in simple good faith, Tina did not want her friends of the other sex to become lovers. She was willing enough that they should devote themselves, under all sorts of elusive names of brother and friend and what not, but when they proceeded to ask her for herself, there was an instant revulsion, as when some person has unguardedly touched a strong electric circle. The first breath of passion repelled her. The friend that had been so agreeable the hour before was unendurable. Over and over again I had seen her go to the same elusive round, always sure that in this instance it was understood that it was to be a friendship, and only friendship, or brotherly or Christian love, till the hour came for the electric revulsion, and the friend was lost. Tina had not learned the modern way of girls, who count their lovers and offers as an Indian does his scalps, and parade the number of their victims before their acquaintances. Every incident of this kind struck her as a catastrophe, and as Esther, Harry, and I were always warning her, she would come to us like a guilty child and seek to extenuate her offense. I think the girl was sincere in the wish she often uttered, that she could be a boy and be loved as a comrade and friend only. Why would they always persist in falling into this tiresome result? "Oh, Horace," she would say to me, "if I were only Tom Percival, I should be perfectly happy. But it is so stupid to be a girl." In my own secret soul I had no kind of wish that she should be Tom Percival, but I did not tell her so. No, I was too wise for that. I knew that my only chance of keeping my position as father-confessor to this elastic young penitent consisted in a judicious suppression of all peculiar claims or hopes on my part, and I was often praised and encouraged for this exemplary conduct, and the question pathetically put to me, why couldn't the others do as I did? Oh, Tina, did your brown eyes see, and your quick senses divine, that there was something in me which you dreaded to awaken and feared to meet? There are some men who have a faculty of making themselves the confidants of women, perhaps because they have a certain amount of the feminine element in their own composition. They seem to be able to sympathize with them on their feminine side, and are capable of running far in a friendship without running fatally into love. I think I had this power, and on it I founded my hopes in this regard. I enjoyed, in my way, almost as much celebrity in our little circle for advising and guiding my friends of the other sex as Tina did. and I took care to have on hand such a list of intimates as would prevent my name from being coupled with hers in the school gossip. In these modern times, when man's fair sister is asking admission at the doors of classic halls, where man has hitherto reigned in monastic solitude, the query is often raised by our modern sociologists: can man and woman, with propriety, pursue their studies together? Does the great mystery of sex, with its wide laws of attraction and its strange, blinding, dazzling influences, furnish a sufficient reason why the two halves of creation, made for each other, should be kept during the whole course of education rigorously apart? This question, like a great many others, was solved without discussion by the good sense of our Puritan ancestors in throwing the country academics, where young men were fitted for college, open alike to both sexes, and in making the work of education of such dignity in the eyes of the community that first-rate men are willing to adopt it for life. The consequences were that in some lonely mountain town, under some brilliant schoolmaster, young men and women actually were studying together the branches usually pursued in college. But, says the modern objector, bring young men and women together in these relations, and there will be flirtations and love affairs. Even so, my friend, there will be. But flirtations and love affairs among a nice set of girls and boys in a pure and simple state of community, where love is never thought of except as leading to lawful marriage, are certainly not the worst things that can be thought of. Not half so bad as the grossness and coarseness and roughness and rudeness of those wholly male schools in which boys fight their way on alone, with no humanizing influences from the other sex. There was, to be sure, a great crop of love affairs, always green and vigorous, in our academy, and vows of eternal constancy interchanged between boys and girls who afterwards forgot and outgrew them, without breaking their hearts on either side. But for my own part, I think love-making over one's Latin and Greek much better than the fisting and cuffing and fagging of English schools, or than many another thing to which poor, blinding, fermenting boyhood runs when separated from home, mother, and sister, and confined to an atmosphere and surroundings sharply and purely male. It is certain that the companionship of the girl improves the boy, but more doubt has been expressed whether the delicacy of womanhood is not impaired by an early experience of the flatteries and gallantries of the other sex. But, after all, it is no worse for a girl to coquette and flirt in her Latin and mathematical class than to do it in the German or the polka. The studies and drill of the school have a certain repressive influence, wholly wanting in the ballroom and under the gaslight of fashionable parties. In a good school, the standard of attraction is, to some extent, intellectual. The girl is valued for something besides her person. Her disposition and character are thoroughly tested. The powers of her mind go for something, and what is more, she is known in her everyday clothes. On the whole, I do not think a better way can be found to bring the two sexes together without that false glamour which obscures their knowledge of each other, than to put them side by side in the daily drill of a good literary institution. Certainly, of all the days that I look back upon, this academy life in Cloudland was the most perfectly happy. It was happier than college life because of the constant intertwining and companionship with woman which gave a domestic and family charm to it. It was happy because we were in the first flush of belief in ourselves and in life. Oh, that first belief! Those incredible first visions, when all things look possible, and one believes in the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and sees enchanted palaces in the sunset clouds. What faith we had in one another, and how wonderful we were in one another's eyes! Our little clique of four was a sort of holy of holies in our view. We believed that we had secrets of happiness and progress known only to ourselves. We had full faith in one another's destiny. We were all remarkable people, and destined to do great things. At the close of the revival, we four, with many others, joined Mr. Avery's church, a step which in New England at this time meant a conviction of some spiritual experience gained, of some familiar communion with the great invisible. Had I found it then? Had I laid hold of that invisible hand and felt its warmth and reality? Had I heard the beatings of a warm heart under the cold exterior of the regular laws of nature and found a living God? I thought so. That hand and heart were the hand and heart of Jesus, the brother, the friend, and the interpreting God for poor, blind, and helpless man. As we stood together before the pulpit, with about 50 others, on that Sunday most joyful to Mr. Avery's heart, we made our religious profession with ardent sincerity. The dear man found in that day the reward of all his sorrows and the fruit of all his labors. He rejoiced in us as first fruits of the millennium, which, having already dawned in his good, honest heart, he thought could not be far off from the earth. Ah, those days of young religion were vaguely and ignorantly beautiful, like all the rest of our outlook on life. We were sincere and meant to be very good and true and pure, and we knew so little of the world we were living in. The village of Cloudland, without a pauper, with scarcely an ignorant person in it, with no temptation, no dissipation, no vice, what could we know there of the appalling questions of real life? We were hid there together, as in the hollow of God's hand, and a very sweet and lovely hiding-place it was. Harry had already chosen his profession. He was to be a clergyman, and study with Mr. Avery when his college course was finished. In those days the young aspirants for the pulpit were not gathered into seminaries, but distributed through the country, studying, writing, and learning the pastoral work by sharing the labors of the older pastors. Life looked, therefore, very bright to Harry, for life was at that age to live with Esther. Worldly cares there was none. Mr. Avery was rich on $250, and there were other places in the mountains where birds sung and flowers grew, where Esther could manage another parsonage, as now her father's. She lived in the world of taste and intellect and thought. Her love of the beautiful was fed by the cheap delights of nature, and there was no onerous burden of care in looking forward to marriage, such as now besets a young man when he meditates taking to himself some costly piece of modern luxury, some exotic bird, who must be fed on incense and odors, and for whom any number of gilded cages and costly surroundings may be necessary. Marriage in the days of which I speak was a very simple and natural affair, and Harry and Esther enjoyed the full pleasure of talking over and arranging what their future home should be, and Tina, quite as interested as they, drew wonderful pictures of it and tinted them with every hue of the rainbow. Mr. Avery talked with me many times to induce me to choose the same profession. He was an enthusiast for it. It was to him a calling that eclipsed all others, and he could wish the man he loved no greater blessedness than to make him a minister. But I felt within myself a shrinking doubt of my own ability to be the moral guide of others, and my lifelong habit of half-skeptical contemplation made it so impossible to believe the New England theology with the perfect, undoubting faith that Mr. Avery had, that I dared not undertake. I did not disbelieve, I would not for the world controvert, but I could not believe with his undoubting enthusiasm. His sword and spear, so effective in his hands, would tremble in mine. I knew that Harry would do something. He had a natural call, a divine impulse, that led him from childhood to sacred ministries, and though he did not more than I accept the system of New School theology as complete truth, yet I could see that it would furnish to his own devotional nature a stock from which vigorous grafts would shoot forth. Shall I say also that my future was swayed unconsciously by a sort of instinctive perception of what yet might be desired by Tina? Something a little more of this world I seemed to want to lay at her feet. I felt somehow that there was in her an aptitude for the perfume and brightness and gaieties of this lower world, and as there must be not only clergymen but lawyers, and as men will pay more for getting their own will than for saving their souls, I dreamed of myself in the future as a lawyer. Of course, a rising one. Of course, I should win laurels at the bar, and win them by honorable means. I would do it. And Tina should be mistress of a fine antique house in Boston, like the Kitterys, with fair, large gardens and pleasant prospects, and she should glitter and burn and twinkle like a gem in the very front ranks of society. Yes, I was ambitious, but it was for her. One thing troubled me. Every once in a while, in the letters from Miss Mehetabel, came one from Ellery Davenport, written in a free, gay, dashing cavalier style, and addressing Tina with a kind of patronizing freedom that made me ineffably angry. I wanted to shoot him. Such are the risings of the ancient Adam in us, even after we have joined the church. Tina always laughed at me because I scolded and frowned at these letters, and, I thought, seemed to take rather a perverse pleasure in them. I have often speculated on that trait wherein lovely woman slightly resembles a cat. She cannot, for the life of her, resist the temptation to play with her mouse a little, and rouse it with gentle pats of her velvet paw, just to see what it will do. I was, of course, understood to be under solemn bond and promised to love Tina only as a brother, but was it not a brother's duty to watch over his sister? With what satisfaction did I remember all Miss Debbie Kittery's philippics against Ellery Davenport? Did I not believe every word of them heartily? I hated the French language with all my soul, and Ellery Davenport's proficiency in it. And Tina could not make me more angry than by speaking with admiration of his graceful fluency in French, and expressing rather wilful determinations that when she got away from Mr. Rossiter's dictation she would study it. Mr. Davenport had said that when he came back to America he would give her French lessons. He was always kind and polite, and she didn't doubt that he'd give me lessons, too, if I'd take them. French is the language of modern civilization, said Tina, with the decision of a professor. But she made me promise that I wouldn't say a word to her about it before Mr. Rossiter. Now, Horace, dear, you know, she said, that French to him is just like a red rag to a bull. He'd begin to roar and lash his sides the minute you said the words, and Mr. Rossiter and I are capital friends now. You've no idea, Horace, how good he is to me. He takes such an interest in the development of my mind. He writes me a letter or note almost every week about it, and I take his advice, you know, and I wouldn't want to hurt his feelings about French or anything else. What do you suppose he hates the French so for? I should think he was a genuine Englishman that has been kept awake nights during all the French wars. Well, Tina, I said, you know there is a great deal of corrupt and dangerous literature in the French language. What nonsense, Horace, just as if there wasn't in the English language, too, and I none the worse for it. And I'm sure there are no ends of bad things in the classical dictionary and in the mythology. He'd better talk about the French language. No, you may depend upon it, Horace, I shall learn French as soon as I leave school. It will be inferred from this that my young lady had a considerable share of that quality which Milton represents to have been the ruin of our first mother, namely, a determination to go her own way and see for herself, and have little confidential interviews with the serpent, notwithstanding all that could be urged to the contrary by sober old Adam. Of course, Adam, said Eve, I can take care of myself, and don't want you always lumbering after me with your advice. You think the serpent will injure me, do you? That just shows how little you know about me. The serpent, Adam, is a very agreeable fellow, and helps one to pass away one's time. But he don't take me in. Oh, no, there's no danger of his ever getting round me. So, my dear Adam, go on your own way in the garden, and let me manage for myself. Whether in the celestial regions there will be saints and angels who develop this particular form of self-will, I know not. But in this world of what Mr. Ellery called imperfect sanctification, religion doesn't prevent the fair angels of the other sex from developing this quality in pretty energetic forms. In fact, I found that, if I was going to guide my Ariadne at all, Chapter 37 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 37, The Minister's Wood Spell. It was in the winter of this next year that the minister's wood spell was announced. What is a wood spell, you say? Well, the pastor was settled on the understanding of receiving $200 a year and his wood, and there was a certain day set apart in the winter, generally in the time of the best sleighing, when every parishioner brought the minister a sled load of wood, and thus in the course of time built him up a mighty wood-pile. It was one of the great seasons of preparation in the minister's family, and Tina, Harry, and I had been busy for 2 or 3 days beforehand in helping Esther create the wood spell cake, which was to be made in quantities large enough to give ample slices to every parishioner. 2 days beforehand, the fire was besieged with a row of earthen pots in which the spicy compound was rising to the necessary lightness, and Harry and I split incredible amounts of oven wood, and in the evening we sat together stoning raisins round the great kitchen fire, with Mr. Ellery in the midst of us, telling us stories and arguing with us, and entering into the hilarity of the thing like a boy. He was so happy in Esther, and delighted to draw the shy color into her cheeks by some sly joke or allusion, when Harry's head of golden curls came into proximity with her smooth satin tresses. The cake came out victorious, and we all claimed the merit of it, and a mighty cheese was bought, and every shelf of the closet and all the dressers of the kitchen were crowded with the abundance. We had a jewel of a morning, one of those sharp, clear, sunny winter days when the sleds squeak over the flinty snow and the little icicles tingle along on the glittering crust as they fell from the trees, and the breath of the slow-paced oxen steams up like a rosy cloud in the morning sun, and then falls back condensed in little icicles on every hair. We were all astir early, full of life and vigor. There was a holiday in the academy. Mr. Rossiter had been invited over to the minister's to chat and tell stories with the farmers and give them high entertainment. Miss Nervy Randall, more withered and wild in her attire than usual, but eminently serviceable, stood prepared to cut cake and cheese without end, and dispense it with wholesome nods and messages of comfort. The minister himself heated 2 little old andirons red-hot in the fire, and therewith from time to time stirred up a mighty bowl of flip, which was to flow in abundance to every comer. Not then had the temperance reformation dawned on America, though 10 years later Mr. Ellery would as soon have been caught in a gambling saloon as stirring and dispensing a bowl of flip to his parishioners. Mr. Ellery had recently preached a highly popular sermon on agriculture, in which he set forth the dignity of the farmer's life from the text, "For the king himself is served of the field," and there had been a rustle of professional enthusiasm in all the mountain farms around, and it was resolved, by a sort of general consent, that the minister's wood-pile this year should be of the best, none of your old makeshifts, loads made out of crooked sticks and snapping chestnut logs, most noisy, and destructive of good wives' aprons. Good straight shagbark hickory was voted none too good for the minister. Also the axe was fifed up on many a proud oak and beech and maple. What destruction of glory and beauty there was in those mountain regions! How ruthlessly man destroys in a few hours that which centuries cannot bring again! What an idea of riches in those glorious woodland regions! We read legends of millionaires who fed their fires with cinnamon and rolled up $1,000 bills into lamplighters in the very wantonness of profusion. But what was that compared to the prodigality which fed our great roaring winter fires on the 1,000-leafed oaks whose conception had been ages ago, who were children of the light and of the day, every fragment and fibre of them made of the most celestial influences, of sunshine and raindrops and night dews and clouds, slowly working for centuries until they had wrought the wondrous shape into a gigantic miracle of beauty. And then snuffling old Heber Atwood with his 2 hard-fisted boys cut one down in a forenoon and made logs of it for the minister's woodpile. If this isn't making light of serious things, we don't know what is. But think of your wealth, O ye farmers. Think what beauty and glory every year perished to serve your cooking stoves and chimney corners. To tell the truth, very little of such sentiment was in Mr. Avery's mind or in any of ours. We lived in a woodland region, and we were blasé with the glory of trees. We did admire the splendid elms that hung their cathedral arches over the one central street of Cloudland village, and on this particular morning they were all aflame like Aladdin's palace, hanging with emeralds and rubies and crystals, flashing and glittering and dancing in the sunlight. And when the first sled came squeaking up the village street, we did not look upon it as the funeral hearse bearing the honored corpse of 100 summers, but we boys clapped our hands and shouted, "Hurrah for old Heber!" as his load of magnificent oak, well breaded with gray moss, came scrunching into the yard. Mr. Avery hastened to draw the hot flip-iron from the fire and stir the foaming bowl. Esther began cutting the first loaf of cake, and Mr. Rossiter walked out and cracked a joke on Heber's shoulder, whereat all the cast-iron lineaments of his hard features relaxed. Heber had not the remotest idea at this moment that he was being branded as a tree-murderer. On the contrary, if there was anything for which he valued himself, and with his heart was at this moment swelling with victorious pride, it was his power of cutting down trees. Man he regarded in a physical point of view as principally made to cut down trees, and trees as the natural enemies of man. When he stood under a magnificent oak and heard the airy rustle of its 1,000 leaves, to his ear it was always a rustle of defiance, as if the oak tree had challenged him to single combat, and Heber would feel his axe and say, "Next winter, old boy, we'll see, we'll see." And at this moment he and his 2 tall, slab-sided, big-handed boys came into the kitchen with an uplifted air, in which triumph was but just repressed by suitable modesty. They came prepared to be complimented, and they were complimented accordingly. "Well, Mr. Atwood," said the minister, "you must have had pretty hard work on that load. That's no ordinary oak. It took strong hands to roll those logs. And yet I don't see but 2 of your boys. Where are they all now?" "Scattered, scattered," said Heber, as he sat with the great block of cake in one hand and sipping his mug of flip, looking with his grizzly beard and shaggy hair and his iron features like a cross between a polar bear and a man. A very shrewd, thoughtful, reflective polar bear, however, quite up to any sort of argument with a man. "Yes, they're scattered," he said. "We're pretty lonesome now to our house. Nobody there but Parse, Das, Dill, Noah, and Lycum. I says to Noah and Lycum this morning, if we'd had all our boys to home, We should have to take up 2 loads to the minister, sartin, to make it fair on the woodspell cake." "Where are your boys now?" said Mr. Avery. "I haven't seen them at meeting now for a good while." "Well, Saul and Tim's gone up to Umbagog lumberin', and Tite he's sailed to Archangel. And Jedith he's gone to the West Indies from molasses, and Pete he's gone to the West. Folks begins to talk now about that there Western country, and so Pete he must go to Buffalo and see the great West. He's writ back about Niagara Falls. His letters is most amazin'. The old woman, she can't feel easy about him no way. She insists upon it them Injuns'll scalp him. The old woman is just as choice of her boys as if she hadn't got just as many as she has." "How many sons have you?" said Harry, with a countenance of innocent wonder. "Well," said Heber, "I've seen the time when I had 14 good straight boys, all on 'em a-turning over a log together." "Dear me," said Tina, "hadn't you any daughters?" "Gals," said Heber reflectively, "bless you, yes. There's been a gal or 2 long in between, here and there. Just don't remember where they come, but anyways, there's plenty of women folks to our house." "Why," said Tina, with a toss of her pretty head, "you don't seem to think much of women." "Good in their way," said Heber, shaking his head. "But Adam was first formed, and then Eve, you know." Looking more attentively at Tina as she stood bridling and dimpling before him, like a bird just ready to fly, Heber conceived an indistinct idea that he must say something gallant, so he added, "Give all honor to the women as weaker vessels, you know. That's sound doctrine, I suppose." Heber, having now warmed and refreshed himself, and endowed his minister with what he conceived to be a tip-top, irreproachable load of wood, proceeded also to give him the benefit of a little good advice, prefaced by gracious words of encouragement. "I was telling my old woman this morning that I didn't grudge a cent of my subscription, 'cause your preaching lasts well and pays well. Says I, Mr. Avery ain't the kind of man that strikes 12 the first time. He's a man that'll wear. That's what I said first, and I've followed you up pretty close in your preaching. But then I've just got one word to say to you. Ain't free agency a-getting a little too top-heavy in your preaching? Ain't it kind of overgrowing sovereignty? Now, you see, divine sovereignty, he's got to be took care of as well as free agency. That's all. I thought I'd just drop the thought, you know, and leave you to think on it. This year last revival you run along considerable on whosoever will may come and all that. Now, p'raps, if you'd just tighten up the ropes a little t'other side and give 'em sovereignty, the whole load would sled easier." "Well," said Mr. Avery, "I'm much obliged to you for your suggestions." "Now there's my wife's brother, Josh Baldwin," said Heber. "He was delegate to the last consociation, and he heard your opening sermon, and says he to me, says he, 'Your minister sartin does slant a little towards the Arminians. He don't quite walk the crack, Josh says he.' Says I, 'Josh, we ain't none of us perfect. But,' says I, 'Mr. Avery ain't no Arminian, I can tell you. You can't judge Mr. Avery by one sermon,' says I. 'You hear him preach the year round, and you'll find that all the doctrines get their place. You see, I stood up for you, Mr. Avery, but I thought 'twould do no harm to kind of let you know what folks is saying.'" Here the theological discussion was abruptly cut short by Deacon Zachary Chipman's load, which entered the yard amid the huzzas of the boys. Heber and his boys were at the door in a minute. "Well, really, if the deacon hain't come down with his shag bark. Well, the revival has operated on him some, I guess. Last year the deacon sent a load that I'd have been ashamed to had in my backyard, and I took the liberty of telling on him so. Good straight grain shag bark. Well, I'll go out and help him unload it. If that there holds out to the bottom, the deacon's done pretty well, and I shall think Grace has made some progress." The deacon, a mournful, dry, shivery-looking man, with a little round, bald head, looking wistfully out of a great red comforter, all furry and white with the sharp frosts of the morning, and with his small red eyes weeping tears through the sharpness of the air, looked as if he had come as chief mourner at the hearse of his beloved hickory trees. He had cut down the very darlings of his soul, and come up with his precious load, impelled by a divine impulse like that which made the lowing kine in the Old Testament story come slowly bearing the ark of God, while their brute hearts were turning toward the calves that they had left at home. Certainly, if virtue is in proportion to sacrifice, Deacon Chipman's load of hickory had more of self-sacrifice in it than a dozen loads from old Heber, for Heber was a forest prince in his way of doing things, and with all his shrewd calculations of money's worth, had an open-handed generosity of nature that made him take a pride in liberal giving. The little man shrank mournfully into a corner, and sipped his tumbler of flip, and ate his cake and cheese as if he had been at a funeral. "How are you all at home, Deacon?" said Mr. Avery heartily. Just crawling, thank you, just crawling. My old woman don't get out much. Her rheumatiz gets a dreadful strong hold on her, and Mr. Avery, she hopes you'll be round to visit her 'fore long. Since the revival she's kind of fell into darkness, and don't see no cheering views. She says sometimes the universe ain't nothing but blackness and darkness to her." "Has she a good appetite?" said Mr. Avery. "Well, no, she don't enjoy her victuals much. Some says she's got the jonders. I try to cuss at her up and get her to take relish in things. I tell her if she'd a good sausage for breakfast of a cold morning, with a hearty bit of mince pie and a cup of strong coffee, that would kind of set her up for the day, but somehow she don't get no nourishment from her food. There, Rossiter," we heard Mr. Avery whisper aside, "you see what a country minister has to do? Give cheering views to a dyspeptic that breakfasts on sausage and mint pies." And now the loads began coming thick and fast. Sometimes 2 and 3, and sometimes 4 and 5 came stringing along, one after another, in unbroken procession. For every one, Mr. Avery had an appreciative word. Its especial points were noticed and commended, and the farmers themselves, shrewdest observers, looked at every load and gave it their verdict. By and by the kitchen was full of a merry chatting circle, and Mr. Rossiter and Mr. Avery were telling their best stories, and roars of laughter came from the house. Tina glanced in and out among the old farmers, like a bright tropical bird, carrying the cake and cheese to each one, laughing and telling stories, dispensing smiles to the younger ones, treacherous smiles which meant nothing, but made the hearts beat faster under their shaggy coats, and if she saw a red-fisted fellow in a corner who seemed to be having a bad time, she would go and sit down by him, and be so gracious and warming and winning that his tongue would be loosened, and he would tell her all about his steers and his calves and his last crop of corn and his load of wood, and then wonder all the way home whether he should ever have, in a house of his own, a pretty little woman like that. By afternoon the minister's woodpile was enormous. It stretched beyond anything before seen in Cloudland. It exceeded all the legends of neighboring woodpiles and woodspells related by deacons and late deacons in the late consociation. And truly, among things picturesque and graceful, among childish remembrances, dear and cheerful, there is nothing that more speaks to my memory than the dear, good old mossy woodpile. Harry, Tina, Esther, and I ran up and down and in and about the piles of wood that evening with joyous satisfaction. How fresh and spicy and woodsy it smelt! I can smell now the fragrance of the hickory, whose clear, oily bark in burning cast forth perfume quite equal to cinnamon. Then there was the fragrant black birch, sought and prized by us all for the high-flavored bark on the smaller limbs, which was a favorite species of confectionery to us. There were also the logs of white birch, gleaming in their purity, for which we made sheets of woodland parchment. It is recorded of one man who stands in a high position at Washington that all his earlier writing lessons were performed upon leaves of the white birch bark, the only paper used in the family. There were massive trunks of oaks, veritable worlds of mossy vegetation in themselves, with tufts of green velvet nestled away in the bark, and sheets of greenness carpeting their sides, and little white hoary trees of moss with little white hoary apples upon them, like miniature orchards. One of our most interesting amusements was forming landscapes in the snow, in which we had mountains and hills and valleys, and represented streams of water by means of glass, and clothed the sides of our hills with orchards of apple trees made of this gray moss. It was an incipient practice at landscape gardening, for which we found rich materials in the woodpile. Esther and Tina had been filling their aprons with these mossy treasures, for which we had all been searching together, and now we all sat chatting in the evening light. The sun was going down, the sleds had ceased to come, the riches of our woodland treasures were all in, the whole air was full of the trembling rose-colored light that turned all the snow-covered landscape to brightness. All around us not a fence to be seen, nothing but waning hollows of spotless snow, glowing with the rosy radiance and fading away in purple and lilac shadows. And the evening stars began to twinkle, one after another, keen and clear through the frosty air, as we all sat together in triumph on the highest perch of the woodpile. And Harry said to Esther, "One of these days they'll be bringing in our wood." And Esther's cheeks reflected the pink of the sky. "Yes, indeed," said Tina, "and then I am coming to live with you. I'm going to be an old maid, you know, and I shall help Esther as I do now. I never shall want to be married." Just at this moment the ring of sleigh bells was heard coming up the street. Who and what now? A little one-horse sleigh drove swiftly up to the door. The driver sprang out with a lively alacrity, hitched his horse, and came forward.
Chapter number 38 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 38. Ellery, Davenport. Tina immediately turned and ran into the house, laughing, and upstairs into her chamber, leaving Esther to go seriously forward. Esther always tranquil and always ready. For myself, I felt such a vindictive hatred at the moment as really alarmed me. What had this good-natured man done, with his frank, merry face and his easy, high-bred air, that I should hate him so? What sort of Christian was I, to feel in this way? Certainly it was a temptation of the devil, and I would put it down, and act like a reasonable being. So I went forward with Harry, and he shook hands with us. "Halloa, fellows," he said. "You've made the great leap since I saw you, and changed from boys into men." "Good evening, Miss Avery," he said, as we presented him to her. "May I trench on your hospitality a little? I am a traveller in these Arctic regions, and Miss Mehitable charged me to call and see after the health and happiness of our young friends here. I see, he said, looking at us, that there need be no inquiries after health. Your looks speak for themselves. Why, Percival, he said, turning to Harry, what a pair of shoulders you are getting! Genuine Saxon blood runs in your veins plainly enough, and one of these days, when you get to be Sir Harry Percival, you'll do honour to the name. The proud, reserved blood flushed into Harry's face, and his blue eyes, usually so bright and clear, sparkled with displeasure. I was pleased to see that Ellery Davenport had made him angry. Yes, I said to myself, what want of tact for him to dare touch on a subject that Harry's most intimate friends never speak of. Esther looked fixedly at him with those clear, piercing hazel eyes, as if she were mentally studying him. I hoped she would not like him, yet why should I hope so? He saw in a moment that he had made a mistake, and glided off quickly to another subject. "Where is my fair little enemy, Miss Tina?" he said. His fair little enemy was at this moment attentively studying him through the crack in the window curtain. Shall I say, too, that the first thing she did on rushing up to her room was to look at her hair, and study herself in the glass, wondering how she would look to him now? Well, she had not seen herself for some hours, and self-knowledge is a virtue, we all know. And then our scamper over the woodpile in the fresh evening air must have deranged something, for Tina had one of those rebellious heads of curls that every breeze takes liberties with, and that have to be looked after and watched and restrained. Esther's satin bands of hair could pass through a whirlwind and not lose their gloss. It is curious how character runs even to the minutest thing. The very hairs of our heads are numbered by it. Esther, always in everything self-poised, thoughtful, reflective. Tina, the child of every wandering influence, tremulously alive to every new excitement, a wind-harp for every air of heaven to breathe upon. It would be hard to say what mysterious impulse for good or ill made her turn and run when she saw Ellery Davenport. That turning and running in girls means something. It means that the electric chain had been struck in some way. But how? Mr. Davenport came into the house and was received with frank cordiality by Mr. Avery. He was a grandson of Jonathan Edwards, and the good man regarded him as, in some sort, a son of the church, and had, no doubt, instantaneous promptings for his conversion. Mr. Avery, though he believed stringently in the doctrine of total depravity, was very innocent in his application of it to individuals. That Ellery Davenport was a sceptic was well known in New England, wherever the reputation of his brilliant talents and person had circulated, and Mr. Avery had often longed for an opportunity to convert him. The dear good man had no possible idea that anybody could go wrong from anything but mistaken views, and he was sure, in the case of Ellery Davenport, that his mind must have been perplexed about free agency and decrees, and thus he hailed with delight the providence which had sent him to his abode. He plunged into an immediate conversation with him about the state of France, whence he had just returned. Esther, meanwhile, went upstairs to notify Tina of his arrival. "Mr. Ellery Davenport is below, and has inquired for you." Nobody could be more profoundly indifferent to any piece of news. "Was that Mr. Ellery Davenport? How stupid of him to come here when we are all so tired. I don't think I can go down. I am too tired." Esther, straightforward Esther, took things as stated. Tina, to be sure, had exhibited no symptoms of fatigue up to that moment, But Esther now saw that she had been allowing her to overexert herself. "My darling," she said, "I have been letting you do too much altogether. You are quite right. You should lie down here quietly, and I'll bring you up your tea. Perhaps by and by, in the evening, you might come down and see Mr. Davenport, when you are rested." "Oh, nonsense about Mr. Davenport. He doesn't come to see me. He wants to talk to your father, I suppose." "But he has inquired for you 2 or 3 times," said Esther, "and he really seems to be a very entertaining, well-informed man. So by and by, if you feel rested, I should think you had better come down." Now I, for my part, wondered then, and wonder now, and always shall, what all this was for. Tina certainly was not a coquette. She had not learned the art of trading in herself, and using her powers and fascinations as women do who have been in the world, and learnt the precise value of everything they say and do. She was, at least now, a simple child of nature, yet she acted exactly as an artful coquette might have done. Ellery Davenport constantly glanced at the door as he talked with Mr. Avery, and shifted uneasily in his chair. Evidently he expected her to enter, and when Esther returned without her he was secretly vexed and annoyed. I was glad of it too, like a fool as I was. It would have been 1,000 times better for my hopes had she walked straight out to meet him, cool and friendly, like Esther. There was one comfort. He was a married man, but then that crazy wife of his might die, or might be dead now. Who knew? To be sure, Ellery Davenport never had the air of a married man, that steady, collected, sensible, restrained air which belongs to the male individual, conscious, wherever he moves, of a home tribunal to which he is responsible. He had gone loose in society, pitied and petted and caressed by ladies, and everybody said, if his wife should die, Ellery Davenport might marry whom he pleased. Esther knew nothing about him, except a faint general outline of his history. She had no prepossessions for or against, and he laid himself out to please her in conversation, with that easy grace and quick perception of character which were habitual with him. Ellery Davenport had been a thriving young Jacobin, and Mr. Avery and Mr. Rossiter were fierce Federalists. Mr. Rossiter came in to tea, and both of them bore down exultingly on Ellery Davenport in regard to the disturbances in France. "Just what I always said," said Mr. Rossiter. "French democracy is straight from the devil. It is the child of misrule and leads to anarchy. See what their revolution is coming to. Well, I may not be orthodox entirely on the question of total depravity, but I always admitted the total depravity of the French nation." "Oh, the French are men of like passions with us," said Ellery Davenport. "They have been ground down and debased and imbruted until human nature can bear no longer. And now there is a sudden outbreak of the lower classes, the turning of the worm." "Not a worm," said Mr. Rossiter. "A serpent, and a strong one." "Davenport," said Mr. Avery, "don't you see that all this is because this revolution is in the hands of atheists?" "Certainly I do, sir. These fellows have destroyed the faith of the common people and given them nothing in its place." "I am glad to see you recognize that," said Mr. Avery. "Recognize, my dear sir? Nobody knows the worth of religion as a political force better than I do. Those French people are just like children, full of sentiment, full of feeling, full of fire, but without the cold, judging, logical power that is frozen into men here by your New England theology. If I have got to manage a republic, give me Calvinists." "You admit, then," said Mr. Avery delightedly, "the worth of Calvinism?" "As a political agent, certainly I do," said Mr. Ellery Davenport. "Men must have strong, positive religious beliefs to give them vigorous self-government, and republics are founded on the self-governing power of the individual." "Davenport," said Mr. Avery, affectionately laying his hand on his shoulder, "I should like to have said that thing myself. I couldn't have put it better." "But do you suppose," said Esther, trembling with eagerness, "that they will behead the Queen?" "I certainly do," said Ellery Davenport, with that air of cheerful composure with which the retailer of the last horror delights to shock the listener. "Oh, certainly. I wouldn't give a pin for her chance. You read the account of the trial, I suppose? You saw that it was a foregone conclusion." "I did indeed," said Esther. "But oh, Mr. Davenport, can nothing be done? There is Lafayette. Can he do nothing?" "Lafayette may think himself happy if he keeps his own head on his shoulders," said Davenport. "The fact is that there is a wild beast in every human being. In our race it is the lion. In the French race it is the tiger. Hotter, more tropical, more blindly intense in rage and wrath. Religion, government, education are principally useful in keeping the human dominant over the beast. But when the beast gets above the human in the community, woe be to it." "Davenport, you talk like an apostle," said Mr. Avery. "You know the devils believe and tremble," said Ellery. "Well, I take it," said Mr. Rossiter, "you've come home from France disposed to be a good Federalist." "Yes, I have," said Ellery Davenport. "We must all live and learn, you know." And so, in one evening, Ellery witched himself into the good graces of every one in the simple parsonage. And when Tina at last appeared, she found him reigning king of the circle. Mr. Rossiter, having drawn from him the avowal that he was a Federalist, now looked complacently upon him as a hopeful young neophyte. Mr. Avery saw evident marks of grace in his declarations in favour of Calvinism, while yet there was a spicy flavour of the prodigal son about him, enough to engage him for his conversation. "Your wild, wicked, witty prodigal son is to a spiritual huntsman an attractive mark, like some rare kind of eagle, whose ways must be studied, and whose nest must be marked, and in whose free, savage gambols in the blue air and on the mountain tops he has a kind of hidden sympathy." When Tina appeared, it was with an air unusually shy and quiet. She took all his compliments on her growth and change of appearance with a negligent, matter-of-fact air, seating herself in the most distant part of the room, and remained obstinately still and silent. Nevertheless, it was to be observed that she lost not a word that he said, or a motion that he made. Was she in that stage of attraction which begins with repulsion, or did she feel stirring within her that intense antagonism which woman sometimes feels towards man, when she instinctively divines that he may be the one who shall one day send a herald and call her to surrender? Women are so intense, they have such prophetic, fore-reaching nervous systems, that sometimes they appear to be endowed with a gift of prophecy. Tina certainly was an innocent child at this time, uncalculating and acting by instinct alone, and she looked upon Ellery Davenport as a married man, who was and ought to be and would be nothing to her, and yet, for the life of her, she could not treat him as she treated other men. If there was in him something which powerfully attracted, there was also something of the reverse pole of the magnet that repelled, and inspired a feeling not amounting to fear by having an undefined savour of dread, as if some invisible spirit about him gave mysterious warning. There was a sense of such hidden, subtle power under his suavities. The grasp of the iron hand was so plain through the velvet glove that delicate and impressible natures felt it. Ellery Davenport was prompt and energetic and heroic. He had a great deal of impulsive good nature, as his history in all our affairs shows. He was always willing to reach out the helping hand, and help to some purpose when he did so. And yet I felt, rather than could prove, in his presence, that he could be very remorseless and persistently cruel. Ellery Davenport inherited the whole Edwards nature, without its religious discipline, a nature strong both in intellect and passion. He was an unbelieving Jonathan Edwards. It was this whole nature that I felt in him, and I looked upon the gradual interest which I saw growing in Tina toward him, in the turning of her thoughts upon him, in her flights from him and attraction to him, as one looks on the struggles of a fascinated bird, who flees and returns, each time drawn nearer and nearer to the diamond eyes. These impressions which come to certain kinds of natures are so dim and cloudy, it is so much the habit of the counter-current of life to disregard them, and to feel that an impression of which you have no physical external proof is of necessity an absurdity and a weakness, that they seldom are acted on, seldom at least in New England, where the habit of logic is so formed from childhood in the mind, and the believing of nothing which you cannot prove is so constant a portion of the life education. Yet with regard to myself, as I have stated before, there was always a sphere of impression surrounding individuals, for which often I could give no reasonable account. It was as if there had been an emanation from the mind, like that from the body. From some it is an emanation of moral health and purity and soundness, from others the sickly effluvium of moral decay, sometimes penetrating through all sorts of outward graces and accomplishments, like the smell of death through the tube roses and lilies on the coffin. I could not prove that Ellery Davenport was a wicked man, but I had an instinctive abhorrence of him, for which I reproached myself constantly, deeming it only the madness of an unreasonable jealousy. His stay with us at this time was only for a few hours. The next morning he took Harry alone and communicated to him some intelligence quite important to his future. "I have been to visit your father," he said, "and have made him aware what treasures he possesses in his children." "His children have no desire that he should be made aware of it," said Harry coldly. "He has broken all ties between them and him." "Oh, well," said Ellery Davenport, "the fact is, Sir Harry has gone into the virtuous stages of an Englishman's life, where a man is busy taking care of gouty feet, looking after his tenants, and repenting at his leisure of the sins of his youth. But you will find when you come to enter college next year that there will be a handsome allowance at your disposal, and between you and me, I'll just say to you that young Sir Harry is about as puny and feeble a little bit of mortality as I ever saw. To my way of thinking, they'll never raise him, and his life is all that stands between you and the estate. You know that I got your mother's marriage certificate, and it is safe in Parson Lothrop's hands. So you see, there may be a brilliant future before you and your sister. It is well enough for you to know it early, and keep yourself and her free from entanglements. School friendships and flirtations and all that sort of thing are pretty little spring flowers, very charming in their way and time, but it isn't advisable to let them lead us into compromising ourselves for life. If your future home is to be England, of course you will want your marriage to strengthen your position there." "My future home will never be England," said Harry briefly. "America has nursed me and educated me, and I shall always be heart and soul an American, My life must be acted in this country. The other suggestion contained in Ellery Davenport's advice was passed over without a word. Harry was not one that could discuss his private relations with a stranger. He could not but feel obliged to Ellery Davenport for the interest that he had manifested in him, and yet there was something about this easy, patronizing manner of giving advice that galled him. He was not yet old enough to feel vexed at being reminded he was young. It seemed but a few hours, and Ellery Davenport was gone again, and yet how he had changed everything. The hour that he drove up, how perfectly innocently happy and united we all were. Our thoughts needed not to go beyond the present moment. The moss that we had gathered from the wood-pile, and the landscapes that we were going to make with it, were greater treasures than all those of that unknown world of brightness and cleverness and wealth and station, out of which Ellery Davenport had shot like a comet to astonish us, and then go back and leave us in obscurity. Harry communicated the intelligence given him by Ellery Davenport, first to me, then to Tina and Esther and Mr. Avery, but begged that it not be spoken of beyond our little circle. It could and it should make no change, he said. But can expectations of such magnitude be awakened in young minds without change? On the whole, Ellery Davenport left a trail of brightness behind him, notwithstanding my sinister suspicions. How open-handed and friendly it was of him, said Esther, to come up here when he had so much on his hands. He told father that he should have to be in Washington next week to talk with them there about the French affairs. And I hope he may do Tom Jefferson some good, said Mr. Avery indignantly. Teach him what he is doing in encouraging this hideous, atheistical French Revolution. Why, it would bring discredit on republics, and put back the cause of liberty in Europe a century. Davenport sees into that as plainly as I do. He's a shrewd fellow, said Mr. Rossiter. I heard him talk 3 or 4 years ago when he was over here, and he was about as glib-tongued a Jacobin as you'd wish to see. But now my young man has come around handsomely. I told him he ought to tell Jefferson just how the thing is working. I go for government by the respectable classes of society. Davenport evidently is not a regenerated man, said Mr. Avery thoughtfully, but as far as speculative knowledge goes, he is as good a theologian as his grandfather. I had a pretty thorough talk with him before we went to bed last night, and he laid down the distinctions with a clearness and a precision that were astonishing. He sees right through that point of difference between natural and moral inability, and he put it into a sentence that was as neat and compact and clear as quartz crystal. I think there was a little rub in his mind on the consistency of the freedom of the will with the divine decrees, and I just touched him off with an illustration or two there, and I could see by the flash in his eye how quickly he took it. Davenport, I said to him, you are made for the pulpit. You ought to be in it. I know it, he said, Mr. Avery, but the trouble is I am not good enough. I think, he said, sometimes I should like to have been as good a man as my grandfather, but then, you see, there's the world, the flesh, and the devil, who all have something to say to that. Well, says I, Davenport, the world and the flesh last only a little while. But the devil and I last forever, I suppose you mean to say, he said, getting up with a sort of careless swing, and then he said he must go to bed. But before he went he reached out his hand and smiled on me and said, Good night, and thank you, Mr. Avery. That man has a beautiful smile. It's like a spirit in his face. Had Ellery Davenport been acting the hypocrite with Mr. Avery? Supposing a man is made like an organ, with 2 or 3 bands of keys, and ever so many stops, so that he can play all sorts of tunes on himself, Is it being a hypocrite with each person to play precisely the tune and draw out exactly the stop, which he knows will make himself agreeable and further his purposes? Ellery Davenport did understand the New England theology as thoroughly as Mr. Avery. He knew it from turret to foundation stone. He knew all the evidences of natural and revealed religion, and when he chose to do so, could make most conclusive arguments upon them. He had a perfect appreciation of devotional religion, and knew precisely what it would do for individuals. He saw into politics with unerring precision, and knew what was in men and whither things were tending. His unbelief was purely and simply what had been called in New England the natural opposition of the heart to God. He loved his own will, and he hated control, and he determined, per fas aut nefas, to carry his own plans in this world, and attend to the others when he got to it, to have his own way, and to carry his own points, and to do
Chapter 39 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 39, Last Days in Cloudland. The day was coming now that the idyll of Cloudland must end, and our last term wound up with a grand dramatic entertainment. It was a time-honored custom in New England academics to act a play once a year as the closing exercise, and we resolved that our performance should surpass all other in scenic effect. The theme of the play was to be the story of Jephthah's daughter from the Old Testament. It had been suggested at first to take Miss Hannah More's sacred drama upon this subject, but Tina insisted upon it that it would be a great deal better to write an original drama ourselves, each taking a character and composing one's own part. Tina was to be Jephthah's daughter, and Esther her mother, and a long opening scene between them was gotten up by the two in a private session at their desks in the schoolroom one night, and when perfected was read to Harry and me for our critical judgment. The conversation was conducted in blank verse, with the usual appropriate trimmings and flourishes of that species of literature, and on the whole, even at this time, I do not see but that it was quite as good as Miss Hannah More's. There was some skirmishing between Harry and myself about our parts, Harry being, as I thought, rather too golden-haired and blue-eyed for the grim resolve and fierce agonies of Jephthah. Moreover, the other part was to be that of Tina's lover, and he was to act very desperate verses indeed, and I represented to Harry privately that here, for obvious reasons, I was calculated to succeed. But Tina overruled me with that easy fluency of good reasons which the young lady always had at command. "Harry would make altogether the best lover," she said. "He was just cut out for a lover. Then, besides, what does Horace know about it? Harry has been practicing for 6 months, and Horace hasn't even begun to think of such things yet." This was one of those stringent declarations that my young lady was always making with regard to me, giving me to understand that her whole confidence in me was built entirely upon my discretion. Well, I was happy enough to let it go so, for Ellery Davenport had gone like an evening meteor, and we had ceased talking and thinking about him. He was out of our horizon entirely. So we spouted blank verse at each other, morning, noon, and night, with the most cheerful courage. Tina and Harry had, both of them, a considerable share of artistic talent, and made themselves very busy in drawing and painting scenery, a work in which the lady principal, Miss Titcomb, gave every assistance, although, as Tina said, her views of scenery were mostly confined to what was proper for tombstones. But then, she added, let her have the whole planning of my grave, with a great weeping willow over it. That'll be superb. I believe the weeping willows will be out by that time, and we can have real branches. Won't that be splendid? Then there was the necessity of making our own drama popular by getting in the greatest possible number of our intimate friends and acquaintances. So Jephthah had to marshal an army on the stage, and there was no end of paper helmets to be made. In fact, every girl in school who could turn her hand to anything was making a paper helmet. There was to be a procession of Judean maidens across the stage, bearing the body of Jephthah's daughter on a bier after the sacrifice. This took in every leading girl in the school, and as they were all to be dressed in white, with blue ribbons, one may fancy the preparation going on in all the houses far and near. There was also to be a procession of youths bearing the body of the faithful lover, who, of course, was to die, to keep departed company in the shades. We had rehearsals every night for a fortnight, and Harry, Tina, and I officiated as stage managers. It is incredible the trouble we had. Esther acted the part of Judean matron to perfection, her long black hair being let down and dressed after a picture in the Biblical Dictionary, which Tina insisted upon must be authentic. Esther, however, rebelled at the nose jewels. There was no making her understand the Oriental taste of the thing. She absolutely declined the embellishment, and finally it was agreed among us that the nose jewels should be left to the imagination. Harry looked magnificent, with the help of a dark moustache, which Tina very adroitly compounded of black ravelled yarn, arranging it with such delicacy that it had quite the effect of hair. The difficulty was that in impassioned moments the moustache was apt to get awry, and once or twice, while on his knees before Tina in tragical attitudes, this occurrence set her off into hysterical giggles, which spoiled the effect of the rehearsal. But at last we contrived a plaster which the most desperate plunges of agony could not possibly disarrange. As my eyes and hair were black, when I had mounted a towering helmet overshadowed by a crest of bearskin, fresh from an authentic bear that Heber Atwood had killed only 2 weeks before, I made a most fateful and portentous Jephthah, and flattered myself secretly on the tragical and gloomy emotions excited in the breasts of divers of my female friends. I composed for myself a most towering and lofty entrance scene when I came in glory at the head of my troops. I could not help plagiarizing Miss Hannah More's first line, "On Jordan's banks proud Ammon's banners wave." Any writer of poems will pity me when he remembers his own position if he has ever tried to make a verse on some subject and been stuck and pierced through by some line of another poet, which so sticks in his head and his memory that there is no possibility of his saying the thing any other way. I tried beginning, "On Salem's plains the summer sun is bright," but when I looked at my troop of helmets and the very startling banner which we were to display, and reflected that Josh Billings was to give an inspiring blast on a bugle behind the scenes, I perfectly longed to do the glorious and magnificent, and this resounding line stood right in my way. "Well, dear me, Horace," said Tina, "take it and branch off from it. Make a text of it." And so I did. How martial and Miltonic I was! I really made myself feel quite serious and solemn with the pomp and glory of my own language. But I contrived to introduce into my resounding verses the most touching description of my daughter, in which I exhausted Oriental images and similes on her charms. Esther and I were to have a rather tender scene on parting, as she was to be my wife, but then we minded it not a jot. The adroitness with which both these young girls avoided getting into relations that might savor of reality was an eminent instance of feminine tact. And while Harry was playing the impassioned lover at Tina's feet, Esther looked at him slyly, with just the slightest shade of consciousness, something as slight as the quivering of an eyelash or a tremulous flush on her fair cheek. There was fire under that rose-colored snow after all, and that was what gave a subtle charm to the whole thing. We had an earnest discussion among us four as to what was proper to be done with the lover. Harry insisted upon it that, after tearing his hair and executing all the proprieties of despair, he should end by falling on his sword, and he gave us 2 or 3 extemporaneous representations of the manner in which he intended to bring out this last scene. How we streamed with laughter over these discussions, as Harry, whose mat of curls was somewhat prodigious, ran up and down the room, howling distractedly, running his fingers through his hair until each separate curl stood on end, and his head was about the size of a half-bushel. We nearly killed ourselves laughing over our tragedy, but still the language thereof was none the less broken-hearted and impassioned. Tina was vindictive and bloodthirsty in her determination that the tragedy should be of the deepest dye. She exhibited the ferocity of a little pirate in her utter insensibility to the details of blood and murder, and would not hear of any concealment or half measures to spare anybody's feelings. She insisted upon being stabbed on the stage, and she had rigged up a kitchen carving knife with a handle of gilt paper, ornamented with various breastpins of the girls, which was celebrated in florid terms in her part of the drama as a Tyrian dagger. "Why Tyrian?" objected Harry, "when it is the Jews that are fighting the Ammonites?" "Oh, nonsense, Harry! Tyrian sounds a great deal better, and the Ammonites, I don't doubt, had Tyrian daggers," said Tina, who displayed a feminine facility in the manufacture of facts. "Tyre, you know," she added, "was the country where all sorts of things were made. Tyrian purple and Tyrian mantles. Of course they must have made daggers, and the Jews must have got them. Of course they must. I'm going to have it, not only a Tyrian dagger, but a sacred dagger, taken away from a heathen temple and consecrated to the service of the Lord. And only see what a sheath I have made for it. Why, at this distance it couldn't be told from gold. And how do you suppose that embossed work is made? Why, it's different colored grains of rice and gilt paper rolled up." It must be confessed that nobody enjoyed Tina's successes more heartily than she did herself. I never knew anybody who had a more perfect delight in the work of her own hands. It was finally concluded in full concert that the sacrifice was to be performed at an altar, and here came an opportunity for Miss Titcom's proficiency in tombstones to exercise itself. Our altar was to be like the lower part of a monument, so we decided, and Miss Titcom had numerous patterns of this kind, subject to her approval. It was to be made life-size, of large sheets of pasteboard, and wreathed with sacrificial garlands. Tina was to come in at the head of a chorus of wailing maidens, who were to sing a most pathetic lamentation over her. I was to stand grim and resolved, with my eyes rolled up into my helmet, and the sacrificial Tyrian dagger in my hands, when she was to kneel down before the altar, which was to have real flame upon it. The top of the altar was made to conceal a large bowl of alcohol, and before the entering of the procession the lights were all to be extinguished, and the last scene was to be witnessed by the lurid glare of the burning light on the altar. Anyone who has ever tried the ghostly, spectral, supernatural appearance which his very dearest friend may be made to have by this simple contrivance can appreciate how very sanguine our hopes must have been of the tragical power of this denouement. All came about quite as we could have hoped. The Academy Hall was packed and crammed to the ceiling, and our acting was immensely helped by the loudly expressed sympathy of the audience, who entered into the play with the most undisguised conviction of its reality. When the lights were extinguished and the lurid flame flickered up on the altar, and Tina entered dressed in white with her long hair streaming around her, and with an inspired look of pathetic resignation in her large earnest eyes, a sort of mournful shudder of reality came over me, and the words I had said so many times concerning the sacrifice of the victim became suddenly intensely real. It was a sort of stage illusion, an overpowering belief in the present. The effect of the ghastly light on Tina's face, on Esther's and Harry's, as they grouped themselves around in the preconcerted attitudes, was really overwhelming. It had been arranged that at the very moment when my hand was raised, Harry, as the lover, should rush forward with a shriek and receive the dagger in his own bosom. This was the last modification of our play after many successive rehearsals, and the success was prodigious. I stabbed Harry to the heart, Tina gave a piercing shriek and fell dead at his side, and then I plunged the dagger into my own heart, and the curtain fell amid real weeping and wailing from many unsophisticated, soft-hearted old women. Then came the last scene, the procession of youths and maidens across the stage, bearing the bodies of the two lovers, the whole ending in an admirably constructed monument over which a large willow was seen waving. This last gave to Miss Titcomb, as she said, more complete gratification than any scene that had been exhibited. The whole was a most triumphant success. Heber Atwood's old woman declared that she caught her breath and thought she should have fainted clean away when she see that gal come in. And as there was scarcely a house in which there was not a youth or a maiden who had borne a part in the chorus, all Cloudland shared in the triumph. By way of dissipating the melancholy feeling consequent upon the tragedy, we had a farce called Our Folks, which was acted extemporaneously by Harry, Tina, and myself, consisting principally in scenes between Harry as Sam Lawson, Tina as Hepsy, and myself as Uncle Fliakim, come in to make a pastoral visit and exhort them on how to get along and manage their affairs more prosperously. There had been just enough strain upon our nerves, enough reality of tragic exultation, to excite that hysterical quickness of humor which comes when the nervous system is well up. I let off my extra steam in Uncle Fliakim with a good will, as I danced in my black silk tights, knocking down the spinning wheel, upsetting the cradle, setting the babies to crying, and starting Hepsy's tongue, which lost nothing of force or fluency in Tina's reproduction. How the little elf could have transformed herself in a few moments into such a peaked, sharp, wiry-featured, virulent-tongued virago was a matter of astonishment to us all, while Harry, with a suit of fluttering old clothes, with every joint dissolving in looseness, and with his bushy hair in a sort of dismayed tangle, with his cheeks sucked in and his eyes protruding, gave an inimitable Sam Lawson. The house was convulsed. The screams and shrieks of laughter quite equaled the moans of distress in our tragedy. And so the curtain fell on our last exhibition in Cloudland. The next day was all packing of trunks and taking leave, and last words from Mr. Rossiter and Mr. Avery to the school, and setting of billboards and school boards, and sending back all the breastpins from the Tyrian dagger, and a confused kicking about of helmets, together with interchanges between various Johns and Joans of vows of eternal constancy, assurances from some fair ones that, though they could not love, they should always regard as a brother, and from some of our sex to the same purport toward gentle-hearted Aramintus, very pleasant to look upon and charming to dwell upon, who were not, after all, our chosen Aramintas, and there was no end of 3- and 4-paged notes written, in which Susan Ann told Susan Jane that, quote, "Never, never shall we forget the happy hours we have spent together on Cloudland Hill. Never shall the hand of friendship grow cold, or the heart of friendship cease to beat with emotion." End quote. Poor dear souls, all of us, we meant every word that we said. It was only the other day that I called in a house on Beacon Street to see a fair sister, to whom on this occasion I addressed a most pathetic note, and who sent me a very pretty curl of gold-brown hair. Now she is Mrs. Boggs, and the sylph that was is concealed under a most enormous matron. The room trembles when she sets her foot down. But I found her heart in the center of the ponderous mass, and as I am somewhat inclined to be a stout old gentleman, we shook the room with our merriment. Such is life. The next day Tina was terribly out of spirits, and had 2 or 3 hours of long and bitter crying, the cause of which none of our trio could get out of her. The morning that we were to leave, she went about bidding good-bye to everybody and everything, for there was not a creature in Cloudland that did not claim some part in her, and for whom she had not a parting word. and finally I proposed that we should go in to the schoolmaster together and have a last good time with him, and then, with one of her sudden impulsive starts, she turned her back on me. "No, no, Horace, I don't want to see him any more." I was in blank amazement for a moment, and then I remembered the correspondence on the improvement of her mind. "Tina, you don't tell me," said I, "that Mr. Rossiter has—" She turned quickly round and faced on the defensive. "Now, Horace, you need not talk to me, for it is not my fault. Could I dream of such a thing, now? Could I? Mr. Rossiter, of all the men on earth! Why, Horace, I do love him dearly. I never had any father that cared for me, at least," she said with a quiver in her voice, "and he was beginning to seem like a father to me. I loved him, I respected him, I reverenced him, and now was I wrong to express it?" "Why, but Tina," said I in amazement, "Mr. Rossiter could not, he could not mean to marry you." "No, no, he says that he would not. He asked nothing. It all seemed to come out before he thought what he was saying, that he had been thinking altogether too much of me, and that when I go it will seem as if all was gone that he cares for. I can't tell you how he spoke, Horace. There was something fearful in it, and he trembled. Oh, Horace, he loves me nobly, disinterestedly, truly, but I felt guilty for it. I felt that such a power of feeling never ought to rest on such a bit of thistledown as I am. Oh, why wouldn't he stay on the height where I had put him, and let me reverence and admire him, and have him to love as my father?" "But, Tina, you cannot, you must not now." "I know it, Horace. I have lost him for a friend and father and guide, because he will love me too well." And so ends Mr. Jonathan Rossiter's Spartan training. My good friends of the American Republic, if ever we come to have mingled among the senators of the United States specimens of womankind like Tina Percival, we men remaining such as we by nature are and must be, will not the general hue of politics take a decidedly new and interesting turn? Mr. Avery parted from us with some last words of counsel. "You are going into college life, boys, and you must take care of your bodies. Many a boy breaks down because he keeps his country appetite and loses his country exercise. You must balance study and brain work by exercise and muscle work, or you'll be down with dyspepsia and won't know what ails you. People have wondered where the seat of original sin is. I think it's in the stomach. A man eats too much and neglects exercise, and the devil has him all his own way, and the little imps with their long black fingers play on his nerves like a piano. Never overwork either body or mind, boys. All the work that a man can do that can be rested by one night's sleep is good for him, but fatigue that goes into the next day is always bad. Never get discouraged at difficulties. I give you both this piece of advice. When you get into a tight place and everything goes against you till it seems as if you couldn't hold on a minute longer, never give up then, for that's just the place and time that the tide'll turn. Never trust to prayer without using every means in your power, and never use the means without trusting in prayer. Get your evidences by grace, by pressing forward to the mark, and not by groping with a lantern after the boundary. Chapter 40 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 40. We Enter College. Harry and I entered Cambridge with honor. It was a matter of pride with Mr. Rossiter that his boys should go more than ready, that an open and abundant entrance should be administered unto them in the classic halls, and so it was with us. We were fully prepared on the conditions of the sophomore year, and thus, by Mr. Rossiter's drill, had saved the extra expenses of 1 year of college life. We had our room in common, and Harry's improved means enabled him to fit it up and embellish it in an attractive manner. Tina came over and presided at the inauguration, and helped us hang our engravings, and fitted up various little trifles of shell and moss-work, memorials of Cloudland. Tina was now visiting at the Kitterys in Boston, dispensing smiles and sunbeams, inquired after and run after by every son of Adam who happened to come her way, all to no purpose so far as her heart was concerned. Quote, "Favors to none, to all she smiles extends, oft she rejects, but never once offends." End quote. Tina's education was now, in the common understanding of society, looked upon as finished. Harry's and mine were commencing. We were sophomores in college. She was a young lady in society, yet she was younger than either of us, and had, I must say, quite as good a mind, and was fully as capable of going through our college course with us as of having walked thus far. However, with her the next question was, whom will she marry? A question that my young lady seemed not in the slightest hurry to answer. I flattered myself on her want of susceptibility that pointed in the direction of marriage. She could feel so much friendship, such true affection, and yet was apparently so perfectly devoid of passion. She was so brilliant and so fitted to adorn society that one would have thought she would have been ennuyée in the old Rossiter house with only the society of Miss Mehitable and Polly, but Tina was one of those whose own mind and nature are sufficient excitement to keep them always burning. She loved her old friend with all her little heart, and gave to her all her charms and graces, and wound round her in a wild rose garland, like the eglantine that she was named after. She had cultivated her literary tastes and powers. She wrote and sketched and painted for Miss Mehitable, and Miss Mehitable was most appreciative. Her strong, shrewd, well-cultivated mind felt and appreciated the worth and force of everything there was in Tina, and Tina seemed perfectly happy and satisfied with one devoted admirer. However, she had two, for Polly still survived, being of the dry, immortal species, and seemed, as Tina told her, quite as good as new. And Tina once more had uproarious evenings with Miss Mehitable and Polly, delighting herself with the tumults of laughter which she awakened. She visited and patronized Sam Lawson's children, gave them candy and told them stories, and now and then brought home Hepsy's baby for a half-day, and would busy herself dressing it up in something new of her own invention and construction. Poor Hepsy was one of those women fated always to have a baby, in which she seemed to have no more maternal pleasure than an old fowling-piece. But Tina looked at her on the good-natured and pitiful side, although, to be sure, she did study her with a view to dramatic representation, and made no end of capital of her in this way in the bosom of her own family. Tina's mimicry and mockery had not the slightest tinge of contempt or ill-feeling in it. It was pure merriment, and seemed to be just as natural to her as the freakish instincts of the mockingbird, who sits in the blossoming boughs above your head, and sends back every sound that you hear with a wild and airy gladness. Tina's letters to us were full of this mirthful, evanescent sparkle, to which everything in Oldtown afforded matter of amusement, and the margins of them were scrawled with droll and lifeline caricatures, in which we recognized Sam Lawson, and Hepsy, and Uncle Flycombe, and, in fact, all the Oldtown worthies, not even excepting Miss Mehitable and Polly, the minister and his lady, my grandmother, Aunt Lois, and Aunt Keziah. What harm was there in all this, when Tina assured us that Auntie read the letters before they went, and laughed until she cried over them? But after all, I said to Harry one day, it's rather a steep thing for girls to have kept step with us in study up to this point, and had their minds braced just as ours have been, with all the drill of regular hours and regular lessons, to be suddenly let down, with nothing in particular to do. "Except to wait the coming man," said Harry, "who is to teach her what to do." "Well," said I, "in the interval, while this man is coming, what has Tina to do but to make a frolic of life, to live like a bobolink on a clover head, to sparkle like a dewdrop in a thorn bush, to whirl like a bubble on a stream? Why couldn't she as well find the coming man while she is doing something as while she is doing nothing? Esther and you found each other while you were working side by side, your minds lively and braced, toiling at the same great ideas, knowing each other in the very noblest part of your natures, and you are true companions. It is a mating of souls, and not merely of bodies." "I know that," said Harry. "I know, too, that in these very things that I set my heart on in the college course, Esther is by far my superior. You know, Horace, that she was ahead of us in both Greek and mathematics, and why should she not go through the whole course with us as well as the first part? The fact is, a man never sees a subject thoroughly until he sees what a woman will think of it, for there is a woman's view of every subject, which has a different shade from a man's view, and that is what you and I have insensibly been absorbing in all our course hitherto. How splendidly Esther lighted up some of those passages of the Greek tragedy, and what a sparkle and glitter there were in some of Tina's suggestions! All I know, Horace, is that it is confoundedly dull being without them. These fellows are well enough, but they are cloddish and lumpish." "Well," said I, "that isn't the worst of it. When such a gay creature of the elements as Tina has nothing earthly to do to steady her mind and task her faculties, and her life becomes a mere glitter, and her only business to amuse the passing hour, it throws her open to all sorts of temptations from that coming man, whoever he may be. Can we wonder that girls love to flirt and try their power on lovers? And then they are fair game for men who want to try their powers on them, and some man who has a vacation in his life purpose and wants something to amuse him makes an episode of getting up some little romance, which is an amusement to him, but all in all to her. Is that fair?" "True," said Harry, "and there's everything about Tina to tempt one. She is so dazzling and bewildering and exciting that a man might intoxicate himself with her for the mere pleasure of the thing, as one takes opium or champagne, and that sort of bewilderment and intoxication girls often mistake for love. I would to heaven, Horace, that I were as sure that Tina loves you as I am that Esther loves me." "She does love me with her heart," said I, "but not with her imagination. The trouble with Tina, Harry, is this. She is a woman that can really and truly love a man as a sister, or as a friend, or as a daughter, and she is a woman that no man can love in that way long. She feels nothing but affection, and she always creates passion. I have not the slightest doubt that she loves me dearly, but I have a sort of vision that between her and me will come someone who will kindle her imagination, and all the more so that she has nothing serious to do, nothing to keep her mind braced and her intellectual and judging faculties in the ascendant, but is fairly set adrift just like a little flowery boat without steersman or oars on a bright, swift-rushing river. Did you ever notice, Harry, what a singular effect Ellery Davenport seems to have on her?" "No," said Harry, starting and looking surprised. "Why, Horace, Ellery Davenport is a good deal older than she is, and a married man, too." "Well, Harry, didn't you ever hear of married men like that to try experiments with girls? And in our American society they can do it all the more safely, because here, thank heaven, nobody ever dreams but what marriage is a perfect regulator and safeguard." "But," said Harry, rubbing his eyes like a person just waking up, Horace, it must be the mere madness of jealousy that would put such a thing into your head. Why, there hasn't been the slightest foundation for it." "That is to say, Harry, you've been in love with Esther, and your eyes and ears and senses have all run one way. But I have lived in Tina, and I believe I have a sort of divining power, so that I can almost see into her heart. I feel in myself how things affect her, and I know by feeling and sensation that from her childhood Ellery Davenport has had a peculiar magnetic effect upon her." "But, Horace, he is a married man," persisted Harry. "A fascinating married man, victimized by a crazy wife, and ready to throw himself on the sympathies of womanhood in this affliction. The fair sex are such good Samaritans that some fellows make capital of their wounds and bruises." "Well, but," said Harry, "there's not the slightest thing that leads me to think that he ever cared particularly about Tina." "That's because you are Tina's brother, and not her lover," said I. "I remember as long ago as when we were children, spending Easter at Madame Kittery's, how Ellery Davenport's eyes used to follow her, how she used constantly to seem to excite and interest him, and all this zeal about your affairs, and his coming up to Oldtown, and cultivating Miss Mehetabel's acquaintance so zealously, and making himself so necessary to her. And then he has always been writing letters or sending messages to Tina, and then, when he was up in Cloudland, didn't you see how constantly his eyes followed her? He came there for nothing but to see her. I'm perfectly sure of it." "Well, Horace, you're about as absurd as a lover need be," said Harry. "Mr. Davenport is rather a conceited man of the world. I think he patronized me somewhat extensively. But all this about Tina is a romance of your own spinning, you may be sure of it." This conversation occurred one Saturday morning while we were dressing and arraying ourselves to go into Boston, where we had engaged to dine at Madame Kittery's. From the first of our coming to Cambridge, we had remembered our old-time friendship for the Kitterys, and it was an arranged thing that we were to dine with them every Saturday. The old Kittery mansion we had found the same still, charming, quaint, inviting place that it seemed to us in our childhood. The years that had passed over the silvery head of dear old Madame Kittery had passed lightly and reverently, each one leaving only a benediction. She was still to be found, when we called, seated, as in days long ago, on her little old sofa in the sunny window, and with her table of books before her, reading her Bible and Dr. Johnson, and speaking on peace and goodwill to men. As to Miss Debbie, she was as up and down, as high-stepping and outspoken and pleasantly sub-acid as ever. The French Revolution had put her in a state of good humor hardly to be conceived of. It was so delightful to have all her theories of the bad effects of republics on lower class illustrated and confirmed in such a striking manner that even her indignation at the destruction of such vast numbers of the aristocracy was but a slight feature in comparison with it. She kept the newspapers and magazines at hand, which contained all the accounts of the massacres, mobbings, and outrages, and read them in a high tone of voice to her serving women, butler, and footmen after family prayers. She catechized more energetically than ever, and bore more stringently on ordering one's self lowly and reverently to one's betters, enforcing her remarks by the blood and thunder stories of the guillotine in France. We were hardly seated in the house, and had gone over the usual track of inquiries which fill up the intervals, when she burst forth on us triumphant. "Well, my English papers have come in. Have you seen the latest news from France? They're at it yet, hotter than ever. One would think that murdering the king and queen might have satisfied them, but it don't a bit. Everybody is at it now, cutting everybody else's throat, and there really does seem to be a prospect that the whole French nation will become extinct." "Indeed," said Harry, with an air of amusement. "Well, Miss Debbie, I suppose you think that would be the best way of settling things." "Don't know but it would," said Miss Debbie, putting on her spectacles in a manner which pushed her cap border up into a bristling helmet-like outline, and whirling over her file of papers, seemingly with a view to edifying us with the most startling morsels of French history for the past 6 months. "Here's the account of how they worshipped the goddess of reason," she cried, eyeing us fiercely as if we had been part and party in the transaction. "Here's all about how their philosophers and poets and what not put up a drab and worshipped her as their goddess of reason. And then they annulled the Sabbath and proclaimed that death is an eternal sleep. Now that is just what Tom Jefferson likes. It's what suits him. I read it to Ellery Davenport yesterday to show him what his principles come to." Harry immediately hastened to assure Miss Debbie that we were staunch Federalists, and not in the least responsible for any of the acts or policy of Thomas Jefferson. "Don't know anything about that. You see, it's the Democrats that have got the country, and are running as hard as they can after France. Ah, here it is," Miss Debbie added, still turning over her files of papers. "Here are the particulars of the execution of the Queen. You can see. They had her on a common cart, hands tied behind her, rattling and jolting, with all the vile fishwomen and dirty drabs of Paris leering and jeering at her, and they even had the cruelty," she added, coming indignantly at us as if we were responsible for it, "to stop the cart in front of her palace, so that she might be agonized at seeing her former home, and they might taunt her in her agonies. Anybody that can read that and not say the French are devils, I'd like to know what they are made of." "Well," said Harry, undismayed by the denunciations, "the French are an exceedingly sensitive and excitable people, who have been miseducated and mismanaged, and taught brutality and cruelty by the examples of the clergy and nobility." "Excitable fiddlesticks!" said Miss Debbie, who, like my grandmother, had this peculiar way of summing up an argument. "I don't believe in softening skin and iniquity by such sayings as that." "But you must think," said Harry, "that the French are human beings, and only act as any human beings would under their circumstances." "Don't believe a word of it," she said shortly. "I agree with the man who said God made 2 kinds of nature, human nature and French nature. Voltaire, wasn't it, himself, that said the French were a compound of the tiger and the monkey? I wonder what Tom Jefferson thinks of his beautiful, darling French Republic now. I presume he likes it. I don't doubt it is just such the state of things as he is trying to bring to pass here in America." "Oh," said I, "the Federalists will head him at the next election." "I don't know anything about your Democrats and your Federalists," said she. "I thank heaven I wash my hands of this government." "And does King George still reign here?" said Harry. "Certainly he does, young gentleman. Whatever happens to this government, I have no part in it." Miss Debbie, upon this, ushered us to the dining table, and said grace in a resounding and belligerent voice, and, sitting down, began to administer the soup to us with great determination. Old Madam Kittery, who had listened with a patient smile to all the preceding conversation, now began in a gentle aside to me. "I really don't think it is good for Debbie to read those bloody bone stories morning, noon, and night, as she does," she said. "She really almost takes away my appetite some days, and it does seem as if she wouldn't talk about anything else. Now, Horace," she said to me appealingly, "the Bible says, 'Charity rejoiceth not in iniquity,' and I can't help feeling that Debbie talks as if she were really glad to see those poor French making such a mess of things. I can't feel so. If they are French, they're our brothers, you know, and Debbie really seems to go against the Bible. Not that she means to, dear," she added earnestly, laying her hand on mine. "Debbie is an excellent woman, but between you and me, I think she's a little excitable." "What's that mother saying?" said Miss Debbie, who kept a strict survey over all the sentiments expressed in her household. "What was mother saying?" "I was saying, Debbie, that I didn't think it did any good for you to keep reading over and over those dreadful things." "And who does keep reading them over?" said Miss Debbie. "I should like to know. I'm sure I don't, except when it is absolutely necessary to instruct the servants and put them on their guard. I'm sure I am as averse to such details as anybody can be." Miss Debbie said this with that innocent air with which good sort of people very generally maintain that they never do things which most of their acquaintances consider them particular nuisances for doing. "By the way, Horace," said Miss Debbie, by way of changing the subject, "have you seen Ellery Davenport since he came home?" "No," said I, with a sudden feeling as if my heart was sinking down into my boots. "Has he come home to stay?" "Oh, yes," said Miss Debbie. "His dear, sweet model Republican France grew too hot to hold him. He had to flee to England, and now he has concluded to come home and make what mischief he can here, with his democratic principles and his Rousseau and all the rest of them." "Debbie isn't as set against Ellery as she seems to be," said the old lady in an explanatory aside to me. "You know, dear, he is her cousin." "And you really think he intends to live in this country for the future?" said I. "Well, I suppose so," said Miss Debbie. "You know that poor, miserable, crazy wife of his is dead, and my lord is turned loose on society as a widower at large, and all the talk here in good circles is, who is the blessed woman that shall be Mrs. Ellery Davenport the second. The girls are all pulling caps for him, of course." It was perfectly ridiculous and absurd, but I suddenly lost all appetite for my dinner, and sat back in my chair playing with my knife and fork until the old lady said to me compassionately, "Why, dear, you don't seem to be eating anything. Debbie, put an oyster pâté on Horace's plate. He don't seem to relish his chicken." I had to submit to the oyster pâté and sit up and eat it like a man, to avoid the affectionate importunity of my dear old friend. In despair, I plunged into the subject least agreeable to me, and remarked, "Mr. Davenport is a very brilliant man, and I suppose in very good circumstances, is he not?" "Yes, enormously rich," said Miss Debbie. "He still passes for young, with that face of his that never will grow old, I believe. And then he has a tongue that could wheedle a bird out of a tree, so I don't know what is to hinder him from having as many wives as Solomon, if he feels so disposed. I don't imagine there is anybody would say no to him." "Well, I hope he will marry a good girl," said the old lady. "Poor dear boy, I always loved Ellery, and he would make any woman happy, I am sure." "That depends," said Miss Debbie, "on what the woman wants. If she wants laces and cashmere shawls and horses and carriage and a fine establishment, Ellery Davenport will give her those. But if she wants a man to love her all her life, that's what Ellery Davenport can't do for any woman. He is a man that never cares for anything he has got. It's always the thing that he hasn't got that he's after. It's the pot of money at the end of the rainbow, or the philosopher's stone, or any other thing that keeps a man all his life on a canter and never getting anywhere. And no woman will ever be anything to him but a temporary diversion. He can amuse himself in too many ways to want her." "Yes," said the old lady, "but when a man marries he promises to cherish her." "My dear mother, that is in the church service, and I assure you Ellery Davenport has got beyond that. He's altogether too fine and wise and enlightened to think that a man should spend his days in cherishing a woman merely because he went through the form of a marriage with her in church. Much cherishing his crazy wife got of him, but he used his affection to get half a dozen girls in love with him so that he might be cherished himself. I tell you what, Ellery Davenport lays out to marry a real angel. He's to swear and she's to pray. He is to wander where he likes, and she is always to meet him with a smile and ask no questions. That's the part for Mrs. Ellery Davenport to act."
Chapter 41 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Crystal Rogers. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 41. Night Talks. We walked home that night by starlight over the long bridge between Boston and Cambridge and watched the image of the great round yellow moon just above the horizon, breaking and shimmering in the water into 1,000 crystal fragments like an orb of golden glass. We stopped midway in the calm obscurity with our arms around each other and had one of those long talks that friends, even the most confidential, can have only in the darkness. Cheek to cheek under the soft dim mantle of the starlight, the night flowers of the innermost soul open. We talked of our loves, our hopes, of the past, the present, and the great hereafter, in which we hoped forever to mingle. And then Harry spoke to me of his mother, and told in burning words of that life of bitterness and humiliation and sorrow through which he had passed with her. "Oh, Harry," said I, "did it not try your faith that God should have left her to suffer all that?" "No, Horace. No, because in all that suffering she conquered. She was more than conqueror. Oh, I have seen such divine peace in her eyes at the very time when everything earthly was failing her. Can I ever doubt? I who saw into heaven when she entered? No, I have seen her crowned, glorified in my soul as plainly as if it had been a vision." At that moment I felt in myself the magnetic vibration of the great central nerves which always prefaced my spiritual visions, and looking up I saw the beautiful woman I had seen once before was standing by Harry, but now more glowing and phosphorescent than I saw her last. There was a divine, sweet, awful radiance in her eyes, and she raised her hands above his head, he meanwhile stooping down and looking intently into the water. "Harry," said I, after a few moments of silence, "do you believe your mother sees and knows what you do in this world and watches over you?" "That has always been one of those things that I have believed without reasoning," said Harry, musingly. "I could never help believing it, and there have been times in my life when I felt so certain that she must be near me that it seemed as though, if I spoke, she must answer. If I reached out my hand, it would touch hers. It is one of my instinctive certainties. It is curious," he added, "that the difference between Esther and myself is just the reverse kind of that which generally subsists between man and woman. She has been all her life so drilled in what logicians call reasoning that, although she has a glorious semi-spiritual nature and splendid moral instincts, she never trusts them. She is like an eagle that should insist upon climbing a mountain by beak and claw instead of using wings. She must always see the syllogism before she will believe." "For my part," said I, "I've always felt the tyranny of the hard New England logic, and it has kept me from really knowing what to believe about many phenomena of my own mind that are vividly real to me." Here I faltered and hesitated, and the image that seemed to stand by us slowly faded. I could not and did not say to Harry how often I had seen it. "After all I have heard and thought on this subject," said Harry, "my religious faith is what it always was, a deep instinctive certainty, an embrace by the soul of something which it could not exist without. My early recollections are stronger than anything else of perfect and utter helplessness, of troubles entirely beyond all human aid. My father—" He stopped and shuddered. "Horace, he was one of those whom intemperance makes mad. For a great part of his time he was a madman, with all the cunning, all the ingenuity, the devilishness of insanity, and I had to stand between him and my mother, and to hide Tina out of his way." He seemed to shudder as one convulsed. "One does not get over such a childhood," he said. "It has made all my religious views, my religious faith, rest on two ideas, man's helplessness and God's helpfulness. We are sent into this world in the midst of a blind, confused jangle of natural laws which we cannot by any possibility understand, and which cut their way through and over and around us. They tell us nothing. They have no sympathy, they hear no prayer, they spare neither vice nor virtue. And if we have no friend above to guide us through the labyrinth, if there is no father's heart, no helping hand, of what use is life? I would throw myself into this river and have it over with at once." "I always noticed your faith in prayer," said I, "but how can it consist with this known inflexibility of natural laws? And what if natural laws were meant as servants of man's moral life? What if Jesus Christ and his redeeming, consoling work were the first thing, and all things made by him for this end? Inflexible physical laws are necessary. Their very inflexibility is divine order. But what law cannot do, in that it is weak through the flesh, God did by sending his Son in the likeness of sinful flesh. Christ delivers us from slavery to natural law. He comes to embody and make visible the paternal idea. And if you and I, with our small knowledge of physical laws, can so turn and arrange them that their inflexible course shall help and not hinder, much more can their Maker." "You always speak of Christ as God." "I have never thought of God in any other way," he answered. "Christ is the God of sufferers, and those who learn religion by sorrow always turn to him. No other than a suffering God could have helped my mother in her anguish." "And do you think," said I, "that prayer is a clue strong enough to hold amid the rugged realities of life?" "I do," said Harry. "At any rate, there is my great venture. That is my life experiment. My mother left me that as her only legacy." "It certainly seems to have worked well for you so far, Harry," said I, "and for me too, for God has guided us to what we scarcely could have hoped for, two poor boys as we were, and so utterly helpless. But then, Harry, there must be a great many prayers that are never answered." "Of course," said Harry. "I do not suppose that God has put the key of all the universe into the hand of every child, but it is a comfort to have a father to ask of, even though he refuse 5 times out of 6, and it makes all the difference between having a father and being an orphan. Yes," he added after a few moments of thought, "my poor mother's prayers seemed often to be denied, for she prayed that my father might reform. She often prayed from day to day that we might be spared miseries that he still brought upon us. But I feel sure that she has seen by this time that her father heard the prayers that he seemed to deny, and her faith in him never failed." "What is that music?" he said. At this moment there came softly over the gleaming water from the direction of the sea the faintest possible vibration of a sound, like the dying of an organ tone. It might be from some ship hidden away far off the mist, but the effect was soft and dreamy as if it came from some spirit land. "I often think," said Harry, listening for a moment, "that no one can pronounce on what this life has been to him until he has passed entirely through it, and turns around and surveys it from the other world. I think then we shall see everything in its true proportions. But till then we must walk by faith and not by sight. Faith that God loves us, faith that our Savior is always near us, and that all things are working together for good." "Harry," said I, "do you ever think of your father now?" "Horace, there is where I wish I could be a more perfect Christian than I am. I have a bitter feeling toward him that I fear is not healthful, and that I pray God to take away. Tonight, since we have been standing here, I've had a strange, remorseful feeling about him, as if some good spirit were interceding for him with me, and trying to draw me to love and forgive him. I shall never see him, probably, until I meet him in the great hereafter, and then, perhaps, I shall find that her prayers have prevailed for him." It was past 12 o'clock when we got to our room that night, and Harry found lying on his table a great sealed package from England. He opened it and found in it, first, a letter from his father, Sir Harry Percival. The letter was as follows: "Home House, my son Harry, I have had a dozen minds to write to you before now, having had good accounts of you from Mr. Davenport, but to say truth, have been ashamed to write. I did not do right by your mother, nor by you and your sister, as I am now free to acknowledge. She was not of a family equal to ours, but she was too good for me. I left her in America like a brute as I was, and God has judged me for it. I married the woman my father picked out for me when I came home, and resolved to pull up and live soberly like a decent man. But nothing went well with me. My children died one after another. My boy lived to be 7 years old, but he was feeble, and now he is dead too. And you are the heir. I am thinking that I am an old sinner and in a bad way. Have had 2 turns of gout in the stomach that went hard with me, and the doctor don't think I shall stand many such. I have made my will with the provision for the girl, and you will have the estate in course. I do wish you would come over and see a poor old sinner before he dies. It isn't the least jolly being here. I am devilish cross, they say. I suppose I am, but if you were minded to come, I'd try to behave myself, and so make amends for what's past beyond recall. Your father, Harry Percival. Accompanying this letter was a letter from the family lawyer, stating that on the 18th day of the month past, Sir Harry Percival had died of an attack of gout. The letter went on to give various particulars about the state of the property and the steps which had been taken in relation to it, and expressing the hope that the arrangements made would meet with his approbation. It may well be imagined that it was almost morning before we closed our eyes after so very startling a turn in our affairs. We lay long discussing it in every possible light, and now first I found courage to tell Harry of my own peculiar experiences, and of what I had seen that very evening. "It seems to me," said Harry, when I had told him all, "as if I felt what you saw. I had a consciousness of a sympathetic presence, something breathing over me like wind upon harp strings, something particularly predisposing me to think kindly of my father. My feeling towards him has been the weak spot of my inner life always, and I had a morbid horror of him. Now I feel at peace with him. Perhaps her
Chapter number 42 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 42. Spring Vacation at Oldtown. It was the spring vacation, and Harry and I were coming again to Oldtown, and 10 miles back, where we changed horses, we had left the crawling old Boston stage and took a footpath through a patch of land known as the spring pasture. Our road lay pleasantly along the brown, sparkling river, which was now just waking up, after a winter nap, as fussy and busy and chattering as a housekeeper that has overslept herself. There were downy catkins in the willows, and the water maples were throwing out their crimson tassels. The sweet flag was just showing its green blades above the water, and here and there in nooks there were yellow cowslips reflecting their bright gold faces in the dark water. Harry and I had walked this way that we might search under the banks and among the dried leaves for the white waxen buds and the flowers of the trailing arbutus. We were down on our knees scraping the leaves away when a well-known voice came from behind the bushes. "Well, lordy massy, boys, here you be. Why, I've been up to Sar's Tavern and looked into the stage and didn't see yer. I just thought I'd like to come and kind of meet yer. Lordy massy, they're all a-looking out for yer at all the winders. And Aunt Lois, she's been billing up no end of doughnuts and tearing around 'nuff to drive the house out of the winders, to get everything ready for ye. Why, it beats the prodigal son all holler, the way they're killing the fatted calves for you, and everybody at Oldtown is wanting to see Sir Harry." "Oh, nonsense, Sam," said Harry, colouring. "Hush about that. We don't have titles over here in America." "Lordy massy, that's just what I was tellin' 'em up to store. It's a pity, says I, this here happenin' arter peace was signed, 'cause we might 'a' had a real live Sir Harry round among us. And I think Lady Lothrop, she kinder thinks so too." "Oh, nonsense," said Harry. "Sam, are the folks all well?" "Oh, lordy massy, yes, chirk and chipper as can be. And there's Tiny. They say she's goin' to be an heiress nowadays, and there's no end of her beaux. There's Ellery Davenport been down there 2 weeks, and puttin' up at the tavern, with a landau and a span o' crack horses, and takin' her out to ride every day, and Miss Mehatable, she got so sot up, she really got a brand new bonnet, and left off that 'ere old un or urn that she had trimmed over spring and fall going on these 'ere 10 years. I thought that 'ere bonnet is goin' to last out my time, but I see that it hain't. And she's got a new Injy shawl that Mr. Davenport gin her. You see, he understandin' courting all round." This intelligence, of course, was not the most agreeable to me. I hope, my good friends, that you have never known one of these quiet hours of life, when, while you are sitting talking and smiling, and all appearance quite unmoved, you hear a remark or learn a fact, as if somebody had quietly turned a faucet that was letting out your very life. Down, 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 everything seems sinking, the strength passing away from you as the blood passes when an artery is cut. It was with somewhat this sensation that I listened to Sam's chatter, while I was still mechanically poking away the leaves and drawing out the long waxy garlands that I had been gathering for her. Sam seated himself on the bank, and drawing his knees up to his chin, and clasping his hands upon them, began moralizing in his usual strain. "Lordy massy, what a changin' world this 'ere is! It's just see-saw, teeter-totter, up and down. To-day it's I'm up and you're down, and to-morrow it's you're up and I'm down, and then by-and-by death comes and takes us all. I've been kinder a-dwellin' on some varses to-day. Death, like a devouring deluge, sweeps all away, the young, the old, the middle-aged, to him become a prey. That is what Betty Poganut repeated to me the night we sot up by Statiry's corpse. Ya 'member Statiry Poganut? Well, she's dead at last. Ya see, we all gets called in our turn. We hain't here no continuin' city." "But, Sam," I said, "how does business get along? Haven't you anything to do but tramp the pastures and moralize?" "Well," said Sam, "I hed some pretty considerable spells of blacksmithin' lately. There's Mr. Davenport. He's sich a pleasant-spoken man. He told me he brought his team up all the way from Boston a purpose, so that I might tend to their huffs. I've been a-shoein' 'em fresh all round. And the off-horse, he kinder got a crack in his huff, and I've been a-doctoring on it. And Mr. Davenport, he said he hadn't found nobody that knew how to doctor a horse's huffs equal to me. Very pleasant-spoken man, Mr. Davenport is. He's got a good word for everybody. They say there ain't no end to his fortin.
and he goes a-flinging on to round, right and left, like a prince. Why, when I'd done a-shoeing his hosses, he just put his hand into his pocket and handed me out $10. Ripped it out, he did, just as easy as water runs. But there was Tiny a-standing by. I think she kind o' sot on him. Oh, Lordy massy, it's plain to be seen that she rules him, and all a cap in hand to her. And what will you, madam, and will thee have the end of the rainbow, or a slice out of the moon, or what is it? It's all equal to him, so as Miss Tiny wants it. Lordy massy, he said, lowering his voice confidentially to Harry. Course, these there things are all temporal, and our hearts ought not to be too much sot on 'em. Still, he's got about the most amazin' fortune there is around Boston. Why, if you believe me, between you and me, it's him as owns the Dench place, where you and Tiny put up when you was children. Don't you remember when I found ye? You little guessed whose house ye was puttin' up at then, did ya? Lordy massy, who'd have thought it? The wonderful ways of Providence. He setteth the poor on high. He letteth the runagates continue in scarceness. Well, it's a kind of instructive world. Do you suppose, said Harry to me in a low voice, that this creature knows anything of what he is saying? I'm afraid he does, I said. Sam seems to have but one talent, and that is picking up news, and generally his guesses turn out to be about true. Sam, I said, by way of getting him to talk of something else, rather than on what I dreaded to hear, you haven't said a word about Hepsy and the children. How are they all? Well, the young uns has got all the whooping cough, said Sam, and I even almost beat out with them. For fast it's one barks, and then another, and then all together. And then Hepsy, she gets riled, and she scolds. And take it all together, a feller's head gets kind o' overturned. When you has a lot o' young ones, there's always somethin' a-goin' on among them. If it ain't whooping cough, it's measles, and if it ain't measles, it's chicken pox, or else it's mumps, or scarlet fever, or somethin'. They all a-got to be gone through, fast and last. It's enough for wean a body from this world. Lordy massy, yesterday afternoon I see your Aunt Keziah and your Aunt Lois out a-cutting cowslip greens together t'other side of the river, and the sun it shone so bright, and the turtles and frogs they kind o' a-peeped so pleasant, and your aunts they sot on the banks so kind o' easy and free, and I stood there looking on them, and I couldn't help a-thinking, Lordy massy, I wished I was an old maid. Folks scapes a great deal that don't have no young uns to hang on to them. Well, Sam, said Harry, isn't there any news stirring around in the neighbourhood? Suppose you hadn't heard about the great church quarrel over at Needmore? He said. Quarrel? Why, no, said Harry. What is it about? Well, you see, there's a kind of quarrel riz between Parson Perry and Deacon Bangs. I can't just get the right on it, but it's got the whole town afire. I believe it come up in a kind of dispute how to spell Saviour. The deacon, he's on the school committee, and Parson Perry, he's on't. And the deacon, he spells it I-O-U-R, and Parson Perry, he spells it I-O-R, and they wouldn't neither of them give up. Well, you know Deacon Bangs. I suppose he's a Christian, but lordy massy, he's one of your dreadful ugly kind of Christians, that when they gets their back up, will do worse things than sinners will. I really think they kind of take advantage of their position. And think, if they're going to be saved by grace, grace shall leave enough on it. Now, to my mind, if either of 'em was to give way, the deacon ought to give up to the parson. But the deacon, he don't think so. Between you and me, said Sam, it's my opinion that if Madam Perry hadn't died just when she did, this there thing would never have growed to where it is. But you see, Madam Perry she died, and that left Parson Perry a widower, and folks did talk about him and Mahaley Bangs, and fact was, long about last spring, Deacon Bangs and Miss Bangs and Mahaley was just as thick with the parson as they could be. Why, Granny Watkins told me about their having on him to tea 2 or 3 times a week, and Mahaley'd take 2 kinds of cake, and they'd have preserved watermelon rinds and peaches and cranberry sauce. And then it was all sugar and all sweet, and the deacon he talked about raising Parson Perry's salary. Well, then, you see, Parson Perry he went over to Oldtown and married Jewshery Peabody. Now, Jewshery's a nice pious gal, and it's a free country, and parsons he's a right to suit himself as well as other men. But Jake Marshall, he says to me, when he heard of that, says he, they'll be finding fault with Parson Perry's doctrines now afore 2 months is up. You see if they don't. Well, sure enough, there's their quarrel about spelling Saviour come on fuss, and Deacon Bangs he fit the parson like a bulldog. And next town meeting day, he told Parson Perry right out before everybody that he was then an Armenian, that he was a rank Pelagian, and he said there were folks that had taken notes of his sermons for 2 years back, and they could show that he hadn't preached the real doctrine of total depravity, nor original sin, and that he'd got the plan of salvation out of joint entirely. He was all kind of flattening out onto morality, and Parson Perry he said he preached just as he allers did. Between you and me, we know he must have done that, 'cause these are ministers that ne'er go on preaching round and round like a hoss in a cedar mill. Well, 'course they must preach the same sermons over. I suppose they kind of trim 'em up with new collars and wristbands. But we used to say that Parson Lothrop had a barrel of sermons, and when he got through the year he turned his barrel t'other side, and begun at t'other end. Lordy massy, who's to know it when half of 'em is asleep? And I guess the preachin's full as good as the pay anyhow. Well, the upshot tall is, they got a great council there, and they're trying Mr. Perry for heresy and what not. Well, I don't believe there's a yellow dog gets into the Needmore meeting house now that tain't got his mind made up one way or t'other about it. You don't hear nothin' over there except about Armenians and Pelagians and Unitarians and total depravity. Lordy massy! Well, they lives up to that doctrine anyway. What do you think of old Sphinxy Smith's being called as one of the witnesses in council? She don't know no more about religion than an old hetchel, but she's fierce and can be on Deacon Bang's side, and old Crab Smith, he is to have his say about it." "Do tell," said Harry wonderingly, "if that old creature is alive yet." "Live? Why, yes, ye may say so," said Sam. "Much alive as ever he was. You see, he kind o' pickles himself on hard cider, and I don't know but he may live to hector his wife till he's 90. But he's great on the trial now, and very much interested 'bout the doctrines. He says that he ain't heard a sermon on sovereignty, or 'lection, nor reprobation, since he can remember." "Well, t'other side, they say they don't see what business old Crab and Miss Vizzooks have to be meddling so much, when they ain't church members." "Why, I was over to Needmore town meeting day jest to hear 'em fight over it. They talk a darn sight more about that than about the turnpikes or town business. Why, I heard Deacon Brown, he's on the parson's side, tells old Crab he didn't see what business he had to boss the doctrine, when he weren't a church member. And old Crab said it was his business about the doctrines, 'cause he paid to hev 'em. 'If I pay for good strong doctrine, why, I want to hev good strong doctrine,' says old Crab, says he. 'If I pays for hellfire, I want to hev hellfire, and to hev it hot too. I don't want none o' your prophesying smooth things. Why,' he says, 'look at Dr. Stern. His folks he's the very hair took off their heads most every Sunday, and he don't get no more'n we pay Parson Perry.' 'I tell you,' says old Crab, 'he's a lettin' on us to go to sleep, and it's no wonder I ain't in the church.' You see, old Crab and Spooks, they seem to be kind o' getting down to poor old Parson Perry's door, that he hain't converted 'em, and made saints in 'em long ago, when they've paid up their part of the salary regular every year, just so unreasonable folks will be. They give a man $200 a year and his wood, and expect him to get all 'em into the kingdom of heaven, whether they will or no, just as the angels got Lot's wife and daughters out of Sodom." "That poor little woman," said Harry. "Do tell if she's living yet." "Oh, yes, she's all right," said Sam. "She's one of these 'ere thin, dry old women that keep a good while. But ain't you heard? Their son Obed's come home and bought a farm, and married a nice gal, and he insists on it his mother shall live with him. And so old Crab and Miss Sphinx, they fight it out together, so the old woman is delivered from him most of the time. Sometimes he walks over there and stays a week, and takes a spell of aggravating on her. That kind o' sets him up, but he's so busy now about the quarrel, I believe he's let her alone." By this time we had reached the last rail fence, which separated us from the grassy streets of Oldtown, and where Sam took his leave of us. "I promised Epsy when I went out," he said, "that I'd go to the store and git her some corn meal, but I'll be round agin in the evenin'. Look here," he added, "I was out this mornin', and I dug some sweet flag root for you. I know you used to like the sweet flag root. 'Tain't time for young wintergreen yet, but here's a bunch I picked you, with the berries and old leaves. Do take 'em, boys, just for sake of old times." We thanked him, of course. There was a sort of aroma of boyhood about these things that spoke of spring days and melting snows, and long Saturday afternoon rambles that we had had with Sam years before. and we saw his lean form go striding off with something of an affectionate complacency. "Horace," said Harry,
the minute we were alone,
"you mustn't mind too much about Sam's gossip." "It's just what I have been expecting," I said. "In a few moments we shall know the truth." We went on until the square white front of the old Rossiter house rose upon our view. We stopped before it, and down the walk from the front door to the gate, amid the sweet budding lilacs, came gleaming and glancing the airy form of Tina. So airy she looked, so bright, so full of life and joy, and threw herself into Harry's arms, laughing and crying. "Oh, Harry, oh, Harry, God has been good to us, and you, dear brother Horace," she said, turning to me and giving me both her hands, with one of those frank, loving looks that said as much as another might say by throwing herself in your arms. "We are all so happy," she said. I determined to have it over at once, and I said, "Am I then to congratulate you, Tina, on your engagement?" She laughed and blushed and held up her hand, on which glittered a great diamond, and hid her face for a moment on Harry's shoulder. "I couldn't write to you about it, boys, I couldn't, but I meant to tell you myself, and tell you the first thing too. I wanted to tell you about him, because I think you none of him know him, or half how noble and good he is. Come in," she said, taking us each by the hand and drawing us along with her. "Come in and see Auntie. She'll be so glad to see you." If there was any one thing for which I was glad at this moment, it was that I had never really made love to Tina. It was a comfort to me to think that she did not and could not possibly know the pain she was giving me. All I know is that at the moment I was seized with a wild, extravagant gaiety, and rattled and talked and laughed with a reckless abandon that quite astonished Harry. It seemed to me as if every ludicrous story and every droll remark that I had ever heard came thronging into my head together, and I believe that Tina really thought that I was sincere in rejoicing with her. Miss Mehitable talked with us gravely about it while Tina was out of the room. It was most sudden and unexpected, she said, to her. She always had supposed that Ellery Davenport had admired Tina, but never that he had thought of her in this way. In a worldly point of view, the match was a more brilliant one than could ever have been expected. He was of the best old families in the country, of the Edwards and the Davenport stock. His talents were splendid, and his wealth would furnish everything that wealth could furnish. "There is only one thing," she continued gravely. "I am not satisfied about his religious principles. But Tina is an enthusiast, and has perfect faith that he will come all right in this respect. He seems to be completely dazzled and under her influence now," said Miss Mehitable, taking a leisurely pinch of snuff. "But then, you see, that's a common phenomenon about this time in a man's life. But," she added, "where there is such a strong attachment on both sides, all we can do is wish both sides well, and speed them on their way. Mr. Davenport has interested himself in the very kindest manner in regard to both Tina and Harry, and I suppose it is greatly owing to this that affairs have turned out so prosperously as they have. As you know, Sir Harry made a handsome provision for Tina in his will. I confess I am glad of that," she said with a sort of pride. "I wouldn't have wanted my little Tina to have passed into his arms altogether penniless. When first love is over, men sometimes remember those things." "If my father had not done justice to Tina in his will," said Harry, "I should have done it. My sister should not have gone to any man a beggar." "I know that, my dear," said Miss Mehitable, "but still it's a pleasure to think that your father did it. It was a justice to your mother's memory that I am glad he rendered." When is this marriage to take place? I said. Mr. Davenport wants to carry her away in June, said Miss Mehitable. That leaves but little time, but he says he must go to join the English embassy, certainly by midsummer, and as there seems to be a good reason for his haste, I suppose I must not put my feelings in the way. It seems now as if I had her only a few days, and she has been so very sweet and lovely to me. Well, she said after a moment, I suppose the old sweet briar bushes feel lonesome when we cut their blossoms and carry them off, but the old thorny things mustn't have blooms if they don't expect to have them taken.
Chapter 43 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 43. What Our Folks Thought About It. At home that evening before the great open fire, still the same subject was discussed. Tina's engagement to Ellery Davenport was spoken of as the next most brilliant stroke of luck to Harry's accession to the English property. Aunt Lois was all smiles and suavity, poor dear old soul. How all the wrinkles and crinkles of her face smoothed out under the influence of prosperity, and how providential everything appeared to her. Providence gets some paydays, said an old divine. Generally speaking, his account was suffered to run on with very lax attention, but when a young couple makes a fortunate engagement, or our worldly prospects take a sudden turn to go as we would, the account of Providence is gladly balanced. Praise and thanksgiving come in overmeasure. For my part, I couldn't see the providence at all in it, and found this looking into happiness through other people's eyes a very fatiguing operation. My grandfather and grandmother, as they sat pictured out by the light of a magnificent hickory fire, seemed scarcely a year older, but their faces this evening were beaming complacently, and my mother, in her very quiet way, could scarcely help triumphing over Aunt Lois. I was a sophomore in Cambridge, and Harry a landed proprietor, and Tina an heiress to property in her own right, instead of our being three poor orphan children without any money and with the uphill of life to climb. In the course of the evening, Miss Mehitable came in with Ellery Davenport and Tina. Now, much as a man will dislike the person who steps between him and the lady of his love, I could not help this evening feeling myself the power of that fascination by which Ellery Davenport won the suffrages of all hearts. Aunt Lois, as usual, was nervous and fidgety with the thought that the call of the splendid Mr. Davenport had surprised them all at the great kitchen fire, when there was the best room, cold as Nova Zembla. She looked almost reproachfully at Tina, and said apologetically to Mr. Davenport, "We are rough working folks, and you catch us just as we are. If we'd known you were coming, we'd have had a fire in the parlor." "Then, Miss Badger, you would have been very cruel, and deprived us of a rare enjoyment," said he. "What other land but our own America can give us this great, joyous, abundant home fire? The great kitchen fire of New England," he added, seating himself admirably in front of it, "gives you all the freshness and simplicity of forest life with a sense of shelter and protection. It's like a campfire in the woods, only that you have a house over you, and a good bed to sleep in at hand, and there is nothing that draws out the heart like it. People never can talk to each other as they do by these great open fires. For my part," he said, "I am almost a fire worshipper. I believe in the divine properties of flame. It purifies the heart and warms the affections, and when people sit and look into the coals together, they feel a sort of glow of charity coming over them that they never feel anywhere else." "Now I should think," said Aunt Lois, "Mr. Davenport, that you must have seen so much pomp and splendor and luxury abroad that our life here would seem really disagreeable to you." "Quite the contrary," said Ellery Davenport. "We go abroad to appreciate our home. Nature is our mother, and the life that is lived nearest to nature is, after all, the one that is the pleasantest. I met Brant at court last winter. You know he was a wild Indian to begin with, and he has seen both extremes, for now he is Colonel Brant, and has been moving in fashionable society in London. So I thought he must be a competent person to decide on the great question between savage and civilized life, and he gave his vote for the savage." "I wonder at him," said my grandmother. "Well, I remember," said Tina. "We had one day and night of savage life. Don't you remember, Harry? That was very pleasant. It was when we stayed with the old Indian woman. Do you remember? It was all very well, so long as the sun shone. But then when the rain fell, and the wind blew, and the drunken Indian came home, it was not so pleasant." "That was the time, young lady," said Ellery Davenport, looking at her with a flash in his blue eyes, "that you established yourself as housekeeper on my premises. If I had only known it, I might have picked you up then as a waif on my grounds." "It's well you did not," said Tina, laughing. "You would have found me troublesome to keep. I don't believe you would have been as patient as dear old auntie here," she added, laying her head on Miss Mehetabel's shoulder. "I was a perfect briar rose, small leaves and a great many prickles." "By the by," said Harry, "Sam Lawson has been telling us this morning about our old friends Miss Asphyxia Smith and old Crab." "Is it possible," said Tina, laughing, "that those creatures are living yet? Why, I look back on them as some awful pre-Adamite monsters." "Who was Miss Asphyxia?" said Ellery Davenport. "I haven't heard of her." "Oh, 'twas a great threshing machine of a woman that caught me between its teeth some years ago," said Tina. "What do you suppose would ever have become of me, auntie, if she had kept me? Do you think she ever could have made me a great stammering, threshing, scrubbing, floor-cleaning machine like herself? She warned Miss Mehetabel," continued Tina, looking at Ellery and laughing shyly, "that I never should grow up to be good for anything, and she spoke a fatal truth, for since she gave me up, every mortal creature has tried to pet and spoil me. Dear old auntie and Mr. Rossiter have made some feeble attempts to make me good for something, but they haven't done much at it." "Thank heaven," said Ellery Davenport. "Who would think of training a wild rose? I sometimes look at the way a sweetbriar grows over one of the rough stone walls, and think what a beautiful defiance it is to gardeners." "That is all very pretty to say," said Tina, "but when you happen to be where there are none but wild roses, and when you were among marchionesses and duchesses, how was it then?" For answer, Ellery Davenport bent over her and said something which I could not hear. He had the art, without seeming to whisper, of throwing a sentence from him so that it should reach but one ear. And Tina laughed and blushed and dimpled, and looked as if 1,000 little graces were shaking their wings around her. It was one of Tina's great charms that she was never for a moment at rest. In this she was like a bird, or a brook, or a young tree, in which there is always a little glancing shimmer of movement. And when anything pleased her, her face sparkled as a river does when something falls into it. I noticed Ellery Davenport's eyes followed all these little motions as if he had been enchanted. Oh, there was no doubt that the great illusion, the delicious magic, was in full development between them. And Tina looked so gladly satisfied, and glanced about the circle and at him with such a quiet triumph of possession, and such satisfaction in her power over him, that it really half reconciled me to see that she was so happy. And after all, I thought to myself, as I looked at the airy and spiritual style of her beauty, a beauty that conveyed the impression of fragility and brilliancy united to the highest point, such a creature as that is made for luxury, made for perfume and flowers and jewelry. and pomp of living and obsequious tending, for old aristocratic lands and court circles where she would glitter as a star. And what had I to offer? I, a poor sophomore in Harvard, owing that position to the loving charity of my dear old friend. My love to her seemed a madness and a selfishness, as if I had wished to take the evening star out of the heavens and burn it for a household lamp. How fortunate, I thought to myself, that I have never told her, for now I shall keep the love of her heart. We are friends, and she shall be the lady of my heart forever, the lady of my dreams. I knew, too, that I had a certain hold upon her, and even at this moment I saw her eye often, as from old habit, looking across to me, a little timidly and anxiously, to see what I thought of her prize. She was Tina still, the same old Tina that always needed to be approved and loved and sympathized with, and have all her friends go with her, heart and hand, in all her ways. So I determined to like him. At this moment Sam Lawson came in. I was a little curious to know how he had managed it with his conscience to leave his domestic circle under their trying circumstances, but I was very soon satisfied as to this point. Sam, who had watched the light flaring out from the windows, and flattened his nose against the window-pane while he announced to Hepsy that Mr. Davenport and Miss Mehitable and Tiny were all going into the Deacon's to spend the evening, could not resist the inexpressible yearning to have a peep himself at what was going on there. He came in with the most prostrate air of dejection. Aunt Lois frowned with stern annoyance, and looked at my grandmother as much to say, "To think he should come in when Mr. Davenport is making a call here." Ellery Davenport, however, received him with a patronizing cheerfulness. "Why, hello, Sam, how are you?" It was Ellery Davenport's delight to start Sam's loquacity and develop his conversational powers, and he made a welcoming movement toward the block of wood in the chimney-corner. "Sit down," he said. "Sit down and tell us how Hepsy and the children are." Tina and I looked at each other with eyes dancing with merriment. "Well, well," said Sam, sinking into the seat and raising his lank hands to the fire while his elbows rested on his knees. "The children's middlin'. Dr. Merrill says he thinks they got past the worst on it. But Hepsy, she's clean tuckered out and kind of discouraged, and I thought I'd come over and just ask Miss Badger if she wouldn't kind of just mix her up a little milk punch to kind of set her up again." "What a considerate husband," said Ellery Davenport, glancing around the circle with infinite amusement. My grandmother, always prompt at any call on her charity, was already half across the room toward the buttery, whence she soon returned with a saucepan of milk. "I'll watch that there, Miss Badger," said Sam. "Just rake out the coals this way, and when it begins to simmer, I'll put in the spirits, if you'll get 'em to me. Give strong drink to him as is ready to perish, the Scripture says. Hepsy's got an amazing sight of grit in her, but I declare for it, she's been up and down nights so much lately with them young'uns that she's almost clean wore out. And I should be, too, if I didn't take a tramp now and then to kind of keep me up. Well, you see, the head of the family, he has to take care of himself, 'cause, you see, if he goes down, all goes down. The man is the head of the woman, you know," said Sam as he shook his skillet of milk. I could see Tina's eyes dancing with mirthfulness as Ellery Davenport answered, "I'm glad to see, Sam, that you have a proper care of your health. You are such an important member of the community that I don't know what Oldtown would be without you." "Well, now, Mr. Davenport, you flatter me, but then everybody don't seem to think so. I don't think folks like me, as does for this one and does for that one, and kind of spreads out promiscuous, is appreciated allers. There's Hepsy, she's allers at me, a-sayin' I don't do nothing for her, and yet there last night I was up in my shirt, a-shiverin' and a-goin' round, first to one and then to another, a-heaving on 'em up and thumping on their backs and clearing the phlegm out of their throats, till I was even almost froze. And Hepsy, she lay there abed scolding 'cause I hadn't sawed no wood that afternoon to keep up the fire. Lordy massy, I just went out to dig a little sweet flag root to get into the boys, 'cause I was just so wore out. I don't think these here women ever flex on men's trials. They really don't keep count of what we do for 'em." "What a picture of conjugal life," said Ellery Davenport, glancing at Tina. "Yes, Sam, it is to be confessed that the female sex are pretty exorbitant creditors. They make us pay dear for serving them." Just so," said Sam. "They don't know nothing what we undergo. I don't think Hepsy keeps no sort of count of the nights and nights I've walked the floor with the baby, pushing and shooing on it and singing to it till my throat was sore, and then had to get up before daylight to split oven wood, and then right to my blacksmithing, just to get a little money to get the meat and meal and something comfortable for dinner. And then, you see, they don't nothing last, when there's so many mouths to eat it up, and there 'tis, it's just round and round. You get a good piece of beef Tuesday and pay for it, and by Thursday it's all gone, and you have to go to work again. Lordy massy, this here life don't seem hardly worth having. I suppose, Mr. Davenport, you've been among the great folks of the earth, over there in King George's court. Why, they say here that you've been and took tea with the king, with his crown on his head. I suppose they all go round with their crowns on over there, don't they?" "Well, no, not precisely," said Ellery Davenport. "I think they rather mitigate their splendors when they have to do with us poor Republicans, so as not to bear us down altogether." "Just so," said Sam. "Like Moses, that put a veil over his face, 'cause the Israelites couldn't bear the glory." "Well," said Ellery Davenport, "I've not been struck with any particular resemblance between King George and Moses. Folks here in Oldtown, Mr. Davenport, it's amazing curious to hear the particulars about them grand things you must have seen. I was telling on 'em up to store how you'd been with lords and ladies and dukes and duchesses, and seen all the kingdoms of the world and the glory on 'em. I told 'em I didn't doubt that you'd ate off plates of solid gold, and been in houses where the walls was all a crust of gold and diamonds and precious stones, and yet you didn't seem to be one bit lifted up nor proud, so that you couldn't talk to common folks. I suppose them great families, they has as much as 50 or 100 servants, don't they?" "Well, sometimes," said Ellery Davenport. "Well, now," said Sam, "I should think a man would feel kind of curious, sort as if he was keeping a hotel and boarding all the lower classes." "It is something that way, Sam," said Ellery Davenport. "That's one way of providing for the lower classes." "Just what the Lord told the Israelites when they would have a king," said Sam. "Says he, he'll take your daughters to be confectioners and cooks and bakers, and he'll take the best of your fields and your vineyards and olive yards and give 'em to his servants, and he'll take 1/10 of your seed and give 'em to his officers, and he'll take your man-servants and your maid-servants and your goodliest young asses and put 'em to his works." "Striking picture of monarchical institutions, Sam," said Ellery Davenport. "Well, now, I tell you what," said Sam, slowly shaking his simmering skillet of milk. "I shouldn't want to get into that there pie unless I could be some of the top crust. It's just like a pile of sheepskins, it's only the toppings lies light. I guess the undermost one's squeezed pretty flat." "I'll bet it is, Sam," said Ellery Davenport, laughing. "Well," said Sam, "I go for republics. But yet it's human nature to kind of like to hold on to titles. Now, over here a man likes to be a deacon, and a captain, and a colonel in the military, and a sheriff, and a judge, and all that. Lordy massy, I don't wonder them grand English folks sticks to their grand titles, and the people all kind of bows down to 'em, as they did to Nebuchadnezzar's golden image." "Why, Sam," said Ellery Davenport, "your speculations on politics are really profound." "Well," said Sam, "Mr. Davenport, there's one point I want to consult you about, and that is what the King of England's name is. There's Jake Marshall and me, we's argued that point many times. Jake says his name is George Rix, R-I-X, and that if he'd come over here he'd be called Mr. Rix. I says to him, 'Why, Jake, 'tain't Rix, it's Rex, and 'tain't his name, it's his title,' says I, 'cause the boys told me that Rex was Latin and meant king, but Jake's one of them fellers that always thinks he knows. Now, Mr. Davenport, I'd like to put it down from you to him, 'cause you've just come from the court of England, and you'd know.' 'Well, you may tell your friend Jake that you are quite in the right,' said Ellery Davenport. 'Give him my regards, and tell him he's been mistaken.' 'But you don't call the king Rex when you speak to him, do you?' said Sam. 'Not precisely,' said Ellery Davenport. 'Miss Badger,' said Sam gravely, 'this year milk's come to the bile. Now, if you'd be so kind to hand me the spirits and the sugar, I'll fix this year. Hepsy likes her milk punch pretty hot.' 'Well, Sam,' said my grandmother as she handed him the bottle, 'take an old woman's advice, and don't go stammering off another afternoon. If you'd been steady at your blacksmithing, you might have earned enough money to buy all these things yourself, and Hepsy'd like it a great deal better.' 'I suppose it's about the 249th time Mother has told him that,' said Aunt Lois with an air of weary endurance. 'Well, Miss Badger,' said Sam, 'all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, you know. I has to recreate, else I gets quite wore out. Why, Lordy massy, even a saw-mill has to stop sometimes to be greased. 'Tain't everybody that's like Sphyxy Smith, but she grits and screeches all the time, just 'cause she keeps to work without being oiled. Why, she could work on day and night these 20 years and never feel it. But, Lordy massy, I get so exhausted, and has such a sinking to my stomach. Then I goes out and kind of ingin around and get flag root and wintergreen and spruce boughs and ginseng root and sassafras and such for Hepsy to brew up a beer. I ain't a-wasting my time if I be enjoying myself. I say it's a part of what we is made for.' 'You are a true philosopher, Sam,' said Ellery Davenport. 'Well,' said Sam, 'I look at it this year way. If I keep on a-grindin' and a-grindin' day and night, I never shall have nothing, but if I take now and then an afternoon to lie around in the sun, I get something, so go along. Lordy massy, it's just all the comfort I has, kind of watching the clouds and the birds, and kind of forgetting all about Hepsy and the children and the blacksmithing.' 'Well,' said Aunt Lois smartly, 'I think you are forgetting all about Hepsy and the children now, and I advise you to get that milk punch home as quick as you can, if it's going to do her any good. Come, here's a tin pail to put it in. Cover it up, and do let the poor woman have some comfort as well as you.' Sam received his portion in silence, and with reluctant glances at the warm circle, went out into the night. 'I don't see how you can all bear to listen to that man's maundering,' said Aunt Lois. 'He puts me out of all sort of patience. Head of the woman, to be sure, when Hepsy earns the most of what that family uses, except what we give 'em. And I know exactly how she feels. The poor woman is mad with shame and humiliation half the time at the charities he will accept from us.' 'Oh, come, Miss Lois,' said Ellery Davenport, 'you must take an aesthetic view of him. Sam's a genuine poet in his nature, and poets are always practically useless. And now Sam's about the only person in Oldtown that I have seen that has the least idea that life is meant in any way for enjoyment. Everybody else seems to be sword in hand, fighting against the possibility of future suffering, toiling and depriving themselves of all present pleasure, so that they may not come to want by and by. Now, I've been in countries where the whole peasantry are like Sam Lawson.' 'Good gracious!' said Aunt Lois. 'What a time they must have of it!' 'Well, to say the truth, there's not much progress in such communities, but there is a great deal of clear, sheer animal enjoyment. And when trouble comes, it comes on them as it does on animals, unfeared and unforeseen, and therefore unprovided for. "Well," said my grandmother, "you don't think that is the way for rational and immortal creatures to live?" "Well," said Ellery Davenport, "taking into account the rational and immortal, perhaps not, but I think if we could mix the two races together it would be better. The Yankee lives almost entirely for the future, the Italian enjoys the present." "Well, but do you think it is right to live merely to enjoy the present?" persisted Aunt Lois. "The eternal question," said Ellery. "After all, who knows anything about it? What is right and what is wrong? Mere geographical accidents. What is right for the Greenlander is wrong for me. What is right for me is wrong for the Hindoo. Take the greatest saint on earth to Greenland, and feed him on train oil and candles, and you make one thing of him. Put him under the equator with a thermometer at 100 in the shade, and you make another." "But right is right and wrong is wrong," said Aunt Lois persistently. "After all." "I sometimes think," said Ellery Davenport, "that right and wrong are just like color, mere accidental properties. There is no color where there is no light, and a thing is all sorts of colors according to the position you stand in and the hour of the day. There's your rocking chair. In the setting sun becomes a fine crimson, and in the morning comes out dingy gray. So it is with human actions. There's nothing so bad that you cannot see a good side of it, nothing so good that you cannot see a bad side of it. Now we think it's shocking for our Indian tribes, some of them, to slay their old people, but I'm not sure, if the Indian could set forth his side of the case with all the advantages of our rhetoric, but that he would have the best of it. He does it as an act of filial devotion, you see. He loves and honors his father too much to let him go through all that horrid process of draining out life drop by drop that we think the thing to protract in our high civilization. For my part, if I were an Indian chief, I should prefer, when it came to be 70, to be respectfully knocked on the head by my oldest son, rather than to shiver and drivel and muddle and cough my life out a dozen years more." "But God has given his commandments to teach us what is right," said Aunt Lois. "Honor thy father and mother." "Precisely," said Ellery, "and my friends the Sioux would tell you that they do honor their fathers and mothers by respectfully putting them out of the way when there is no more pleasure in living. They send them to enjoy eternal youth in the hunting grounds of the fathers, you know." "Positively, Ellery," said Tina, "I shan't have this sort of heathen stuff talked any longer. Why, you put one's head all in a whirl, and you know you don't believe a word of it yourself. What's the use of making everybody think you're worse than you are?" "My dear," said Ellery, "there's nothing like hearing all that can be said on both sides of subjects. Now there's my good grandfather made an argument on the will that is and forever will remain unanswerable, because he proves both sides of a flat contradiction perfectly. That method makes a logic trap out of which no mortal can get his foot." "Well," said my grandmother, "Mr. Davenport, if you'll take an old woman's advice, you'll take up with your grandfather's good resolutions, and not be wasting your strength in such talk." "I believe there were about 75, or 80, was it, of those resolutions?" said Ellery. "And you wouldn't be the worse for this world or the next if you'd make them yourself," said my grandmother. "Thank you, madam," said Ellery, bowing. "I'll think of it." "Well, come," said Tina, rising. "It's time for us to go, and," she said, shaking her finger warningly at Ellery Davenport, "I have a private lecture for you." "I don't doubt it," he said, with a shrug of mock apprehension. "The preaching capacities of the fair sex are something terrific. I see all that is before me." They bade adieu. The fire was raked up in the great fireplace, and all the members of the family went their several ways to bed. But Harry and I sat up in the glimmer and gloom of the old kitchen, lighted now and then by a sputtering jet of flame which burst from the sticks. All around the large dark hearth the crickets were chirping, as if life were the very merriest thing possible. "Well, Harry," I said, "you see the fates have ordered it just as I feared." "It is almost as much of a disappointment to me as it can be to you," said Harry, "and it is the more so because I cannot quite trust this man." "I never trusted him," said I. "I always had an instinctive doubt of him." "My doubts are not instinct," said Harry. "They are founded on things I have heard him say myself. It seemed to me that he has formed a habit of trifling with the truth, and that nothing is sacred in his eyes." "And yet Tina loves him," said I. "I can see that she has gone to him heart and soul, and she believes in him with all her heart, and so we can only pray that he may be true to her. As for me,
Chapter 44 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 44. Marriage Preparations. And now for a time there was nothing thought of or talked of but marriage preparations and arrangements. Letters of congratulation came pouring in to Miss Mehitable from her Boston friends and acquaintances. When Harry and I returned to college, we spent one day with our friends the Kitterys, and found it the one engrossing subject there, as everywhere. Dear old Madam Kittery was dissolved in tenderness, and whenever the subject was mentioned, reiterated all her good opinions of Ellery, and her delight in the engagement, and her sanguine hopes of its good influence on his spiritual prospects. Miss Debbie took the subject up energetically. Ellery Davenport was a near family connection, and it became the Kitterys to make all suitable and proper advances. She insisted upon addressing Harry by his title, notwithstanding his blushes and disclaimers. "My dear sir," she said to him, "it appears that you are an Englishman and a subject of His Majesty, and I should not be surprised, at some future day, to hear of you in the House of Commons, and it becomes you to reflect upon your position and what is proper in relation to yourself, and, at least, under this roof, you must allow me to observe these proprieties, however much they may be disregarded elsewhere. I have already informed the servants that they are always to address you as Sir Harry, and I hope that you will not interfere with my instructions." "Oh, certainly not," said Harry. "It will make very little difference with me." "Now, in regard to this marriage," said Miss Debbie, "as there is no church in Oldtown and no clergyman, I have felt that it would be proper in me, as a near kinswoman to Mr. Davenport, to place the Kittery mansion at Miss Mehitable Rossiter's disposal for the wedding." "Well, I confess," said Harry, blushing, "I never thought but that the ceremony would be performed at home, by Parson Lothrop." "My dear Sir Harry," said Miss Debbie, laying her hand on his arm with solemnity, "consider that your excellent parents, Harry and Lady Percival, were both members of the Established Church of England, the only true Apostolic Protestant Church, and can you imagine that their spirits, looking down from heaven, would be pleased and satisfied that their daughter should consummate the most solemn union of her life out of the Church, and in fact at the hands of a man who has never received ordination?" It was with great difficulty that Harry kept his countenance during this solemn address. His blue eyes actually laughed, though he exercised a rigid control over the muscles of his face. "I really had not thought about it at all, Miss Debbie," he said. "I think you are exceedingly kind." "And I am sure," she said, "that you must see the propriety of it now that it is suggested to you. Of course, a marriage performed by Mr. Lothrop would be a legal one, so far as the civil law is concerned, but I confess I always have regarded marriage as a religious ordinance, and it would be a disagreeable thing to me to have any connections of mine united merely by a civil tie. "These congregational marriages," said Miss Debbie, in a contemptuous voice, "I should think would lead to immorality. How can people feel as if they were married that don't utter any vows themselves, and don't have any wedding ring put on their finger? In my view it is not respectable, and as Mrs. Ellery Davenport will probably be presented in the first circles of England, I desire that she should appear there with her wedding ring on, like an honest woman. I have therefore dispatched an invitation to Miss Mehitable to bring your sister and spend the month preceding the wedding with us in Boston. It will be desirable for other reasons, as all the shopping and dressmaking and millinery work must be done in Boston. Oldtown is a highly respectable little village, but of course affords no advantages for the outfit of a person of quality, such as your sister is and is to be. I have had a letter from Lady Widgery this morning. She is much delighted and sends congratulations. She always, she said, believed that you had distinguished blood in your veins when she first saw you at our house. There was something in Miss Debbie's satisfied, confiding faith in everything English and aristocratic that was vastly amusing to us. The perfect confidence she seemed to have that Harry Percival, after all the sins of his youth, had entered heaven ex officio as a repentant and glorified baronet, a member of the only true church, was really naive and affecting. What would a church be good for that allowed people of quality to go to hell, like the commonalty? Sir Harry of course repented, and made his will in a proper manner, doubtless received the sacrament and absolution, and left all human infirmities, with his gouty toes, under the family monument, where his body reposed in sure and certain hope of a blessed and glorious resurrection. The finding of his children under such fortunate circumstances was another evidence of the good Providence, who watches over the fortunes of the better classes, and does not suffer the steps of good churchmen to slide beyond recovery. There were so many reasons of convenience for accepting Madam Kittery's hospitable invitation. It was urged with such warmth and affectionate zeal by Madam Kittery and Miss Debbie, and seconded so energetically by Ellery Davenport, to whom this arrangement would secure easy access to Tina's society during the intervening time, that it was accepted. Harry and I were glad of it, as we should thus have more frequent opportunities of seeing her. Ellery Davenport was refurbishing and refurnishing the old country house, where Harry and Tina had spent those days of their childhood which it was now an amusement to recall, and Tina was as gladly, joyously beautiful as young womanhood can be, in which, as in a transparent vase, the light of pure love and young hope has been lighted. "You like him, Horace, don't you?" she had said to me, coaxingly, the first opportunity after the evening we had spent together. What was I to do? I did not like him, that was certain, but have you never, dear reader, been over-persuaded to think and say you liked where you did not? Have you not scolded and hushed down your own instinctive distrusts and heart-risings, blamed and schooled yourself for them, and taken yourself sharply to task, and made yourself acquiesce in somebody that was dear and necessary to some friend? So did I. I called myself selfish, unreasonable, foolish. I determined to be generous to my successful rival, and to like him. I took his frankly offered friendship, and I forced myself to be even enthusiastic in his praise. It was a sure way of making Tina's cheeks glow and her eyes look kindly on me, and she told me so often that there was no person in the world whose good opinion she had such a value for, and she was so glad I liked him. Would it not be perfectly abominable, after this, to let sneaking suspicions harbour in my breast? Besides, if a man cannot have love, shall he therefore throw away friendship? And may I not love with the love of chivalry? The love that knights dedicated to queens and princesses, the love that Tasso gave to Leonora d'Este, the love that Dante gave to Beatrice, love that hopes little and asks nothing, I was frequently in at the Kittery house in leisure hours, and when, as often happened, Tina was closeted with Ellery Davenport, I took sweet counsel with Miss Mehitable. "We all stand outside now, Horace," she said. "I remember when I had the hearing of all these thousand pretty little important secrets of the hour that must now all be told in another direction. Such is life. What we want always comes to us with pain. I wanted Tina to be well married. I would not for the world she should marry without just this sort of love, but of course it leaves me out in the cold. I wouldn't say this to her for the world. Poor little thing, it would break her heart." One morning, however, I went down, and found Miss Mehitable in a very excited state. She complained of a bad headache, but she had all the appearance of a person who is constantly struggling with something which she is doubtful of the expediency of uttering. At last, just as I was going, she called me into the library. "Come here, Horace," she said. "I want to speak to you." I went in, and she made a turn or two across the room in an agitated way, then sat down at the table and motioned me to sit down. "Horace, my dear boy," she said, "I have never spoken to you of the deepest sorrow of my life, and yet it often seems to me as if you knew it." "My dear auntie," said I, for we had from childhood called her thus, "I think I do know it, somewhat vaguely. I know about your sister. You know how strangely, how unaccountably she left us, and that nothing satisfactory has ever been heard from her. I told Mr. Davenport all about her, and he promised to try to learn something of her in Europe. He was so successful in relation to Tina and Harry, I hoped he might learn something as to her, but he never seemed to. 2 or 3 times within the last 4 or 5 years I have received letters from her, but without date or any mark by which her position could be identified. They told me, in the vaguest and most general way, that she was well and still loved me, but begged me to make no inquiries. They were always postmarked at Havre, but the utmost research gives no clue to her residence there." "Well?" said I. "Well," said Miss Mehitable, trembling in every limb, "yesterday, when Mr. Davenport and Tina had been sitting together in this room for a long time, they went out to ride. They had been playing at verse-making, or something of the kind, and there were some scattered papers on the floor, and I thought I would remove them, as they were rather untidy, and among them I found—" She stopped and panted for breath. "I found this." She handed me an envelope that had evidently been around a package of papers. It was postmarked Geneva, Switzerland, and directed to Ellery Davenport. "Horace," said Miss Mehitable, "that is Emily Rossiter's handwriting, and look, the date is only 2 months back. What shall we do?" There are moments when whole trains of thought go through the brain like lightning. My first emotion was, I confess, a perfectly fierce feeling of joy. Here was a clue. My suspicions had not then been unjust. The man was what Miss Debbie had said, deep, artful, and to be unmasked. In a moment I sternly rebuked myself, and thought what a wretch I was for my suspicions. The very selfish stake that I held in any such discovery imposed upon me, in my view, a double obligation to defend the character of my rival. I so dreaded that I should be carried away that I pleaded strongly and resolutely with myself for him. Besides, what would Tina think of me if I impugned Ellery Davenport's honour for what might be, after all, an accidental resemblance in handwriting? All these things came in one blinding flash of thought as I held the paper in my hands. Miss Mehitable sat, white and trembling, looking at me piteously. "My dear auntie," I said, "in a case like this we cannot take one single step without being perfectly sure. This handwriting may accidentally resemble your sister's. Are you perfectly sure that it is hers? It is a very small scrap of paper to determine by." "Well, I can't really say," said Miss Mehitable, hesitating. "It may be that I have dwelt on this subject until I have grown nervous, and my very senses deceive me. I really cannot say, Horace. That was the reason I came to you to ask what I should do." "Let us look the matter over calmly, Auntie." "Now," she said, nervously drawing from her pocket 2 or 3 letters and opening them before me, "here are those letters, and your head is cool and steady. I wish you would compare the writing and tell me what to think of it." Now the letters and the directions were in that sharp, decided English hand which so many well-educated women write, and in which personal peculiarities are lost to a great degree in a general style. I could not help seeing that there was a resemblance which might strike a person, especially a person so deeply interested, and dwelling with such intentness upon a subject, as Miss Mehitable evidently was. "My dear Auntie," said I see a resemblance, but have you not known a great many ladies who wrote hands like this?" "Yes, I must say I have," said Miss Mehitable, still hesitating. "Only somehow this impressed me very strongly." "Well," said I, "supposing that your sister has written to Ellery Davenport, may she not have entrusted him with communications under his promise of secrecy, which he was bound in honour not to reveal?" "It may be possible," said Miss Mehitable, sighing deeply. "But, why should she not make a confidant of me?" "It may be, Auntie," said I hesitatingly, "that she is living in relations that she feels could not be justified to you." "Oh, Horace," said Miss Mehitable. "You know," I went on, "that there has been a very great shaking of old established opinions in Europe. A great many things are looked upon there as open questions in regard to morality which we here in New England never think of discussing. Ellery Davenport is a man of the European world, and I can easily see that there may be circumstances in which your sister would more readily resort to the friendship of such a man than to yours." "May God help me," said Miss Mehitable. "My dear Auntie, suppose you find that your sister has adopted a false theory of life, sincerely and conscientiously, and under the influence of it gone astray from what we in New England think to be right. Should we not make a discrimination between errors that come from a wrong belief and the mere weakness that blindly yields to passion? Your sister's letters show great decision and strength of mind. It appears to me that she is exactly the woman to be misled by those dazzling, unsettling theories with regard to social life which now bear such sway, and are especially propagated by French literature. She may really and courageously deem herself doing right in a course that she knows she cannot defend to you and Mr. Rossiter. Horace, you speak out and make plain what has been the secret and dreadful fear of my life. I never believed that Emily could have gone from us all and stayed away so long without the support of some attachment. And while you have been talking I have become perfectly certain that it is so, but the thought is like death to me. My dear Auntie, I said, our Father above, who sees all the history of our minds and how they work, must have a toleration and a patience that we have not with each other. He says that he will bring the blind by a way they knew not, and make darkness light before them, and crooked things straight. And he adds, These things will I do unto them, and will not forsake them. That has always seemed to me the most godlike passage in the Bible. Miss Mehitable sat for a long time, leaning her head upon her hand. "Then, Horace, you wouldn't advise me," she said after a pause, "to say anything to Ellery Davenport about it?" "Supposing," said I, "that there are communications that he is bound in honour not to reveal, of what use could be your inquiries? It can only create unpleasantness. It may make Tina feel unhappy, who is so very happy now, and probably at best you cannot learn anything that would satisfy you." "Probably not," she said, sighing. "I can hand this envelope to him," I said after a moment's thought, "this evening, if you think best, and you can see how he looks on receiving it." "I don't know as it will be of any use," said Miss Mehitable, "but you may do it." Accordingly, that evening, as we were all gathered in a circle around the open fire, and Tina and Ellery, seated side by side, were carrying on that sort of bantering warfare of wit in which they delighted, I drew this envelope from my pocket and said carelessly, "Mr. Davenport, here is a letter of yours that you dropped in the library this morning." He was at that moment playing with a silk tassel which fluttered from Tina's wrist. He let it go and took the envelope and looked at it carelessly. "A letter," said Tina, snatching it out of his hand with saucy freedom, "dated at Geneva, and a lady's handwriting. I think I have a right to open it." "Do so by all means," said Ellery. "Oh, pshaw, there is nothing in it," said Tina. "Not an uncommon circumstance in a lady's letter," said Ellery. "You saucy fellow," said Tina. "Why," said Ellery, "is it not the very province and privilege of the fair sex to make nothing more valuable and more agreeable than something? That's the true secret of witchcraft." "But I shan't like it," said Tina, half pouting, "if you call my letters nothing." "Your letters, I doubt not, will be an exception to those of all the sex," said Ellery. "I really tremble when I think how profound they will be." "You're making fun of me," she said, colouring. "I making fun of you? And what have you been doing with all your hapless lovers up to this time? Behold Nemesis arrayed in my form." "But seriously, Ellery, I want to know whom this letter was from." "Why don't you look at the signature?" said he. "Well, of course you know there is no signature, but I mean what came in this paper." "What came in the paper," said Ellery, carelessly, "was a neat little collection of alpine flowers that, if you are interested in botany, I shall have the honour of showing you one of these days." "But you haven't told me who sent them," said Tina. "Aha! We are jealous," he said, shaking the letter at her. "What would you give to know, now? Will you be very good if I tell you? Will you promise me for the future not to order me to do more than 40 things at one time, for example?" "I shan't make any promises," said Tina. "You ought to tell me." "What an oppressive mistress you are," said Ellery Davenport. "I begin to sympathize with Sam Lawson. Lordy massy, you don't know nothing what I undergo." "You don't get off that way," said Tina. "Well," said Ellery Davenport, "if you must know, it is Mrs. Breck." "And who is she?" said Tina. "Well, my dear, she was my boarding-house keeper at Geneva, and a very pretty, nice Englishwoman. One that I should recommend as an example to her sex." "Oh," said Tina, "I don't care anything about it now." "Of course," said Ellery, "modest, unpretending virtue never excites any interest. I have laboured under that disadvantage all my days." The by-play between the two had brought the whole circle around the fire into a careless, laughing state. I looked across at Miss Mehitable. She was laughing with the rest. As we started to go out, Miss Mehitable followed me into the passageway. "My dear Horace," she said,
Chapter 45 of Oldtown Folks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oldtown Folks by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 45, Wedding Bells. The 14th of June was as bright a morning as if it had been made on purpose for a wedding day, and of all the 5,000 inauspicious possibilities which usually encumber weddings, not one fell to our share. Tina's dress, for example, was all done 2 days beforehand, and fitted to a hair, and all the invited guests had come, and were lodged in the spacious Kittery mansion. Esther Avery was to stand as bridesmaid, with me as groomsman, and Harry, as nearest relative, was to give the bride away. The day before, I had been in and seen both ladies dressed up in the marriage finery, and we had rehearsed the situation before Harry as clergyman, Miss Debbie being present, in one of her most commanding frames of mind, to see that everything was done according to the rubric. She surveyed Esther while she took an approving pinch of snuff, and remarked to me, aside, "That young person, for a congregational parson's daughter, has a surprisingly distinguished air." Lady Widgery and Lady Lothrop, who were also at the inspection, honored Esther with their decided approbation. "She will be quite presentable at court," Lady Widgery remarked. "Of course, Sir Harry will wish her presented." All this impressment in regard to Harry's rank and title among these venerable sisters afforded great amusement to our quartet, and we held it a capital joke among ourselves to make Esther blush by calling her Lady Percival, and to inquire of Harry about his future parliamentary prospects, his rent rolls, and tenants. In fact, when together, we were 4 children, and played with life much as we used to in the dear old days. Esther, under the influence of hope and love, had bloomed out into a beautiful woman. Instead of looking like a pale image of abstract thought, she seemed like warm flesh and blood, and Ellery Davenport remarked, "What a splendid contrast her black hair and eyes will make to the golden beauty of Tina." All Oldtown respectability had exerted itself to be at the wedding. All, however humble, who had befriended Tina and Harry during the days of their poverty, were bidden. Polly had been long sojourning in the house in the capacity of Miss Mehetabel's maid, and assisting assiduously in the endless sewing and fine laundry work which precedes a wedding. On this auspicious morning she came gloriously forth, rustling in a stiff changeable lute-string, her very Sunday best, and with her mind made up to enter an Episcopal church for the first time in her life. There had, in fact, occurred some slight theological skirmishes between Polly and the high church domestics of Miss Debbie's establishment, and Miss Mehetabel was obliged to make stringent representations to Polly concerning the duty of sometimes repressing her testimony for truth under particular circumstances. Polly had attended one catechizing, but the shock produced upon her mind by hearing doctrines which seemed to her to have such papistical tendencies was so great that Miss Mehetabel begged Miss Debbie to allow her to be excused in future. Miss Debbie felt that the obligations of politeness owed by a woman of quality to an invited guest in her own house might take precedence even of theological considerations. In this point of view, she regarded Congregationalists with a well-bred, compassionate tolerance, and very willingly acceded to whatever Miss Mehetabel suggested. Harry and I had passed the night before the wedding day at the Kittery mansion, that we might be there at the very earliest hour in the morning, to attend to all those 1,001 things that always turn up for attention at such a time. Madam Kittery's garden commanded a distant view of the sea, and I walked among the stately alleys, looking at that splendid distant view of Boston harbor, which seemed so bright and sunny, and which swooned away into the horizon with such ineffable softness as an image of eternal peace. As I stood there looking, I heard a light footstep behind me, and Tina came up suddenly and spattered my cheek with a dewy rose that she had just been gathering. "You look as mournful as if it were you that is going to be married," she said. "Tina," I said, "you out so early, too?" "Yes, for a wonder. The fact was, I had a bad dream and could not sleep. I got up and looked out of my window and saw you here, Horace, so I dressed me quickly and ran down. I feel a little bit uncanny, and eerie, as the Scotch say. And a little bit sad, too, about the dear old days, Horace. We have had such good times together, first we 3, and then we took Esther in, and that made 4, and now, Horace, you must open the ranks a little wider and take in Ellery. But 5 is an uneven number, said I. It leaves 1 out in the cold. Oh, Horace, I hope you will find one worthy of you, she said. I shall have a place in my heart all ready for her. She shall be my sister. You will write to me, won't you? Do write. I shall so want to hear of the dear old things. Every stick and stone, every sweetbriar bush and huckleberry patch in Oldtown will always be dear to me. And dear old precious auntie, whatever set it into her good heart to think of taking poor little me to be her child? And it's too bad that I should leave her so. You know, Horace, I have a small income all my own, and that I mean to give to auntie. Now there were many points in this little valedictory of Tina to which I had no mind to respond, and she looked, as she was speaking, with tears coming in her great soft eyes, altogether too loving and lovely to be a safe companion to one forbidden to hold her in his arms and kiss her, and I felt such a desperate temptation in that direction that I turned suddenly from her. "Does Mr. Davenport approve such a disposition of your income?" said I, in a constrained voice. "Mr. Davenport, Mr. High and Mighty," she said, mimicking my constrained tone, "what makes you so sulky to me this morning?" "I'm not sulky, Tina." "Only sad," I said. "Come, come, Horace, don't be sad," she said coaxingly, and putting her hand through my arm. "Now just be a good boy and walk up and down with me here a few moments, and let me tell you about things." I submitted and let her lead me off passively. "You see, Horace," she said, "I feel for poor old auntie. Hers seems to be such a dry, desolate life, and I can't help feeling a sort of self-reproach when I think of it. Why should I have health and youth and strength and Ellery, and be going to see all the beauty and glory of Europe, while she sits alone at home, old and poor, and hears the rain drip off those old lilac bushes? Oldtown is a nice place, to be sure, but it does rain a great deal there, and she and Polly will be so lonesome without me to make fun for them. Now, Horace, you must promise me to go there as much as you can. You must cultivate auntie for my sake, and her friendship is worth cultivating for its own sake." "I know it," said I. "I am fully aware of the value of her mind and character." "You and Harry ought both to visit her," said Tina, "and write to her, and take her advice. Nothing improves a young man faster than such female friendship. It's worth that of dozens of us girls." Tina always had a slight proclivity for sermonizing, but a chapter in Ecclesiastes, coming from little preachers with lips and eyes like hers, is generally acceptable. "You know," said Tina, "that auntie has some sort of trouble on her mind." "I know all about it," said I. "Did she tell you?" "Yes, after I had divined it." "I made her tell me," said Tina. "When I came home from school, I determined I would not be treated like a child by her any longer, that she should tell me her troubles, and let me bear them with her. I am young and full of hope, and ought to have troubles to bear. And she is worn out and weary with thinking over and over the same sad story. What a strange thing it is that sister treats her so. I have been thinking so much about her lately, Horace, and do you know, I had the strangest dream about her last night. I dreamed that Ellery and I were standing at the altar being married, and all of a sudden that lady that we saw in the closet and in the garret rose up like a ghost between us." "Come, come," said I. "Tina, you are getting nervous. One shouldn't tell of one's bad dreams, and then one forgets them easier." "Well," said Tina, "it made me sad to think that she was a young girl like me, full of hope and joy. They didn't treat her rightly over in that Farnsworth family. Miss Mehitable told me all about it. Oh, it was a dreadful story. They perfectly froze her heart with their dreary talk about religion. Horace, I think the most irreligious thing in the world is that way of talking, which takes away our Heavenly Father and gives only a dreadful judge. I should not be so happy and so safe as I am now if I did not believe in a loving God." "Tina," said I, "are you satisfied with the religious principles of Mr. Davenport?" "I'm glad you asked me that, Horace, because Mr. Davenport is a man that is very apt to be misunderstood. Nobody really does understand him but me. He has seen so much of cant and hypocrisy and pretense in religion, and is so afraid of pretensions that do not mean anything, that I think he goes to the other extreme. Indeed, I have told him so, but he says he is always delighted to hear me talk on religion, and he likes to have me repeat hymns to him, and he told me the other day that he thought the Bible contained finer strains of poetry and eloquence than could be got from all other books put together. Then he has such a wonderful mind, you know. Mr. Avery said that he never saw a person that appreciated all the distinctions of the doctrines more completely than he did. He doesn't quite agree with Mr. Avery, nor with anybody, but I think he is very far from being an irreligious man. I believe he thinks very seriously on all these subjects, indeed." "I am glad of it," said I, half convinced by her fervour, more than half by the magic of her presence, and the touch of the golden curls that the wind blew against my cheek. True Venetian curls, brown in the shade and gold in the sun. Certainly such things as these, if not argument, incline man to be convinced of whatever a fair preacher says, and I thought it not unlikely that Ellery Davenport liked to hear her talk about religion. The conversation was interrupted by the breakfast bell, which rung us in to an early meal, where we found Miss Debbie, brisk and crisp with business and authority, apologizing to Lady Widgery for the unusually early hour, but really so much always to be done in cases like these. Breakfast was hurried over, for I was to dress myself and go to Mr. Davenport's house, and accompany him as groomsman to meet Tina and Harry at the church door. I remember admiring Ellery Davenport as I met him this morning, with his easy, high-bred, cordial air, and with that overflow of general benevolence which seems to fill the hearts of happy bridegrooms on the way to the altar. Jealous as I was of the love that ought to be given to the idol of my knight-errantry, I could not but own to myself that Ellery Davenport was most loyally in love. Then I have a vision of the old North Church, with its chimes playing, and the pews around the broad aisle filled with expectant guests. The wedding had excited a great deal of attention in the upper circles of Boston. Ellery Davenport was widely known, having been a sort of fashionable meteor, appearing at intervals in the select circles of the city, with all the prestige of foreign travel and diplomatic reputation. Then the little romance of the children had got about, and had proved as sweet a morsel under the tongues of good Bostonians as such spices in the dullness of real life usually do. There was talk everywhere of the little story, and, as usual, nothing was lost in the telling. The beauty and cleverness of the children had been reported from mouth to mouth until everybody was on tiptoe to see them. The Oldtown people, who were used to rising at daybreak, found no difficulty in getting to Boston in season. Uncle Flagham's almost exhausted wagon had been diligently revamped, and his harness assiduously mended, for days beforehand, during which process the good man might have been seen flying like a meteor in an unceasing round between the store, the blacksmith's shop, my grandfather's, and his own dwelling, and in consequence of these arduous labors, not only his wife, but Aunt Keziah and Hepsy Lawson were secured a free passage to the entertainment. Lady Lothrop considerately offered a seat to my grandmother and Aunt Lois in her coach, but my grandmother declined the honor in favor of my mother. "It's all very well," said my grandmother, "and I send my blessing on 'em with all my heart, but my old husband and I are too far along to be rattling our old bones to weddings in Boston. I shouldn't know how to behave in their grand Episcopal church." Aunt Lois, who, like many other good women, had an innocent love of pomps and vanities, and my mother, to whom the scene was an unheard-of recreation, were, on the whole, not displeased that her mind had taken this turn. As to Sam Lawson, he arose before Aurora had unbarred the gates of dawn, and strode off vigorously on foot, in his best Sunday clothes, and arrived there in time to welcome Uncle Flycombe's wagon and to tell him that he'd been a-looking out for him these 2 hours. So then, for as much as half an hour before the wedding coaches arrived at the church door, there was a goodly assemblage in the church, and while the chimes were solemnly pealing the tune of Old Wells, there was bibbing and bobbing of fashionable bonnets, and fluttering of fans, and rustling of silks, and subdued creakings of whalebone stays, and the gentle undertone of gossiping conversation in the expectant audience. Sam Lawson had mounted the organ loft, directly opposite the altar, which commanded the most distinct view of every possible transaction below, and also gave a prominent image of himself, with his lanky jaws, protruding eyes, and shackling figure, posed over all as an inspecting genius of the scene. And every once in a while he conveyed to Jake Marshall pieces of intelligence with regard to the amount of property or private history, the horses, carriages, servants, and most secret internal belongings of the innocent Bostonians who were disporting themselves below in utter ignorance of how much was known about them. But when a man gives himself seriously, for years, to the task of collecting information, thinking nothing of long tramps of 20 miles in the acquisition, never hesitating to put a question, and never forgetting an answer, it is astonishing what an amount of information he may pick up. In Sam, a valuable reporter of the press has been lost forever. He was born a generation too soon, and the civilization of his time had not yet made a place for him. But not the less did he at this moment feel in himself all the responsibilities of a special reporter for Oldtown. "Lordy massy," he said to Jake, when the chimes began to play, "how solemn that there does sound. Life is the time to serve the Lord, the time to ensure the great reward." "I've been up in the belfry asking the ringer what Mr. Davenport's going to give him for ringing them there chimes. And how much do you think it was?" "Well, 'twas just $50 for just this year one time, and the wedding fees are going to be 100 guineas in the gold purse. I tell you, Colonel Davenport's a man as chops his mince pretty fine. There's Parson Lothrop down there. He's got a spick-span new coat and a new wig. That's Miss Lothrop's scarlet Indy shawl. That there cost 100 guineas in Ingy. Her first husband gin her that. Lordy massy, ain't it a providence that Parson Lothrop's married her, 'cause since the war that there society's furs sending the gospel to furrin parts don't send nothing to them, and the Oldtown people, they don't pay nothing. All they can raise they gin to Mordecai Rossiter, 'cause they say if they have to support a colleague, it's all they can do, especially since he's married. You see, Mordecai, he wanted to get Tiny, but he couldn't come it, and so he's took up with Delilah Barker. The folks, some on 'em, kind of hinted to old Parson Lothrop that his sermons wasn't so interesting as they might be, and the parson says he, 'Well, I believe the sermons about as good as the pay, ain't they?' Ha, ha, he had 'em there. I like Parson Lothrop. He's a fine old figurehead, and keeps up stiff for the honor of the ministry. Why, folks is getting nowadays that ministers won't be no more than common folks, and everybody'll have their say to them just as they do to anybody else. Lordy massy, there's the organ. Going to have all the glories, organs and bells and everything. Guess the procession must have started. Mr. Davenport's got another spick-and-span new landau that he ordered over from England special for this occasion, and 2 prancing white horses. You see, I got into Boston about daybreak, and I's been around to the stables looking at 'em polishing up their hoofs a little, and giving on 'em a wipe down, and I asked Jenkins what he thought he gin for 'em, and he said he really shouldn't durst to tell me. I tell you, he's like Solomon. He's going to make gold as the stones of the street." And while Sam's monologue was going on, in came the bridal procession, first Harry with his golden head and blue eyes, and leaning on his arm a cloud of ethereal gauzes and laces, out of which looked a face, pale now as a lily, with wandering curls of golden hair like little gleams of sunlight on white clouds. Then the tall, splendid figure of Ellery Davenport, his haughty blue eyes glancing all around with a triumphant assurance. Miss Mehitable hung upon his arm, pale with excitement and emotion. Then came Esther and I. As we passed up the aisle, I heard a confused murmur of whisperings and a subdued drawing in of breath, and the rest all seemed to me to be done in a dream. I heard the words, "Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?" and I saw Harry step forth, bold and bright and handsome, amid the whisperings that pointed him out as the hero of a little romance. And he gave her away forever, our darling, our heart of hearts. And then those holy, tender words, those vows so awful, those supporting prayers, all mingled as in a dream, until it was all over, and ladies, laughing and crying, were crowding around Tina, and there were kissing and congratulating and shaking of hands, and then we swept out of the church and into the carriages, and were whirled back to the Kittery mansion, which was thrown wide open from garret to cellar in the very profuseness of old English hospitality. There was a splendid lunch laid out in the parlor, which, with all the old silver in muster, and with all the delicacies that Boston confectioners and caterers could furnish. Ellery Davenport had indeed tendered the services of his French cook, but Miss Debbie had respectfully declined the offer. "He may be a very good cook, Ellery. I say nothing against him. I am extremely obliged to you for your polite offer, but good English cooking is good enough for me, and I trust that whatever guests I invite will always think it good enough for them." On that day Aunt Lois and Aunt Keziah and my mother and Uncle Fliakim sat down in proximity to some of the very selectest families of Boston, comporting themselves like good Republican Yankees, as if they had been accustomed to that sort of thing all their lives, though secretly embarrassed by many little points of etiquette. Tina and Ellery sat at the head of the table and dispensed hospitalities around them with a gay and gracious freedom. And Harry, in whom the bridal dress of Esther had evidently excited distracting visions of future probabilities, was making his seat by her at dinner an opportunity in the general clatter of conversation to enjoy a nice little tete-a-tete. Besides the brilliant company in the parlor, a long table was laid out upon the greensward at the back of the house, in the garden, where beer and ale flowed freely, and ham and bread and cheese and cake and eatables of a solid and sustaining description were dispensed to whomsoever would. The humble friends of lower degree, the particular friends of the servants, and all the numerous tribe of dependents and hangers-on who wished to have some small share in the prosperity of the prosperous, here found ample entertainment. Here Sam Lawson might be seen, seated beside Hepsy, on a garden seat near the festive board, gallantly pressing upon her the good things of the hour. "Eat all you want ter, Hepsy. It comes free as water. You can have wine and milk without money and without price. As to her, Lordy massy, it's just what I wanted. I had such a stram this morning, and hadn't had nothing but the 2-cent roll that I brought to the baker's. Thought I should have caved in 'fore they got through with the weddin'. These here Episcopal weddin's is pretty long. What do you think on 'em, Polly?" "I think I like our own way best," said Polly staunchly. "None of your fol-de-rol and kneeling and putting on of rings." "Well," said Hepsy, with the spice of a pepper-box in her eyes, "I like the part that said, 'With all my worldly goods I thee endow.'" "That's pretty well when a man has any worldly goods," said Sam. "But how about when he hasn't?" "Then he's no business to get married," said Hepsy definitely. "So I think," said Polly, "but for my part I don't want no man's worldly goods, if I've got to take him with 'em. I'd rather work hard as I have done, and have 'em all to myself, and do just what I please with." "Well, Polly," said Sam, "I dare say the men's just to your mind. None of 'em won't try very hard to get ye out on it." "There's been those that has, though," said Polly, "but it ain't worth talking about anyway." And so conversation below stairs and above proceeded gaily and briskly until at last the parting hour came. "Now just all on you step round to the front door and see 'em go off in their glory. Them 2 white horses is imported fresh from England, and they couldn't cost less than $1,000 apiece if they cost a cent." "1,000?" said Jenkins, the groom, who stood in his best clothing amid the festive throng. "Who told you that?" "Well," said Sam, "I thought I'd put the figure low enough, since you wouldn't tell me particulars. I like to be accurate about these here things. There they be, they're coming out the door now. She's took off her white dress now, and got on her travelling dress, don't you see? Lordy massy, what a kissing and a crying! How women always does go on about these here things. Then he's got her at last. See 'em going down the steps. Ain't they a handsome couple? There, he's handing on her in. The carriage is lined with blue satin, and never was sot in afore this morning. Good luck go with 'em. There they go." And we all of us stood on the steps of the Kittery mansion, kissing hands and waving handkerchiefs